Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Al Ain International Raceway, where we have got day 2 of round 8 of the UAE RMC. Al Ain just on the border with Oman, with beautiful blue skies, bright sunshine, and fantastic hot weather. I cannot believe, my friend here, Henry Baudet, alongside me, that we are already at the final round, the final race day of the 25-26 season.
Doesn't time fly when you're having fun?
Yes.
And this year, I think I could say we've had an awful lot of fun here at Karting Live TV, bringing you the 2025-26 UAE Rotax Max Challenge.
And in true karting style, we've had fun, we've had drama, we've had controversy, we've even had intrigue.
There's been tears of joy, tears of despair, all the full emotional gamut that these drivers go through, their parents, their teams, their mechanics. And I'd like to think that myself and yourself and Nick and everyone else who's been involved in Karting Live TV have been able to bring that drama and joy and tension, angst and anger, and ecstasy and etc. All the other emotions, being able to bring that to you wherever you're watching around the world.
Well, the soap opera continues, everybody, and with the final day's racing here, we've got a full programme of racing. We're about to kick off with qualifying sessions for all of our classes. If you're new to the UAE RMC, the classes are MicroMax, MiniMax, Junior Max, the DD2 gearbox class, and of course the Senior Max class. MicroMax is first on the card. Everybody gets a 6-minute qualifying session to set the grid for the heats that are coming up later this morning. The way they are positioned in the collecting area, what we can see there, that's just a random poll. That's just randomly the drivers are given a plot to set off on, so that's not really favouring anybody with regards to track position. We're only moments away, actually, Henry. And this is the time of the year when your time has run out for a lot of drivers who are in contention for the championship. Things are becoming ever more intense with the majority. I think there's only one championship that is mathematically sound, and that is Tyler Harris's DD2 championship.
Yeah, I mean, Morris Knopper's in DD2 Masters as well is pretty much sealed, and Liam O'Hanlon in MicroMax just has to basically go out. But there are 3. I mean, we're going to be finding out which 6 drivers are going to lead Team UAE. This is the first 6 tickets. There may be other drivers from the UAE that qualify.
Tickets
around
for what, can I ask, Henry?
Well, that's a very good question. Tickets for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, the biggest party in world karting, where 400 champions from around the world, aged from the youngest in MicroMax, age 8 and above, to the oldest in DD2 Masters, which there's no age limit. For example, today we have drivers, 86 of them. The youngest is 8. And the oldest driver here, and I will not name Tony Hogg, sorry, is 61 years old and still racing at the highest level.
And being around that sort of age, as Tony is, he astounds me every time he's there 10 minutes into any race. And he's loving it. That's the thing. That's the thing. The 8-year-olds are loving it. The 60-year-olds are loving it. And in between, everyone else is loving it. Even the teenagers have raised a smile, haven't they?
There have been sightings in the paddock, ladies and gentlemen, of many teenage kart racers smiling, laughing.
Seriously, they have.
Dare I even say, poking fun at themselves.
This one is MicroMax, 6 minutes here. We've got the full grid of MicroMax competitors. This is the 8 to 11-year-old category. Samar Chopra at the top of the screen there. Everyone else. This was all about yesterday, though. It was all about that young man there, Adam Al-Sheikh, and even more about that young man there on the bottom left of the screen, Liam O'Hanlon, with that last corner, last lap overtake there to take the win in the final. It was, you know what, if we'd written a script and we'd presented that to the organisers would have fired it back saying, no, that's not realistic. That'll never happen. But it did, and how many times have we seen that? Adam Al-Sheikh, unfortunately, had to miss a round because of a wrist injury or something.
Broken
arm injury.
Yeah.
And it just sort of fills me with the warm feeling that these two drivers are very likely to transition into the MiniMax class
Yes.
going into the 26-27 series. So this rivalry is going to continue.
And that's the good thing about karting, is that drivers, the rivalries continue even when the karts get bigger and more powerful and the drivers get older. Liam O'Hanlon might have won the battle this year, but that is nothing to say that Adam Al-Sheikh will not equalise next year.
Who can you think that's here this weekend, Henry, that you have seen starting karting with MicroMax at sort of 8 years old, and now, is there anyone that comes to mind that is now racing in seniors and have gone through those classes?
Looking at the list, I mean, yes, and so I've been doing this for an awful long time, and I seem to remember George Nassar as a MiniMax driver, Jeremy Montgomery-Swan racing in the kid class of the Saudi World Series Championship a couple of years, about 5-6 years ago, and now here he is in senior. The same for Oscar Lambert. Zayn El Hamasani at the very first MENA Nations Cup back in 2019, driving in MicroMax, and now here he is in senior.
Yeah,
we talked yesterday about Tyler Harris, how Tyler Harris, now a DD2 driver, I was there when he first stepped into a British Championship event in Junior TKM, again, 5-6 years ago.
And I know we're a bit off the lunch break, but the lunch break will be here sooner than we'd rather like. And in that lunch break, we've got our Paddock show, the most recent Paddock show,
yes,
where you, Henry, get to sit down with two mothers of drivers here that are in the senior categories but have been racing for a few years, for 5 years, I think, both of them. And it's I've got to say, keep tuned, stay tuned, or keep logged on, as they say these days, because that is a really good Paddock show we've got for you today, and it's a great to see that parent's perspective, as we've got these MicroMax drivers already duking it out. They've completed one lap, but this one is going to be more representative of going fast, Henry, as we'll let that timing screen settle in, and we'll give you an update in a moment.
Yeah, there's an awful lot going on today, ladies and gentlemen. You would have seen yesterday the Mojo tyre changing contest. We're going to be filming the semi-finals and finals of that before the podium presentation. We've not only got the UAE RMC Championship to decide today, we've got the Abu Dhabi Sports Council trophy to decide as well. We'll get you up to date with how drivers qualified.
What that is exactly?
Yeah, there's the last 6 rounds of this championship have all been held in the Emirates of Abu Dhabi. And the Abu Dhabi Sports Council hands out 3 trophies for drivers who don't finish in the top 3 in the overall championship, who have scored the most points in these 6 rounds. It's an ideal opportunity for people who are new to karting or people who are moving up the classes. At the start of the season, they might be finding their feet, but by the end of the season, they are really running very strongly. So there's that. So it's the drivers that don't finish the top 3 in the overall championship, but who score the most points of all the rounds, of the last 6 rounds of the championship held in Abu Dhabi.
That's a great motivator, I've got to say, of championship within a championship coming
Yes.
to fruition. This is a train of karts that we're seeing being led around by Amar Tabatsa, the number 16, who has gone the fastest. Amar has put in a 64.003, now just 2 thousandths of a second, so that's 64.005, is Adam El-Sheikh. Behind them by 10 thousandths of a second is Liam O'Hanlon. And then just 39 thousandths of a second behind Liam is Samar Chopra. Leo Reutemann slightly off, just under 3/10 back. And then via Ponna, Adrian Faurer-Vignoli, Enzo Falzerano, Alexander Feinstein currently 9th. But this train of karts have broken up now, Henry, and now we're seeing a bit of slipstream science coming to the fore.
Yes, XL Motorsports, the 2 drivers on your screen. There's number 16, Amar Tabatsa, the number 55 of Adam Al-Sheikh. First and second at the moment as they cross the line 30 seconds to go. This will be the start of their final flying lap, and they're split by the CRG of Adrian Faurer-Vignoli.
Yes, he's just put in a 64.004. That's 1 thousandth of a second off Amar Tabatsa's time. Now, Amar went slower that time by. Adrian Faurer-Vignoli was the only driver in that top 6 slot that went quicker, so it's a personal best for him. Not quite the quickest time, But as the drivers now enter onto their final lap, it'll be checkered flag already being unfurled, I can see, on the start-finish straight. So checkered flag this time by, which will bring to a conclusion the final qualifying session of the season. I'm sad to have to say that sort of thing, but it's the final qualifying session of the season. This setting the grid for the heats coming up this morning.
Just want to watch Liam O'Hanlon. There he is in the number 22 George Gibbons Motorsport kart, sitting behind Adam Al-Sheikh, like he's done for pretty much the last 4 or 5 races. Is that tactic going to work for Liam again? They cross the line. Yes, it does.
Absolutely on the nosy, Henry. You spotted that, Liam O'Hanlon, with 2 karts in front of him, cutting that hole in the air. The George Gibbons Motorsport, Liam O'Hanlon, has gone to the top of the screen, and he will start on pole position. He beats to the pole Adam Al-Sheikh by a huge margin of over 0.2 of a second before the XL driver Al-Sheikh. And Samar Chopra getting onto that all-important third spot. That third spot there down the inside into turn 1 is perhaps more advantageous than even finishing in second place there. So there it is. There's the grid. O'Hanlon, Al-Sheikh, Chopra, Tabatsa, Faro de Ignole, via Ponner, and then Leo Reutemann, Cameron Harvey, Alexander Feinstein was 9th, Tayyab Haroun was 10th, Tadeusz Protaska 11th, Enzo Falzarano will share row 6. Row 7 will be the novice driver Youssef Al-Kayat. Felix Sousa Jebjerg is 14th, and Ahmed Al-Mudaka, they're out and rounding off a 15-kart field. Hamed finding his feet in the class, just picking up speed, as is young Felix Sousa Jebjerg, and Youssef Al-Kayat. Enzo Falzarano as well, another driver that we've seen improve as the year goes by. Henry heading down to Parc Fermé now, and Henry will get a chance to get the inside line on that tactical qualifying session for O'Hanlon. He drew up behind those 2 karts in front of him, who I believe was Adam El-Sheikh and Amar Tabatsa, the 2 XL drivers working together beautifully. I wonder if that had been mentioned in the debrief or in the brief, the post-session briefing at XL. Work together and drag each other around there. The science of the slipstream coming to the fore there certainly is what we saw. So MicroMax qualifying is done and dusted. Next out will be MiniMax. We're just waiting for Henry to get down there. Just to remind everybody, it's a tech inspection first. The kart and driver is weighed to make sure that they comply with the minimum weight, and then they are ferried into tech inspection, and that's where they come across Henry Baudet, which is a bit of a scary
lucky
thought,
thing
really.
to come across Henry Baudet.
Bit of a scary thought. Welcome, Nick Damon.
Morning.
Our producer this morning. I forgot to introduce myself as well. I
Who are
introduced
you?
Henry. My name is Joe Bradley. It was yesterday and it is today.
Will it be tomorrow, though?
It will still be that
Very
tomorrow.
existential question, that is.
Yes, we've Karting Live TV has been quite privileged to be able to bring you the UAE RMC across this season. And
Henry's got Liam. Let's see if he can hear you. I'm going to hand down to Henry.
Henry getting the message from Nick, and Henry there with Liam O'Hanlon. There you go, Henry. Off you go, mate.
Thank you very much. Liam O'Hanlon, I want to ask one question. Obviously, tactically, you got that spot on again, sitting behind the 2XL karts. Do you feel different this morning? Is there a weight that's off your shoulders after yesterday where you all but sealed the championship?
Obviously, we don't have to push that little bit more harder. Qualifying was really good, got a good track position, and when I went out, I made sure that I was behind the driver that I wanted to be behind, so now I got a good toe.
This is a strange thing, but obviously Liam was provisionally confirmed as the MicroMax champion for this season. Do you think today could be the most fun you have all season?
Yeah.
You do? Okay, well, in the spirit of having fun, with a big smile, let's see, who do we want to thank?
My mum, my dad, my 2 sisters, Zabir, George, Jacob, Connor, and I want to say hi to my granddad and my granny and my auntie and my uncle and my cousins.
Excellent. Now, what Liam doesn't realise is that after a full season of me asking him at the end of his interviews, who would you like to thank? From this point on, as every young racing driver needs to learn, Liam has got to get all his thanks into the question that I ask you. So if I speak to you at any other point today, I'm not going to say who would you like to thank. You've got to get those thanks into your answers. Deal?
Okay.
Deal. There we go. MicroMax in the history books in terms of qualifying for the 2025-2026 season. It's a bit sad, really.
Thank you, Henry, and congratulations to Liam O'Hanlon, our first pole sitter of the day, qualifying there in MicroMax. He will sit on the front row. Adam El-Sheikh, unfortunately, is on that second row. He's on the first row of the grid alongside Liam. We will see.
We will see.
Yes, we will see. There's the shot of the final turn there, just before we head to the collecting area for MiniMax. And MiniMax perhaps still all to play for. We've got a grid of very, very strong drivers here, Nick. This has been perhaps the one, I'm a fan of all of our classes, don't get me wrong. They've all got their own character, the drama, the controversy, the absolute amazing stuff that we've seen across the course of the season. But the racecraft that I see from our MiniMax drivers, you know what, every time I say that about a class, I've got to then think, well, the MicroMax class shows really fabulous racecraft. These MiniMax drivers, though, when you consider how old they are, we've had some really close centimetres apart is how these youngsters race. Benjamin Krachkovich for JNKD with his teammate Austin Gray. They are indeed the front runner. Benjamin came into this weekend with a kind of a body language, a mindset that was just like so focused, intensely focused on clinching a championship. Yes, he was a little bit off colour last weekend. He'd had some sort of bug that was going around,
have a bug,
which
trust
we've
me.
all had.
From personal experience this week, you don't want to have a bug.
Absolutely not. But this weekend, he's come in and he has been certainly the man to beat. And uncharacteristically for the MiniMax class, he's been able to edge away and leave the rest of the field to squabble. The rest of the field being the likes of Oliver Butchard, Kurt Evanoff, Albie J. Stubbs, and Austin Gray. Kurt Evanoff, I've got to say, has really come to the fore these past couple of weekends, the NI Racing driver. He's down as NI Racing. He's been run by his dad. His dad is Vladimir, and his dad, who is a former racer, MotoGP, Moto2 motorcycle racer until an injury. And so Kurt Evanoff on the number 160. We'll try and get a look at him as they head out. But MiniMax qualifying about to begin, and we're seeing pretty much a similar situation as we did in MicroMax, where team drivers are going out together and circulating together and helping each other around, dragging each other around via the science of the slipstream here at Al Ain, where there is more than one opportunity to see that come to the fore. They're just going through turn number 10. As we see the field there, that's our protagonist.
Driver in position 2, very popular on the chat.
Yes, Austin Gray. George Geddes, Granda George, watching in the granite city of Aberdeen. And also, who's the Hyper Hollands. Good luck, Austin. Cheering for you again today. I have noticed that obviously Austin Gray, his family roots in Scotland. His parents, or his mum, has got a special UV umbrella they had out, which I think is really good because, as you all know, when you are from Scotland, you have fair skin and possibly red hair. Hot, sunny days are not your favourite thing. But I was really impressed by the special UV umbrella that Team Grey have in the past. They've swapped it today for a JNKD umbrella so that they're in full team livery. And Austin yesterday, it was very interesting. You may have seen his post-race interview where he wasn't wonderfully happy.
He was dejected, wasn't he?
He was dejected, and I think because it's his first season, he understandably...
Well, you mean he doesn't know how to deny it?
Yeah, and he came across,
he
was a little bit, not sulky, but he was unhappy. And we had a nice chat afterwards where, you know, I said, well, what was wrong? And he said, oh, there were a couple of things that happened in the race I wasn't happy with. And we just dealt with, how to cope with that, which is a learning experience for all these young drivers. And I'm sure that, again, you saw how Liam O'Hanlon dealt with that. These drivers will develop their professionalism on the microphone so quickly.
We always have to remind ourselves, Henry, these are children out there racing.
Yes.
They're not professional racing drivers. This is a hobby sport. Yes, it's a very intense, it's a very serious hobby sport. But these drivers that we have on track now, these are aged between 10 and 13.
Yes.
So, at the age of 10 and 13, these kids, you can see the characters coming to the fore.
Oh, absolutely.
You can see their personalities forming.
Yes.
And certainly, there's a lot of these kids have a different personality on track to the one that we see off track.
Yeah, and also, I mean, having the live streaming, it's fantastic for these young drivers. It's fantastic for the families it's fantastic for the casual viewer. However, it does add an element of pressure. And of course, not every person watching, and we have thousands upon thousands of viewers watching every round of the championship. And sometimes, in an interview session, you don't want somebody who doesn't know the person like we know them to say, oh, well, that child doesn't look very, very nice. Well, yeah, they are. They're lovely. Yeah, and that is an unfortunate. It's the only unfortunate side effect of having, this live coverage is that people can judge a child based completely on false premises.
Well, when you stick a microphone under a race driver, and I'll say race driver because these kids are racing drivers. When you stick a microphone under into their face when they've just stepped out of that car, even the pros. I mean, as a professional motorsport interviewer,
yeah,
I pride myself on getting that emotion the moment a driver steps out of a car or a kart.
For good or for bad?
For good or for bad.
And
because it is a very emotional sport, this.
Oh, absolutely.
There is a lot of psychology goes into... We've got a paddock full of driver coaches. We've got a paddock full of performance coaches.
Yep.
And 90% of that performance and coaching is psychological.
Absolutely.
You need to be a psychologist, a social worker, a mother, a carer, all of that rolled into one.
Yeah, you've got a paddock full of performance coaches, driver coaches, all those, sports science coaches, and two of us who are sort of media coaches in a way.
Yeah. That's true.
90 seconds to go. Tell you someone who doesn't need any coaching at the moment, that's Oliver Butchard, who is top of the pops once again.
Well, he was the man to beat last weekend. However, Benjamin Krajkovic showed that he can be beaten, and he did that yesterday. Oliver Butchard and the Mumbai Falcons team been working through the data clearly. Did an all-nighter, I think. And here we go with another lap in the bag for Austin Gray crossing the line first. Let's see if he improves. He had a purple sector one. He does improve, but not quite enough to beat Butchard, who doesn't go as quick as he has done. But that best lap of a 60.349 will hold him on the provisional pole. Austin Gray has gone alongside him on the front row with a 60.407. Krajkovic is perhaps on the better third place of the grid with a 60.549. LBJ Stubbs, he's in the mix. They've both gone green. Krajkovic, Stubbs gone green in Sector 1. Purple in Sector 1 has gone Keir Ivanov. Look out for Keir Ivanov on the number 160, who is about to go forward. He doesn't go green in Sector 2.
Well,
he's gone yellow, which means he hasn't gone a personal best there.
Watch Benjamin Krajkovic on this lap. One lap ago, he just moved aside and allowed Austin Gray to pass him so that this lap, Krajkovic gets a tow. Has that tactic worked? They crossed the line. It doesn't work, but they've got 2 seconds. This is the final lap. Karachkovic gets the toe down the main straight. This isn't good for him. They're side by side. Karachkovic makes the move. It's now or never for our championship leader, Joe.
Well, LBJ Stubbs has just knocked him off that all-important third spot. LBJ has got the checkered flag. His qualifying is done. Green personal bests in sectors 1, 2 and 3 has put him third with a best lap of a 60.426. 60.472 is Krachkovic. However, this is where we expect to see. Now then, you've got Austin Gray, Benjamin Krachkovic. Has he gone ahead? No, you've got Benjamin Krachkovic, Austin Gray and Oliver Butchard. Now that green helmet of Oliver Butchard is the driver that's on the provisional pole down the inside of Austin Gray. Is that going to cost him time? I'm not sure it is. I think that's going to benefit him. Let's see. They've all gone yellow in the sectors. And even Krachkovic has. I'm not sure there's going to be any improvement. And there isn't, Henry.
Well, JNKD got that tactic almost spot on with Karachkovic moving behind Austin Gray. It just on the last qualifying lap when they had to go side by side, they mistimed it by literally 2 seconds. And it's, first blood to Oliver Butchard, but LBJ Stubbs claws back 2 points. There's about 30 points in it. And LBJ Stubbs out-qualifies Karachkovic, and that's a 2-point gain for Stubbs.
And he qualifies third, which is almost here, as we've seen in the past 2 weekends. We've seen that as being a better position to start than actually starting on the front row of the grid in second place. Let's have a look at the full rundown then. Oliver Butchard is our provisional pole sitter in MiniMax with that cracking lap time there. Austin Gray will start on the front row alongside him. Row 2 is LBJ Stubbs and Benjamin Krachkovic. Row 3, Kurt Ivanov just didn't quite pull it off, still holding the purple first sector. Alongside him on row 3, Francesco Lisgnoli. Row 4, we've got Vico Pajamaki and Max Payton. And on row 5, Ahmed Faisal Almina and Adam Fleury. Mohammed Mubarak starts on row 6 alongside Aaron Essan, and then Vivan Chuan rounds off 13 carts. I just want to say well done to Aaron Essan. Aaron injured his elbow yesterday, didn't he? He joined us in the box, didn't he, to explain how that
kind of a tradition now. If you've hurt your arm, you get to sit in the box.
Absolutely. You get to be a commentator. Aaron Essan, glad to see him out there. It doesn't matter where he's qualified, he's out there and he's driving his kart, which is the most important thing. So it bodes well, as ever, it bodes well. Those 5, 6, I'm going to, those 6 drivers in the top 6 there, and we've got Francesco Lisgnoli qualifying 6th there. He clinched the O plate in Dubai in January, and he has been there or thereabouts. Kurt Ivanov is wanting to spoil the front row party as well, but Oliver Butchard didn't have a fabulous day by his standards yesterday. He just didn't seem to have the pace to stay on the bumper of Benjamin Krachkovic. That seems to have changed.
I think
something.
also it was LBJ Stubbs who I think Albie had the pace, but he was desperately unlucky to always be on the even side of the grid. So he always had so much work to do. I think that was he may have been 2 or 4, but he'd lost. He was coming to come back from 5th or 6th. He had the individual lap pace of Benjamin, but he was just Benjamin had done what he needed to do. Started at the front, drove away, and by the time Albie got anywhere near the front, it was a 4-second gap.
And there's no way you can go out in a qualifying session, Nick, and think I am going to qualify 1st, 3rd, or 5th. It all depends on what everyone else is doing.
I think during the race, the pre-final, I think Imani Kanua did do that. Didn't overtake for second to finish third. Yeah, maybe. Not that worked out very well either, but
No, that didn't go well, did it? Yeah, great to see Amani on his feet as well after that very scary accident in the session in the senior Rotax final. He's back out racing the whole of Africa. Looking forward to see Armani's session. We've got Henry down in the Parc Fermé, who is scooping up Oliver Butchard, the young magician. I still haven't seen him do a card trick this weekend. Needed to see that, but I think we've run out of time to actually see that.
Well, you can go and see it individually.
Yes,
because being amazed just verbally, if he came up here and did one in front of you, it wouldn't have the same effect for everyone else, would it really?
No, it wouldn't work. Wouldn't work if we didn't have a camera on it. No.
Well, I can see Henry, but I can't actually see a interviewee. Okay. There's the interviewee. Down to Henry.
Well, thank you. We talked about Oliver Butchard being a magician. the last lap was not your fast lap. It was earlier in the session. Were you aware that on that last lap that you were right by, obviously, Benjamin and Austin? And I noticed you pulled a move on Austin. Was that just a guarantee that to slow them down a little bit?
No, so he put his hands up and then he was like doing a little trick, obviously. And he was meant to go into the pits. And then he was slowing down, so then I went in front of him. And then I thought he went into the pits, and then first corner he overtook me. So that's a little bit I might do something to.
There we go. Now, we got one more round this season. You're going for the Abu Dhabi Sports Council award, aren't you?
Yeah.
Now, I know that's not the prize that you wanted. However, it is a really good boost because, of course, you're going to be in MiniMax next year as well, aren't you?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so. So, going into the new season as an Abu Dhabi Sports Council award winner, that gives you a nice boost of confidence as well, knowing that you've ended this season, the second half of the season has been, I'd say, your most successful part of your career so far?
Yeah, this is probably my successful season, probably, towards the end.
Are we going to see a magic trick by the end of the day, getting you onto the top step of the podium?
Yeah.
Well, there we go. A magic trick incoming from Oliver Butchard.
Thank you, Henry, and congratulations to Oliver, who will start MiniMax on the all-important pole position. Austin Gray will start alongside. LBJ Stubbs starts just behind him on the second row in third place, and then we've got the championship leader, Benjamin Krachkovich, on the second row, alongside the nearest protagonist championship-wise to him, and that's LBJ Stubbs, trying to claw back points on Krachkovich and making it, going into this afternoon's very intense final. Kurt Ivanov and Francesco Lisnioli on row 3, with Vico Pajamaki and Max Payton on 4. Ahmad Faisal Almeida and Adam Fleury on row 5. Mohammed Mubarak and Aaron Essen will start on row 6, and Vivan Chowan will start rounding off. He will start in 13th, rounding off a 13-cart field. We're about to get going with our junior Rotax Max qualifying session. We've got the 30-second board being shown, so we're about to release the Rotax challenges, and just looking at the field of drivers in the junior class, another equally intense. Pierre Abu Dhabi is a driver that I want to talk about in yesterday's final. Pierre had that unfortunate pre-final where his engine, I think it was a fuel pipe, came off, I think was the report, and the cart petered out. Pierre, one of the front runners out of the stock, so to speak, and whether or not they're getting on with it, they're not. They haven't. They've been released. The green flag is flying. The clock has started ticking, and we're not in any urgency to come out on track here. So Pierre Abu Dhabi started the final on the very back of the grid. There is the cluster of junior Max drivers trying to find a space, is apparently the reason of doing this. Now they've
Cluster is a good word.
It is cluster, yeah, and they've got to get up to speed by post 4 on the track.
What are they doing?
What is going to happen here? We've got a driver that's gone off and is getting on with it, and that driver is just coming out of the final turn, and it's the number 212, the number 212, who is Romy Sabali, is getting on with it. However, Romy, she is going to be heavily impeded by that pack of carts that are going very, very slowly in front of her. So this is what the stewards have warned these drivers about, and Romy Sabali now coming upon the back of the grid. Now they've speeded up to keep away from her. She's on her first flying lap, is Romy, at the back of the field there, Henry, just coming through turn number 8. And she is, the field have gotten on with it, thankfully. Now they start boxing up again at turn number 9. They'll speed up again at 3. I would hate to think that Romy's first flying lap is completely destroyed by this pack in front of her, but they seem to be keeping out of the way.
Yeah, no, and of course, the drivers, we've criticised the drivers at various points in every class this year for rolling over in qualifying and impeding other people. But I have to say that the junior drivers there, they They did a very good job because, of course, there are two sides to the whole qualifying debate. Number one, you have to be up to speed by post 4. But number two, you cannot impede a driver on that other driver's fastest lap. So by going out, hell for leather, Romy Sabali sort of brought the post 4 part of the rules out of the window.
Yes.
Because and they did realise as they were coming past post 2, there's a driver on their flying lap, let's get on with it early. So you have to say there's an awful lot, and the drivers did, fairly well, because I would be remiss of us to say that all those drivers were able to get the track position they wanted in the very limited time that Romy Sabali gave them.
Well, this is the reasoning, the rationale that I'm being told, that these drivers go out and crawl around at less than even walking pace. As we've got the O-plate of Via Chopra there just crossing the line, we'll get back to the timing screen there. Jaden Hidding, yesterday's final winner for the first time.
Yep.
Well, took his first round. Getting back to the debate that we were talking about yesterday as well. When they're going slowly, trying to fathom out track position, they all go off at the same pace. So they're all sitting in the same track position as they were when they were going slowly.
Yes.
So it doesn't make any rational sense.
It's the game of cat and mouse. You sit there and you wait, and it's a game of wills. Whose nerve goes first? I think, darn it, I gotta go. And then everything's, that person's gone now. And of course, if no one, it's a hold your nerve.
We've not got Faris Haroun starting.
He did. He came in at the end of lap number 1. I noticed the Yas Heat cart cruising into the pit lane.
That's a shame.
Yes. So the Emirati Express. Well, he
was a winner here last weekend. Remember, let's not forget.
The Emirati Express will be the caboose, so to speak, the guard van at the back of the train, at least at the start.
Mitansh Jain has gone to the top of the screens. Now he is the one chasing down Via Chopra for the championship, isn't he? He's wanting to gain ground. Behind him in second place currently is Jaden Hidding. Now, Jaden had a great day yesterday. I mentioned Pierre Abu Dhabi, who's currently 9th. He was second for a while. He's out there still lapping. But Pierre Abu Dhabi, what a drive that was yesterday.
Yes, it was. I was speaking last night to two of the senior drivers, Jeremy Montgomery Swan and Oscar Lambert. So they were saying that between them, they gained 27 positions, I think it was, in the final. They said that's more than anybody else. They forgot that Pierre Abu Dhabi gained 19 positions on his own from 20th to second.
It's a good effort
in the final. We'll get to some of the seniors because, of course, as the season ends, some drivers are bidding farewell to the championship. Oscar Lambert being one of them in seniors because he goes off to university in the UK in September. But we'll get to that later on. Let's focus on Harrison Stevens.
Harrison Stevens to the top of the screen. And I think, Henry, when they crossed the line, there was a lot more than 56 seconds on the clock. So they're going to probably get another 2 laps out of this. There's 30 seconds on the clock now, and they are in good stead on track position-wise to come through and get another run at it. At the moment, the best lap time is 56.703. Sabali Kogai is second with a 56.741. Pierre Abu Dhabi goes back up to the front of the grid, and he's on a 56.804. But it's all going to change.
Yes, they crossed the line. Now, this group of karts coming across the line now, they will also get another lap in. So, who's the first to take the checkered flag? It's Stevens, Kogai, Diwan and Hidding, with Ian Qureshi, your top 5 as things stand. Your 2 title contenders, Via Chopra, Mitansh Jain, 6th and 7th. But I am a betting man, and I would put a wager that those top 7 positions, as they stand now, aren't going to be the same top 7 that's line up in that order on the grid, because there's going to be improvements happening up and down the order.
Floris Schenkenberg in 8th place is the driver in the top 10, the only driver in the top 10 that's taken a checkered flag. The rest of the pack are with us in a moment. That's the O-plate holder, Via Chopra, who's currently 6th fastest. He's out there at the front of the field. Let's have a look. The checkered flag flies on this pack of karts. Still Harrison Stevens. Where's Savelli Kogai? He's the only driver that can maybe challenge. We're still waiting for Savelli to take the checkered flag. I'm not sure he's come through. He's still waiting there. And Savelli Kogai not taking the checkered flag for some reason. But I think that's the session concluded now.
Yes.
And we've got a pole sitter in the form of Harrison Stevens.
And of course, the minute I say that I'm a betting man and I think the top 7 is going to change, the top
didn't.
7 exactly stay the same. And eighth place changes. This is why I should give up betting.
It did.
Oh.
That's why you're not a betting man. Harrison Stevens then will start on the pole position in the Junior Max class. Alongside him with a fabulous run there, Savelli Kogai with a very competitive run. Yesterday's driver of the day, Pierre Abu Diwan, will start on that all-important third spot on the second row of the grid with Jaden hitting yesterday's winner alongside. Aaron Qureshi and Mitanj Jain, they're 2 Mumbai Falcons starting on row 3. Row 4 is championship leader Via Chopra with Aaron Mason alongside. Floris Schenkenberg and Baptiste Augustin share row 5. Row 6 is Henry King and Johannes Seninyaki. Row 7, Ray Harbour and Paul Schutzman with Gabriel Baraccordi. Giuseppe Montanari in all Italian, row 8. Row 9 is Italian and French with Raffaele Zagatti and Romy Sabali sharing that one. Faris Arun bringing the cart in without setting a time. Faris, well, it's a damage limitation day for Faris. He's got nothing to lose now, having to start at the back in the heat. We'll see Faris come through. He's a winner last weekend in cracking style, and we have a great... Did we interview Faris on yesterday's Paddock show, Nick? Can you remember? I had them written down. Yes, we did. So Faris, pick up and catch up, I should say. Have a look at the replay of yesterday's Paddock show that went out in the lunch break there. It's all available on the Karting Live and UAE RMC live streams and socials. Henry making his way down there to get the inside story of Harrison Stevens.
That's his second pole, isn't it? He got pole last weekend.
Yes, he did.
1 or 2 rounds.
He obviously likes Alain.
He likes being on pole.
It's an interesting track insofar as it is. It's quite unique. We're out in the desert. It's a very flat area here in the south of the Abu Dhabi Emirate, and we're just on the edge of the Oman border here. It's very flat, it's very windy, but what that brings when it's very hot and dry is we get the wind blowing sand onto the track, and that can cause consternation at times. We've seen many drivers just missing their turning point by a fraction, half a foot, 30 centimetres or so, and they just wash out. And that's because the off-track is, or the off-line, the off the racing line, can get very dusty.
Yeah, there's a shiny, black shiny driven line. It's very easy to see from up here. And then it very quickly graduates away to kind of dust and sand. So you really have a single line around most of the track. And I think it's a narrowing line, people have said during the day, rather than you think it'd be a widening line. But they clean up this middle line. Yeah, there's constant wind here. The wind also picks up in the afternoon a little bit coming off the desert. And that enables basically this chance of where you suddenly find where you thought there was grip, there isn't. But where we thought there was a conversation, there is, because Henry Baudet is down with Harrison Stevens.
Harrison Stevens, that is 2 pole positions out of the last 4 races. You're in danger of becoming known as a bit of a qualifying expert.
Yeah, I'd say just a bit unlucky in the races, I suppose.
I mean, but now you've got that experience, I suppose. Last Saturday, that was your first pole, and it's understandable that sometimes any driver that gets pole position for the very first time, it's a different set of emotions, isn't it? And you learn how to handle the racing. Are you in a better position to control this chasing pack now that you've already experienced that feeling of starting a heat from P1?
Yeah, I think I'm definitely in a better position, but the only thing is I have a bumper. So I'll be starting a bit lower down.
Okay. Now, there we go. So exclusive. So our provisional pole sitter, fastest on track, had a front bumper penalty, so that'll lose him a couple of positions. I think that means that Savelli Kogai has just inherited his very first pole position. But still, you know that you've got the pace, and that's a positive, isn't it?
Mm-hmm, definitely.
Also, that last Saturday, you may recall, that was the day that we had Mother Nature playing a part that was having, which was a bit of a new thing for you. No chance of that today, is there?
No, definitely not. I don't think.
The only moisture that might come on the track is the sweat off all the brows of the marshals on circuit. It is sweltering down here. So, updates for you. Faris Haroun, clutch fell off on the outlap. That'll mean that he starts last. That'll do it, won't it?
Yeah.
And Saveli Kogai, we said, why did he take the checkered flag? He said, well, on turn number 1, I had to overtake somebody, so I just came in to save my tyres, which is remarkably intelligent from Sava, who realises that now he's going to be starting from pole position. What are you going to do for the middle of the pack?
Just try to make my way through. We know we have the pace and just send it. Go for it.
Just send it. Harrison Stevens, fastest, minus a nose cone penalty, still ready to send it.
Thank you, Henry. That must be... That's an Australian flag, is it, from Harrison?
Yes, it's Australian, yes.
It is, yeah. That's another Australian driver's quote, isn't it?
Just lick
send
the
it. Lick it
stamp
and send it.
Send it, yeah.
Daniel Ricciardo.
Daniel Ricciardo, yeah.
Yeah, Harrison Stevens.
Now he's retired, we can give him his proper name again.
Ricciardo. That's Harrison Stevens.
Yeah.
He's not got any...
No way you're saying in the Vincent Price way.
That I didn't I? Yeah, lick it and send it. That's what Harrison's going to do. And he starts from the advantageous spot of pole position going forward with the Junior Max. Saveli Kogai alongside him, and then behind him is yesterday's podium, Pierre Abu Dhabi and Jaden Hidding, yesterday's winner, starting.
Oh, hang on. We've got... we need more Henry. More Henry.
Oh, more Henry.
Bonus Henry. Well, you were second fastest, Saveli Kogai, correct?
Yeah.
And... he has just realised, or Harrison Stevens has just told him, by the way, I've got a nose cone penalty. That means you start P1. Well done, Sava.
Thank you very much.
Now, you came in. Let's talk about this. How quickly did you make the decision to come in to save your tyres on that last lap?
Well, I saw that there was going to be not a need to finish my lap because there was an overtake into turn 1 that was quite messy. And I lost, I think, half a second. So I saw if I just made the lap, I would just ruin my tyres even more. And not only did I save my tyres, I also saved time in waiting there. And I'd rather get it all over with.
Get it all over with. Well, you've got it all over with. Have you ever started a Rotax race in the UAE Championship from pole position before?
Not yet. I have started P2 and P3 and P4, but P1 has not been started with yet.
Okay, so you've started P4, P3, P2, and in about 1 hour's time, you will start P1. Well done.
Thank you very much.
There we go. So I had to break in because Sava was walking around, and when Harrison said nose cone, the look on this young man's face, he almost did a star jump and punched the air. I thought, wow, we got to hear from a new face. End of the season, but we still got new drivers finding their way to the top.
Thank you, Henry. And it's 2 for the price of 1 with Henry interviews. What more could we ask for?
Yeah, again, drama and controversy then with a nose cone penalty. That means a drop nose. If you're new to Rotax Max karting, the nose section of these karts, which you can see there, they're DD2, same mechanism. They have if they're impacted at the front, the mechanism is they release the nose, it drops down, doesn't come off, it just drops down. That's where the term drop nose comes from, and that's a 5-second penalty. So that's going to be that's going to put Harrison at the back of the grid, unfortunately. So he's going to really have to lick it and send it. That has completely shuffled the grid about. Pierre Abu Dhabi, who was on that third spot on the grid, is now moving on to the front row. And dare I say it, Alain Raceway is not really, that's where you do not want to be. This is the DD2 class. We've got a change of team for Mark Bassier, who's been a front runner here the past 2 weekends. He has moved across from the Mumbai Falcons team overnight and is now running with the Kart Advisor Academy, which he joins. Kyle Blockley now becomes his teammate for today. That may be a precursor to the season, the next season, I should say, that starts in
and he has
September,
got a new
October.
certificate as well.
He has?
Yeah, I just saw it, 444 down the side.
Oh, there you go. Job done. Don't know what's behind all that, but Hamza Ashisho, another driver. 444 is Hamza Ashisho.
This is why I'm a producer.
I was about to say, Nick, that's why you stick with the producing, mate. We'll keep an eye on what's happening in DD2. Yeah, keep it, stay in your lane. DD2. DD2, this is our gearbox class, the premier class of Rotax Max karting here in the UAE RMC. And this is the 2-ratio gearbox here. I'm just going to, again, for any new audience that is watching in on either of the live streams, live on Karting Live TV, live on the UAE RMC live stream page as well on YouTube. DD2 is a 2-ratio gearbox where you have a paddle shift, the left-hand paddle. It's not like a GT or a Formula One car where you've got a paddle shift down the box and up the box. It's basically paddle on the left engages first gear, paddle on the right engages second gear, and you basically just flick between first and second gears, keeping that engine on that all-important rev range.
I got accurate news now. He's got plain white side pods and a plain blue NASA panel.
Right, okay, so a change of livery there.
Good.
So, yeah, something's happened
Mark Bassier
overnight in the paddock, and Mark Bassier, who was hard to beat last weekend, certainly. He was running at the front here yesterday as well. Had a bit of a character-building day, but let's see how he fares here. There's still plenty of time in this qualifying session. Not only do these karts have gearboxes, a 2-ratio gearbox, but they have brakes on the front of the kart. You've got a brake disc and caliper on both of the front wheels on these karts, which give them a completely different handling characteristic, certainly into the braking area of the track. It's a much more straightforward, conventional way to brake like you would see on any kind of race car or gearbox kart, unlike the Rotax Max classes, which you just have brakes on the rear axle. The attitude of the kart can be disturbed by that. Mark Bassier, Henry,
yes.
Moving teams. Do you know what the story is behind that at all?
No idea at all. No idea at all. Obviously, things happen. We don't know what goes on behind the scenes or everything, but I think it's fair to say that, look, end of the season, fresh start, maybe Mark Bassier looking towards next season, we don't know. One thing, news from Hamza Hashisho's camp. Mr. Hashisho, he's wearing a 1988 Ayrton Senna T-shirt today. Yes.
His favourite year, he said.
His favourite year. That could be the key.
Monaco 88, his favourite Senna race.
Yes.
I was telling him about
the one where he crashed?
Well, it was his qualifying lap.
His qualifying lap.
That was the one where he said he went on to another...
He went into a different plane.
Yeah.
There were rumours that if Hamza wins, that Mr. Hashisho is going to do a dive off the balcony, and the entire Matthias Degem team are going to catch him as he falls.
Before they do that, can we get a camera down there?
Well, before we do that, maybe can we get some mats down there?
Yeah. He said he's got to win. I was talking to him at the podium celebration yesterday, and he's got to win. And he's en route to do that, Henry.
Hamza is doing his bit. Other news from the DD2 camp. Saw Tyler Harris and his dad Simon walking in this morning, and I said to Tyler, how did you sleep last night? Did you realise? And he was like, yeah, fine. And I said, do you feel any different? Do you think? He's like, no pressure.
It's too cool, that kid.
He is too cool for school. And I said, if I say to do this on finals morning, import him out at the Grand Finals, and you're still this cool, well, you need to go and do something like an international spy, because he is going to be that cool.
He is going to. I've gotten to know him over the course of the season. I remember his name from UK karting, but I didn't know him. But he's a very cool kid. He's a very, very cool kid. He was cool there for a moment. He was momentarily on the top row, or on the front of the grid, I should say. However, he's just been demoted by that driver who has had an overnight overhaul, hasn't he? Hamza Hashisho. He's got the tools this morning to absolutely blitz this qualifying session. They're going to get another bash at it, because by the time they get round here, they've got time for another lap. They've got 35 seconds on the clock. And at the moment, it's Hamza Hashisho, Tyler Harris, Mark Bassier, Modest Knopes, Adam Malek, Tony Hogg, Said Al-Ababa, Kyle Blockley, Sami Al-Assad, Nicola Cacciatore and Greg Watt is the order. That has changed.
Bassier to the top of the charts. Harris goes second. Hamza Hashisho from provisional pole to third by 13/100ths of a second. Well, mindful of what Hamza said yesterday. He said starting on the outside is like being on death row.
Yes, he did, didn't he? And he's right now, Bassier, who is on that blue, the white side pods and nose cone with the blue NASA panel, yeah. He's currently the quickest. This is checkered flag time, though. Bassier's time, 55.249. Tyler Harris's time, 55.257. Ashisho, 55.262. Look at how close that is. Here they come across the line. Tyler Harris takes the checkered flag, does not improve, stays second. Bassier stays on the pole. Little bit of a movement on the front row as Moritz Canopes goes onto the front row, demotes Hamza Ashisho to third, which is probably beneficial.
So Hashisho improved his time.
Yep.
It's Tyler Harris who's the big loser on that last lap. Well, new team, same result for Mark Bassier.
Top three drivers improved on their very last lap. That pole lap from Mark Bassier improved on the last lap. A 55.203 is the pole position. Moritz Canopes improved, went second, 36 thousandths of a second slower. Second row of the grid, and on that all-important third slot is Hamza Ashisho. He's going to be poised to get up to the front of this field at the start. Tyler Harris, champion-elect, is alongside him on the second row. Adam Malik and Saad Alababi share row 3. They are not that far off. Alababi, for instance, less than a half a second off Bassier's time. Row 4 has got Anthony Hogg. Tony Hogg, he's just under half a second.
Anthony?
Well, it says that on the screen. On the screen,
literally, I could put anything in front of you, read it, wouldn't you?
Well, I just said it, yes. And
you had a go at Henry for reading out the dodgy names on the thing.
Are you going to change it then?
No, it's not
on
me.
the graphic.
It's the entry form.
Well, Anthony puts his entry in as Anthony Hogg because he's probably
my dad was an Anthony.
He's probably got his
never called him that either.
Probably got his license.
Yeah.
With Anthony rather than Tony. Cal Blockley is alongside on row 4. Sami Al-Assad shares row 5 with Nicola Cacciatore, and it's Greg Watt. The smiling Greg Watt, always a delight to have racing here. He's running as Honolulu Racing, which is an independent team, and the news is, the hot news for DD2 is we're going to be joined by a teammate.
I think we're getting, it sounds to me like DD2 could have a bit of a resurgence.
Yes, yeah.
Especially in the Masters group.
Yes, we were chatting to a young lad at Dubai Karting
earlier
this
there's
week.
a few more hanging around.
I
think it's because if you look at senior Rotax now, that it seems now you age out of senior Rotax at about 20 So
yeah, absolutely.
If you're over 20, you kind of got to go to DD2.
Ask Kai Hunter.
Yes. Well, am I allowed to say what's happened? No.
177 Class E we come.
Well, it's been said for me.
Yes.
You're lovely for that.
Yes, he was. It's far too early for Kai.
Oh, yeah, he won't be up for hours.
Plus, he's somewhere, isn't he, this weekend?
Assuming at PFI, I don't know.
Yeah, possibly. Right then, qualifying about to become concluded for the last time this season. This, sadly, is the final qualifying session of the 2025-2026 UAE RMC, and it is for senior Rotax, the senior Rotax class there, having a bit of a pre-session briefing. I bet Ken Potter is saying, if I see any of you guys clustering about at the back when we go out and impeding anyone on a fast lap, on their race lap, on their time lap,
no trundling. That's the rules.
Now that is trundling, Nick.
Thank you.
You love that term, trundling.
I love trundling.
You use the term trundling when it's not appropriate to use the term trundling.
In your opinion.
It is my opinion, yes. Have we got Henry down there? With,
Henry's just doing some preamble stuff.
Right.
In fact, we have got Henry now, and down to Henry.
Mark Bassier, we've got different colours, same results. Yeah. P1, talk about that session, because the temperature's gone up, and yet you were able, in fact, the top 3 drivers were all able to put their best time in on their last lap. How is that possible? How did you all do that?
Maybe the tires kicked in. Maybe different teams put lower tire pressure, so maybe it took some time for the tires to kick in.
Now, of course, yesterday, the championship, which you were never in the championship, you missed the first few rounds, so you weren't a factor in the championship, but that's gone now. This is an opportunity for it because no one's thinking big picture. This is just a straight race. There's a podium, and you want to be on the top step of it.
Yeah, I just want to prove to myself that I can do it, no matter what team I'm in.
Okay, well, there we go. New colours, same result. DD2, pole position for Marc Bassier. But starting alongside Marc Bassier, the leading DD2 Masters driver, Maurice Knioppers. Maurice, okay, we said one more race, that chance for the top spot. Hamza Shiso said yesterday that starting on the outside row is like being on death row. You're going to have to look for maybe a late reprieve to get off death row.
I don't agree.
No?
No. The track is quite wide, and it's okay. You know, outside is more difficult, but sometimes you have to accept that you fall from second to third, you know, or even fourth. It can happen. But first can also happen.
And also, I think you've got Hamza Hashisho with 18 months experience in a go-kart. Maurice Knioppers with how many years experience? More than 18 months.
I think twice his age.
Twice his age, so maybe 30 years experience, and that's where the outside is not a disadvantage if you know your way around our lane raceway, which of course Maurice Knioppers does. We will see you later on. There we go. DD2 and DD2 Masters. 2 drivers, 2 championships, 1 front row of the grid.
Fantastic. Will today be the day when Maurice Knioppers gets an overall win? It's been a while. I know we picked Henry's
he doesn't have to worry about teammate rules in Marc Bassier anymore, does he?
No.
So he can go for it.
Team. Yeah, so they're not going to be. To be honest, I don't think that really stifled anything out on track.
No, it's fair. Didn't yesterday.
Even though they were with the same team. So we look forward to that. Seeing if he can pull that off. He's got to get past that very on form Marc Bassier now with what we see as a different livery cart. We'll see how that pans out. However, Nick, this is all about senior Rotax. And in yesterday's final, we saw that scary accident, just bringing home the fact that, yes, motorsport can be dangerous. And thankfully, karting tends not to be seriously dangerous, I've got to say. You get the odd injury, the odd bruise and battering.
Lots of arms have been broken this year.
And I said to Amani Kanua when I saw him down at the podium celebration, I said, oh my goodness, I'm so happy to see you walking around here. And he says, why?
I think he's made of rubber because he was squashed, then bounced straight back up again.
Yeah, and I says, oh mate, you're gonna be a bit stiff and bruised tomorrow. He said, I'll be fine.
Good lad.
I'll be fine.
Good lad.
You know, the glory of youth, isn't it?
We'd be confined to bed for 4 days, and he's absolutely fine. 20 minutes later.
Yes, he was. He was on his feet. He was on his feet, and thankfully there was an official there to stop him going trackside.
He was doing waving the fist at the guy who he believes was responsible for the accident, which is always a laugh, to be honest.
Yes.
The adrenaline kicks in.
The adrenaline kicks in.
Let's have a good fist wave.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It's a very... You know yourself, Nick, how horrible I am whenever we go racing anywhere, and I'm really...
You are horrible.
I am, yeah.
There's no other way. I can't sugarcoat. You're not that nice playing board games.
That's true. I hate myself sometimes. I absolutely do. My kids won't play with me anymore.
I'm not surprised.
We've got the...
Oh, look, they're all moving at a reasonable pace.
Yeah, we are. And that's... And
They've been told off.
I think Mr. Potter has put pay to what we saw in the juniors. Let's get on with it.
I believe we now have a zero tolerance policy.
Let's get on with it. Let's see who's in the field then, who we need to keep an eye on. Pretty much everyone, really. It's a very, very competitive, intense field here. Alessi Canesa gets the accolade of leading the field out there. Alexander Pichi, he had a bit of a character building day. Ryan Damadasa has become the driver to beat in this latter part of the season. He is really, really chasing down George Nasser, who is starting down. He's come out of the box quite a way down. George Nasser still with a championship lead going into this weekend. Jeremy Montgomery Swan appeared out of nowhere after that last corner incident and ended up on the podium, would you believe? There's George Nasser there, coming out 23rd. All right, he's going to be down the pack, but he's going to be able to manage that track position as the field of senior Rotax gets out and on with their qualifying session, with clear track pretty much for everyone. We're seeing a few people using each other for slipstream purposes. Leading the field round, though, is Rayan Damadasa, starting this morning where he kind of left off yesterday. Was unlucky not to take the win. Where is yesterday's results here? Just remind me who was where. in the Senior Max final. Behind him, we had Nathan Kaplan and Jeremy Montgomery Swan, like a magician, ended up by coming out and he got on the podium on that final lap.
I think he picked up 6 places or something like that on the last lap. Really good to see, obviously, Amani Kanua out in his repaired kart, his repaired knee, which has got a bandage on it. The second kart on our screen there, Alicia Canessa. This is Alicia's farewell to the championship full-time. In September, Alicia goes off to university. I think she's going to university in the Netherlands. We did talk about the fact that her family, she's got Bulgarian heritage, and there is a gearbox kart in Bulgaria that Alicia is in a family garage that Alicia is eyeing up. But all she
needs, going to be trekked across Europe into the Netherlands.
Depending if Mr. and Mrs. Canessa do what Alicia wants and buys her a truck. She goes, I want a van. I want a van so I can take my go-karts to university, awesome. Which is fantastic.
Well, I don't know what the university karting scene is like in the Netherlands, but it's pretty unique to come across the UK.
Well, she does.
A really excellent university championship.
And speaking of the British University Karting Championship, another driver in this class who is going to be featuring, I am sure, in next year's British University Karting Championship is Oscar Lambert. This is also Oscar's farewell to the championship. Spoke to him last night. I think that, Oscar is the only driver in this championship who does have a fan club in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. Oscar's dad's job is taking him elsewhere, and Oscar is going, he's at East Sussex University, is to do business management. So we do wish Oscar and his family all the best. Whereas, because I said to Oscar, you're not going to have a base over here, well, apart from, my brethren, Jeremy Montgomery Swan. So he's going to come back and visit Jezza, the 2 drivers who I met back in Slovakia in 2022 when they were both in the kid kart class of the Saudi World Series international finals.
Well, that's nice, Henry, and you're getting to witness these drivers racing in the premium national championship here in the UAE.
Yeah, and it's both families, the Canessas and the Lamberts. It's not just the drivers, the families have been such a positive addition to this championship over the years. Their presence. I know that Oscar's mum isn't able to come to all the races. Oscar's dad is ever present here, and they've been a real credit. And their sons and daughters, the son Oscar and Alicia have both been a credit to themselves and this championship. Alicia has got one more day to show that she is so much faster than her results suggest. She's gone out behind the Ndamadasa, P15 at the moment for Alicia Canessa.
Qualified in the top 10 yesterday. Her races didn't go that well for her. Once again, Henry, we're seeing this young French driver, Jules Dumont, at the top of the timing screens. With 1 minute remaining, he's proved to be very, very quick over the lap. He has character building races. We've yet to see him come to the fore at the important point of the finals, but he's always there or thereabouts in the top 5.
Yes, and last night the Telios team are in the same hotel that we are. Max Dexter, who is born in Wales, and Jules Dumont were learning how to play darts in the hotel bar, and it was not PDC championship standard, let's just say that. And Max Dexter said, Henry, how do you say, is your surname French? And I said, it's French-Canadian. And he was like, oh, good. And this is in front of his French teammate. He was like, how does that make you feel, being half French? I was like, I'm not half French, it's okay. The look on Jules Dumont's face was an absolute picture. They were having a lot of fun together, and it's really good to see, have to say. Yeah,
we'll book him in on the diplomacy course, I think. That checkered flag being unfurled, and it is indeed France that leads. Jules Dumont at the front of the field at the moment. The rest of the field coming around. Nobody yet to take a checkered flag apart from Yusuf Al-Shah. We've got Mohamed Menimne not taking part in this qualifying session, failing to come out. The Motorscape driver not posting any time.
And he didn't come out in yesterday's final either. I will investigate.
I wonder. Well, we've got a great interview with his mum, haven't we? As Ndamadasa leads the field round to take the checkered flag and conclude his final qualifying session. He's down in 7th, though. No change so far. going up the order, Captain in second, George Nasser third. That's an important place to start.
Yes, it is.
Jules Demont stays on the provisional pole. The only driver out there, I think, who can challenge is Zain El Homassani, who has not taken the checkered flag. However, that is the session over. And it will be, indeed,
Joe,
Jules Demont on the provisional pole.
I have an update on Mohamed Emily. Unfortunately, he was ill overnight and won't be racing today.
Oh, well, you can
completely
really
empathise with him.
Yes, absolutely.
Having had an unfortunate food poisoning incident.
Nick had a stomach bug earlier in the week and has been out of action, thankfully, on the non-important days where I was able to just lie by the pool and Nick was able to lie in the shade and be ill.
That was it. The sympathy I got, said, I could tell you were ill, you wouldn't talk to me.
You would, yeah, I'm not used to you not talking. It's very disconcerting, usually, because you're talking constantly. It's like being with my wife.
Should we see the grid?
Let's have a look at the grid then for Senior Max then. Jules Demont starts on the pole position. The Telios driver has a lot to do because look at those drivers that are queuing up behind him. Nathan Kaplan alongside George Nasser, the championship leader, who will want to consolidate his finishing positions to make the job even harder for that to be snatched from him at the very, very finishing line of the season. Zain El Homassani alongside him. Jerry Montgomery Swan. At last, we see Jerry Montgomery Swan qualifying where we expect to see him. Great to see him on the third row. And it's Ryan Qureshi who will no doubt want to spoil everybody's party from that sixth spot. Fourth row of the grid is the championship chaser, Rayan Darmadasa, who really has been the man to beat this past couple of weekends. Let's see what he can do from seventh place on the grid. Alongside him on the fourth row is Adish Mehta. Abdullah Al-Keita and Eni Asachi are on row 5, with Kyan Kreinbull and Max Dexter lining up on row 6. Row 7 is Laith Momina and Oscar Lambert. Enzo Tesluk, and great to see Amani Kinua. All right, he's not where we usually have seen him this past couple of weekends, but it's great to see him out there after that scary accident yesterday. Alicia Kinesa, not qualifying as well as she did yesterday, but she lines up 17th. And in 18th place, Manaf Al-Balushi. 10th row of the grid is Alessandro Bici and Ryan Caruso, with Philip Dinu and Andrew Obaid lining up on row 11. And row 12, Arsen Jolovic and Youssef Al-Shah. Youssef did do 5 laps, came in early. Mohamed Menemene not competing today because he has caught Nick's bug.
Caught a similar bug, it's not mine.
Well, I think you brought it here.
I don't think you start spreading those sort of rumours. I'll be in quarantine by half an hour's time, and then you'll be carrying the cameras around the heat.
In comes the hazmat suits and carts Nick off. That would be worth filming now, wouldn't it? Hello to Mama Julio. Let's go, my boy, 317. That is, of course, the Armani Kinua fan club joining us from the continent of Africa. We've already said hello to the Austin Gray cheerleaders, haven't we?
Of which there are many.
On the other feed, yeah, of which there are indeed many. Like I say, Nick, that concludes qualifying. We've still got the qualifying interview with Jules Demont to take place. If he squeezes by tech inspection, we'll get on with that in a moment. Henry, just down there in Parc Fermé. We're about to go racing for the first time to date. It's the race day 2 of round 8 of the UAE RMC, and it will be MicroMax that kicks things off with a 6-lap heat for them. We've then got MiniMax racing over 7 laps, and then we've got the Junior Max, DD2s and Senior Max classes running over 8 laps in their heat race phase.
I can see Henry. That means Henry wants to talk to us, so it's down to Henry.
First things first, Jules Demont, he's 1-0 up on his teammate, Max Dexter, in terms of qualifying. Are you 2-0 up in terms of you versus Max Dexter in darts last night?
I think I'll stick to karting because darts is not my sport, I think.
No, well, tossing the old tungstens maybe doesn't come naturally to you, but driving that kart does. Talk about that session, because that's the first time I've seen all 24 of you get off the pit lane. There was no rolling over. You were all flat chat from the word go. Why was that? And that obviously worked for you.
Yeah, Ken told us right before the session to go on because otherwise we would be getting penalties. So I think everyone got a bit scared, so that's why everybody went. But yeah, I had a pretty good pretty good quali. So yeah.
And that's really good. So, race director lesson 101, rule by fear. It works.
Yeah.
Now, we have had such a really strong end to the season. Podium before. How close is Telios Racing to putting a race-winning package together in Senior Rotax?
Very close. I think we're there already. Last week we proved it. We were fighting for the win. So yeah, we're expecting the same tonight.
Expecting the same tonight. Well, Telios Racing aiming to go out the season on a high. What have you got to say to your teammate Max Dexter, who was quite, my surname is French, you are French, but my surname is French-Canadian, so it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, me and Max have a really good relationship.
Yes.
Yeah, he's taught me so much as well, so yeah, he's been really important for me this season as well.
Maybe Max Dexter has taught Jules de Mont a little bit too much, because Jules is a lot faster.
Yeah, but yeah, also I want to thank my team, Telios, everybody, my mechanic Ruben, Luigi, Andrea. Thanks for getting me to where I am today.
No problem at all. Well, long way to go today. 3 races, 3 chances for Jules de Mont to put Telios on top.
What would have really been impressive there if Henry had sort of grasped his French-Canadian heritage,
yes,
and been able to converse with Jules in French for all of our French viewers.
Yes, that's a good point.
Yes.
We could just employ Carla.
We're going to be replacing us all soon.
I would like to say that congratulations to Telios, but also boo to Telios for not showing up for the tyre changing competition.
Yes, where were you, Telios?
Where were you, Telios?
Yes, Telios.
It meant that Jamie Zyra got Jamie Zyra got a free pass into the quarterfinals, and we have the final semi-finals and the final of the tyre changing contest before the Mojo tyre changing contest before the podium ceremonies later this afternoon. But yes, good kart setup, bad social interaction, Telios.
I think it's just the tyre changing competition, not the Mojo tyre changing competition.
I don't know which one it is, but I've seen both.
Yes, Guy said.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just the black and round changing competition.
It's the rubber changing competition.
Yes.
That has a different connotation whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Anyway, that was great fun, actually. And again, Karting Live TV, privileged to bring you that entertainment. Yesterday, it's a great... in fact, I was saying to Guy, we should have a season-long tyre-changing championship.
I think there should be a league table and everything.
It would fill the gap between, for us, it would fill the gap between the races finishing, the officials being, the results becoming official before the podium. And we could have a little league table. We could have...
I think you could do other things, though, couldn't you? Because you know how they used to have world records for taking out and putting back in an engine of a Volkswagen Beetle?
Well, apparently the record is 23 seconds.
That's a tyre change, but why don't we do wheels and tyres?
Yeah, well, there could be any engine changes.
You could do basically have a selection of challenges.
Yes.
Because we've got 8 rounds.
We could call it the team challenge.
Exactly.
The team challenge.
The team challenge.
And
8 rounds.
Yep. 8 rounds over the course of the season.
Each team can...
So we would have tyres on the rims, wheels
four
on
wheels,
the wheels.
4 wheels and tyre change on the kart. Engine off and on.
Engine off and on. Yeah. And we could swap it around as we...
So you haven't got it, so the teams would only have to go like once every 2 weeks, or 2 events they'd have to turn up. Because about 16 teams, aren't there? So...
Yeah, I mean, we could, over the course of the weekend, though, it's usually a 2-day event that we run.
This has got legs, definitely.
This has got legs, absolutely. And
entertaining product to fill in the gaps is what we need.
I thought the camera work last night at the tyre competition was magnificent.
I thought the brilliant improvisation of using the graphics was pretty good as well. Though I have to say, before he comes back, the commentary by Henry was pretty impressive as well.
Yeah. He's just about to walk through the door, so you might want to say that again when he walks in.
Oh, no, I don't want to hear that.
He's not there. He's
I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, he hates to hear accolades.
No, I don't hear. I don't want to hear he's any good.
He's not a narcissist, honestly.
Is he not?
No. He's very humble. He's very humble. He's still not coming in.
No, why?
Yeah, well, of course, yes. Yeah, of course.
He's doing a bit of lung rot.
Yes. Yeah. And I just want to say how fantastic it was I found it very entertaining. Henry's commentary kept it going, kept the energy. He's here. He's here.
Yes. We're very close to the first race of the day.
The first race of the day, as Nick says, and I say that in a very southern accent, which I haven't got, I'm a northerner, is MicroMax. It is the Adam El Sheikh, Liam O'Hanlon, Samar Chopra, Amar Tabatsa show with parts played by Adrian Faravignoli and Via Ponna with Leo Reutman, Cameron Harvey. Is Leo Reutman the happiest kid you've ever met?
Absolutely.
We had a great interview, didn't we, with him? And he was as happy as he was when he was stealing our biscuits yesterday. Liam O'Hanlon then, on the pole position with Adam El Sheikh alongside, that all-important third row. He will be able to slot into the rear bumper of O'Hanlon.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Joe. I think Samar Chopra has just spun on the rolling lap. There he is. We're looking at there. Now, you've got Chopra, who was due to start third. Sorry to interrupt you, Joe.
Keep an eye on that, Henry.
I'll keep an eye on Samar.
I'll quickly mention the grid. Amar Tabatsa alongside Chopra. We've then got Adrian Faravignoli and Via Ponna, Leo Reutman and Cameron Harvey, Alexander Feinstein and Thea Barum on row 5, Tadeusz Prochaska and Enzo Falzarano on 6, and then we've got Yusuf Al-Kayat, Felix Sousa Jebjerg and Hamad Al-Mudaka rounding off a 15-cart field. And the good news is...
Yes. Samar Chopra. Is that Samar Chopra or is that Adam I'm trying to see. No, it was Adam Al Sheikh.
Adam Al Sheikh for XL. It's a blue and white card, Henry. And that is the driver who's on the front row of the grid, or not on the front row of the grid. And the red line has been crossed. So Adam will have to start at the back of the field, which he does. He's read the regulations. Good lad. You know the rules. Stay where you are. Liam O'Hanlon has got that front row all to himself, Henry. As we come out of the final corner, we will then peel off into the tram lines and head towards the red light. The number 16 closing the gap there is Amar Tabatsa, and we go racing for the first time today.
Now, for Adam Al Sheikh today, read Liam O'Hanlon in last Sunday's pre-final. Exactly the same thing happened. Driver out of position at the start, having to deal with the emotion. Liam O'Hanlon drove through the pack last Sunday in the pre-final from last to first. Can Adam Al Sheikh do it? He's got less time. He's only got 6 laps to sort of get that adrenaline coursing through his veins.
It's a shorter race time, isn't it? 6 laps, these heats. And already we've got 2 carts breaking away.
And I'm looking down already, 2, 4, 6... Adam Al Sheikh has passed 7 carts in the first half a lap, and there haven't been any spins or anything. So red mist has descended upon the number 55 carts, and normally we would say that the leaders need to run and hide because Liam O'Hanlon is en route. This time it's Liam O'Hanlon that needs to run and hide because Adam Al Sheikh is surging up the order as they complete lap number 1.
I'll tell you where exactly he is. He's gone from 15th to 8th place. Now, if he can do exactly the same, which is unlikely because as you get closer to the front of the grid, the drivers are much more difficult to pass. We've got a cracking little race breaking out here with Liam O'Hanlon, with Samar Chopra glued to that rear bumper. Behind those two is a pack of, what's that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 carts. Adrian Faravignoli, Alexander Feinstein, Leo Reutman's up there in 5th, Amar Tabatsa, Cameron Harvey, and right there at the back in the tail of that train of carts, Henry, that recovering Adam El Sheikh. He's making ground all of the time. He's now up to 7th.
Yep, he's just passed Cameron Harvey. Leo Reutman is next on Adam Al Sheikh's hit list. And as you look at the 2 leaders coming into turn number 13, I can see just at the corner of my eye that Adam Al Sheikh has now passed Leo Reutman. Puts the 55 cart in P6, 15th to 6th in 2 laps. But there is that big gap growing between these two, O'Hanlon and Chopra, and the 3rd place cart, the CRG of Adrian Faravignoli. Such an impressive drive so far from Faravignoli. He's got Feinstein, Tabatsa, and Adam Al Sheikh bearing down on him.
He's under immense pressure, and from the front of the grid here, front of the field here, I want to look back. Well, I don't want to look back with the cameras, Nick. I just want to mention them. Felix Sousa Jebjerg and Yusuf Al-Kayat, 2 drivers that are brand new. Yusuf, very much brand new. He's tiny in that MicroMax kart, young Yusuf. He's got a boundless energy, though, and he's having a ball. And I want to say hello to ACR 128. Good luck to Yusuf. He's having a great time at the back of the field, where at the front of the field, Henry, this is I think what we're witnessing here is Samar Chopra maybe playing a waiting game.
Yeah.
We see this all the time, don't we?
Yeah, and Samar knows that, hey, the championship has gone and he wants to prove that, hey, do you know what, Liam, you got the best of me this year, but don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'll see you in September. And Liam said something very, very nice in his post-race interview. He said that I'm going to be stronger at the Grand Finals because of the fact that Samar and Adam and Alex Fryenstein have pushed him so far, which is such
how old is that kid?
I know.
Is he 28 or something?
Well, I mean, I spoke to his dad, Big Liam, and Big Liam was just, very, very proud of how little Liam has grown.
Well, I said to his dad, Liam, I said, who does he get his coolness off, you or his mum? He said, it must be me, because his mum's nuts.
Says Big Liam, on his way to the divorce court here in Abu Dhabi. But Adam Al-Sheikh, now P4. And I think Alex Fryenstein in third position, it will do well to hold on to that third place. The gaps at the front, well, there's Adam Al-Sheikh behind that red and black motorscape cart. It's too much of a gap to bridge to these two, unless Samar Chopra pulls the pin and they start battling right away.
Yes, absolutely. And now that Henry's mentioned that, there is a... Do you know what? These two youngsters here that we're following around, and this is the front of the field, we daren't take our eyes off it because Samar Chopra is lining up Liam O'Hanlon. It's a big ask. It's a hard task to catch Liam O'Hanlon. It's an even tougher one to get by because you've got to get by in just the right place on this lap towards the checkered flag, or else he's going to, if you leave an opportunity there for Liam O'Hanlon to come back at you, he's going to come there. He is indeed the MicroMax champion-elect. He's on course to go to Portugal in November, and right now, on the penultimate lap here, Henry, he's not even hinting at challenging Liam O'Hanlon. It's going to come this time, though, surely.
And Liam O'Hanlon's not even hinting at being defensive. Now Liam O'Hanlon looks across just to his right to see where his mechanic is, and then he looks right again to see if Samar is around the outside. Here comes Samar Chopra, gets a good run out of turn number one, but O'Hanlon defends. And Samar doesn't force the issue, because he didn't want to have to back out and lose momentum through here.
I'm just watching going on behind these two. Adam Al-Sheikh was ahead of Fryenstein. Fryenstein's now got back in front and in third place. And if it wasn't for that, Adam Al-Sheikh would indeed be catching these two because they're defending, or Liam O'Hanlon's defending, and subsequently that does not give him an optimised lap time, and that allows the carts behind to catch. Now we've got Adam Al-Sheikh ahead and into third. Right, this is where Chopra... This is the only place necessarily, unless he does what's now called in the textbook, doing a Liam O'Hanlon at the final turn here at Al-Ain.
And he's trying it. Can the O'Hanlon work? Oh, he runs out of grip on the outside. Well, do you know what? Fair play.
Fair play to try that.
Yep, you've got to try it now so you know what doesn't work later on. Liam O'Hanlon, checkered flag, and Adam Al-Sheikh comes across the line. What a battle there. Al-Sheikh made the move on Fryenstein, who dropped us to 8th position. Cameron Harvey in 4th. Well, I suppose if you said to Adam Al-Sheikh, look, you're starting on the outside of the front row and you're going to finish that race third, at the start of the race, he might have taken that.
Yeah, if that was an option, wasn't it? I mean, it was unfortunate that he went off and kind of robbed. That would have been a three-car battle there between Chopra and O'Hanlon and Al-Sheikh. As it turns out, it's finished in that way. However, there was 4 seconds between Samar Chopra in second, who, I've got to say, a round of applause for having a go at the final corner. There's the result. Liam O'Hanlon with a challenging Samar Chopra in second. Adam Al-Sheikh from the back of the field after that warm-up lap contretemps, let's call it, makes his way through to third. Cameron Harvey, a very strong finish there for Cameron.
Yes.
I'm going to find out in a moment where a certain driver is. Vayapona was 5th. Adrian Faravignoli 6th. 7th place was Amar Tabatsa. And then what happened to Alexander Fryenstein? Because he was third. Scrapping it out. We'll talk about that in a moment. Tadeusz Prochaska, Enzo Falzerano, Leo Reutemann ends up 11th, Taya Baroum 12th, in 13th with Felix Uzajebjerg and Yusuf Al-Kayat in 14th with Ahmed Al-Mudaka in 15th. Great little scraps going on at the back of that grid. But I didn't notice what happened to Freienstein there, Henry. Did you catch it?
Yes, so Adam Al-Sheikh got to the inside of Alex Freienstein going into turn number 7 and turn number 8. So coming out of turn number 8 and through turn number 9, the order was Al-Sheikh 3rd, Freienstein 4th. They then all piled down towards turns 11 and 12. Coming out of those corners, that's when I sort of focused back on the leaders, because we were about to see Samar Chopra try to wrestle top spot away from Liam O'Hanlon. And it was at that point between turns 11 and turns 13 that it all went a bit Pete Tong for Alex Freienstein. He dropped from 4th to 8th. But the move that Adam Al-Sheikh pulled on Freienstein was not the move that caused Freienstein to drop down the order. 4th place for Cameron Harvey will please Gerald Aplana. Shout out to Synergy and Forbes Nichols, the Synergy team boss.
Good start to the day. Nice tactical race.
Yes, a nice tactical start to the race. Now, when you speak of tactics, this is going to be the most tactical of all the races, because there is so much more still to play for. Interesting to look. There you can see. So Benjamin Karachkovich in the black and yellow race suit is down there. His teammate, Austin Gray, white J&KD race suit, hasn't put his helmet on yet. Just behind them, sort of, just hanging on to the arms of the awning that keeps the dummy grid in shade, is LBJ Stubbs, who hasn't even put his race suit on yet. And it goes back to every driver has a ritual. You can see Lisignoli, Karachkovich, they want to be sat in their karts on their own. Gray and LBJ Stubbs happy to chat amongst themselves. Every racing driver is this. I was a sitter.
Were you
in a kart? Yep, I want to be left alone. What about you?
My karts didn't have auto start.
Oh yes,
so I had to have someone pushing me as I sat in pushed in, or I had to kind of jump in.
Yeah, right.
So I was the only thing you could be was active participant.
Actively participate. I mean, I only sat down. I mean, if I was my last pre-race cigarette, usually ended when the grid gate was like unlocked, and then I dived into the kart. That sounds about right. Maybe where did it all go wrong? Now you can see Benjamin Karachkovich there. He's on the outside. Look at the difference in the driver's relax. Karachkovich sat in his car. LBJ Stubbs still hands on his hips, black t-shirt. He's got Charlie Page's Team UK race suit on because he's got it's all down to the colour of his car. LBJ Stubbs, he's got that pink Sam Pollitt Racing graphics kit. There is another Sam Pollitt Racing graphics kit which matches LBJ Stubbs' Sam Pollitt Racing race suit and crash helmet, but the pink isn't a match, and LBJ says, well, I don't want to wear the orange graffiti one and with the pink graphics kit. So thinking of looking good as well. There he is. And look at that with his mechanic, Toby George. And that's a deliberate thing. The mechanics, and Toby is such an experienced mechanic. He has mechanicked at world level, national level.
You're talking about the tall guy in the middle of the frame there.
Yeah, who's a semi-finalist in the Mojo tyre changing contest.
Yeah, again, more importantly than anything else in his life.
But just shadow boxing with his driver. That is Toby's way of making sure that Albie doesn't get into his own head.
Just to get the blood flowing, isn't it? Just to hype him up and get the blood. To keep him moving.
To also stop him getting nervous, because
there
was a 30-point deficit. That deficit has come down by 2 points. So Albie is already up 2 points on his title rival Benjamin Karachkovich today. What better way to make sure that we don't get over nervous? We'll just mess about, have a bit of shadow boxing, give him a dig in the ribs, playfully on the dummy grid, and it works, because now Albie is putting his rib protector on. Austin Gray still looking at his kart. He starts on the outside and he gives his mechanic a quick high five as we approach the beginning of this. Now, we talk about the temperature. the temperature is as high as it has been in the last 10 days. It is absolutely roasting out there.
It is toasty-tastic.
What's the official temp?
It is
hang on.
Scorchio.
Scorchio. Hang on, I should go on to the very conservative app I use.
Europe and the UK are waking up.
Yes.
To join us. For our
currently,
heats.
And it's obviously.
Are you listening? The UK.
10:30. Currently, it's 31, but it'll be 35 by lunchtime.
Yeah, and I've seen highs of 38.
That's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's tomorrow.
It's now saying 35. This is quite a conservative app,
right?
To be honest.
So that's going to give us a track temperature of
4
45
million
to 50.
4 million, possibly. Surface of the sun is just slightly cooler than the track temperature here at LA.
So, hello England, who are joining us this morning. There's motorsport ahead of you.
Yes.
Joining us here on the UK, the UAE RMC live stream and the Karting Live TV live stream. 31 degrees here at 10:30 in the morning. I've heard it's less than 10 degrees.
Yeah, because they say all life's a circle, but actually what's also a circle is the UAE RMC.
All life's a circle.
We start in very high temperatures. Then we go through the centre of the year, or the end of the year, and it's cool again. Well, cool for here, not cool for anywhere else. It's 20 degrees, 22 degrees. We even get rain. And then at the end of the season, the temperature peaks up again.
Remember that the championship started in October. There was the invitational event here at the end of September.
Guys just said, you guys are full of it. It's 30 degrees. People have jumpers on.
He's become acclimatised, hasn't he?
You said something, life is a circle, unless, of course, you're a flat earther. In which case
They've had a very bad couple of weeks, though. Really,
they have. It's not gone well for the conspiracy flat earther theorists. Yes. Have to say, good luck to Max Payton from Geralda Plana. Thank you, Geralda, for your comments. You mentioned about a big day for motorsport. I have to say, I had to have a word with Jason Plato last night because he's busy plugging his new documentary for the British Touring Car Championship.
Well, he's done well.
Which starts in an hour in the UK. I said, whoa, Jason, my old chestnut, stick your cat clean where the sun don't shine because you want to be watching where the sun is shining.
Did you see what they've done?
All right, no, the qualifying race.
They put it on pole.
Yes, they did. They won.
Jason Plato, one of the few people we all know really well.
Yeah, but I mean,
I think we have different opinions of him as well.
I know him really well. I've been out socialising with him.
That's very dangerous. I've got a fantastic, completely unrepeatable story about him and Giancarlo Fisichella.
I have got loads of unrepeatable stories about Plato.
And I've just
got
the
involve an F1 driver, though?
I've just got the one that Jason is now being stummed because he knows that everyone's going to be watching this apart from his British Touring Car documentary.
Absolutely.
And quite right.
I tell you what, well done to him.
Yes.
I know he's got beneath the sticker, there is a big RML presence there, the Ray Racing. And but if you're going to do it, Plato knows how to do it properly. We wish him all the very best of luck in the first round of the British Touring Car Championship. That starts today, but today is all about here in the United Arab Emirates.
Absolutely.
With the final round, round 8, race day 2 of the UAE RMC. Let's have a look at the grid with Oliver Butchard, that bright green helmet, leading the field of MiniMax around to conclude their championship today, isn't it? Austin Gray alongside him. Second row of the grid is LBJ Stubbs and champion-elect at the moment, Benjamin Krachkovich. Kurt Ivanov, he's had a great couple of weekends, as clear. Francesco Lisnioli, the all-plate holder, alongside him on the third row. Fourth row of the grid is Vico Pajamaki and Max Payton, who has support back home. Hamad Faisal Almina starts on row 5 with Adam Fleury. And Mohammed Mubarak and Aaron Essan, great to see Aaron even out there after that elbow injury yesterday. And Vivan Chowan coming through and qualifying in 13th place, rounding off this MiniMax field.
Yeah, Sebastian Storer raced yesterday, wasn't entered for today. He only entered yesterday's race meeting, so we are down to 13. And I want everybody to keep their fingers, toes, whatever crossed that Aryan Eshan, driver number 112 for the Kart Advisor Academy team, that he gets the checkered flag. He is the last car with a white crash helmet, white graphics kit on the back row there. Let's just hope, because he's had a torrid couple of weeks, let's just keep our fingers crossed. He can at least end his season on a high. note.
Here we go then, out of the final turn towards the red lights, into the tram lines. Oliver Butchard for Mumbai Falcons, the orange cart, the driver with the green helmet, into the tram lines. The red lights go out. We head down to turn 1. It's first and third places as ever, as we've seen here at Al Ain, that get through the turn 1 and out of turn 1. First and second, it's Oliver Butchard and LBJ.
Benjamin Karachkovic dove to the inside the second the lights went out in a bid to stop the run from LBJ Stubbs, and he just about did it. Karachkovic has had a monstrous first couple of corners. However, this is the first time all weekend that LBJ Stubbs on track in a race situation has been in front of his title rival. Yesterday, Karachkovic led Stubbs in every race. Now it's Stubbs' chance to turn the tables. But Karachkovic, from the outside row, when you look back at that live stream, watch Karachkovic, he moved to the inside, not out of desperation, because he wanted to minimise the damage.
He knew exactly what was going to happen being on that right-hand side of the grid. Here they go then, across the line. It's a 7-lap heat here. It's Butchard, Stubbs, Karachkovic, Fleury, Faisal Almeida, Austin Grit down to 6th there. He had a torrid first lap. Max Payton 7th, Francesco Lisnioli 8th, Kurt Ivanov, Pajamaki, Mubarak, Ehsan and Chowan. That's the order of the whole field, and they're pretty much together, Henry. There's very little gap. All right, the first 3 are breaking away here, but then the rest of the pack coming through, and Austin Gray now on a bit of a recovery drive.
Yeah, because once again, Adam Fleury did a fantastic job on the first lap. Adam Fleury is the lap 1 specialist of this entire championship. Look at the way Karachkovic is closing in on LBJ Stubbs as the top 3 come through turns number 13 and into turn number 14.
You mentioned Karachkovic leading LBJ Stubbs. He led everybody yesterday. He was the driver to beat, and we had Oliver Butchard coming to the 4 at the end, and they're into second place. And making that look very easy, but that was all about momentum. Here's the Kartshop.me replay. Momentum, slipstream, and then over the bump, and then to the inside as they go into the braking area.
Just before that Kartshop.me replay began, Benjamin Karachkovic gave the signal to LBJ Stubbs, no, go forward, don't defend, let's catch Oliver Butcher. LBJ Stubbs went, okay, I'll go that. 2 seconds later, Karachkovic is up the inside and passed him. But there we go. You know what? That is game face on. They know now. LBJ Stubbs knows. Hey, there is no trusting anybody. DTA. Don't trust anyone. Karachkovic looks absolutely outstanding. I have to say
he is. He's absolutely switched it on to finish his season in commanding style. He is the champion-elect, and now on his list is the Mumbai Falcons cart of Oliver Butchard. He's in his slipstream. Is he going to do it again? He does indeed, down the inside in the braking area. And Karachkovic into the lead. Butchard's trying to come back at him. Let's have a look at this again. This is copybook from what happened on the last Kartshop.me replay. And as he just lunges to the inside on the brakes, Henry.
But you even saw Butchard thought about defending. Butchard tried to defend that one. He went a little bit closer to the inside line than off the racing line. Butchard's back in front. This is game on. LBJ Stubbs will be enjoying watching this. This is now... Okay, normally, last year I would have said this is LBJ Stubbs' wheelhouse, because this is going to be an elbows-out, British-style race. It's going to be rough and tumble. Karachkovic, though, he's got that experience of the Grand Finals, so I would say it's not Karachkovic. But Oliver Butchard, though, hang on a sec, Benjamin, that trick isn't going to work more than once.
Well, the thing is, Henry, Oliver Butchard is completely unaware of Karachkovic's gesticulations, because he was looking forward at the time. So Benjamin's got in his head, is he going to do it again? Yes, he is. He's trying. Oh, and that was narrowing the gap here. These drivers, considering we're only on lap 5 here, so there's another 5, 6, 7, 3 laps, 2.5 laps, let's say, because they're nearly halfway around the lap. Butchard is not done, though, is he?
Nope, he's not.
He's done it again. That's exactly where he done it on the previous lap.
And here
comes Stubbs.
Here we go, down in towards turn 7, the trickiest corner on this entire circuit. You're turning, braking. Karachkovic back to the inside. Austin Gray now coming into play as well. This MiniMax, I think they should just say, right, fill the fuel tanks and let them go until they run dry, because it's going to be like this all day long with a title on the line. And you know what? It's early days yet, but the battling, there has not a sticker has been swapped.
Look who's late to the party. Here comes Austin Gray. Austin Gray has caught these 3 drivers ahead of him over the bump, and he's down the inside to join his J&KD teammate. LBJ Stubbs is thinking, what can I do to defend into turn 1? He's going to have to think about closing the door. If he can get ahead of the 2 drivers in front of him, that will give him an opportunity to defend. Right now, he's the chaser.
And I did notice, because when Karachevich came across the line, he tried to gesticulate because obviously he's not happy. Oh, look, Oliver's gone. This is where Karachevich needs to calm down. This is where Ash Deer and his mechanic, Reese Wade, need to have a word say, look, you're in front, you're doing enough, it doesn't matter, you don't need to win. Let's not get too overexcited or too emotional in our head, because, you know, that can cost you big time. As things stand, Karachevich is outscoring LBJ Stubbs. This next lap is going to be one of the most important of the season for LBJ Stubbs. He has to get in front of Benjamin Karachevich on this lap, and he's a long way back at the moment in P4.
The driver that looks actually likely to maybe challenge Karachevich is his teammate Austin Gray. Whatever it was that made Austin Gray unhappy yesterday, well, it's payback time. I don't know who he was targeting in his comments, but it's payback time now, and I think all deals are off, so to speak. And if he can sniff an opportunity of getting into second place, I think he's going to go for it. Oliver Butchard has driven magnificently here under immense challenge from that driver in second place, Krachkovich, who is coming, Henry.
Yep.
Out of turn 12, it's going to be a slipstreamer. Butchard defending.
Oh, Benjamin, you're too animated. You don't need to be this. Now he goes for the move, slides wide. Here we go. Look at Gray for the cutback. Butchard's going to get the cutback. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Who is going to get it?
It's Butchard.
Oh.
It's Butchard, Oliver Butchard, and it was all about the final turn. Krachkovich, great move down the inside into the penultimate turn at turn 13. Then it gave him the ideal line. However, the inside line doesn't maximise your exit speed. Clever driving from the green helmeted driver of Oliver Butchard. When he saw what was happening, he basically optimised the line, was able to come out with momentum, and that's what got him back ahead of Karachkovich. Side-by-side action all the way to the line there. Oliver Butchard taking the win for Mumbai Falcons. Benjamin Krachkovich has to settle for a disgruntled second place, I would imagine. Austin Gray's teammate will be happy after dropping down the field, making his way back to third. LBJ Stubbs back to the drawing board, LBJ. Let's see what you can do going forward. Kurt Ivanov will be a little bit unhappy to be fifth and not being on terms with those karts ahead of him. Max Payton there coming through in sixth. Francisco Lisnioli was 7th, Vico Pajamaki 8th, Ahmed Faisal Almina in 9th. The great start from Adam Fleury, then he ends up back in 10th, not sure what happened there. Mohamed Mubarak in 11th, RNSN able to make the finish there in 12th, and then in 13th spot, Vivian Chowan rounds off 13 karts for MiniMax.
Arhan Eschen gets to the checkered flag.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Well done, Arhan. And hello to UK Hot Biz. Is that that's not Ben Uren, is it, from BizKart saying hello on the live chat? Well, whoever UK Hot Biz is.
Hello, UK Hot Biz.
Yes, I thought it said UK Hot Boys. I thought, no, that's not really going to done thing out here. But it was UK Hot Biz.
He's a chum of yours.
He is a chum of mine.
A chum?
Well, you don't know who he says.
UK
Good
Hot
morning.
Biz.
Henry, good morning.
Vietnam.
My chum.
Oh, okay, but a UK Hot
chum.
Biz. BizKarts, Ben Bab from Biz, I saw at Brands Hatch recently.
Well, that's a cheap way of getting some advertising, isn't it?
Hey, it's smart. Remember what that unnamed person called Dan Hannum said that was so important. Get a sponsor or a tagline.
Someone will read out, yeah.
That someone will read out, yes. I have to say, I spoke to both Ben Karachkovich and Albie J. Stubbs this morning, and said to the pair of them, look, what will be will be. You can control one thing. You can control your kart.
So you gave him the full Doris Day conversation. When I was trying to win a championship, Henry Baudet said to me, "Will I be first? Will I be second?"
Please stop.
Here's what Henry said.
Please stop. Please
hey,
stop.
Sarah.
Please stop. I like working here. I like covering this series. We've lasted all season. Please don't ruin it at the very end.
Yeah, no. I think you'll find there was 2-1 on the singing front there.
Yeah.
Still.
It's upsetting.
Still, we'll see what Mr. Sheffield has to say
about that singing. Why have all the cats left the circuit?
Yeah, certainly it is. But Albie said, hey, look, there's lots of tickets available the course of this year. And Ben said the same thing. This is April. And the Grand Finals are in November. Between now and November, there are a multitude of events, one-off events, international events that drivers from all over the world can go to. There we go. Now, sitting down in her standard position, that's Genevieve Leclerc, that's Jaden Hidding's mum. There we are. And of course, and there's... George Gibbons on his position, and there's I think that's Oliver Schutzman walking up in the white T-shirt as well.
Hang on.
I have noticed there's
Nick's in charge.
We have grid mums today. There's a tradition in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. The last round of the season, we celebrate all the good things that the karting mums bring to the karting paddock, all the work they do behind the scenes as mediators, as logistical organisers, sometimes as mechanics. And so
you're trying to justify your infatuation with karting mums, aren't you?
Absolutely trying to justify it.
Have you got your sweatshirt?
I have.
It's 35 degrees.
35 degrees. You're going to wear a black, thick hoodie
with I Love Kart Mums on it, just for the grid mums. Yes, I shall.
And you're on a flight tonight, aren't you?
Is the heat stroke worth it? Yes, it is. Also, I have noticed, and
is that the umbrella?
There are an awful lot of grid mums out there wearing a lot more makeup than they usually would because they know they're going to have their photos taken. Absolutely.
And there's we have live on the grid coverage as well. Henry will be down there chatting to the drivers and their parents.
We are going to set Henry upon our grid.
We are not going to set money on the grid mums.
We are going to set Henry upon the grid mums and see what that brings.
But yes, I say war paint has been applied for most of there's Alicia Canessa chatting to Genevieve. Alicia, we can see you. Give the live stream a wave, Alicia. Come on, Alicia, give us a wave.
No,
she's now shy, but we said it's her last day in the championship as a full-time driver, and as the only female driver in the UAE RMC senior Rotax class, Alicia, she's a tough cookie, is Alicia, and she's just learning now, and she's shy. She doesn't want to be on camera, but she's learnt to be more aggressive, and now today is her chance to put that aggression. Remember, Alicia, going into the corner, what are our arms got to be, Alicia? Show us. Our arms have got to be straight.
She's not listening.
She's not playing.
She is listening.
My coffee break standing has turned up, so I'm going to hand you over to Connor Clancy.
Oh, we get a new pot. Excellent.
So Joe is going
Connor, the second-hand barista.
So here we go. Now, Connor Clancy comes in. The George Gibbons team yesterday, you could see Ricky in the black T-shirt, who is hobbled by an injury this weekend. He's in a lot of pain, but I have to say that the two gentlemen at the top of the middle of the banisters there, Ricky and George Gibbons, they oversaw a perfect day for George Gibbons yesterday.
I did hear you berating them for not entering enough classes to win the team championship.
Well, that's the thing. They entered 3 out of the 6 classes. They won every class they entered yesterday. So there's George in the GGM T-shirt and his arms folded. You've got Ricky in a black T-shirt with his arms folded. Those two, and of course, all the other members of the team have worked extremely hard. And 3 wins out of 3. And Alfredo Montanari, bringer of the best coffee in the paddock, is next. And Giuseppe Montanari, he's in this race, and then he's going to join Joe on commentary.
Is he?
For the next one, yes. That was...
as long as he doesn't eat the biscuits, that's fine.
No, but I mean, Giuseppe came in, he said, I really want to try commentating, but it looks as though it's only drivers that are injured that get to do the co-commentary. And then Giuseppe said, does that mean I have to break my arm to come in and commentate?
What we need to do now to prove that isn't true is have a driver in who hasn't broken his arm.
Well, which is going to be Giuseppe Montanari.
Well, no, unfortunately, the driver sitting next to you has broken his arm.
Yes, he has. Conor Clancy, welcome back to the commentary box.
Hello.
How are you? Now, you've got Mitan Jain going for a title against Via Chopra in this race.
Yeah.
Is there any, without giving away, as a former junior champion in this class, what is the advice that you could give to Mitanj, if any?
Just get your head down and get on with it.
Get your head down. So that is it. Get your head down and get on with it. There are now 101 driver coaches who have just realised, my God, I charge my clients a lot of money to give and Conor Clancy has just put me out of work by just saying, get your head down, get on with it.
There's 5 of them outside waiting to give me a good shoeing.
Yeah. No. Emotions as a driver in the last day of the season, depending on where you are, you always want to go out on a high, don't you?
Yeah, 100%, especially if, like, for example, it's your last race in that category.
Yes, which of course it is for some of these drivers, if not most of them. Well, I don't know, there is some of them, because generally, 2 years as a junior. How many years as a junior do you spend?
Well, I moved up fairly early because I was quite tall for Mini.
Yes.
So I moved up to junior at 11 because I got special permission from Emzo. I couldn't race in Europe, but I was racing in UAE at 11. And then I left and joined senior at 14.
Okay, so you had 2.5 seasons, nearly 3 seasons as a junior. Shout out to all the mechanics of the Synergy team, to Dan, to Jerry, to Louis, to Richard, Ian Bouchard, Scouse Power to Oliver Bouchard, superb driving. Same again, yes. So Ian Bouchard cheering on Oliver after another really good win. I don't know if did you watch the previous race, that MiniMax race, Connor?
Just now?
Yes.
Yeah, because I was coaching Oliver. So.
Okay, so you were coaching Oliver.
Yeah.
You notice we're going to get started there. We'll talk about body language. You think Benjamin Kratz was a little bit overexcitable? He doesn't need to win, does he? He just needs to finish ahead of RBJ Stubbs.
I'm not sure about the championship for Mini. I've just been focusing on Oliver, so yeah, I'm not too sure about Ben and Albie.
Well, I mean, since Connor got injured, Oliver Butchard and Mumbai Falcons has absolutely shot at the order. So, I mean, Oliver's saying, can I have a go at your other wrist so that you stay being my driver coach? Here we go then. Junior Rotax heading out on to the circuit. Your starting lineup will be as follows. As they head out onto the circuit, we are minus Mohammed Faraz and Kabir Kidwai, who only entered yesterday. Savelli Kogai, Pierre Abu Diwan, row number 1. Jaden hitting yesterday's winner, and Arhan Qureshi, row number 2. Harrison Stevens, who was fastest before a nose cone penalty in qualifying P5, alongside Mitanch Jain, Mitanch P2 in the championship. He starts directly in front of P1 in the championship via Chopra. Aaron Mason, Floris Schenkenberg, Baptiste Augustine, Henry King, and Johansa Senanayake round out the top 6 rows of the grid. Ray Haber, Paul Schutzman, Gabriele Barracordi, and Giuseppe Montanari. Look at the Italian flags, 15, 16, 17, because Rafael Zagati and Romy Sabali are next up. Faris Haroun, whose clutch fell off on the outlap of qualifying, starts 19th and last. The Emirati Express, well, he needs to go from the caboose to the engine in this race. Tram lines are in, lights are out, we're off and racing, and it's a good start for Savelli Kogai, his teammate. Jane hitting, and behind them, flashing across the screen, somebody gets airborne, yellow flags are out, and we will wait and see who was involved in that. That is always the risk. There are carts pulling off at the side of the circuit. We'll get name checks on them when we can. We'll focus on there. It was a good start from the two GGM teammates, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, really good start now. P1 and 2 for Seveli Kogai and Jaden Hidding, followed by Veer Chopra, who's had a storming start from P7 up into third.
Now, I think, looking down, Paul Schutzman is up and out of his cart and walking away. That is a good sign. Aaron Mason, Floris Schenkenberg, and possibly Rafael Zagati have also been caught up.
And Matanch Jain was involved in that crash as well.
Okay, where has Mitanch come out? He's coming around the final corner now with the NASA panel flattened on the number 255 cart via Chopra. And that was a case of Mitanch on the outside of row 3 via Chopra on the inside of row 4. One escapes the incident, one doesn't. I can only see of the 3 drivers that were involved. Romy Sabali is still in the race. So Mason, Schenkenberg and Schutzman were involved. I can't see the 2 carts of Mason and Schenkenberg. I can see Schutzman's cart, and I can see Schutzman, who is up and out. He's upset, but unhurt.
Yeah, and here's the battle for the lead now. Jaden hitting up the inside of Sava Kogai. They make contact though. No crashing. Sava holds it, but here comes Veer Chopra up the inside, followed by Harrison Stevens. They've gone past Jaden. So does Henry King. Now they're side by side on the main straight. Is Henry going to be able to do him?
On the outside, crossover to the inside. Well, Jaden Hidding went for the move on his teammate. Let's have a look at the kartshot.me replay. Then Hidding realised, no, I'll back out of it. And he backed out of it just as the cavalry arrived. Now, yesterday, you were commentating with me on the junior Rotax heat race where Jaden Hidding wasn't aggressive enough, and it cost him second place, and it cost him a number of places. He did learn as the day progresses, but now, as we look at Seveli Kogai continuing to lead via Chopra, Jaden Hidding has been swamped and is back to about 9th position. He's just been passed by Faris Haroon from the back of the grid. The Emirati Express has maybe just dropped back a little bit. It's via Chopra, who is now in P2. Stevens is 3rd, and we're looking back. Mitanch Jain, P13.
Yeah, I was there. Really good start there from Veer Chopra. Again, now he's making a move for the lead now as well on Sava Kogai. So from 7th to 1st in only 3 laps. That's really good. And as you said, Jaden Hidding going backwards now.
Kartshot.me replay. What's Veer Chopra doing here? Just to the inside.
Yeah, nice late move there on Sava Kogai. Didn't see it coming.
Is that a late move? Is that because you could dive out going into turn number 1 at different places? That's about as late as you want to dive out because the driver in front of you is already starting to turn in, aren't they?
Yeah, and then, if you do it too late, then that could cause a crash.
Yeah, no, it could indeed. So Seveli Kogai hanging on to 2nd position. Harrison Stevens is there in 3rd. Update, Mitanch Jain 13th, Baptiste Augustine is 14th, Romy Sabali is 15th, 15 carts still running, and Jaden Hidding and Henry King having a bit of a territorial dispute coming out of the last corner, and it's cost them both time. Gabriel Barracordi has moved up into 6th position, but these 3, you're the single GGM kart in between 2 M&M teammates. You know that the teammates will try and work together if possible, don't you?
Yeah, 100%. If Harrison gets in front of Sava, they could push away. But Sava does look fast here. He's still on Veer, so don't count him out now. He can make another move for the lead.
Sava Kogai, I'm not using him. I'll use him as an example. If you're via Chopra, Veer Chopra is, and when you're leading a race and you're experienced at leading, you've got somebody new behind you. Does that make you a little bit more concerned? You think, this driver has not been in a position to take the lead before. Does that make you a little bit more worried that driver might do something a little bit rash because they're not used to running at the front?
Not really. I don't think that you should be nervous when anyone's behind you if they're new or not. If anything, if they're new, you should be more calm because you have more experience.
Okay, so that's a bit of reverse psychology, which is interesting. When you look around and you look at the driver number, you think, that driver I can trust, that driver maybe not so much. Is that more of a consideration?
Yeah, I suppose, but also you can't really trust anyone on track.
DTA.
Yeah, there's been times where someone said, yeah, go, I'll push you, and then just gone straight in. So.
Yes, again, you don't trust anyone. Well, I have to say, a mature drive so far from Savelli Kogai, sitting behind Via Chopra. This could be a very, very significant race in the title fight, I have to say. And it all boiled down to track position at the start. It's incredible sometimes how championships can be won or lost on those tiny little margins, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Like, I've seen so many close battles and then someone losing it just for a silly mistake. Maybe not even from them, from another driver.
Yeah, just the wrong place, wrong time. Giuseppe Montanari running in P12. Johansa Senanayake. Talk about learning. Johansa Senanayake, I'll say this now, he was excluded from the race meeting yesterday. He was excluded from yesterday's race meeting for a retaliatory punting which he admitted. And of course, so that was like, okay, you can have a rest for the rest of the day. Oh, well, we've got the number 299 car, Gabriel Barracordi, with a rear bumper hanging off. So Johansa Senanayake, as you're looking at the top two on screen, that's a valuable lesson to learn, isn't it? And everyone has gone through that. I'm sure, Connor, you've had your moments where the red mist and you've done something that you when you were younger that you wouldn't do now. Just experience.
Yeah, 100%. Like, as you gain experience, you start to think about, like, oh no, if I do that, that's just stupid. I'm just going to get, like, just a big penalty.
At the time, you were saying, I want to send you over that barrier, but it's going to cost me more.
Yeah.
Here we go. Well, let's have a look. Savelli Kogai, he was absolutely thrilled when he found out he had got pole position. Now let's see if he can win a race. The crossover move is on. Savelli backs out of it. The Savelli Kogai of rounds 1 and 2 wouldn't have backed out of that, and we would have had a crash. The Savelli Kogai of round 8 is just grown up and matured an awful lot. Here he comes. We've got 2 corners to go. Connor Clancy. Oh! And Harrison Stevens is going to come through and potentially win this race, is he? Kogai to the line, and Via Chopra is not a happy bunny with that. We cross the line behind. Let's look at the kart. And the number 299 gets a technical flag. There's going to be a kartshop.me replay here. Kogai commits. The gap is not there.
And there is sort of a gap.
There is sort of a gap, but not a George Gibbons Kart Republic size gap, though, was there? But it's the last corner, and I think...
watch it again, because it's going to come down to whether Ken thinks there's a gap or not.
Yeah, let's have a look. Connor, without trouble, Chopra defends. At this point, the move is on, and then it's not on.
Yeah, but Chopra also sort of moves left again. He moves right and then back left, so I don't know, it's a hard one. Like, he opened it up, Sava saw a gap, and then he moved back left, so... And
it's those instant reactions, isn't it? And Savelli Kogai has decided to do a lap of honour. Not quite sure why that is. He's still out there. Soaking up the atmosphere, or possibly thinking, I don't want to go and speak to the race director afterwards. Possibly. Your winner, Savelli Kogai on track via Chopra, Harrison Stevens, and Pierre Abu Diwan, P4. Ray Haber and Jaden Hidding round out your top 6. Henry King, Arhan Qureshi from 19th to 9th for Faris Haroun, and Johansa Senanayake rounds out your top 10. Giuseppe Montanari and a disappointed Mitanch Jain in 12th. Then Baptiste Augustine, Romy Sabali, Gabriele Barracordi, technical flag there at the end. Aaron Mason, Floris Schenkenberg, we do hope they're both okay. And we know Paul Schutzman is okay. And Rafael Zagati didn't make it to the start, I don't think. Connor, we're going to have a couple more guest commentators coming in, so we'll let you go temporarily. What do you say to me, without giving your secrets away, Mitanch will be disappointed. How do you boost him now before the next one?
Well, it's not over until it's over, so
exactly.
That's all he has to think about. It's only Heat 1, so yeah.
Oh, the brand new heavies, it ain't over till it's over. Who was that? It ain't over till it's over.
We can't live in your head all day.
Oh, I'm trying to think. Who said that? It ain't over till it's over. Well, you're right. It ain't over till it's over. Thank you very much, Connor. We will
Thanks,
catch
Connor.
up with you a little bit later on. We'll let you go and, get Oliver Butchard psyched up for another potential win, and to, and maybe console and condole with Mitant Jane.
Yeah, and also Liam O'Hanlon. Shout out to him.
Liam O'Hanlon's, again.
He's doing great.
And that's, even though he's in a different team, you have friends and you have drivers that you look up to in different teams, and that's a really nice thing, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Liam's like my little brother. Like, I've always been coaching him whenever I'm not driving. Like, always been supporting. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like, since he just started karting, like, yeah, we've always been quite close.
Well, that's really good because, and you don't. When do you because how old are you? You're 14, aren't you?
15.
15 now. At what age do you realise, actually, I'm a role model to some of these kids?
I don't know.
Because you are. But no, I'm saying, I'm telling you are, so you don't have to be, bashful or, modest about it. You are. At that point, you think, what I say and do really influences, and these youngsters, some of them really look up to me, and you have a power over them to mould their attitudes towards racing into your spirit. Because, and I will say this, the very first time I met Conor Clancy was at Kart Masters in 2022, where Connor's teammate crashed going under the bridge at PFI, and Connor, who was in Water Swift at the time, got out of his kart to pull in the middle of a live racetrack to pull his teammate to safety.
Full Guy Edwards.
Pardon?
Full Guy Edwards.
He went full Guy Edwards, and that was when you were 10. It was Water Swift, and so that's the first time I ever met you, pulling a teammate in their kart to safety under the bridge at PFI on a live racetrack. So yeah, you are doing a good job of moulding young drivers into Mini U. And every time I say that, your mum gets a little bit upset because she's so proud of her baby boy. There we go. Well, I'll let you go now, Connor.
Okay. Thank you.
You've embarrassed him enough.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, and that's true, though. It is absolutely true. That is where I met Conor Clancy. And you won, and he won. We gave him a special do
you know what the unsurprising part of that story is?
Yes, what's that?
There was an accident at the bridge.
Well, shock, horror.
Shock, horror. How is that? I'm going to say it because I'm not there. How has that got homologation?
Well, it may be a slightly different looking first couple of corners in the years to come. So there we go. Now, Giuseppe Montanari will hopefully be winging his way up here to join you, Joe, for the next race, which is DD2. We are...
You've created something here, haven't you? You're encouraging all of these.
It was a crash yesterday.
Young racing drivers to become commentators. And Henry, you and I are not getting any younger. We're soon going to be. The Guy Sheffield's already got an idea of having this rotation of
it's just
of
me
commentators.
and a selection of 15-year-olds.
A selection of kids who are not racing at the particular time that they're on the track.
Well, I did speak to Guy this morning. The problem is with Conor is that I can't pin him down because his race calendar, so they might have to keep us.
Ah, right. That's a bonus.
He didn't actually say keep us because Joe comes with Karting Live TV, so he might have to keep you, Henry.
there may be other kids available.
Giuseppe Montanari.
He's winging his way down here to make his commentary debut.
Yeah, but he sat down. He asked me to sit down with him last night to go through things about being a commentator, which shows he's taking it very, very seriously. Why he's asking me for tips, I have no clue.
He can stop that for a start. He's not going to get on if he's taking it seriously.
If he's taking tips from you, that's just a list of bad habits.
It's just a very...
Yes. Has he got a good lawyer?
Commentary tips, not lifestyle. Commentary tips, not lifestyle
yes.
tips, might I add.
So the first advice Henry gave was get a good lawyer for any litigious situation.
Yes, and
never worked with David Sullivan.
No. Hello. And if you get to junction 37 on the M6, the turning for Cockermouth and Rowra, keep going to Rowra. Keep going to Lark Hall, I think is the phrase that we need. An interesting race. I do hope that Floris Schenkenberg, I can see karts
obviously I wasn't lying down asleep there. I was watching that, and that's a very contentious finish to that one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
It'd be interesting to see. We'll find out from the grid in the next race what the decision was.
Yes.
But deliberate, no, but still not. 99.9% of accidents aren't deliberate, and they still get penalised.
Yes, no question. However, it's still comes under the auspice of the officials in making the decision.
Yeah, no, exactly. Hello to Mama Julio, saying go Sava. Savako, guys. So that is one of Amani Kanua's fan club for Mama Julio, and I believe Amani's late mother was called Julio. As we look, yes, Joe.
Faisal Nashko.
Yes, Faisal Nashko. Hopefully, we'll see Faisal back in the championship.
He's watching it
From Faisal from is it now? Ooh, Jordan Faisal. Is that right? Am I correct? Was it Jordan or Tunisia? Which one was I thinking?
Well,
I think
it's
Jordanian.
It's a good point. If you're watching on either of the live streams, Karting Live TV or UAE RMC, then don't just sit there and watch. Let us know you're watching and tell us where you are in the world, who you're supporting, where you're on the world, and if you have indeed got any questions that you want answering. For instance, we had a chap, or I say a chap, it could have been anybody, in yesterday asking if the carts were electric.
Yes.
No, they're not.
No.
They're petrol-engined.
Rotax,
that sort of question, fire away.
There are no stupid questions.
Nope. The Rotax do have the electric power carts. They have the E10 cart, a cadet chassis. They have the E20 for seniors, but these are all 125cc two-stroke petrol engine car. A mixture of two-stroke oil and fuel. Ooh. Not Castrol R anymore.
I know, that's one of the disappointing things. Because the greatest smell in the world is Castrol R being burnt.
Yes, it is. And
following a success. When I started bike riding in the late 80s and early 90s, because I'm very old, most people, my friends had performance two-strokes, which were all running on Castrol R, because there was no synthetic oil then.
Is Castrol R still a thing?
Yes, you can still buy it.
You can still buy it?
There's a whole lot. You can buy all sorts of heritage oils.
Really?
So you can actually run your vintage and veteran car and motorcycle on a oil that is exactly as it should be in compound and viscosity, because multi-grades don't necessarily work in old-fashioned cars. They actually need a single-grade clumpy oil. They're obviously significantly better than they were back 60 years ago, but they are a similar recipe.
And do they smell the same?
No. Castrol R, you can get Castrol R.
But Castrol R smells the same, because suddenly there is a...
Did I run Castrol R in the car, or was it actually car oils? I think I ran car oil by then.
Well, I mean, I remember having to... My first car was a 1974 Hillman Avenger, and it ran on leaded petrol.
Independent suspension at the rear in those days was very rare.
In
Not you had a Triumph TR4 from 1965 with IRS, young man.
But I had to. When I went to, of course, it ran on 4-star petrol. This was in the late 90s, so the engine had been converted. So I had to put some. It was called
hardened valve seals in. That's one for all the youngsters out there.
Redline fuel additive to go in. You put unleaded petrol in, and then add an X amount of redline fuel oil so that the
didn't wear your seals away.
Roots Group's finest 1300cc engine, disguised with a Tiger stripe and Tiger rear spoiler and mini light alloys, might I add.
Did you have both horsepower?
Pardon? And both horsepower. But I did have strengthened rear suspension arms.
Really?
Yes.
Did you?
Had it been owned by a hefty person?
No, it's because I was quite popular with the ladies. And the silence descends upon the man.
You still are, Henry.
Just as Nick Damon contemplates.
If anyone shouldn't be talking about activities in a car, it's you.
Here we go. Giuseppe Montanari is going to step into the commentary box. DD2 and DD2 Masters. We're going to have this lovely cup of coffee that Joe Bradley has provided me with, and have a long, hard word with myself about not getting us into any more trouble on the live broadcast.
Faisal Nashko joins us from Jordan. He confirms, sadly couldn't be there this weekend yet. We're looking forward to seeing you again back out here in the UARMC. Faisal, enjoy the coverage. I'm joined by a debutant debuting in the commentary box, hot-footing it from Parc Fermé because Giuseppe Montanari from the GNKD team has just finished his junior Rotax heat there. Enjoy that?
Yeah.
It's all about enjoying the racing, isn't it?
Yeah, quite eventful. So.
And it doesn't matter where you are in the field, you found somebody to race with, didn't you?
Yeah, definitely.
And it was good, exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about it. What happened?
Just a hard shot into turn 1. And
so you were involved in what we saw happen up there?
I luckily dodged
Right.
all the flying karts and
All
everything.
happened in front of you?
Yeah, I had a very poor qualifying. Qualified P16, so it all happened right in front of me.
How does that make you feel when you see that? Because I had a similar experience. My first Formula Ford race, somebody ended up spiraling in the air over my right shoulder.
Yeah.
And I've got to say, it gets your attention.
Yeah, in those situations, I think you have to be calm and aware. You just have to think 5-6 seconds in the future. Just think, where should I go if, okay, I see this kart flying in the air. Where should I position myself to sort of avoid it? So, yeah.
Yeah, you're relying upon your instincts then, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's very reactive.
Yeah, it's part of racing. And this is why we train reaction times and everything.
Yeah.
So it's just even for safety.
You invariably, your heart rate will have peaked there for
definitely.
that situation. Once you get on with it, once you get through and you settle in, go through a couple of corners, it's remarkable, but you just calm down, don't you?
Yeah, you just have to keep your mind past the crash. You can't be thinking after the crash, 2 corners after, oh, that was such a big crash and everything. You can't think that. You have to think, okay, how can I get myself to overtake? So,
That's right. You are a proper little racer, mate. This is overtake. Whoever's in front of you, you just have to get past.
Basically,
doesn't matter until there's nobody in front of you.
Yeah,
that is a very simplified explanation of how to go racing.
That's taking the magic out of it.
No, but I tell you what, Giuseppe, that was absolutely spot on. We've got DD2s here, mate. How would you like to read the grid when Nick puts it on our screen?
Yeah.
Here it comes. I'll leave you to start with the pole position. And grid, Nick will press the right button. There it is. Go ahead, Giuseppe.
So we have Marc Bassier starting pole position with Canopes in the Mumbai Falcons P2. Hamza Hashisho in the M&M kart P3 with Tyler Harris in P4, just behind his teammate. Then we have Adam Malik in the M&M kart in P5 and Saad Al-Hababi in the Mumbai Falcons. Tony Hogg starts P7 with Kyle Blockney alongside him in P8. And then we have Sami in P9 with Nicolo Cacciatore in P10, and Greg rounds out the grid.
Can I point out there
these
that...
are too good, these kids.
I'm going to point out, he didn't read out Anthony Hogg. He said Tony Hogg.
I know. Well done. Because Anthony appears on the screen, and I just automatically go Anthony, and nobody knows who I'm talking about. That was far too good, mate.
Thank you.
Get out. Right, we're about to go racing, Giuseppe. We're about to go racing in DD2. This is the primary Rotax Max kart. It's 2-ratio gearbox that these drivers have. I find it tricky enough to drive a Rotax Max kart. Adding the complexity of 2 gears. What's your thoughts on that?
Obviously, these karts have two gears, fastest category, require the most physicality, and we are about to go racing now.
Into turn 1 then, the red lights have indeed gone out, and that's Bassier on the blue NASA panelled kart now with the white side pods into turn 1 and out, and he's leading.
And amazing start by Hamza Shisho. Canopes with moves on the M&M kart, and Bassier will have to hold on to this position. And let's see now if Hashisho will try a move in these first few laps.
I was talking to Hamza's dad last night. He said he's simply got to win tomorrow. And I was like, that's a big ask, but he's simply got to win. Hamza's responded to that instruction from his father, and he really is competitive. He's perhaps the only driver that looks like he might challenge the lead here.
Yeah, basically. It seems like he has got the pace to be with Mark, obviously. He does have to be careful with the other karts, obviously, with his teammate and the Mumbai Falcons behind. So the question is, obviously in racing, as a driver's perspective, you always have to be smart. Will he work with Bassier, or will he just try and attack and try and pull away? So let's see. So
he's now the orange helmet there just behind Hamza Hashisho on the black and white kart. That's Moritz Canopes. He's aware of trying to overtake, as you've described, Giuseppe, getting ahead of the kart in front. But what you're seeing there is that the job isn't easy, because you've got to consider what's behind you as well.
Yeah, basically. I mean, he's got the M&Ms and his teammate closing on him. So surely the and a little bit of contact there, and straight.
Yeah, that's side-by-side action out of the final turn here, and that's Tyler Harris and Adam Malik duking it out. Harris making the move and getting up to fourth there. Adam Malik now fifth. Behind them's Tony Hawk, Saad Alababi, Kyle Blockley, Sami El Assad, Nicola Cacciatore, and Greg Watt running off the 11-kart field. Here's the kartshop.ma replay. What's happening here?
Yeah, just Mark didn't he just left the door open, and Hashisha just found the opportunity.
Yeah, he took the opportunity in fine style. So now we've got a role reversal here, Giuseppe. What's Mark Bassier got to do here? What's he thinking right now?
Well, he definitely has to get past Hashisha. I mean, they both got pretty good pace with each other. So he can also just work with him, but he's got a very challenging behind him. So.
We're on that 3 of 8. Is this the time of a race where you would perhaps consider working with the driver rather than challenging the driver and just playing a waiting game?
It always depends, because it also, let's say Hashisha doesn't want to work with him and just overtakes him back and back and back. They're losing about a second a lap, and Canopes can very easily just swoop past and take the race lead. So.
And the 4th place kart in that picture there, the orange and white kart, is Tyler Harris, the champion-elect here. We'll be crowning him the DD2 champion later on this afternoon. He has come back to the fore, now onto the tail of his teammate there, Maurice Canopes with the orange helmet. He's leading the Masters class as Tyler Harris, just behind these two, I think is looking for a way by.
And it doesn't seem like Hashisha wants to work with Bassier.
He's defending, is he?
Yeah, he is defending, so it doesn't look like, but it doesn't seem like the Mumbai Falcons behind him is gaining anything. They do have pretty strong pace, so yeah, I think they might battle it out just on second last lap or last lap.
Yeah, so they are playing that waiting game then just before we get towards the what I call the 2-lap mark, the 2-minute bell, if you like. And at the moment, they're managing to stay out of touch somewhat. However, that 3rd kart there, Tyler Harris, seems to have immense pace. He dropped down the order at the start of Shisho there, showing the kart in the middle of the track just to make Mark Bassier's job a little bit harder. And now Bassier comes under pressure. He's the meat in the sandwich, isn't he? He's got to try and get by Hashisho, but now Tyler Harris is coming. This is going to be good, Giuseppe.
Yeah, Harris is closing in on them, and this will be a good fight. Hashisho with very good pace and everything. Let's see how these three, I'm sure they'll battle it out. Let's see if they'll make a move in these last few laps.
I think we've got Bassier defending there, moving to the middle of the track there, just in through the kink, and then into turn number 8. He's defending Tyler Harris now. This is playing nicely into the hands of Hashisho. Hashisho's pulled out a gap. Bassier defends into turn 11, through 12. Now everybody else is joining in. They're coming up behind. Bassier down the inside. Tyler Harris round the outside. Bassier hanging on to it, Giuseppe. Can he do it much more, though?
Yeah, Hashisho's done a brilliant job at defending, and now they go side by side on the main straight. And let's see what will happen. Canopes getting, and he's got P2, and that is a brilliant move. And now we have one of the other Mumbai Falcons closing in on Tyler Harris, and now we've got everyone's closed in on now.
Yeah, that other Mumbai Falcon you mentioned, Giuseppe, was Saad Alababi, who is taking advantage of the situation ahead of him. Mark Bassier dropping to 4th now behind Boris Canopes, now into 2nd, Tyler Harris 3rd, and Bassier now finding himself behind Tyler Harris. His former teammate now just beginning to eke out as things settle down at the front. This has played nicely into the hands of Hashisho. They're going into the final lap now, Giuseppe, when they come through next time.
Yeah, I feel like the race may end this way. They've got a pretty equal gap between each each other. Hashisha with a brilliant gap, brilliant defending, and yeah, we'll see how it plays out.
Out onto the back straight there, just out of turn 1, heading down to turn 2. It's that turn 2, Giuseppe, that's faster than it looks, isn't it? You really carry a lot of speed through there.
Yeah, definitely. Also because after that turn 2, there's a sweeping, fast, flat out turn 3. So yeah, you have to carry as much speed as possible into the into turn 3, because then that determines your run through the double rights.
Shisho off into the lead then. Morris Knopp is there with the orange helmet. Tyler Harris in third, and the blue and white cart there is Mark Bassier as the leader. Shisho comes out to the final turn. The Mumbai Falcons have settled that for second and third. There's Shisho across the line. Second, Morris Knopp, third, Tyler Harris, and fourth, Mark Bassier. It's quite a typical DD2 race there, Giuseppe. It's the DD2 class always remind me more of car racing. They're a little bit less dynamic than you guys, certainly in junior Rotax. They have to, it seems, because you've got the added complexity of brakes on the front axle, gearbox, 2-ratio gearbox to consider. There's a bit more, and the fact that they're the fastest Rotax Max kart out there, there seems to be a bit more planning and a bit more thinking going into overtaking.
Yeah, much less drivers, obviously. And I think there's a lot more thinking, more just brains used to think about how can we get farther and farther, how can we get in the best position. So obviously because it's a much older class, so yeah.
Let's have a look at the results that's going to appear. I'll leave Giuseppe to take us through our results here in DD2 and DD2 Masters.
So Hamza Shisho, P1, incredible job. Canopes with that very late overtake on both of Tyler Harris and Mark Bassier. Harris in P3 and Bassier in P4. And then we have Saad Alabawi in P5, followed by Adam Malik in the M&M kart. Then we have Anthony Hogg. Anthony Hogg and Kyle Blockley in P8. And then Sami Al-Assad in the M&M kart, P9. And Nicolo Cacciatore in P10. And Greg Watt rounds out the grid.
I'm just happy I've been saying Cacciatore right all season.
Yeah,
Your Italian heritage has confirmed that for me. Yeah. And yes, you got it right the first time. It is Tony Hogg. I keep getting it wrong by saying his full name. I'm not sure he likes Anthony Hogg. That's what's on his passport, though.
That's what his mum calls him.
Yeah, exactly.
When he's in trouble.
Anthony. Giuseppe, you're quite a way off DD2s and considering racing DD2s. How old are you now?
I'm 12.
12. So you've got another couple of seasons at least in the junior category, haven't you?
Yeah, I've got about 2 seasons and then move to senior. And then usually after senior, you could go to cars, so around Clio Cup or something like that. So
is that what you got your mind set on?
We'll see.
Yeah. Whereabouts would you be considering racing the Clio? Over here in the UAE?
Yeah, I think it's quite high level in the UAE, so yeah.
So Giuseppe, do you go back to Europe over the summer, or do you stay here?
Not much, really. I don't really go to Europe now, so yeah, I just quite like it here.
Yeah, so we might see you at the Dubai Autodrome one day.
Definitely, yeah.
Almost 20 years ago, I ran about 5 cars in the UK Clio Cup Series. A little bit different.
You're not asking for money?
Sorry, well, I'm not sure about the Clio Cup scene in the UAE. Certainly, it's kind of died off in the UK. It was one of the most competitive seasons in 2007 when we
pre-qualify, wasn't it?
We had double podiums, mate. Snetterton, I had 2 drivers on the podium. You enjoyed that, Giuseppe? It's you're trying your hand at a bit of commentary there. It's
yeah.
Do we make it look easy? Be truthful.
Definitely. Yeah.
You're being nice. Yeah. You're being nice to us.
No, it is quite difficult. I mean, obviously, if it's an uneventful race, then you do have to think about how can we get the viewers to just.
You know what we talk about when it gets when the race kind of strings out. We talk about your coffee, your dad's coffee. Yeah. We talk about cake. Which got
show tunes.
Because Nick and I work in endurance racing as well, so you can imagine 24-hour races. You get to talk a little bit about everything.
Yeah.
What you must never forget if you want to continue commentary is you're just a spectator with a microphone. It's like, you know, when you're sat at home watching a race with your dad and you guys are talking about the race in front of you. It's kind of like a little bit of that, about two mates watching racing. And it's also about, think about you sat at home and what you would want to know from the commentators as they're talking about the race. And when you are sat there, that's what you've got to deliver. So think about yourself sat at home. Think about, what do I need to know about this race if I was sat at home? Because that's all I'm doing. I'm thinking, I'm at home, I'm listening to it.
So you're thinking?
Yes, I know I may not look like I'm thinking much, but it is.
Yeah.
You agree?
It definitely gets more natural over the years. I mean, I think you've been doing this for quite a while.
Oh, you're saying I'm old now, aren't you?
No. I'm seeing you're quite...
Experience. Try experience.
You've got quite a...
He's very sprightly for his age.
All right, okay.
You've got quite a lot of experience.
Quite a lot of grey experience on your head.
Tonight on Dig That Hole, we've got Giuseppe Montanari. He's going to dig a hole and jump right in.
Yeah.
What are you going to be doing now then? So you've got your pre-final coming. How do you spend the time? Well, we see Giuseppe Montanari when he's got his helmet on and his suit and he's out on track. How do you spend the day when you're not on track? Because, I mean, you spend more time off track on a race day than you do on track, don't you? So how do you keep the focus? How do you keep the concentration?
We don't really do much, honestly. I mean, just stay in the tent, just be calm, stay hydrated.
Try to stay cool.
Yeah. But don't put pressure on yourself. Don't say, because I think what I do is just don't think about the race. That's what I do. Because if you keep thinking about the race, then basically you start making scenarios in your head, And when you get to the grid, you're still thinking, and in the end, you just have so much pressure, you don't know what to do, and that will eventually lead to a bad job. So what I do is just think about something else, do something completely different. Obviously, I need to talk to my coach, do everything, learn other things, just debrief over our heats.
Yeah. And then, I've got a saying for that. I used to say to my drivers, stay away from the noise.
Yeah.
Just stay away, keep your mind clear, because you wander off into the paddock and you guys start talking amongst yourselves and you talk about such and such's engine and such has got tyres that he came off on lap 2 and he's got fresher tyres, and you start I call that old noise, and you start psyching yourself out, and that's kind of what you've explained there, isn't it? So you're staying away from that noise.
Yeah, I mean, we only talk about that a little bit. I mean, I feel like the best thing to do is obviously be calm, but also have a friend around, someone to talk to about not the racing, just talk about something completely different. Because let's say I'm talking about a restaurant or a food I ate yesterday, an example to my friend, then that actually makes me happier, because
an Italian talking about food. There's
a
surprise.
surprise. And it's a great atmosphere in your awning. The JNKD team is always very welcoming when we turn up with our cameras and stuff. And you guys, work hard and play hard, I think.
Yeah, they've also got quite a good coffee machine.
They've got an excellent coffee machine. And thank you, Dad, for us. Giuseppe, thank you very much for joining us. Yep. I hope you enjoyed it. If we come back in September and have a word and push the series, we need Karting Live TV back. Maybe, join us at one of the rounds of the series. You've left it until the final round before you said, can I have a Bashard commentary?
Nah,
so maybe next season.
It was very good. I mean, thank you a lot for the experience to commentate, obviously, on the last round of the season. So, yeah, I quite appreciate this.
Yeah. The heats is always a situation where we can allow the likes of yourself in, have a bit of practice at doing it. And you did a fine job, mate.
We just train our replace. We'll sack ourselves.
And then when we retire, you might force our retirement, though.
Thank
you, Giuseppe. I'll
Thanks,
switch you off.
Cheers.
Good luck in the race this afternoon, and keep smiling and have fun with it. Whatever happens, it's all about being out there, my son. Well done. Thank you very much. Giuseppe Montanari there. Another racing driver trying to take our jobs, Nick.
There's lots and lots of them. All we've got to do is keep their careers going and we're fine.
We're absolutely out, yes.
Is this only ever a second choice? We're never the first choice, Joe.
The thing is, Nick, everybody I know in motorsport, whether you're a race engineer, maybe not so much race engineers, but certainly commentators, we're all frustrated racing drivers, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. Or ex-racing drivers.
We've got the Senior Max coming out on track right on cue, and we've got Steph Musdef, who's supporting from Africa, guess who?
Amani Kenua, who we won't see on this screen as we go through the grid, but we will see on the next couple.
Gilles Demont, a very fine pole position representing France for Telios. Nathan Captain alongside George Nasser, championship leader on row 2 with Zain Al-Massani. Jeremy Montgomery Swan back where he belongs, in my opinion, with Ryan Qureshi alongside. Row 4 is Ryan Damadasa, Adish Mehta alongside Abdullah Al-Kheta and Eni Asachi, with Kyan Crenbull and Max Dexter on 6. Row 7 is Leith Momina and Oscar Lambert. Row 7, Enzo Tesluk and Amani Kenua. Alicia Kanisa and Manaf Al-Balushi share row 9. And row 10 will be, when it appears, row 10 is Alessandro Bigi, Ryan Carouse. Row 11 is Philip Dinu and Andrew Obaid with Arsen Dedrovic and Youssef Al-Shah. Row 12, rounding off a 24-kart field.
Yeah, apologies, I couldn't count to 20 then. Sorry about that.
Quick hello to Mwangi Kamoy, to Victor Maina, for Mama Julio. Team Amani are in the house.
And we're about to go racing with the red lights disappearing. We are indeed, and it's Gilles Demont on that black and white Telios kart. As ever, George Nasser, championship leader, slots in behind as we expected him to do from that 3rd place on the grid. And he is 2nd now, right on the bumper of Demont.
At the back of the pack, a couple of drivers running wide. There were some CRGs tripping over each other, but everybody's still in the race. Yellow flag stayed down as the leaders head towards turn 7 and turn 8. Demont on the black and white Telios kart leads championship leader George Nasser. This is going to be a huge test of mental strength for George Nasser. Yesterday, it did not go well. He thought if yesterday went well, title, signed, sealed, delivered. Didn't happen that way. The pressure, what a spin behind this Matthias de Gem Motorsport kart rotating. Was that Zain Al-Hamasani?
That's the number 395.
That is the, Zain Al-Hamasani, new leader. George Nasser, championship leader, as 3rd place now changing hands as well as Nathan Capper dives to the inside of Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Montgomery Swan down to P4. Nasser, he knows the only way he can control his own destiny is by doing stuff like this on the kartshop.me replay.
Well, he was told, go out and consolidate your championship, George. George thinks, well, the only way I can do this, or only way I can do that, is maybe just to do it from the front and just break away. We've seen him do this earlier in the season, where he has a tendency to break away from the rest of the field. While the field are left squabbling, George can break free. He's going to try and do that. At the moment, he's still got Gilles Demont for company, and perhaps Demont is lining up to do exactly what George did for him as they go out onto the main straight, heading towards turn 1. Demont not quite where he needs to be, though, Henry.
No, and we got to change for 2nd place. He's not where he needs to be now. Oh, Nathan Capper up the inside. What happened to George Nasser then? Nasser suddenly mid-corner goes wide. Watch this on the kartshop.me replay. Capper makes the move. Nasser
is a kart's width away from where he needed to be. That means he's on the sand. That means he's got no grip, and he was a passenger there, gathering it up as best he can. Nasser has gone down to 7th, Henry.
Wow, in the space of one corner. Because I was just about to say, looking really good. Leith Mumina is P6. Abdullah Al-Kheta is up there in 8th position for the Ford Abu Dhabi team. The Danilo Rossi driver. Oscar Lambert running in 10th. Nasser down to 7th. I want to say well done at the moment to Enia Sachi, who injured himself yesterday, is back hobbling around. Thumbs up though. Amani Kenua likewise. Here comes Jeremy Montgomery Swan using the 334. The crossover is on for Gilles Demont.
And Demont gets helped through by Damadasa, doesn't he?
Yep.
Damadasa's come through the field. He's up to 3rd. Jeremy Montgomery Swan made a move, great move down the inside of Demont. Demont says, no, I'm coming back in. Damadasa said, go on then, get on with it, and helped him through the gap of the next corner. Brilliant stuff.
Nathan Cappan continues to pull away at the front of Demont, of Damadasa, Montgomery Swan, Qureshi, Nasser, Mumina, Dexter, Abdullah Al-Kheta, and Amani Kenua has just broken into the top 8. P16 to P8 for Kinua. And there is Rayan Qureshi running wide in the. This is a great race.
Demont has gone back into second.
Yep.
Cappan has checked out. He says, thanks, lads. You continue duking it out as Demont defends down the inside into turn 1. Darmadasa joins him, and behind Darmadasa, Jeremy Montgomery Swan, and now has George Nasser, who's composed himself, getting back on the programme of consolidating his championship after that slide wide. And now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 carts in a train for that second spot.
I will make a prediction at the moment. Amani Kinua has just joined the back of this train for second position. And Amani Kinua will not stay at the back of this train for long. That would be my prediction. He is now settling behind a very, very impressive number 340 of Laith Mumina. Here we go. Demont defends, and George Nassar, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place now, is George Nassar, because he's got drivers in front of him and behind him. Every time he moves offline to maybe set up a pass, he runs the risk of being swamped, because Demont is now hugging the inside line. This is defensive now. Demont has laid his cards out. I am defending until the end of this race.
Looks like the case. Jules Demont then doing a Gilles Villeneuve from the 1981 Spanish Grand Prix.
Ooh, yes.
Doing that in fine style here. This is the textbook on defensive driving here at the Al Ain Raceway. And Jules Demont making it very, very hard for Darmadasa, who's clearly got pace to maybe challenge, but Demont has got to be offline. Darmadasa can't afford to go offline, to go on the outside of any of the corners here, because it's very, very sandy. And as we saw George Nasser discover, very, very gripless. Darmadasa maybe eases the pressure as Demont defends again, Henry.
Yep, well, I mean he set his stall out. I'm not saying that Tadios Kart is handling as badly as Gilles Villeneuve's Ferrari did back at Harama all those years ago. It is not a black and white tank, but it does have a fair amount of waft under the hood, as Villeneuve did back in the day. Darmadasa, who's playing Jacques Lafitte and who's playing Alan Jones is all I want to know.
Well, Carlos Reutemann's in there as well.
Well, yeah. There we go. We just lost 90% of the audience, but the 10% was still with us. So suddenly getting all misty-eyed.
Yeah, absolutely. Rose-tinted their glasses, of course, back in the. We're talking about 1981 Formula One here,
yes.
But we're back to 2026 here, and the 25-26 UAE RMC. Jules Demont for the last couple of laps has had Darmadasa glued to his bumper. He's not so glued now, and maybe Darmadasa's taken a bit of a breather. It'll be 7 laps completed, which means Nathan Cappan, as he comes underneath us, will go into the final lap, as will this lot here.
Yes, and the group has grown. Behind them, Amani Kinua passes Laith Muminar for 7th position. Jules Demont on the brakes. Again, we're seeing, this is a great defensive drive from Jules Demont. Is he moving around and blocking? No. Is he just positioning his kart in a position where that nobody could get past him without taking a risk? Yes. You know, he wouldn't be doing this if it was a straight one-on-one fight. He can only do this because there's such a big group, and he knows that the drivers behind, if they move offline, they run the risk of getting swamped. Abdullah Al-Qaita having a really strong run as well. And Alicia Canessa is moving back into the top 15. She's finally realised, don't let the boys bully you by getting to the inside. You've got to have strong, straight arms, Alicia, and it's working for her.
As Nathan Cappan comes underneath us, we'll see him cross the line any moment now. There he goes, takes the heat win for Senior Max, and Jules Demont does indeed do a Gilles Villeneuve and hangs on to second as Darmadasa is through in third, Montgomery Swan fourth, George Nasser consolidating his championship with a top 5 finish, and importantly, right there, very, very close to Darmadasa, the championship challenger.
Yeah, very, very strong, entertaining race for second position. Now, we'll have a look there. Cappan wins by 4 seconds over Jules Demont, and the gap, let's have a look, 4.026 is the gap from Demont in second place. Darmadasa, Montgomery Swan, Nassar Qureshi, then it's Amani Kinua, Max Dexter, Oscar Lambert, 1.8 seconds between second, 1.4 seconds between second and ninth. Laith Muminar finishes 10th, and still at the back of that train, Abdullah Al-Qaita, Kian Crayenbull in 12th and 13th. So really, from second to 12th, Jules Demont holding off 10 drivers. Ryan Cairus, Alicia Canessa, Alessandro Bigi, Enia Sarchi, hobbled with an ankle injury. Well done, Enia. Adish Mehta, Andrew Obeid in 18th position. Arsen Jolovic, then Yusuf Al-Shah, Philippe Dinu, Enzo Tesluk, Manaf Al-Balushi, and sadly Zain El-Hamassani after an earlier spin. I wonder if the number 395 car had that spin, dropped the back and thought, tyres. What did my teammate Pierre Abu Dhabi do in juniors yesterday on fresher tyres? Oh yeah, he went from 20th to 2nd. Can you believe this, gentlemen? That was the very last heat of the 2025-2026 season. Is there a violin anywhere as we bemoan our coming towards the end of this fantastic championship?
For anyone watching, of course, the in Europe, the UAE season goes across the calendar year, a bit like a football season.
Yes.
So 25-26. The season started in September with the Invitational, the first round back in October here at the Al Ain Raceway. We then went to Al Fassan in November. In December, back here at Al Ain. Dubai Cardrome, we visited for 2 rounds in January, and then we went to that quite unique experience of racing on the Grand Prix track, the Formula One track at Yas Marina, part of that track becoming a kart track. Back here to conclude, the reason why we don't race across the summer months in the UAE is because we're in the Middle East.
Yes.
And in the Middle East, we get temperatures towards 50 degrees, so it's quite
it would be
unsafe.
A bit. It would be unsafe to race in the summer months out here.
So the sporting season is across those European winter months. It does cool off here. It cools off to a chilly 20 degrees at times. We had a spot of rain. We've had just last weekend. For round 6 and 7, was it round 7 on the Sunday where we had the rain delay?
Yeah, we've had. Well, despite the fact that we as British people, we've still had plenty of weather to talk about. We had the sandstorm at round 2.
We did. We had a delay for a sandstorm. Yeah,
that was the end of the event. The thing about the sandstorm, which I tell people they don't believe, I had to go out and rescue the cameras during the sandstorm.
That's right.
And I got a noise alert on my watch that doesn't go off when I'm in the pit lane.
Wow!
So the sandstorm was noisier than a GT3 engine starting up.
It's. I mean, I will. I mean, I'm not saying that the folks back home in the UK watching this in their 10 degrees, I don't open a vein and start bleeding. Your heart bleeds me. But there was a time earlier this week where I had to put a long sleeve top on.
Ooh. Really? I've never put long sleeves on since I got off the plane.
It was a traumatic moment. That half an hour where I had to put a coat on.
When was that?
When it was pouring with rain, but it was still 20 degrees. But I didn't want to get my elbows wet, so I had to put a jacket on for half an hour.
It's very delicate.
Oh yes.
It's far from Wales, isn't it?
Soft lefties, what I am. Emerson McAndrew Uren saying good morning, guys. Can I just say, new Tony Kart factory driver Emerson McAndrew Uren on the live chat.
So is he a strawberry driver now?
No, he's a Tony Kart driver.
Oh, so where's he gone?
He's gone to he has gone to what used to, well, it's very different. It's different now because, again, there's so many competitive different teams at the top level. The Tony Kart factory team were it's like being handed the keys to the number 27 Ferrari.
So when you say Tony Kart factory team
in WSK,
right, okay, not the British Championships.
Oh no, he gets this WSK and the FIA. Richly deserved Emerson McAndrew Uren, who comes on to say congratulations to Liam O'Hanlon. Now, this is 11-year-old, 12-year-old Emerson McAndrew Uren. Special mention, and this I'm quoting him. Special mention to Liam O'Hanlon on becoming champion and how he stepped it up so hard this year and really deserves his title. Eloquence personified. It's almost as if the work that we do, Joe, in helping these kids is working and turning them into responsible, potentially well-spoken young adults.
I'm getting consistently surprised by all these kids.
It's incredible, isn't it?
They do.
The level of maturity is ridiculous.
I mean, I know that Emerson's dad, Wayne, and Mum Sarah might have had something to do with the upbringing.
No, it was entirely your commentary. That you have single-handedly kept the kept the streets safe for most of Europe just by your kart commentary, Henry.
So no, congratulations to Emerson. I know that the start of his Tony Kart Factory career has been it's been a baptism of fire, but he has shown an incredible pace. Tony Kart, Mr. Rabatzi, does not pick drivers based on a one-off fast race. They spot talent a mile off.
Well, it's not a gamble, is it?
It's not a gamble.
He's pretty impressive all season long last year, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yes.
Again, Britain easily. Last year the UK had Jacob Ashcroft and Emerson McAndrew-Uren both in the conversation as the #1 junior and mini driver in the world of karting. They're both in that conversation last year. And Emerson, well, hopefully we'll see Emerson around the British tracks. He's going to try and race for Dan Holland Racing, I'm sure, his spiritual home in the UK, for as long as possible. And, of course, Dan Holland Racing, they run the Lando Norris chassis, which is, in effect,
an OTK.
It's a blue Tony kart.
Yeah, well, it is. They're all different coloured Tony karts, aren't they?
But there we go. And Emerson is watching on. And, again, but even... Liam has only come to the UK, but this shows what a community, a global community and a global family we have in karting. That you've got Emerson McAndrew.
Well, I think what it is, we as old men wander around the pit lane with these young kids running around having a great time getting under our feet, but not realising they're actually forming lifelong friendships.
Yeah, yes.
And we think, kids playing with the football. Well, they should, there they are on the scooter.
Well, so are we saying that Emerson has monitored Liam O'Hanlon's season via our live streams?
We are. We're saying that exact thing. And also, when Liam has come to the UK during the summer months to have a couple of races, Emerson has worked and watched and become friends with Liam that way. And it goes back to what we're saying when I was with Connor Clancy. Connor, who was also with Liam, and Connor was too modest to say it himself. But yeah, Connor is a role model. Emerson is a role model. In a couple of years, Liam O'Hanlon will be a role model for a driver who has not yet sat in a go-kart. But that will happen. And these young men and women, very early on, they understand that their actions, what they say, how they conduct themselves, influence the behaviour of the drivers who look up at them as superstars. Because there is a man in a Paralympic cap on the spectator balcony with the finest set of handlebar moustaches I have ever seen. In fact, the best set of handlebars, where he's hiding behind in the white cap there.
I'll tell you something, guys.
I had a rally chopper once that the handlebars weren't as impressive as that moustache.
I'll tell you something. The lack of people on that balcony pretty much all day long indicates to me just how hot it is out there.
Absolutely. Mr. Parolin, I can see you behind Jacob Robinson there. Please step aside so we can observe the finest top lip plumage. There it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done.
What a beautiful thing to see. Don't turn around. No, the other way, Mr. Parolin.
Turn around.
Don't turn your back to us. There. He's gone all shy. You can still see the tips coming out of the side of the moustache. However, her sweet, I think, is the word.
You missed a chance there. Given how musical, you don't turn around.
I got Aswad in yesterday.
Eddie Grant is it don't turn around?
Pardon?
Eddie Grant don't turn around.
No, Aswad. Don't turn around.
Aswad, he's already done that one.
Eddie Grant was the answer to the gentleman who asked whether the carts were electric. Because Eddie Grant was, we're gonna walk down to Electric Avenue.
Look, see?
And we take it higher. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you for your efforts in top lip sun protection. You have my eternal gratitude.
Right.
There's back to the go-kart.
Yeah, I kind of thought that might be the best thing to do at that point.
Well, Emerson McAndrew-Uren is going to be watching intently here because young Liam O'Hanlon is about to start the pre-final where he left off in the heats, and that's at the very front of this field. Remember, he took the heat win from Samar Chopra. Adam El-Sheikh with probably the drive of the heat from the back of the grid after spinning off on the formation lap there and then having that chore of coming from 15th through to 3rd. It was a fine drive from Cameron Harvey, wasn't it? All the way through as well, the whole race under immense pressure in that mid-pack there. Adrian Faravignoli will line up in 5th. Amar Tabatsa. Alexander Feinstein. He had a bit of a character building heat. He was there in the top 4. Had a look at. He was in 3rd for a little bit.
3rd going into the last lap.
Ended up in 7th at the end.
Yeah, it was the last couple of corners that did for Alexander Freienstein in there. Now, he did finish 8th on the road, which tells me that somebody had a penalty. We talked about the kids having football. Yes, there was... How kids entertain themselves in the paddock. It was like a rubber belt, a big rubber belt that you would get with the teeth on it, and there were 4 young drivers throwing the belt up in the air like a circular belt, and the shape in which it landed, the game was to try and see which track it would be best, which kart track would be best. So it did, who would the belt would land and also twisted up, and they would say, that looks like Suzuka, that looks like Zandvoort, or that would be a good kart track. And I will say that was Leo Reutemann, who runs with the Israeli flag next to his name. There was Vaibhav Ponna, who runs with the Indian flag next to his name. And there was Tayab Haroon, who runs with the United Arab Emirates flag next to his name. Those 3 youngsters... Oh, Adrian Forovignoli was the 4th one, who runs with the French flag next to his name. And those 4 youngsters were playing this game in the paddock. Just goes to show, maybe, just maybe, we should have 8-year-olds run the world and everyone would be happy.
Well, everyone would be as happy as Leo Reutemann.
There'd be more jelly.
He's probably jelly for everyone.
Absolutely.
Yes. And everyone would be smiling like Leo Reutemann. Leo Reutemann was in our paddock show yesterday. He's probably the happiest interview I've ever seen us do in the history of not just Karting Live TV, but motorsport.
Because he's here with his friends.
He was up. He was just delighted, and he wasn't just delighted about. No disrespect, Henry. He wasn't just delighted about being interviewed by you. When he came in yesterday to steal our biscuits,
yes,
he was still smiling and happy.
Yep, he was.
Here is the grid then, the official grid for the MicroMax pre-final. Liam O'Hanlon on the pole. Championship challenger Samar Chopra alongside. It's all about second place though in this one. Adam El-Sheikh is that all-important 3rd place with Cameron Harvey alongside. Row 3 is Adrian Faravignoli and Amar Tabatsa. Row 4 is Alexander Feinstein and Tadeusz Prochaska, with Enzo Falzerano and Leo Reutemann sharing 5. Row 6 is Vaya Ponna and Felix Sousa Jebjerg, with Tayyip Aroum, Yusuf Al-Kayat having a ball there, and Ahmed Al-Mudaka. Those 3 drivers trailing around at the back of the grid, they will develop, they will get faster and faster. You can see it. You can see it all weekend. Yes. They're getting closer to the pack as we've gone through the last couple of weekends.
And there's one thing missing from Yusuf Al-Kayat's kart today that it had on yesterday, and that is the yellow number plate with the black cross, signifying that Yusuf is a novice. He has now done enough race meetings to get his license signed off by Enzo and by Ken Potter, our race director here, that he does no longer have to wear his novice plates. He had his oh no, there's a kart pulling off at the side. Is that an Ital Middle East kart pulling off at the sid of the track? That's not Tadeusz Prochaska. Oh, hang on a sec. He's got a marshal now helping him. Maybe. Did the engine just cut out? Did the engine cut out? The marshal's doing this very, very bad. Oh, that's a...
Well, he's about to miss the start, Henry, as we've got the field coming through the final turn and heading towards the lights that are at the moment shining brightly and shining red. The carts peel off into the tram lines. Samar Chopra looking across towards Liam O'Hanlon, who gets into the lead, and there it is, Adam El-Sheikh from that all-important 3rd place right there on his rear bumper into and out of turn 1, and it's Cameron Harvey. Is he the driver that's taken up the 3rd place?
No.
I think it is, or is Adrian Faravignoli?
It's a CRG of Adrian Faravignoli. Yeah. I think, we Enzo Falzerano and possibly Yusuf Al-Kayat ran very, very wide at the first first corner. They're at the back of the pack as for Vignole losing out. You could just see moving into third position is the number 77 kart of Alex Fryenstein, O'Hanlon and Chopra. O'Hanlon and Al Sheikh lead the way. That was an awful start on the outside from Samar Chopra. He's given himself a lot of work to do. However, 8 laps, there is time. All the these two drivers now, they have sussed each other out.
Yes.
They know each other's strengths and weaknesses around this circuit better than anybody else.
Like I said in the heat, everyone knows if you're going to overtake Liam O'Hanlon, you've got to do it pretty much at the final corner. Because if you do it 2 laps before the end, he's going to come back at you.
Yes.
And you're going to have to do it all again. And that's what we're seeing now with Adam El Sheikh being very, very clever, showing very intelligent drive here from Adam El Sheikh from the XL team and following Liam O'Hanlon round in his wheel tracks. However, it's 8 laps of racing here as these two continue to just eke out a bit of a gap from Alexander Fryenstein, who once again showing competitiveness and being in the top 3. Hopefully this time he can stay there.
But of course, yesterday after the final, obviously there were emotions. Adam Al Sheikh in his interview said, I just defended and I thought I defended enough and I just didn't defend enough into the final corner. And I said, but you now know what you need to do, tomorrow.
Going forward, yeah.
And Adam looked at me and smiled and went, oh, yeah, I know. And I looked across at Liam and Liam smiled as well.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
It is great. It is great.
We're talking about under 10s here.
Yeah.
And the fact that, we're talking about a racing rivalry that, you get this at the very top level of the sport. In the likes of Formula One, IndyCar, and the rest in car racing. And it's exactly the same concept, what we're seeing here from these youngsters. Absolute racing rivalry going on out there.
Behind these two, there is a gap of a second to third place Alex Fryenstein. Cameron Harvey make that Alex Fryenstein in third place and Samar Chopra now in fourth, with Harvey, Fora Vignole, Tabatsa and Vaibhav Ponna next up. Last night, we were playing darts in the restaurant last night, and Vaibhav's family were having a meal. They were speaking with Debbie Hansen, and Vaibhav was trying to throw some darts. And, here we go. We'll talk about Vaibhav Ponna's darting career after we talk about Samar Chopra moving up to third position. And Vaibhav, who's very, very small, was jumping and throwing the darts, which had all sorts of hazardous warnings all over it.
There's Fryenstein being overtaken by not just one kart, but 2. Cameron Harvey going through with Chopra as well. Now then, Chopra, if he stays where he is, he's going to be in that very valuable third spot on the grid, which is where we saw him start. We started in second. Adam El Sheikh was started in third, and it was Adam El Sheikh who was able to get straight onto the pole sitters bumper, which is where he remains. And I think Henry's going to remain there for the next 4.5 laps.
Yes, because P2 did not work well for Samar Chopra at the start of this race. There's a gap of 1.6 seconds between the two karts on our screens now, the 22 George Gibbons kart, and there is a perfect example of how fast these 8 and 9-year-olds are driving. As they went down the back straight, there was a white people carrier driving down one of the access roads. That white people carrier was probably doing about 30 miles an hour, and the 8-9-year-olds flashed past it in their 60 miles an hour MicroMax karts. Incredible.
Under 10 years old.
Great visual.
And doing 60 miles an hour into a braking, into a corner that requires hard braking. This is not that part of the track, though. This is the very technical infield section of turn 6. We go through a slight kink. I don't know what the primary line is through that section there. I do not know after that section we had on the karts here. It's a very technical track here.
Yeah, we all know that. We saw your lap times.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't talked about that yet. Through turn 10, on towards through 11 and 12. And with 5 laps completed next time by, we see Adam El Sheikh quite happy to sit in the wheel tracks of O'Hanlon. And I think we're going to see Adam El Sheikh maybe not think about overtaking O'Hanlon until the final corner sequences of this track.
Yeah, and we talk about we don't have favourites at all. Adam El Sheikh needs to beat Liam O'Hanlon in this race or the next race in a battle like this. These two have locked horns. I think it's been the last 4 or 5 races we've seen. It's come down to these two drivers battling. Apart from this morning when Al Sheikh, of course, had his problem on the start on the start of the rolling lap. Every single time we've had this one-on-one situation, be it Al Sheikh leading O'Hanlon or O'Hanlon leading Al Sheikh up until the end, O'Hanlon has always come out on top. Adam Al Sheikh, I think for Adam...
Needs that for his head, doesn't he?
He needs that for his head. Because again, you know, he knows he's good. You could tell him he's good, but he needs to come out on top of a 101 scrap from Liam O'Hanlon to give himself that little bit of a boost so his head doesn't get down, that's all.
2 laps to go as they come out of the final turn, crossing the line to complete 6 laps of this 8-lap pre-final. Liam O'Hanlon leads, Adam El Sheikh following in his wheel tracks. When's he going to make the move? Here it comes now. A little bit early, I thought. O'Hanlon is now aware of where the challenge might strike. This is going to be an absolute nail-biter for everyone. It is for us, and we've got nothing invested in these 2 youngsters. We're just here for the entertainment. If you're any of these parents out there on the sideline watching this, hearts in mouths, tension rising, a lap and a half remaining.
But of course, maybe, just maybe, that's where Adam wants Liam to think he's going to make a move. Maybe, just maybe, Rob Ganari and the rest of the XL team have been working with Adam saying, right, this is where we're going to make the move, but we're not going to show our cards until right at the very end. We're going to give a little couple of false, we're going to throw some red herrings at them because that is where we want to make our move.
And this is where O'Hanlon came back at him. O'Hanlon, I've got to say, very cool head on that young man. Adam El Sheikh leads for the first time. 7 laps completed. Into the final lap here. Defensive line into turn 1 from El Sheikh. O'Hanlon follows in his wheel tracks now. Role reversal here. It's O'Hanlon trying to hurry O'Sheikh into a mistake. Is he going to make it? Oh, they almost come together now. It's on the infield section of 4 and 5. Through turn 6, it's all to play for, Henry.
Yeah, O'Hanlon got to the inside, and Adam Al Sheikh, he held it on the outside just long enough to not spoil his momentum. So Adam Al Sheikh, smart driving. Yes, he's lost the lead, but he is close enough. It's going to come down to the final 2 corners. Al Sheikh needs a perfect run through these 2 left-handers. Does he get it? That's good, but it's maybe not good enough.
He's just not close enough to pick up the slipstream. And that is the biggest gap since this race began. And they are at the final corner. It's going to be Liam O'Hanlon with a 100% record so far. He took the heat win. He's took the pre-final win. He's going to start on pole position. Adam El Sheikh is going to start alongside, and he's going to swap positions with Samar Chopra, who started this one alongside. Here's the move back.
Yeah, O'Hanlon to the inside. Now, that is the moment that Adam Al Sheikh just lost the track position. He couldn't have really done anything. O'Hanlon, he got to the inside. I know that, you know, the tin opener that you refer to, Liam O'Hanlon, well, he maybe didn't use it, but he certainly did flash the cutlery drawer at Adam Al Sheikh.
There is the official result then of the MicroMax pre-final. Liam O'Hanlon takes a very, very competitive win there with Adam Al Sheikh challenging for the win there all the way to the flag. Samar Chopra came through to 3rd. Amar Tabatse, he's got to be happy with that, young Amar, hasn't he?
Yes.
With 4th. Alexander Feinstein finishes a little bit further up than he did in the heat. He'll be happy with that. Via Ponna, a strong 6th place finish for him. 7th is Tayyab Haroun with Leo Reutmann 8th. Cameron Harvey dropped in 9th place after being in the top 4. Felix Zuzajebjerg in 10th. Enzo Falzerano, Ahmad Al-Madaka in 12th. And then Yusuf Al-Kayat, Adrian Faravignoli dropped down.
Tayyab Haroun and the number 27 of Felix Sousa Jebjerg, both getting 3-second penalties, being out of the tram lines at the start. You say about Cameron Harvey dropping back. Cameron Harvey and Adrian Faravignoli were quite close together on the circuit, battling for 4th place. Harvey finishing down the order and Faravignoli not finishing. No one has ever accused me of being a genius. However, I would put 2 and 2 together and come up with possibly a number between 3 and 5.
That's called a clue, isn't it?
Yes. I've been called clueless, but I can pick up a clue every once and a while. As we conclude, well, one race to go in MicroMax, and now this is the penultimate episode in the season-long soap opera that has been Junior MiniMax. And I'm looking at the starting lineup. Benjamin Karachkovich, who finished second on the road in the heat race, is starting not. That is the second place kart on the grid. It is a JNKD kart, but it's not the number 183 JNKD kart of Karachkovich. It's the 177 JNKD kart of Austin Gray. You can see Ben Karachkovich putting the black and gold Team UAE race suit on, and you can see him putting his neck brace on. He's about to sit in his kart. There he does. From the outside of the fourth row of the grid.
So what would that have been, a 5-second penalty?
It could have been a 5-second, a 5-place penalty, possibly a 5-second penalty for something, which means...
my brain's gone. He did win the first one, didn't he?
He came second behind Oliver Butchard.
Butchard won, yes, and he was second, yes.
Which means that LBJ Stubbs has gained another couple of points. This is the penultimate race of the season. Stubbs.
Where's Stubbs in that?
He'll be starting third.
Well, that's even better.
Yes, because Stubbs finished fourth on the road.
So now he's on the better side as well.
Yes, so he's not only gained a couple of points on his title rival, but he's now starting on the preferred side of the grid.
Interesting.
But again, look at the differences. Karachkovich already sat in the kart, focusing. Austin Gray just pushing around with his mechanic. LBJ Stubbs, just arms, behind his back, race suit not even on.
Certainly a picture of relaxation.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a deliberate thing. And you've got Toby George there with his hands in there. Now, if Toby senses that Albie's getting a little bit nervous, then you'll watch maybe a bit of shadow boxing, a bit of play fighting, to keep these drivers relaxed. Because, of course, we're getting excited. But imagine if you are 11 and you have got a ticket to the Grand Finals to represent the country. Yeah, how on earth do you control and contain those emotions? Well, that is where driver coaches and mechanics come in to play. Parents at this stage are not as useful. Why? Who listens to mum and dad when they're in that situation? Sometimes mums and dads, whatever, no. So you get a third party in. You get a third party who is not, you're more than likely to listen to a mechanic or a driver than a parent at this
parents
point.
have no credibility.
Even parents that have raced have no credibility.
No credibility if you're a parent.
It sounds stupid. Robin Raikkonen, whose races, his dad Kimi is his mechanic.
I've heard he was quite good.
However, but even so, Kimi has another person to help Robin because.
Well, in fairness, Kimi doesn't ever say anything. So how can he give me advice?
but of course, but Kimi says, look, sometimes he won't listen to Dad. It doesn't matter that Dad is an ex-Formula 1 world champion. He's still Dad. That's the most. That's what Robin doesn't do. Hello, Formula 1 world champion Kimi Räikkönen. He goes, "Hi, Dad." And sometimes, and we're all fathers here. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't matter what Dad says; it's wrong, even when it's not.
Mika Häkkinen's kids his daughter's just transitioned out of karting into cars.
I've heard he's got a really, really close new best friend called Paul Bainbridge. Is that correct?
He's got a brand new friend. Paul Bainbridge is his best mate.
Best mate, I've heard that.
Exchanged numbers. They're friends on Facebook now and Instagram. They're swapping pictures between each other.
Can I say that the photograph that I have seen of Mika Häkkinen and Karting Northeast Paul Bainbridge taken last weekend or 2 weekends ago at Karting Northeast at Warden Law is a very happy Paul Bainbridge in his full Karting Northeast outfit and an absolutely frozen looking Mika Häkkinen sort of smiling through the icicles, and Mika Häkkinen's from Finland.
It was cold.
Well, that is northeast. Very near Hull,
Very near Hull, apparently, according to Nick. Yes, very. We look forward to seeing how his son David. Daniel, is it?
Daniel Häkkinen.
Daniel Häkkinen. Look out for that name.
And Ella is his daughter.
She's pretty quick as well.
She's in cars now, isn't she?
Yeah, she's just moved into cars.
Daniel Häkkinen, who says to me, "Can I be?" I met him at the Golden Trophy. He goes, "Can I be called Bob?" I was like, okay. He was like, I want to be called Bob.
Why does he want to be called Bob? Is he a Blackadder fan?
Just because for some reason, Daniel Hackett seems to be one of these kids that has just got a spark about him. And I went to Mika and I said, look, Daniel wants to be called Bob. So if you hear me calling Bob, please don't have a go at me. I'm just doing what your son says. And Mika looked at me, okay. Why Bob? And I was like, news to me. He just says, can I be called
It's
Bob?
like a Mika Hakkinen story.
Go on then.
Well, you've obviously worked in the same pit lane as him.
This is a Mika Hakkinen. Well, the thing about Mika Hakkinen is everyone thought he was very strange when he was younger. And then he's turned out to be a very bright, very clever man moving forward. But the story is he was living in Monaco and he moved flat. And McLaren were trying to get hold of him. They knew he'd moved. They were trying to get hold of him. So they were ringing him, trying to get hold of him. They wanted him to do a test. They couldn't get hold of him. Couldn't know what was going on. So eventually they sent a man round to his flat, and there was Mika relaxing as ever, just like, having a late day. Mika, we've been trying to get hold of you for 5 days. You haven't answered. This is before mobile phones. You haven't answered the phone. Why is that? He said, well, the phone hasn't rung. Going, but what do you mean the phone hasn't rung? And he literally, he just taken the phone from his old apartment to the new apartment. Hadn't rung.
Well, yeah, no.
Do you want to hear my Mika Hakkinen story?
Yep, we've got about a minute.
We got very drunk at the Autosport Awards.
Why are all your stories we got very drunk?
Yes.
Joe Bradley's autobiography, I got drunk with.
Yeah. ...
Yeah. Looking down, there's a picture of me, like Austin Gray. There we are. 1 minute before the race starts. Austin Gray,
Put your feet up, son.
Yeah, put your feet up. Don't worry. Just, mechanic's like, okay, Austin. Okay. Oh, does he need his suit?
Extreme stretching.
He's getting some blood flow.
No, so Austin Gray's got the boots that have got these little circles on them that tighten and loosen the boots that help with the laces. I'm sure that's what it is, or the fact that he's just a show-off. Has he got... It's not an Alpine Stars boot. I can't... it might be. Who knows?
You are allowed to say a different brand, by the way.
I am allowed to, but I choose not to.
Dionysi. There we are. You said it. RST. Sparko, yep.
Other brands of race
Nike.
boots are available.
Puma.
Sorry.
You can almost see it as a man coming to remove your free Alpenstars gear.
I have to say, when I was... The Puma, of course, Puma make trainers and what have you. I used to call them Pummers because when I was younger, and I was like,
is that because you're Welsh?
No, it's because I didn't. And I said, and I do remember saying, but Mum, Dad, why is a Pummer not got a tail? It's only got a bum. That because the Pumas have not got tails, have they? Puma. Oh, is that the Manx cat? It was. I thought a puma.
Puma's got
Pumas
tails.
are wild cats.
I thought that a
And they
puma
have
didn't
tails.
have a tail. I said a puma hasn't got a tail. It's only got a bum. That was my 7-year-old.
Shall I?
Thank goodness this race is about to start.
Shall I drag us back into some semblance of professionalism here as
Possibly.
we're about to release the MiniMax class? Henry, you've already mentioned that penalty that was given to Benjamin Krajkovic from the heat result. He's going to start on the 4th row of the grid here. I'm pretty sure he's going to be up in the top 3 in very, very quickly. It's going to be Oliver Butchard, though, who starts on the pole position. Austin Gray alongside. LBJ Stubbs, expect him to be glued to that rear bumper of Butchard through turn 1. Kurt Ivanov moves up the order to 4th. Max Payton and Francesco Lignoli start on row 3, and they're on row 4. Vico Pajamaki with Benjamin Krajkovic, championship leader, alongside. Row 5 is Ahmad Faisal Elmina and Adam Fleury, with on row 6 Mohammed Mubarak and Aaron Essen, with 13 carts being rounded off by Vivian Churn. And we've got them already on the back straight with Oliver Butchard. It's the big Merseyside derby this afternoon. It's kicking off at 5 o'clok. Oliver's dad, Gavin, will
Tram
be...
they're playing.
Tranmere and Southport. I didn't think Southport had a team anymore. Oh, the other ones, the red
Blues
side and the blue side
versus Reds, and I know Gavin's a Red, so he'll be. They're away at Everton, just over the road, aren't they, from one another?
Well, not over the road anymore.
So Oliver, who won't have a clue what we're talking about, because I'm not sure he's even got an interest in football, is leading this field around. The bright green helmet. This is what you can see there.
I was going to say, Ben Karachkovic is already gesticulating. He needs to calm down. He's already getting frustrated. We haven't even got to the start yet.
As the field come out of the final turn, they enter the tram lines. We wait for the red lights to go out. We are racing Oliver Butchard on the right of the screen there, with Austin Gray doing a great job to try and hang around the outside of Albie J. Stubbs and losing out already. And who is that that's got us through?
It's Max Payton is in third place.
Max Payton in third.
Max Payton had a great start. Somebody at the back of the field went from the inside to the outside to get a run at the back straight. That was an outstanding bit of pre-planning by one of our MiniMax drivers. But at the front, Butchard, Albie J. Stubbs, and I'm looking back. How far back is Karachkovic? I think
he's fifth.
He may have gained 1 or 2 places.
That's Austin Gray in fourth.
Yep, it's Karachkovic in sixth.
Karachkovic in sixth, as Albie J. Stubbs on the pink and white Sam Pollard car chases down the orange and white car, the Mumbai Falcons car of Oliver Butchard. Max Payton doing a great job there, hanging on to these 2 carts in front of him. As they cross the line, 1 lap completed, then it's Butchard, Stubbs, Payton, Gray. It's even off in between the 2 GNKD drivers, with Karachkovic in 6th, Lisnioli in 7th, Pajamaki 8th, Faisal Al-Min in 9th.
Already looks as though Karachkovic has passed Kier Ivanov up into P5. Stubbs chasing Butchard. Does he pass immediately, or does he push as Karachkovic puts Max Payton to the sword?
Well, at the moment, I'm not sure he's got a choice, because he's nowhere near the rear bumper of Oliver Butchard. He's doing all he can to stay in touch with him. Meanwhile, behind, the 2 GNKD drivers now about to be conjoined, as we is the usual sort of normal status in the GNKD team in the MiniMax class. It's Austin Gray and Benjamin Karachkovic, with Karachkovic gaining on his teammate. How long will he wait to get past Austin Gray? I think he'll take the opportunity. The momentum's there. He's going to get past as quickly as possible.
Yes, I was going to say that Karachkovic, look how much quicker he goes when he's not gesticulating to his coach or his dad or his mum or his mechanic. When Ben now just focuses on doing what he can, look how much better he goes. He's just worked up. There goes Austin Gray to the inside of Albie J. Stubbs. Now Karachkovic straight to the inside. Instant move there from Karachkovic. Stubbs can now sit in behind. Here's your kartshop.me replay.
And what a beautiful outbreak through. There's a slight kink there, which we call turn 7, then into the braking area proper for the hair, which is a virtual hairpin now, almost a hairpin at turn 8. And it really was a lovely move by Austin Gray. Now we can see if Austin Gray has a little bit more pace than perhaps Albie J. Stubbs had, and can Austin Gray catch Oliver Butchard there, the green helmet of Butchard looking very composed, and Austin Gray now moving back closer to that rear bumper than we've perhaps seen all race long here. So maybe there is a challenge for the lead on the cards.
I would say that if Austin Gray opens the door and has a go at Butchard, Karachkovic will try and go through at the same time. Absolutely, Karachkovic will not wait. Not because that's tactical, but that's the mood that Karachkovic is in. You can tell by the body language. He does need to just stay calm. Albie J. Stubbs, Albie J. Stubbs has been the picture of serenity. And he's the one that is fighting, to stay in touch with the championship. Stubbs has been cool, calm and collected. Now here's Gray to the inside of Butchard. Will Karachkovic now try and dive up the inside straight away? No. Butchard doesn't let him.
No.
The top 4 come onto the main straight.
This is great. Let's have a look at the kartshop.me replay. And Austin Gray from the slipstream of Butchard carries that momentum into the slight dab of the brakes there as they get into 13. And then it all settles down. We are not even at half distance. Well, maybe we have just clicked by half distance. And Austin Gray hung out to drive with that challenge from Butchard, who goes back into the lead and through into second with that huge gap has gone Benjamin Krackovic. So from down on the grid after a penalty in the heat, Krackovic is now challenging for the lead of this pre-final, and back into the fray has come LBJ Stubbs. Austin Gray just gathering his thoughts and wondering what has happened here. And let's not discount in 5th place there, Kate Ivanov.
Yeah, I was going to say Ivanov there, the NI racing machine for Kate Ivanov into P5. Now, what does Ben Krackovic do? If he sits and waits, that will spoil the rhythm that Ben is in. I think he's going to have a look going into turn number 1 is Krackovic. He hides behind Butchard. Butchard defends. Krackovic can't dive to the inside. Austin Gray can, though, and Austin Gray now moves into P3, and there's Krackovic again signalling to Oliver Butchard. There's no need to do that. Ben, we're in front of our title rival. And LBJ Stubbs, he is not getting flustered, is LBJ. He is remaining cool and calm, even though he can see the title potentially slipping away. There's the move from Krackovic. Butchard's going to come straight back at him, though. Gray is now, and now we're going to see Krackovic looks over his shoulder to see where LBJ Stubbs is. Oh, Krackovic, he keeps Gray on the outside line. Kir Ivanov now comes. Look at the run. Krackovic gets off the corner. Butchard squeezes him, then gives him racing room. Here comes Austin Gray as well, side by side for second. Oh, Butchard almost had the move there.
But he had the inside line at the final corner, Henry, and that's allowed Austin Gray back through. Kurt Ivanov has got a wide open door on the outside as LBJ Stubbs goes down the door in the inside there. Now they're both on the tail of that green helmet of Oliver Butchard, but at the front of the field has gone Benjamin Krackovic and Austin Gray, who now lead. It's going to be a matter of time. We've still got 3 laps remaining. This is great stuff from MiniMax. As ever.
As always.
As ever. The racing is phenomenal here, and it's nowhere near over.
This is the first time, as you see, Ivanov slide at the inside of RBJ Stubbs, but that doesn't work. Stubbs gets 4th place back, but it's cost them both ground. This is the first time that the JNKD teammates have been 1-2. Austin Gray now just trying to push his teammate away from the chasing back, and it's working.
They've got to work together, though. They've got to work together. They've not got to squabble. Leave that for the last lap, boys, because right now, if you start challenging for the lead, Austin Gray, Oliver Butchard is looming. He's looming. Let's see what the gap is on the watch. It's half a second. We'll keep an eye on that. It's 0.4 of a second to the rear bumper of Austin Gray, and they're being very clever, these two JNKD boys. They're being very clever indeed by not challenging one another. And it will be 1 lap to go after this one.
Look at the difference in body language of Ben Krackovic now that he's got his teammate behind him. Yeah, he's ducking down, he's pushing. However, has he turned round? No. Has he started gesticulating, saying, follow me? No. Why is that? Because his team, I'm sure, have been saying, chill, calm down. And it's working, and he's pulling away. It's incredible where the drivers, you were saying to Giuseppe Montanari, blocking out the noise. Krackovic finally this race has blocked out the noise and he's pushing on. You can see some of the JNKD team there as Austin Gray had segment to the inside and Krackovic says no, and now the gesticulation starts again.
Yeah, I think he's shown his cards maybe a lap early there as we had a challenge at turn 13 as Austin Gray challenged his teammate. This is allowing Butchard ever closer, though. Look at this. A 2-car JNKD train has become a 3-car JNKD and Mumbai Falcons train as we get out onto the back straight there towards 7. Austin Gray tucks behind the steering wheel, trying to get back on terms as already Krackovic defending there, Henry.
Yep, and here comes Austin Gray. Austin Gray backs out of it. Krackovic turns round. Krackovic, Austin Gray pushed him for a lap, and then a lap and 2 turns to go. It was like, okay, game on. Now, with just 2 corners to go, Krackovic has finally done enough.
Can Butchard challenge for second? The answer is not quite. I think they're going to finish as they are. Krackovic leads out of the final turn, heading towards the checkered flag. It's Linus Stern racing here. Krackovic takes the win. His teammate Austin Gray second, and it's Oliver Butchard, what will be inevitably a disappointing third. However, it's all about the final that's coming forward, and that's going to be the the front of the grid, barring, of course, any scrutineering penalties that might ensue. Beyond us, I didn't see anything other than some fabulous racing there for that MiniMax pre-final.
Yeah, no, really, really good indeed. Here's your provisional result. And it's Karachkovic who will start, as things stand, the final from pole position. Austin Gray, Oliver Butchard, LBJ Stubbs, your top four. Kia Ivanov. This is an interesting thing. Ivanov will be happier with that 5th position than he was with the 5th position that he gained in the heat race. Why? Because this was a more competitive, closer 5th position to the front runners. Francesco Lisignoli rounding out your top 6. Max Payton, great start, hanging on for 7th. Adam Fleury is 8th. Ahmed Faisal Al-Maina, Vaiko Payamaki, Mohamed Mubarak. And once again, that's 2 finishes out of 2 for Arjen Escher. Let's go for 100%. Let's will that number 112 kart home in the main event as Vivan Choan rounds out the field.
Thank you, Henry. That is the result of MiniMax then, and it's all going to be for the final there. Who pick a winner? We're not gambling people, you and I, Henry, and I certainly
not when it comes to karting anyway.
No, not at all. I tell you what, it's going to be pick a winner out of that one is going to be a big ask. Pick a winner out of this one. Again, equally, the junior Rotax field are already getting prepared for their pre-final. It's going to be slightly longer what we've seen from the two MiniMax and MicroMax pre-finals. We've got 10 laps of racing about to get going. We've got Via Chopra at the front of that collecting area with Harrison Stevens alongside. We'll have a look at the grid in a moment as we... I've got to say it, gentlemen, I did step out of the box there for a short time, and the intensity of that sunshine is immense.
Yes.
It's quite, it's. I mean, I'm from Europe, so I'm finding it quite oppressive there. You can feel it on your skin. These drivers in those friction-proof race suits must be baking out there. It's not
Absolutely.
93 degrees Fahrenheit.
93 degrees Fahrenheit at the moment. So Nick's got Celsius, but you know,
I can tell you that.
I have the Fahrenheit. Which is why it is so important that the dummy grid area is under. Well, it's the temperature that Nick had was 31 degrees. It's now risen to 34 degrees, and we're not yet at the hottest part of the day.
That's right. It's going to rise to 36 potentially towards. It's 12:30. Just after midday local time. It's going to get hotter by at least 2:30 before it starts cooling off. So the track is going to get hotter. We are going to have to think about, we've talked to lots of drivers about tyre management. Yep. If you overdrive those front tyres, graining will come in because they'll overheat.
Absolutely.
And then you're going to render yourself useless.
And
it's going to be
a
hopeless cause in the final if you've messed your tyres up.
Yeah, it's you see why it is literally it's unsafe to race in the traditional European summer months. I was here in May last year for the presentation evening. That weekend it was 40 degrees. The weekend before it was 52 degrees.
Wow, in May.
Yes, and the team here at Alain Raceway saying, look, it was dangerously hot.
We're being joined on the Karting Live TV stream by 649 Dan, who is disappointed with the lack of cheese talk. He's just had a mini cathedral, city. Baby bells are dead to me, he says.
Quite rightly so. However, there is a mini Marmite cheddar in packets that you can get the same size as a mini Baby Bell, but with Marmite. Debate open. Cheese and Marmite, yay or nay?
We've got the...
Marmite, nay.
Are you a yay or a nay for Marmite?
Oh, absolutely.
A yay with cheese?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I'm with you. I
just want to make a comment here.
Okay, yes.
And I'm going to use the American term. We've got our acclimated colleague who's saying dangerously hot.
My bottom.
His bottom. his bottom is dangerously hot, is how I read that.
I mean,
which makes me very worried for you, Guy.
The only person that says Guy Sheffield's bottom is dangerously hot is possibly his wife.
I'm not even sure she does.
Well,
he's saying it was 52 degrees at the end of May 2025, and that was pretty extreme.
Yes.
Don't think we would have raced that day.
No, possibly not.
But we would have raced at night instead.
Well, and again, that's why. So if you want to come karting here at Al Ain Raceway, it is open all year round, and the beauty is
when it was a freezing 42 degrees.
When it was and you can come here, and the floodlights are here. They got world level floodlights, and of course, let's talk a little bit about the Al Ain Raceway. It is the spiritual home of karting here in the Middle East.
When was the World Finals here?
2007 and 2011. The Grand Finals
were you involved in?
No,
11?
this was just before my ascension into the Rotax ranks.
It was certainly in the years before live streaming of events, wasn't it?
It was live streamed. The original voice of karting, Ken Walker, was the host and as the announcer those two occasions. Wales does have a deep-rooted connection with the Grand Finals at the Al Ain Raceway because in senior Rotax in 2011, James Singleton finished third, and that remains the highest position. It remains.
Can I ask a question I should know the answer to?
Okay.
When was the first Rotax Grand Finals?
2000, Puerto Rico.
2000?
60 drivers, all in seniors. They brought their own karts.
Wow.
Then the next.
So they brought their karts to Puerto Rico?
Yes.
Wow.
The next year was in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia.
That was sweaty.
And they they brought their carts and engines, and then everyone had to draw engines out of a lot. That was the start of the grand final ethos of parity. And of course, so literally, I mean, Daryl Smith from Rotax tells a story about you had to bring your engine, put it on the grid, and then there was a raffle on the grid whether I was going to use your engine,
wow.
and you didn't, and you had to use someone else's engine every single race. Gradually, then over time, and that was just senior Rotax.
So for people who are new to the grand finals, it's quite a unique concept.
Yes.
So we talk about today's finalists, we talk about today's champions winning a ticket, a passage to qualify for the grand finals. They don't attend that event with their own cars.
Absolutely
with
not.
their own teams.
They don't attend with their own race suits. They can't wear their team race suit. They have to wear their national race suit. They can't even take certain tools. You are given tools. You are given. You get to the grand finals. You are given a table, 2 chairs, and a power.
As a driver.
As a driver and as a mechanic, yes.
So the driver can take a mechanic with him?
Yes, the driver can take the mechanic with them. 394 brand new karts from Chassis Partners, IPK Karting from Sodi and from Birrell are lined up in the most iconic photograph of world karting. And each kart in each class has got numbered 1 to 72. You go to the kart raffle, you scan your driver pass in, and on a screen, a number comes up, 71. That means of the 72 karts in line...
It's a bit like turning up at an arrive and drive then.
You go and collect that kart and that engine. And that is your kart and engine for the week. You're then given a seat, weights, and certain gearing.
Can I ask you a quick question on that?
Yes.
Now, obviously, everything should be perfect, but every now and again, things go wrong.
Yes.
If you think you've got a bad one,
yes,
can you get a different one?
Yes.
Well, I was going to
engine.
I was going to ask. Yes. I was going to ask a question.
However,
along those lines, what are you allowed to then, once you've taken possession of that allocated kart, what are you allowed to do and what are you not allowed to do?
You're not allowed to mess around with gearing.
Really?
Or there's maybe a little tiny bit of you are given. They're very limited parameter in which to work. Now, with about what Nick said about the engine, if you are really not happy with the engine, Rotax have a team of people that will take and strip that engine apart. They will go through it. They will test it. They will do everything. If they can see on the data sheet, this engine is not. You can swap your engine once. The chassis is a different thing. Obviously, if you bend your chassis, then you have to pay for a new one. If the chassis and it can occasionally happen, there is a chassis that is out of alignment that you haven't sat in, then the chassis partners will.
So it's funny you mentioned there if you got to pay for a new one. So as a qualifying driver,
yes,
what is going to be my financial outlay to participate in the World Finals apart from travel?
apart from travel, repairs.
Right.
If you damage your kart
for parts and labour, or just parts,
just parts. If you damage your kart, if you need to go, if you
like
need to
steering
stub axles,
rod or a
then that is your financial responsibility.
Right.
If you bring your kart back to the chassis partner without any new parts, then your financial outlay is simply eating, drinking, and buying merchandise.
That's amazing. That is amazing.
And that's not including travel, obviously.
That is phenomenal when you can Rotax.
I have one more question.
Oh, go on.
There are 377 carts, yeah?
394.
397. Anyway, there's lots of carts. Lots of engines.
Yes.
They're not really broken or used. What happens to them?
They get sold afterwards. And I was in last year I was doing the Transylvanian Trophy in Romania, and there is a team called Epurash, and the team bought 4 of the Praga karts that finished in the top 5 in that year's junior Rotax. I was thinking, Cameron Nelson's name on.
Does it go to an auction or something, or
no,
do you just apply and say, "Can I buy that?"
I want to buy a kart. I want to buy that kart.
Well, we are about to go racing, everybody. Here is our junior Rotax Max grid for the pre-final. Via Chopra is on the pole position. What a place to be when you're leading the championship. Harrison Stevens, pole position from qualifying this morning with a nose cone, dropped him down the order. Pierre Abu Dhabi is in third place with Ray Harbour alongside. Jaden Hidding, yesterday's winner, with Savali Kogai, who was demoted to that sixth spot. We'll talk about that in a moment. Henry King and Aaron Qureshi share row 4, row 5 is Johansen and Yaki, and our co-commentator Giuseppe Montanari. Mitanj Jain and Baptiste Augustin share row 6. Row 7 is Faris Haroun and Romy Sabali, with Gabriel Baraccordi, Aaron Mason next. Floris Schenkenberg and Schutzman share row 9. Row 10 is Rafael Zagati, rounding off a 19-kart field.
So we saw Saveli Kogai win on the road. He got a penalty. We saw an incident that involved Aaron Mason. I've seen him. He's got a bandaged wrist, but he is out there on track in kart number, let's have a little look, Aaron Mason, kart number 264. He is there for GGM as well. Everyone else involved in the incident, A-OK.
Here is the all-plate holder via Chopra from the pole position down that advantage of the inside line into turn 1, and he's followed through by third place car Pierre Abu Dhabi and Jaden Hidding latching in as well as they come out of turn 1. I think everybody through there. No, there's a bit of incident. Yellow flags flying, karts rejoining, but very much the leader via Chopra is off and running away as 2 karts giving chase. They're breaking away. The rest of the pack follows though, Henry, as the 2. It looks like George Gibbon. No, it's not. It's 2 M&M karts at the front of the field, which means via Chopra, and I think
Pierre Abu
Dhabi in second. Where's Harrison Stevens? Because he's on an M&M kart as well.
Harrison Stevens with the black crash helmet. I think he has dropped to 4th position behind Jaden Hidding. So as they come into turn number 13, it is Chopra leading Abu Dhabi, Hidding. There they are. And then in 4th place, it'll be Stevens. And the gap back to the 5th place car, which I think is Ray Haber in the XL Motorsport number 214. No, it's not. It's his teammate Henry King in the 248 XL Motorsport car. Mitanj Jain up at the P6. Good first lap from Mitanj.
We've lost Rafael Zagati, who didn't take the start, and we've lost Faris Haroun, involved in that first corner incident. I think I can see a kart just on the inside of the corner there being abandoned there.
Yes.
As we look back towards this 2nd and 3rd place battle with Via Chopra, just eking out a bit of a cushion, leaving his teammate to fend off the advances of Jaden Hidding. We saw how quick Jaden Hidding can be yesterday with that emphatic win in the final yesterday afternoon. Now Jaden Hidding has got his mind set on getting past that car in front of him. Here he does go down the inside. Can he do it? It looks like he's made that stick as well. So Jaden Hidding ahead of Pierre Abu Dhabi and now chasing off after the leader via Chopra.
Kartshop.me replay. Oh, Pierre Abu Dhabi looks over his right shoulder, so Jaden Hidding jinks to his left and makes the move. Jaden Hidding looks like a different driver than
this
what
weekend.
He did. Oh, absolutely. That win yesterday, Hidding does have a little divot on the front of his nose.
He's gone back to 3rd. Oh, he's back to 4th.
Yeah.
M&M 1, 2, 3 now.
Yeah, now I was going to say there is a divot, a dent on the front of that nose cone of Jaden Hidding's kart, and he's got his Henry King now moving up behind him. Mateus Najem Motorsport, 1, 2, 3. Chopra, Abu Diwan, Stevens lead the way. Hidding hanging on to fourth ahead of King. Then Jane, Kogai, Haber, Qureshi, Senanayake. The abandoned carts that you mentioned, Joe, it is a black and turquoise Yas Heat racing cart belonging to Faris Haroun. I wonder if Rafael Zagati is not racing, whether he is unwell. We've already said Mohamed Benaim there has withdrawn with a case of sickness and dehydration, which is, and you do not want to be out one of the carts. Nick Damon was struggling with, a bit, and he was just sitting, that is just producing and holding a camera.
He was just lying about, and he struggled to do that, to be honest. We're on lap 4 here as the leader, Via Chopra, does not look like he's being challenged. It's his two teammates behind him, though. Pierre Abediwan and Harrison Stevens there, keeping the gate closed for any advances from other teams. Jaden Hidding, the first blue and white cart, about to be joined by XL Racing's Henry King, who's having a good drive here, latching onto the back, making it a 4-cart train for 2nd, 3rd and 4th and 5th places now. But it's Via Chopra. It's all about that driver there, Henry. The O-plate holder across the line, completing 4 laps and leading by 1.1 seconds there.
Change for 2nd place. Harrison Stevens dives to the inside of Pierre Aboudiwan going into turn number 1, and Jaden Hidding follows him through. Aboudiwan drops from P2 to P4 and now has Henry King, having a little investigation around his rear bumper, trying to potentially prise a gap open. Unfortunately, Gabriele Barracordi is retired again. Now, I do wonder, we saw him go out. Romy Sabali at the back of the field. I know we're looking at the front runners here, but again, Romy Sabali, she has had a tough couple of weeks, and yesterday she looked very, very crestfallen. I had to remind her, I said, and it was just at the end of the DD2 final where Tyler Harris had sealed the title, and I said to her, I said, Romy, 2 years ago, Tyler was about ready to give up karting. He didn't, and look at him now. So I said, you can never give up. And Romy is not giving up as Jaden Hidding now moves into 2nd position. Pierre Aboudiwan and his teammate Harrison Stevens side by side. That opens the door for Henry King, but Harrison Stevens closes it.
Look who's coming onto the tail of this pack and already joining in. The orange and white of Mumbai Falcons is Mitanj Jain. He's chasing down the championship leader. However, he's losing points here in the pre-final. He's trying to regain his composure now as things all of a sudden spread right out. Via Chopra leads by 2 seconds, just ahead of this driver here. Jaden Hidding now solid in that 2nd place and under no challenge whatsoever from that driver there, Pierre Aboudiwan, who likewise has got his teammate Harrison Stevens way behind. Mitanj Jain in the orange cart that's about to come into view now. There he is, just off screen. He's chasing down Harrison Stevens and want to increase that position in this pre-final as we're on lap 7 and time closing in.
When Conor Clancy graduated out of this class at the end of, I think, was it round 3 at Al Fassan, that Mitanj Jain inherited the championship lead. Via Chopra had to overcome that deficit, and he has done so. This is not the drive that we can't call anyone an official champion yet, but Via Chopra is doing everything he needs to do after the ups and downs of yesterday, and indeed the last couple of rounds where consistency has not been Via's middle name. I think his middle name is Mohammed, but his consistency, it's certainly not it. And it has been, he has overcome that right when it matters the most.
Well, coming into this morning, Via Chopra, with dropped scores considered, had 937 points. Mitanj Jain had 888 points. That's with dropped scores. So that gap is now extended with Via finishing ahead by quite a considerable ahead of Mitanj in the heat. It's going to continue to extend. So going into the final, it's looking very much like we can put that crown on his head here. But quite provisionally, because it's not quite over until it's over, but we're going to try in the lunch break to get an updated championship table going forward to leave us with a final. And it might be that mathematically Via Chopra cannot be caught, even with all of those points from the final.
Yeah, we'll be able to bring you that, because I know that Guy Sheffield and Mujib, our chief timekeeper, who runs the show, basically, let's be fair.
Yeah, let's be fair. He does run the show.
They'll be working very, very hard. I also want to say, we're on lap 8 out of 10, I want to say a very quick congratulations to the daughter of our championship coordinator, Lelaine Estrella. Lelaine has had to nip away because her daughter, Sophia, is graduating. She's big day, graduating at a nursery.
Really?
At a nursery school.
Really?
Big day. And we wanted to say that. So when Sophia Blair Estrella is Prime Minister, we can say this was the day that she graduated for nursery, and this is why Mum had to leave Alain Race, which is temporarily. Lelaine will be back. So there we go.
Those moments don't come around. Those moments don't come around again. So yeah, good luck to Lelaine. Hope she enjoys that for her daughter. On to the final lap then. Via Chopra, 2.5 second gap to Jaden Hidding. It's all about Matthias Najem Motorsport at the front of this Junior Max pre-final. It's all about Matthias Najem Motorsport at the front of the championship as Via Chopra extends and consolidates going into the final race of Junior Rotax coming up this afternoon when we get going with our final. It's not quite over for the drivers behind that one though, as we'll keep a wary eye. It looks like Jaden Hidding solid in that second place, but Via Chopra, the champion-elect here, on the final lap. He's got 2 more corners to go, and that was a composed, and what I've got to say, a champion's composure here, what we're seeing from Chopra.
Yep, in the immortal words of Lenny Kravitz, it ain't over till it's over. However, Via Chopra is coming over the hill and on towards a championship as the rest of the field cross the line to take the checkered flag. And there is the checkered flag. Chopra, well, he's coming over the hill, maybe on the hill, on the hilly road that leads to Portimao.
Is it as big a hill as the one to our right?
It's not that big a hill. The Jabal Hafat mountain range, which is an absolutely stunning.
Can see it from
view.
camera 4 in the background.
Yes.
Yeah, there it is, the Jabal Hafid, which we went up there earlier in the week. It's quite a sight, isn't it? That is quite a sight, though. That is our result for Junior Max pre-final. Via Chopra takes the win from yesterday's winner, Jaden Hidding. That's going to be a great scrap for the final, isn't it? And Harrison Stevens in that all-important third place. But that young man in 4th place, Saveli Kogai, up to 4th place, he won the heat. Keep an eye on him for the final because he's got pace. Metanj Jain, another driver that came through the field, got ahead of his teammate Aaron Qureshi, who finished 6th. In 7th place, we had Pierre Abu Diwan, who was in the top 3 at one point. He's dropped to 7th. Henry King, likewise, drops to 8th. Aaron Mason was 9th. Giuseppe Montanari started 10th. He finished 10th, so no movement for Giuseppe, but that's a great drive to the top 10 finish there. Floris Schenkenberg, 11th. Ray Harbour was 12th. And then in 13th, we've got Baptiste Augustin. Paul Schutzman recovers in the pre-final after that off in the heat, didn't he, earlier on. Johansa Senenyaki, likewise. Romy Sabali finishes in 16th. Gabriel Baracordi was the first of our non-finishers there in 17th, as was Faris Haroun, who we lost at the start of this race, didn't we? And Rafael Zagati not taking the start.
Yeah, I wonder if Rafael Zagati... Well, there's Faris Haroun. Again... The only thing that Faris can be positive about is that he will have fresher tyres for the main event.
Well, all the pressure's off, isn't it? I'd be saying to him, pressure's off, mate.
Yeah.
You can only go in one direction, and that is forward. So let's see where you come out the other end and see if you can get as far forward as you can. You know what? Even, top 5 is a possibility for Faris, and that's what he's going to be. And he's a very pragmatic sort of youngster, isn't he? When we've chatted to him, he's old before he defies his age, really, when you're talking to him.
He is. He is, but yet, speaking to his dad, Mohammed, that when it's not going right, Faris, he can get very, very down on himself, and if something's not going right, and this is something that all the kids learn at different stages, that, you know, just because something's not going right doesn't mean that everything is a complete disaster. He will be crestfallen, but he will be motivated by the time the final comes around. Hello to Jack Doe. Hello again on the live chat, Jack.
When are we going to see you back out here, Jack?
He certainly is looking to get into our world of race commentary. I think that Jack is sort of temporary.
Oh, I wasn't meaning to comment. I mean to race.
Well, we're at a temporary career break,
All right.
I think, for Jack Doe in terms of karting at the moment. Temporary being the key word indeed. For those, we appreciate every comment on YouTube, whether you like us or dislike us.
Now, this is going to the tone of comments, Henry.
Yes.
This is going to stir some. This is going to generate some chat here.
Okay.
We've got 649 Dan continuing.
Yep. Can we say before we start chatting, we want to apologise to Andy. This is going to be some chatter. Now, I know you like to comment on the racing, but we are about to do some chatter. And we might do some more chatter during the middle of a race if the race is boring. But you can't please everybody. Carry on. This is chatter.
Bovril over Marmite every time. However, that's a different product.
Yes.
You can't. You don't spread Bovril on your bread, do you?
I mean, Dan Hannum.
Toast and Bovril.
Oh, sorry, not Dan Hannum. Whoever knows Dan Hannum.
All right,
Dan,
649 Dan, whoever that is.
649 Dan. Marmite, Dan, 649 Dan, I'm assuming that he has sat on a cold and windy terrace at the Den watching Millwall play with a cup of Bovril on many occasion. Have you had a cup of Marmite? That's a very yeasty drink, isn't it?
I've never had a cup of Marmite. Have you had a cup of Marmite, Nick? I know you're busy.
I think I have remembered a melty Marmite. Yeah, it's not great.
What, like a Marmite drink? Really?
Yeah, it's not great.
Strange, Dan.
No.
Strange. We have got the DD2s lining up in the collecting area. DD2s have become quite an intriguing battle between these drivers. Let's have a look at the pre-final lineup. Hamza Shisho. Well, Hamza, the M&M driver, last weekend, remember, we've had back-to-back events here. We had round 6 and 7 last weekend here at Al Ain. Slight change of configuration from last week. It was great, last week's configuration, a very early turn 1, going immediately into a hairpin at turn 2, bringing you back out. Hamza had a character-building weekend where he blew up his engine. A bit of user issues going on there, but however, he lost his primary engine. He's been running his secondary engine, and he's found that his secondary engine is more than adequate in this DD2 class. And this weekend, he's been absolutely up there at the front of this field. So being, he took a win this morning in the heat, and now will start the pre-final at the front of the field. The ever-present Moritz Canopes, who is still with the Mumbai Falcons team. Moritz, the quickest of the Masters, he came second there overall, and Moritz will start alongside. The champion for this year, I think it's pretty fair to say, we can start calling him that, DD2 champion for the 25-26 UAE RMC, Tyler Harris. He finished third this morning. He starts in that all-important third place, and alongside him, now with the Kart Academy advisor, Mark Bassier, he starts alongside. Now, these four had a cracking race, and not that far away from the top four. Saad Al-Ababi was there or thereabouts, as was Adam Malik. Tony Hogg had a great battle, as ever, with Kyle Blockley for the second of the Masters positions. And then, doesn't matter where you are on a karting grid, you will find someone to race with. That is why karting is loved all over the world, because it doesn't matter what your performance level is, doesn't matter what your budget is, you'll find someone who is equal performance-wise, equal ability-wise, and equal budgetary-wise that you will race with. And so we had the Sami Al-Assad, Nicola Cacciatore, and Greg Watt at the back of this field, but having great race weekend all the same. It's what karting is all about here. The DD2s, the gearbox class, the primary class, the fastest class, arguably, certainly lap time wise they are, of the Rotax family. It's the gearbox class where you have a 2-ratio gearbox that you are activated. You activate the gears by using a paddle shift system on the steering column. Left-hand paddle to engage first gear, right-hand paddle to engage second gear, and you basically flick between first and second gear to get you around the track, keeping the engine on the rev band, keeping it on its primary power band as you do so. Brakes on the front of the chassis as well, a brake disc and caliper on both of the front wheels, give it a very stable braking efficiency and a very efficient braking efficiency right deep into the corner, and a slightly different driving characteristic for these drivers in comparison to the other Rotax classes.
Yes, I have to say I thoroughly enjoyed listening to you and Giuseppe Montanari commentate on the DD2 heat race.
That's because Giuseppe's really good, damn it.
Yes, I know. But again, how many 12-year-olds can come and sit down knowing that their voice is going out around the world? But it's not around the world that concerns the young drivers. It's the fact that all their mates are listening in the paddock. Now, of course, when you're a pre-teen or a teenager, the last thing you want to do is potentially embarrass yourself, or potentially, do something that your peers might laugh and chuckle or giggle at. And yet that is not the case in the karting paddock, which, these young, they understand that they have to sell themselves as, a commodity. They have to sell themselves as a brand to potential sponsors. Now, there are 83 drivers competing today, 82 with Mohammed Manaim there, being poorly in his hotel. And hello, if you are watching in your hotel at home or at home, Mohammed, we hope you get well. We're sorry not here, but you can then sit and critique your mum's interview with me during the Paddock show when we talk about how the mums watch racing, because every member of the karting family is different. Most mums, in fact, nearly all mums. Andy, that's right, Andy. I was told very young, at a very young age, if you haven't got anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. That also goes for typing. If you haven't got anything nice to say, don't type anything. But that's right, Andy. Great racing, Harrison Stevens. First season in Rotax, and he is killing it. Yes, indeed, he is. That's more like it. That's right. Hello to Saif CRG, saying that Enzo needs to get on the podium. Well, yeah, there's everyone's got one more chance this year to get on to a podium. And of course, it's a long, long wait until September.
I don't know if I've just come back from doing some other work, but apparently you can have Bovril on toast. #1 crumpet topper goes with cheese and crackers as well.
Marmite
on toast, yes.
Marmite on crumpets.
Can't have Bovril on toast.
You can't have Bovril on toast, but you can have Marmite on a crumpet. Is absolutely outstanding.
An outstanding crumpet.
An outstanding. Any other sort of savoury snack-related chat, Andy? It's okay. We will save our snack-related chat for the in between races.
We will not do any more snack-related chat during actual track action. We may talk about old films. We may talk about songs. We may talk about fashion sense in the 1930s. Who knows?
Yes, but I
can't promise it.
I don't like the cut of your jib sometimes. The cut of my jib is beyond reproach. As we see Mark Bassier just putting his crash
talking about. Are we still talking about
Marmite on crumpets?
I know, it's a bit...
Marmite on crumpets and whiskers on kittens.
Please stop. That's a bit weird. No, Marmite on crumpets, not. No, Bovril on crumpets is weird.
They do it different down in Bermondsey.
Well, it is a bit...
Where the Hannam family, the Hannam family originally
Have you mentioned our Overlord's comment, Nick? Unless anyone does a donut.
Does a donut on crumpets?
Marmite on...
Marmite on donuts?
Marmite on a donut.
I've seen...
That's the sweet and sour thing, though, isn't it? That's like Christmas cake with cheese.
I have seen people putting a donut burger, a glazed donut instead of a bun on a burger.
Yeah, that's an American thing.
Yeah, that's why they have a very high rate of diabetes.
I have seen, you're right, donut burgers. I've seen a triple donut burger.
Really?
So bread.
Yes.
No, sorry, donut. Meat.
Ooh.
Cheese. Donut.
Ooh.
Cheese. Meat. Donut. I think occasionally people survive it for more than half an hour.
Yes.
I think the whole thing about the sweet and sour thing, because there is nothing better, the best thing in the world, the most perfect food in the world. I'm telling you now, it is a snack, or it's a tea time treat, or it's something you have in an afternoon. Christmas cake and strong cheddar cheese, or a rich fruit cake. You don't need the icing and the marzipan. A rich fruit cake and a mature cheddar cheese.
So our boss mentioned, he's explained, it's his attempt at humour.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which has failed, seemingly. We're talking about snack chat until, so I'm saying that you have to excuse the chat to talk about, unless someone does a donut, then we can talk about food during the race.
In fairness, that's actually quite good.
Is there a drum roll?
And he confirms and clarifies if someone spins.
Right, Boom Tish, he's here all week.
Hi-ho, it's DD2 racing we go. As the DD2s, the Masters,
have a look at the grid, Nick?
Head out onto the circuit for what will be a 10-lap pre-final.
There is the grid. Hamza Ashisho, we'll have a chat about him. Modest Canopes alongside. Second row of the grid is champion. DD2 champion. We can start saying that, surely.
Yes.
Tyler Harris. Mark Bassier alongside him. It's going to be a cracker. Saad Al-Ababi is going to see if he can hang on to the top four. Adam Malik likewise. And then on row 4, we've got Tony Hogg and Kyle Blockley. Row 5, Sami Al-Assad. Nicola Cacciatore starts 10th. He took a penalty in the heat earlier on. And Greg Watt for the independent Honolulu racing entry, which will be 2 entries going forward.
Walking across your screen there, that is Ken Potter, the oft-mentioned, lesser-seen Ken Potter. He is our race director who has done an absolutely outstanding job this year of policing this championship, keeping everybody fair and happy. It's not often that race directors get praise, and yet Ken Potter, from a lot of the competitors, has had just that.
Let's go then. Hamza Ashisho on the right of the picture there is in the lead into turn 1 alongside has gone Canopes. He's going to lose out surely to Tyler Harris. They're racing side by side towards turn 2. Now Tyler Harris has it. Adam Malik. Is that Adam Malik?
It is Adam Malik.
We've got
a
a different liveried cart there. I'm sure it's Adam Malik that I saw in 4th place.
Yep, you're right.
And it's Canopes who has to just settle back and let Tyler Harris go, because Tyler Harris had the line to turn 2. And there we have it, 2nd place. Ashisho in the lead though.
And it looks like Saad Al-Hababi has not taken the start. So 10 DD2s head up towards that fast, narrow, double apex left to 2 left-handers at the top end of the circuit. Very little runoff, very little room for error. This is now a big test of Hamza Ashisho's mettle.
Well, Hamza Ashisho tried to defend there, found himself on the sandy offline.
Yep.
Almost lost it through the penultimate turn, had to hang on to it and gather himself up to take the ideal line through the final turn. He's got our DD2 champion, though, right on his bumper, and Tyler Harris wants to spoil Hamza Ashisho's party down the inside.
Nope.
Not quite enough momentum to get him alongside, though, through turn 8 and onto the back stretch.
Now, at the start of the heat race, there was a battle between Mark Bassier and Hamza Ashisho for the lead, and Hamza Ashisho remained under an awful lot of pressure until they started tripping each other over each other for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. That allowed Hamza to escape. At this stage of proceedings, with Tyler Harris looking very, very racy, Ashisho looking over his shoulder, Ashisho, yes, there we go, defending, just not overtly defending, but just keep positioning his cart so that Tyler Harris was put off.
Subtly defending,
Subtle
I call
defense.
that.
Yeah.
He's kind of doing that into turn 1. He's taking the middle line into there, and Tyler Harris matches that middle line. I'm not sure if that's the optimum one on a DD2, and maybe it is, because remember, we've got braking on the front and the rear axle, so they're braking more sort of balanced way into the corner. They're not unbalancing the car with just using that rear axle.
So here we go. I would say Tyler Harris is looking, coming through turn 3 and 4 is where Tyler Harris has probably got his eye on a move. Hamza Hashisho will have to be very, very aware of the pace of that number 484 Mumbai Falcons kart coming out of the right-hander at turn number 3 into the fast left at turn 2, into the fast left at turn 3 and turn 4. Unless, of course, Harris can make a move here.
And behind the two leaders that we focus on, I've got to mention Tony Hogg in 5th place ahead of Mark Bassier. Mark Bassier's dropped behind Tony Hogg as we see Tyler Harris chasing down the leader.
Let's have a look here. This is where Tyler Harris might want to make a move.
He's really quick, but
yes,
unfortunately, Henry, there's just not enough space there to make the move from that flat out, flat out turn 3 into the double apex 4 and 5. There's just not enough space for him to make that plunge, is there?
But, well, Harris will try and make the space. No, you're right, Joe. There's not enough space, unless, of course,
what I mean is
really
length between the corners.
Yeah.
Between the flat out 3 into what is not a very firm push of the brakes, because it's a sweeping 4 and 5. But he's going to prove us wrong. Well, we have a tendency to be proven wrong by these drivers.
Well, let's see. So this is now a real test for Hamza Hashisho, because if he wants to win this race, he will have to drive defensively for the next 6.5 laps. We're just starting lap number 4 out of 10. So for the next 6 laps, Hamza Hashisho will have to defend. You're right. There's not enough space to there. But
yes, I know. It looks. You know what? If Hashisho had mirrors, he'd be really perturbed by what he sees there going into turns 4 and 5. His right-hand mirror would be full of Tyler Harris. He's unaware of that. Yes, he knows he's behind him, and that's where he's going to keep him there. We're heading towards half distance here. We're on lap 5, and when they go through these 2 turns here, this is the all-important turn number 12 here. That fires you out onto that long, long back straight towards the penultimate corner here. And as we've got Morris Canopers there, the orange helmet of that 3rd place kart, wanting to get involved in this front battle here, the battle for the lead with the Hashisho for M&M, the Matthias Najem Motorsport driver. Keeping that subtle defence going, Tyler Harris optimising a little bit, but again, just not enough to get alongside.
Yeah, and we start the second half of this race with, there's Harris looking, and Hamza Hashish. Well, that is as Hamza, if you leave another 6 inches to the inside, that is your goose well and truly cooked at that corner. We start the second half of this race with 7 of the 10 starters within 2 seconds of the race leader. All the way back to Kyle Blockley, 7, Tony Hogg, 6. Adam Malik has been pushed back to 5th position by the fast approaching Mark Bassier. Bassier with a white bodywork, blue NASA panel for the Kart Advisor Academy.
Remember, that blue and white car of Mark Bassier was behind Adam Malik and Tony Hogg behind him. So he's had a problem there in the early stages. He's now on a fight back here, and he's now on to the rear bumper of these former teammates here, Morris Canopers and Tyler Harris, and he looks like he's got momentum. Whether or not that momentum is now stifled by having to be sort of held up somewhat by the karts ahead of him remains to be seen, or whether he can carry that momentum through. Adam Malik is not far off the rear bumper of Bassier, though. And this is great, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's call that a 5-car train for the actual lead.
Morris Canopers is no longer in that lead battle. It's just flashed up on our timing screen. 5-second penalty. Jump start. Kart 5-7-4. Morris Canopers. He will have seen that on the big digital banner. Now, if I were Tyler Harris, I would now no longer attempt a pass going into turn number 3, because Hamza Hashisho is aware. Tyler Harris, if I was in Tyler's shoes, this is where I start thinking of a different place to make my pass, because Hashisho is or should be aware of this danger zone there. Now, Harris You've got to start thinking of somewhere different, because Hamza is aware of your intentions at that particular part of the circuit. Bassier closing in on Knoppers, who is actually looking at...
These guys tripped over one another yesterday, remember?
Yes.
And we almost had a copy of that happening whilst Maurice Knoppers keeps Marc Bassier behind. That's allowed Tyler Harris to get further forward. Here comes Bassier for third place. Last of the late breakers there. Can he slide wide? No, he does not. Held his ground really well, and Bassier through. Here's the Kartup.ma replay. And this was very much last of the late breakers, wasn't it?
It was indeed. Knoppers turned round, saw that it was Bassier behind him, but Knoppers is also aware that he has a 5-second penalty. And what works better for Maurice Knoppers is letting Marc Bassier go. He didn't let Marc Bassier go because he thought, oh, bless him, let's go. He let him go because it works out better for Maurice Knoppers
I
that way.
do not think that he let him go at all. He didn't have a choice. Bassier was through, and he's already pulling a gap now to Knoppers. Knoppers has now got Adam Malik. He didn't have a choice in that one, Henry. Bassier was coming through pure performance. Remember, Bassier's been down as far as 7th down this field. Arguably, Bassier, now with a purple sector, a personal best in 1, a purple sector 2, he hasn't got the fastest lap of the race. That is the property of Hamza Ashisho. That black and white kart there with the red trim is the fastest kart on the track.
Absolutely.
And then grasping that fastest lap there, Bassier on the blue and white kart takes that honour from him. Doesn't mean anything. As we're already on the last lap. Can you believe that?
Yep, obviously Hashisho's kart, the Mateus Niger Motorsport team set that kart up tyre pressure-wise to get stronger and stronger into the later stages. That's why Hashisho had to be so defensive in the early going, because the optimal kart performance was not there. It is there now, and suddenly our 2025-26 DD2 champion, Tyler Harris, is not in a position to even think about making a lunge. We said this was a big day for Hamza Hashisho. He's proving he is rising to the occasion. You can see the Qatari flag on his lapels. That is 2 out of 2 for Hamza Hashisho.
His dad last night, trophy presentation.
Yes.
After that, walking away, bumps into him. We have our little chat with Big Ayrton Senna fans, him and I. He says, got to win tomorrow. Got to win tomorrow. Well, he's just won the pre-final there. And Tyler Harris, a fighting second place. But Hashisho has got Marc Bassier starting right behind him. Maurice Knoppers is showing in 4th place there, but he's taking a 5-second penalty. So he will drop down the order. Adam Malik will therefore be 4th. Tony Hogg will be 5th. Then in 6th place will be Kyle Blockley. 7th will be 8th will be Knoppers. Samuel Assad will be, I've got mixed up there. 7th will be Knoppers. Samuel Assad finishes there. Greg Watt, Nicola Cacciatore, and Saad Alababi
didn't start.
Didn't take the start. And Cacciatore we lost on lap 5.
And that means this is the last race before the lunch break. Now, Emerson McAndrew Uren, we talked about the grand finals and what you're allowed to do. You're allowed to purchase 2 further sprockets to the one provided. You're allowed to adjust a front end caster, and that's all.
Up to you've got 2 choices of ratio.
Yes. Which is why you speak to anybody, and I will give this. This is a hint. The most important bit of setup you can do at the grand finals is seat position, because you are so limited with what you could do. And of course, there's lead weight, so all the drivers have to weigh the same. Seat position becomes the biggest factor in kart performance, the differences of kart performance as at the grand finals, because of the limited amount of work that you're allowed to do in terms of setup. It's parity, and yes, the top nations, and I have to say Britain are the top nation in the world of Rotax racing at the moment. Seat position is the most important thing of all.
We have our MiniMax pre-final winner behind
Yes,
us.
I'll tell you-
Nick, can you give Oliver the unless?
I'll tell you, I'm due for a quick lung break.
He doesn't want to. He's having.
Oh, you don't want to, Oliver?
No,
No?
Go on.
yeah, he does.
Have a little
Yeah,
chat.
yeah.
Have a sit down there, lad, because
I'm
I need
gonna
to go.
do-
I need to go and hurt my lungs.
All we're going to do, Oliver, is all you're going to do is tell me the story of your pre-final, because you were under a lot of pressure there, weren't you?
Yeah, I got thirds, but I was keeping in front for a while, and then obviously they catched me up every time Ben came at me. I had to go in on him, otherwise he would pull away. So it was just good. So
Now, last weekend, on a different track layout, and you were the man to beat. This weekend, a little bit different. The JNKD boys are right there with you, and as you've said there, finishing in front of you. Is there anything that you and the Mumbai Falcons team have been working on to maybe get you ahead of them in the final?
I mean, like, we're obviously a few tenths behind at lap time, but that corner that's new now, so we're going straight. There's obviously another overtaking spot, but I probably like the other track layout a bit more.
Yeah, you did last week, didn't you? You absolutely loved that one. That's a favourite of Nick's as well. He's just giving you a thumbs up there. Oliver, you have, here we are at the final race of the season. How is your season here in the UAE RMC gone? When you're going to be able to look back, this time next week, there's no racing on the calendar, or is there? You're going to tell me otherwise. How are you going to feel about this season?
Well, I mean, first few races I was doing not so great, but then I've stepped it up when I came to Mumbai Falcons with top 3 finishes every race I've been in with them.
And what have Mumbai Falcons done for you to enable you to have done that, then have stepped it up?
Probably just confidence at the front, staying relaxed. Connor just giving me some tips.
Is Connor Clancy we know he's a good commentator, Oliver. Is he a good coach? He obviously he's done a great job on you because he's boosted your confidence, hasn't he?
Yeah, Connor's boosted my confidence. Yeah.
Yeah. What does he say to you?
I mean, he just says usually just relax at the front. Yeah.
And do you find it easy to relax at the front? Because that's easier said than done, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But obviously, it's when I'm at the front, I'm pretty relaxed, and then when they come in on me, I'm trying to get that position back because I know if I let them go, I'm not coming back at them. So I'm just trying to stay relaxed at the front as much as possible, get my head down,
Staying
and pull
cool.
a gap.
Staying cool. Now, you've got your final coming up later on this afternoon after the lunch break, but your dad, Gavin, has got something that's perhaps a little bit more important to him coming up this afternoon. Liverpool are away to Everton. It's the Merseyside derby. Do you follow football?
Yeah.
Right, so you're red then, yeah?
Yeah.
You're a red. So, yeah, you're carrying a bit of red on your overalls. But your overalls are predominantly blue, not Everton blue. How important to you Liverpool fans is beating Everton this afternoon?
I mean, it would be great if we beat them, but it's not looking good for us this season. So.
What, even against Everton?
Yeah.
Well, you know why? Because Everton's keeper's from Sunderland, which is my team. No. He's, England keeper. He's the Dogs. Yeah. So what do you think the score's going to be? Everton, Liverpool?
I would presume probably a draw, maybe 2-2.
Yeah. Oh, 2-2. You're going to be lucky there. I think it's going to be 0-0. Yeah, because neither of them are very good at scoring. Oliver, we're going to thank you for that bit of insight. We wish you all the very best of luck going forward to this afternoon.
Thank you.
And a great... the thing I'm taking from that, just before we finish, Nick, your season turned around when you went to a new team, and it's interesting what you said there about them boosting your confidence, and even more interesting. So you want a big thank you to the Mumbai Falcons and indeed Connor Clancy for helping you out this year?
Yeah, thank you to Anjum and the Mumbai Falcons and Connor Clancy as well.
Yeah, even if he is a great commentator trying to get our jobs. Thank you, Oliver. I'll give that back to Nick. You can hang around.
Thanks, Oliver.
Help yourself to a Oreo. Thanks to Paul Schutzman for the Oreos. Nick always does that when I offer
It's lucky I've been so ill, because your gifting of the biscuits has been going over the top of my head most of the time. But now I'm beginning to feel slightly better. I'm now feeling biscuit envy.
All right, okay.
So please have a biscuit.
I'll stop giving the biscuits away. We're never going to get them on the plane.
I think Oliver might not have one to keep his weight down.
Were
you listening to that, Henry?
I was, and it's very astute indeed. I heard the football talk, but then I was going to say...
I wasn't on about the football. I was on about Oliver mentioning how much he's come on with the Mumbai Falcons team.
It's mostly about football, actually, in fairness.
It was, yeah.
We do have a slightly different format. Now, this afternoon, we'll be going down on the grid and we'll be doing pre-race grid interviews.
Yeah, this is the...
We won't be doing them.
You're doing them.
I'll be doing them. But there won't be post-race winners interviews at the end of each race.
No.
We will hear from the race winners during the podium presentation, but not at the end of each race.
Yes, we have 3 podium presentations.
Yes.
We have the
championship.
In order.
In order.
We will have the round 8.
Yes.
Day 2.
Day 2.
We will have the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Trophy, and then we will have the overall championship, and then we'll have the tickets.
Yes.
During the end of day presentations,
yes,
Henry will be talking to the winners of the races.
And we will also have the semi-finals, the finals, the Mojo.
Oh, yeah, that's way more important than anything else.
That is the highlight of my day.
And the mystery games, which will not be televised.
Mystery games are not televised.
The mystery games are not televised, but that is just fun in the paddock. Lelaine Estrella, Mercy Joy, Kabita Tamang, and Marvi Liu, the 4 ladies who run the show at the front of house, championship coordinator.
You have to put up with some of your more sycophantic statements.
So are we? We're going to have some cameras live, Nick. That maybe get locked off.
In the paddock.
Where the game's taking place?
It'll be on the front straight.
On the front straight.
And I have had it written into my contract that this year, unlike the last 2 years...
Oh, hang on. Wait a second. It's all changed.
Uh-oh.
We've got the timing wrong. All of today's race winners will be interviewed after the senior final.
Oh, really?
So do it in one go. After the senior final, before the mystery challenge, before the tyre contest. That's from the boss.
Right.
So,
that's fair enough. Where will that be? Right. We're going to have less guests.
On the podium.
We have one guest about to do the commentary, but that is it for the last heat race, because I have to go and get myself ready for something very, very important.
Right, okay. Well, we needed
Grid Mums. I've got to go get myself ready for Grid Mums.
We needed to have a brief with you before you go.
Why?
Yes.
Apparently, it's me who got that wrong.
Right.
Yes.
We've been insulted by a guy, and I got that wrong.
Have a chat with Connor Clancy.
Yes.
Who's going to take your headset.
Yes.
Bring in Connor.
Yes.
Nick, chat to Connor.
Okay.
I need to talk to Henry about what's going to happen with regards to the
grid
transitioning from the grid back to us, grid back to us.
You've got lunchtime to talk about that.
He's not here. He's scarpering now.
No. I'm going to go. I want to listen to Connor Clancy. I'm going to listen to Joe. But I'm going to go prep. You can see, I can't even speak because it's Grid Mums.
He's got to put his sweatshirt on.
It's going to be
a 40-minute lunch break, everybody.
Right.
Go on, Connor.
Have a chat to Connor.
You must be, at this point, Connor, you must be getting absolutely sick of having to put the headphones on and not get to drive a car at all. So, right, what's your predictions for this one? It's the first of your new class, your adoptive class, the senior class. Obviously a championship. I'm sure you think that you were certain you would have won if you hadn't got yourself injured. So, what's your feelings on how this one's going to go? Well, that's it. But I don't like my commentators have splinters in their bottoms. No sitting on the fence. I want a statement. Who's going to win? So I'll help you out. I'll help you out by giving you the grid. So if you could read the grid out, that'd be great. So, of those 24 drivers that went through, who would you not want to be racing, and who are you very happy when you see behind you? Well, yeah, you're in a race, and there's one of them's ahead of you, think, yeah, I can get him easily. And there's one behind you, think, oh no, he's a bit of a risk.
Everyone. They're all a risk.
Don't help him out.
I don't think anyone's of course there's good drivers.
Well, you've got every single one of them behind you, Connor, who wants to get past you.
Yeah.
So you're going to be.
I'm confident enough to.
You see, what you're doing here, Joe, is you're ruining my. What's the one thing I hate about commentators?
What?
People who don't actually make a decision one way or the other. Even just say one thing. Don't go, oh, I don't know, it's everybody. Oh, it's all of them. Just say it's Barry. Can't stand Barry, he's a nightmare.
Or he's trying to get.
No, I'm just saying this. Good commentators have opinions.
He's been the Sun commentator.
Don't believe Sky, where everyone's lovely. Good commentators have opinions. I will leave it to a good commentator, Joe, to take over.
Controversy here. Let's go racing, though, with Nathan Kaplan and Jules Dumont on your front row. Nathan Kaplan controlling the pace into the tram lines. They go. Kaplan on the right of the picture there in the orange and white car. Jules Dumont being hung out to dry, as we've seen. It's Darmadasa and George Nasser down the inside. Darmadasa comes through in second. Dumont hangs on to third in magnificent style there. That is a real disadvantage being on the outside, Connor.
Yeah, 100%, especially with the amount of senior drivers on this grid. On the outside of that turn one, it is very tricky because them curbs can just wash you out and cause an incident. So yeah, Dumont doing really well there to stay in third.
Great stuff, and we've got another 9.5 laps of this to go. Darmadasa, he wants to consolidate that championship gap that he's brought here this weekend. He wants to consolidate and narrow that gap to George Nasser, and at the moment he's doing that. At the moment he's done that all day. We'll get a championship clarification over the lunch break, but at the moment it is Kaplan, Darmadasa, Dumont, Montgomery Swan, George Nasser in fifth. The gap extends, or narrows I should say, in the championship. It extends on the track but narrows in the championship as Darmadasa challenging very, very determinedly and aggressively now on that lead.
Yeah, Kaplan might have to start going defensive here now from Darmadasa as the pack is closing in on the front two. They do have a little bit of a gap from Jeremy Montgomery Swan, but if they start battling, that gap will vanish so quickly.
We're going to see if Jeremy Montgomery Swan can do what he did yesterday and come from nowhere. Well, he's third. He's very much somewhere at the moment, and he's got his eyes set. He knows how to win races as well. Just behind him, though, championship leader, champion-elect. I mean, arguably, George Nasser just has to maybe finish in the top five, and it's going to be, he's going to consolidate the championship. People kicking up the dust. They're not sure who that was who went slightly off track. As there's the move down the inside at turn one goes Darmadasa.
Yeah, Darmadasa, lovely move there into turn one on Nathan Kaplan. Here's the kartshop.me replay now. Yeah, you can see Kaplan just was not expecting that late move from Darmadasa. He did try and fight it though, but no, he just couldn't do anything. So now let's see. He's got a bit of a gap now, Darmadasa, but I'm sure Nathan and Jeremy will be able to close it in.
Nathan Kaplan now under pressure from Jeremy Montgomery Swan. If he's just gotten over the assault by Ray and Darmadasa for the lead of this race, as Darmadasa already eking out a bit of a gap and a bit of a cushion out onto the back straight. Nasser there, prowling on the rear end of Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Here comes Nasser on Montgomery Swan into the braking area for turn 13. Nasser into third. Next on his list will be Nathan Kaplan as Jeremy Montgomery Swan tries to come back at him.
Yeah, move there for third place is George Nasser. He's looking really fast now. I wonder if he can be able to close in onto Nathan and Rayan Darmadasa.
Darmadasa at first, Connor, looked like he was pulling a gap to Nathan Kaplan, but that's not the case. Is that anything to do with Kaplan being offline, picking up a little bit of sand on his tyres? Now that he scrubbed those tyres back in, it's back where the kart wants to be, and a balanced kart. Is there an element of what I've said there in any way, shape or form truthful?
Yeah, well, the move in turn one definitely did push Kaplan a little bit wide onto the sand, so that's probably why he had that bit of a gap. But yeah, Kaplan is closing back in now, though, as you can see.
And Jeremy Montgomery Swan just losing touch ever so slightly to George Nasser, who's got a bit of a gap in front of him. And there's a challenge from Oscar Lambert, the Mumbai Falcon, getting down the inside of the J&K driver, slowing everybody down onto this start-finish straight. Oscar Lambert, of course, Conor Clancy's teammate there. Oscar, his last race weekend this weekend, he goes off to university. Connor, has anyone bought him a cake at Mumbai Falcons to see him off? No? No thought of a cake? No. That's a terrible shame.
Not we should talk about food, but there's not enough cake in this paddock.
No, there's not. We're talking about cake in the middle of a race as well, which is not allowed, you guys were saying earlier. As we continue on then, these three karts here, Rayan Damadasa, Nathan Kaplan, George Nasser, circulating together and beginning to concertina back up as they get on with their job. What's your chances of Nasser getting by Kaplan here? He's chasing him down, but not really, just seemingly not having enough to get onto his bumper.
Yeah, Nasser looks really fast here. I think, yeah, Kaplan is definitely next on his list, and then it will be Damadasa. He looks really good here, Nasser, so we're going to have to see what he can do.
So George Nasser can see 2 karts ahead of him, Rayan Damadasa. Damadasa is second in the championship. Nasser knows that if he just finishes, he can finish this far apart, can't he, Connor? How much of that thought is going through his head there during this frantic race?
Yeah, well, I definitely think since it's the last round now and it's the pre-final, that there will be championships in everyone's minds. Because I think like 7 karts can win it. It will be tough because Georgie does have a big gap. But yeah, I think it's very close now, especially from the last 2 weekends. So definitely that will be a factor in everyone's minds, thinking about the championship.
If you're George Nasser and you have the pace, but it's a very, very chancy pace to get by Nathan Kaplan, are you going to risk it?
Yeah, well, I mean, you want to start as high up as possible and get as much points as you can. So yeah, he needs to be making moves to go forward.
But isn't third place better to start on this grid here at Alain?
Yeah, it is, but we're only halfway through now. There is still 3 or 4 more laps left, so he could catch Damadasa.
You think George is... you're thinking he's going to get past Kaplan and he maybe even go and challenge for the win?
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah. There's a part of me thinks that George maybe is thinking third place is a better starting position here at Alain than second.
Nope.
And nope, you're not listening,
second.
not listening to me at all,
yeah.
is he? Yeah, what do I know? That's why I'm a commentator. Here comes the kartshop.me replay. What's going on here, Connor?
Yeah, you can just see he was preparing that move from the straight. Kaplan went wide. He just dived straight to the inside. Nassar did, yeah. Good move there. Now he's going to be chasing down Damadasa.
Yeah, George Nasser now ahead of Nathan Kaplan and into second place now. The gap to the leader, Damadasa, out to 7/10. Let's see where it is here with 7 laps completed. The gap still at, well, almost 0.8 of a second now. And with 3 laps remaining, 3 laps, 0.8, do you think it's that doable?
It will be hard. Yeah, I don't know. Have to see what George is like. He was fast, so he could do it, but I don't know. It's going to be tricky.
And as the old adage says, Connor, there's one thing catching the cart in front, it's another thing completely overtaking, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's also, Kaplan isn't falling off as well. He's still on him, so he might have to start defending again.
Yeah, solid in that second place, not making, or whatever gain that Rayan Damadasa is making in the championship is negated massively by George Nasser, literally on his rear bumper. He's still pushing on though, Georgie, isn't he? He's still pushing on, head down behind the steering wheel. Does make a difference, that, doesn't it? Reducing the airflow.
Yeah, definitely, especially if you're a taller driver, then getting your head down does definitely work, as you can see there, looking at his knees.
Yeah, looking at his knees, doesn't need to see where he's going until he needs to see where he's going, then his head pops back up. Nathan Kaplan, though, he's not done, is he? Nathan Kaplan. And now, if I was Nathan Kaplan, I'd be thinking all the time, third place is a better place to start here for the final. You can get straight off and follow the pole sitter down the inside at turn 1. However, with one more lap, when this one's completed, one more lap to go in this pre-final, Rayan Damadasa continues to lead by, well, it's been, would you believe, it's been 0.8 of a second now for 3 laps. It's still 0.8 of a second as they come through the second sector, with Damadasa, Nasser, Kaplan, Oscar Lambert, solid in 4th, Rain Qureshi, Mumbai Falcons strongly represented there in the top 5 with 3rd, 4th and 5th. As they come through the final turn there, Jules Dumont wanting to spoil that party. Last lap, Connor. And do you think that's pretty much settled now, or do you think Nathan Kaplan can come back?
Yeah, I think the top 3 is settled here. Nathan will just want to be starting 3rd now, so that he can have that inside line for turn 1. And yeah, I think even if he was sent the move, the gap's too big. It would just be ridiculous if he tried to go in from there.
Yeah, Darmadasa, though. And Darmadasa's doing all he can, isn't he? He's doing what he needs to do, and that's win. Everything else is out of his control. How George Nasser's race is going or gone is out of his control. And unfortunately, let's say, for Darmadasa's challenge on the championship, George Nasser is doing what he needs to do.
Yeah, and it's harder as well because they're both similar paces. That's why the gap stayed the same throughout the race.
Yeah, here he comes then. Take us across the line here, Connor.
Yeah, you can just see there taking the pre-final win. So he'll start on pole now for the final.
George Nasser consolidates that championship and makes it even harder for Darmadasa. And he finishes second, Nathan Kaplan third. Rest of the field coming through. Just making a note there, Jeremy Montgomery Swan falling behind Jules Demont as well before the checkered flag. We'll have a look at the provisional result there, which will pop up. Hello to Steph Mosdef, who was supporting Amani Kinua, who finished in 8th place there, just behind him. Let's have a look at the official result then. Rayon Darmadasa takes the pre-final win. George Nasser in 2nd, Nathan Kaplan 3rd, Ryan Qureshi 4th, Oscar Lambert in 5th. Jules Demont struggling there, dropped down to 6th. He'll be wanting to better that in the final, no doubt. In 7th place, we have Jerry Montgomery Swan with Amani Kinua 8th, Max Dexter in 9th, and then in 10th place, Alicia Kanisa. Ryan Carews was 11th, Zain El Masani 12th, Adish Mehta 13th, Alexander Biji was 14th, Eni Asachi 15th, Kayan Kreinbo 16th, and then we had Enzo Tesluk, Andrew Obaid, Manafal Belushi, Arsen Jovic, Leah Momina, Abdul Al-Keita, Philip Dinu, and Yusuf Ali Shah rounding off a 24 kart field. That all finished there.
Well done. And that takes us to lunch.
Yes.
Thank you, Connor. Thank you very much.
I was about to say
thank you for your efforts throughout the last couple of days.
Connor Clancy. Is your job as a coach here, Connor, going into the lunch break, there's only the finals to go, is your job kind of over? You've said what you've had to say? Or do you have a little bit of a motivational speech before we go racing again?
Yeah, well, I spoke to my drivers after, obviously, the pre-finals. So.
I love the fact he's got his own drivers. I'll speak to my drivers.
Yeah.
I know.
And then, I'll just go down and speak to them before the finals, and then, hopefully all goes well.
Okay, mate.
Thank you, Connor.
Keep them out the noise.
So, it's a big afternoon here at the UAE RMC Round 8 Day 2. We are about to have the lunch break, which will include the second of our paddock shows, including the special Mums edition, which is interesting, actually, because when we spoke to the mums, which is Mrs. Manemi and Mrs. Bassier, since then, Mrs. Bassier's son has changed teams, and Mrs. Manemi's son has got ill, not turned, and has flew out today.
She's mopping his brow.
Doing top mum stuff. We'll come back. We've got a lot of Volderol. We've got a lot of Henry on the grid. As I think our on-air production discussion, as you know, no post-race interviews. All the post-race winners' interviews will be done at the same time after the final. So you'll talk to 5 finalists after the final.
Yes, I will. I have to watch that. Well done to Connor for his contributions over there. I want to, again, this is, please don't think that I have favourites. However, I want to point out that Alicia Canessa, driving a kart that is 6 years old, has just finished in the top 10. And there have been lots of work going on. It's her final day in the championship. I spoke to her dad during that race. Her dad, she's not only got a van, so she can drive her KZ2 kart around Europe. She's got a caravan as well, so she can sleep in it.
Marvellous.
Her dad actually said, I was hoping she was going to develop a drinking problem at university, but no such luck.
Because that's way cheaper. Anyway, we'll be back at 2:20, which is in 40 minutes' time. First of all, the paddock show, then a bit of a holding screen, and then it's all happening this afternoon. Honestly, you don't want to miss it. There's so much action, so much fun. And for all of you there's so much Henry as well, but that's coming up very soon. Well, hello and welcome to the final round of the UAE RMC 425-26. And as ever, it's been a fantastic set of weekend racing so far. And, you know, when I think about the reasons I like to be here, one of them obviously is Henry Baudet. He's such a professional man. He's only about the karting. He has no thoughts about anything other than racing at... Oh. Yes. Henry... You did say this, and I kind of hoped it wasn't true. Apparently today is all about the mums.
Well, not quite. However, in addition to the tickets being given out, who is going to go and represent the UAE, we celebrate the most underappreciated members of the karting family, because we've got grid mums. Absolutely. I know it's 30 degrees. It's a black hoodie. Heat stroke. It's worth it. Absolutely.
Well, hopefully it'll calm him down slightly. Yes, it's a full day. We've got a lovely chat coming up with a couple of the mothers, proper chat with a couple of the mothers coming up. And then after that, we have other bits and bobs around the track. But more importantly, if you stay tuned after this, you will see the grid mums. Bye.
Here we are at the end of the season. Every karting family in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge has travelled from Al Ain Raceway to the Dubai Kartdrome to Al Fassan, Yas Marina, and now back here. And the karting families travel all across the region together. And I'm with two of the most underappreciated members of the karting families, karting mums. This is Heidi Bassier and Haritma Menaimne. Heidi, your son Mark Bassier is in DD2. Haritma, your son Mohammed Menaimne is in senior. First of all, when did both your sons start racing? How long have you been karting mums?
So for Mohammed, this is his 5th year, so it's 5 years, and yeah.
So 5 years, and for Mark?
5 years in UAE. It started in Switzerland, but then we took a break during COVID, and now, yes.
Because both your sons are 16 years old, aren't they? 16, but they are still your little babies, aren't they?
They will be always our babies.
Always, is that right?
True.
Now, there are obviously we focus a lot on the dads. Now, does your husband's mechanic at all, or are they just in the background?
Just in the background, because we don't come from a motorsport family, so there's not really much input either of us can really give. So basically my role, I would say, is more of moral support and just the logistics of getting him here. And I don't think, me personally, I have much input to give because I don't belong to this. So I keep out of it and I let the team do their job, and because I don't think too many heads would really help a driver.
Oh, again, that's a smart. Yourself, what about you and your husband?
Yes, he's not a mechanic, but we support. Yes, we are here to support, and also look what is going on. We learned a lot, especially me. Yeah. My husband knows a little bit more, but we are here to support and to be with our son.
Now, you both said that neither family is a motorsport family. So, what was your reaction the first time Mohammed said, "I want to try go-karting"?
Honestly, it was by default. It was one summer, it was just me and Mohammed in Dubai, and I Googled indoor sport for boys, and then I found the Kartdrome, and I just went there and thinking, well, it's shaded, it's indoor, and he'll do something. And when he went there, he was good at it and he loved it, so that was a start. But it was never a game plan, or there was nothing like that.
Okay, so at that time, when Mohammed first entered the kart, there was no fear of, how fast they're going. It was just something fun to do, indoor karting.
Indoor karting on a rental, just for fun, killing time, the two of us, nothing to do.
Okay, and for Mark?
Well, Ilan has always been more or less interested about the sport. He did a little bit of karting, then he went with the Formula 1. He had some Formula 4, like this, Formula 3. He tried. So he took him to Italy, because in Italy they allow him to go very early, very young, while in Switzerland not. And they started to go together, and it was fun for them. So then he went back to Switzerland, 7 years old. He started there. Yep. And yes, it was father and son time together.
Okay, so we've had mother and son time together, father and son time together, but that was when it was just rentals and it was all fun. And then suddenly, fast forward, now we race. Senior Rotax, the biggest grid, sometimes the most chaotic, 80 miles an hour. DD2, the ultimate class, 2-speed, 130 kilometers an hour. Every parent watches their son or daughter race in a different way. Heidi, you are always here, never miss a race, and you do not take your eyes off Mark while on the track. Why is that?
I don't know, it's my connection to him to be sure that he's safe there. This is the first thing, the safety. And yeah, to support him. Now, when he was smaller, I was supporting him in a different way than now. Now he's grown up, so, but still. I feel good to be here and to watch him and to be with him.
Yeah. Are Mark's races something that you get excited for or just fill you with terror?
Both. Both. First terror and then excitement. Yeah.
Okay, so whereas Heidi never misses a lap, Ritma, you don't watch a single lap, do you?
I don't watch anything because for me it's like about safety, like I'm one of those mothers. And about the competitiveness, I know Mohammed has that for himself and he wants to win. So I don't think, I mean, he wants it for himself. It's not something that I want for him. So that I leave it to him.
So you're just there. So when he's right, you can hear the commentary in the background maybe. Do you just, no?
Honestly, I just look at the live timings and I know when it's, you know.
So you look at the lights out and you think when his name crosses the finish line, the checkered flag, what does that do to you emotionally?
I feel relaxed, of course.
Yeah.
And honestly, I feel that not only for my son, because being a mother, I feel that everybody should have a safe race.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But of course, I want the winning for my son. But I want safety for everyone.
Do you, obviously, you watch the races back? I suppose you don't need to watch the races back, but I suppose you do. Do you watch, like, the live stream back afterwards when you know that he's come home safe and he's had a good race and he's happy? No?
No.
No. Is it simply because it's, you now move on to the next race and it's, again, the next safe race?
I'm just a mom who doesn't get too tangled up in motorsport because I think, me personally, I think it's just enough that the driver does it. Mm-hmm. And when the whole family gets tangled up, I think this pressure is too much and it becomes a bit too much. And I want to focus, I want to have kind of balanced life, even for myself and my son.
Of course, yes, because there's the highs, and the highs are generally outweighed by the lows, but when everything goes well, then dad is happy, driver is happy, and if dad and driver are happy, then that means mum's also happy, but mum's life is slightly easier, would you say? Definitely. When it's not going quite well, do you both play the role of peacemakers?
Yes, absolutely, always. Always.
Peacemaker between driver, team and dad, or just in general?
In general, yeah.
And the same for you? Okay, here we go. When things have gone wrong, how long has it taken you to calm everybody down and remember, hey, this is just to support a bit of fun at the end of a bad day on Sunday?
To be honest, my husband and me are the calm ones. The one we have to worry about is Mohammed. He's hard on himself. So we're calming him down.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
It's not a case of son gets out of the cart, shouts at dad because the cart didn't go very well. No,
that's why we don't involve ourselves because you don't know much, so I don't think you should put yourself in a situation that you don't know much about.
No, exactly.
Just be parents.
Yeah, just be parents. Would you say that Mark's dad is slightly more involved with
He's going to watch this.
I mean, there is. I think when things aren't going well, there may be a little bit more friction between Mark and dad than there is between Mohammed and dad.
It changed over the years. And DD2, I find it better, also because Mark is grown up, so it's different. When he was smaller,
it was a little bit different because you want to get. It was different. So, okay, we're here at the end of the season. On Sunday night, two different mums. What is your hope for this weekend? What would you be happy with coming away on Sunday night? And what would you be happy with coming away on Sunday night? And that could be anything. That could be results or just life in balance. What makes you happy at the end of a race weekend?
Well, of course, the results. I mean, everyone is looking for that. We cannot lie about that, yeah? Everyone wants the results. Everyone wants to be at the top, of course. But at the end, also I have to say, Mark has found really good friends here. So also that friendship and balance and so on, that's also important. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm guessing for you, it's not result, is it? Or is it?
No, it is results. Okay. Like I won't, because I know the result is dependent on Mohammed and the cart that the team gives him. If there was something I could do to get a better result, believe me, I would do it. And watching him race is not going to do that. That's why I don't.
Okay.
But no, I am competitive.
Even though you don't like driving?
Yes, because, I have, and that's the funny thing, that's the irony of it, that I have a phobia of driving and my son chooses to be in motorsport. Yeah. Brilliant.
I have to say, neither man was wonderfully happy about coming on camera, but you speak for the most underappreciated members of karting families. Thank you. See, 5 years as karting men, neither have lost their sanity.
God knows. We hope not.
We hope not. We hope not. Of course not. Thank you very much for joining us. Remember, for every young driver out there trying to make it, for every mechanic and their dad who's cheering and shouting, there's usually a mum not far behind the scenes, crouching in terror, just making sure that their babies come home in one piece. Now, of course, they say in karting that if you don't start when you're 6 years old, then you're going to be nowhere. Well, Abdullah Al-Qaita, you're going to change that perspective because you didn't sit in a kart until you were 14 years old. We're now 16, we're racing here in the UAE, we drive for Fort Abu Dhabi, and Danilo Rossi, your career is taking a very different path, isn't it?
Yeah. So I started when I was 14. I originally started in Bahrain, and then last season I moved to the UAE racing with the brand, and alhamdulillah I put in the effort and I was noticed and I got sponsored by QMF. So this summer I'll be heading over to Italy racing in Italian National and FIA World Cup. So inshallah that goes well, and I hope to move up in future years.
Now when you say QMF, that is the Qatar Motorsport Federation, is that correct?
Correct.
How important, because we've got several drivers coming from Qatar that all seem to all wear the QMF race suit. How involved are they in, because you have the MENA Nations Cup in Qatar for the last 3 years. They really, really are trying to push talent in karting, aren't they? Tell us how that came about.
Honestly, I'm not sure how it came about. It just happened. I put in the effort and eventually I was recognized and they thought, you know what, we need to help further motorsports in the region and in our country. So they decided to push drivers up and up and up. And it's really important for a federation to support its drivers in order to develop the sport around the country.
Now talk about yourself. You say you didn't start karting until you were 14. But while you were 14, did you know about karting? What did you know about these vehicles before you actually stepped in when we were racing fan growing up? Or were there not many opportunities to even watch racing?
Look, I wasn't really familiar with motorsports back in the day, but I had an obsession with cars. My dad over there, of course, knows. But it seemed like a natural step. I got into rental karting, and then from rental karting I moved up. I mean, I moved up not knowing much, but, you know, trying to get on the spanners myself every once in a while and working on my car, I eventually learned more and more about the kart and what works and what doesn't. So understanding the kart by mechanicking really helped.
Really, because that's something that you've just jumped into senior Rotax here in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, the biggest grid, the toughest grid.
No, nothing. Just straight seniors.
Straight into seniors. You decided the best way to, negate your lack of experience was by getting your hands quite literally dirty and mechanicking.
Yeah.
That's a very unusual step because not many drivers do that. How did you find that helped you?
It helped me realize how each component of the kart worked, and if you know how your kart works, you know how it'll react. So,
brilliant. And of course, driving for Danilo Rossi, you wouldn't have known at the time that Danilo Rossi, one of the greatest kart racers of his generation, multiple world champion in the 1990s. Were you a bit starstruck then when you first met him because he came here last year?
Of course, I was starstruck when I met him. He was very knowledgeable, and he immediately just felt the need to help me. He's such a kind guy. I wasn't even racing a DR chassis at that time, and he said, no, I want to help you with this, this, and this. So,
fantastic. And he's helped you move from, your career, not just based here in the Middle East, but also to Europe. As a driver with so little experience, you went to Europe and raced last year. Was it one race?
3 races.
3 races. So 3 races in Italy, in the Italian National Championship. Coming in as a complete novice, what was that like?
It was pretty startling at first. I mean, I got used to it. I moved up, but it's a very different racing style compared to here in the UAE. The UAE, it's more elbows out, and there it's a bit more technical and technique style. So that's what I've noticed.
Yeah, so we're familiar, everyone on Karting Live TV is very familiar with the elbows out style that we've become accustomed to here in the UAE. You've had to learn 2 different styles very, very quickly, haven't you?
Yes, I have. And honestly, I really learned how to mix both of these techniques into one with the help of Theo Kakati, honestly.
Yep.
So I really appreciate that. And of course, Hussein, who is out there sitting.
Hussein Umid Ali, one of the people behind Fort Abu Dhabi. This year, the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, how would you say your season has gone?
Look, we started off strong, then we switched teams, and honestly, I've learned a lot more here than I would have learned anywhere else, because I'm more involved with my setup and on my chassis, and eventually it's been getting better and better than the start of the season. So I'm happy.
Okay, so we're happy. One final piece of advice. If there are people out there watching this, teenagers, 14 years old, like you were a couple of years ago, that have never driven a kart, why should they start karting, and why is it not necessarily a disadvantage to have not done cadet karting, and how can you get yourself up to speed like you have that quickly?
Look, if you're starting cadet, you're still a kid at that time. So what people tell you, you might not understand, and over time you can build up bad habits. But if you're starting at a later age, you can immediately develop the right habits at that time. It's not straight into, bad habits and then trying to break them. You can start off with the good habits and just keep on building from there.
Now, how many Qatari drivers can you see racing at the very pinnacle of karting in the next, say, 3-5 years?
I say there's quite a bit, but of course, there has to be people. So I can't wait to see that.
Yeah. Are more people back in Qatar because of the MENA Nations Cup coming into karting?
Yes, I noticed that there was quite a bit of people coming into karting after MENA, and honestly, the sport has started picking up its traction, so I'm very happy about that.
Excellent. So between Hamza Ashisho in DD2 and Abdullah Al-Qaita in Senior, the Qataris are coming. Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair to say. And we have a new micro on the grid now, so...
And a new micro, so there we go. Thank you very much, Abdullah Al-Qaita.
Thank you.
A lot changes in 12 months. This time last year, Giuseppe Montanari was an independent driver running in MiniMax. This year, he's a junior Rotax driver driving for one of the newest and most impressive teams in the paddock, JNKD. Giuseppe, firstly, talk about the difference, how hard it was to move up from the small kart to the full-size chassis.
Well, it's a very big difference. For example, the biggest difficulty I found moving up was the physicality a lot. I had to start working out, start going to the gym, start mostly training neck, because it really gets physical after if you have a 20-lap race under the UAE heat, it really gets difficult. So.
But the second thing is, last year it was your dad Alfredo doing the mechanicking. This year you've got a team of mechanics around you, haven't you? The communication process is very, very different, because you can't just shout at the mechanic and like your dad, can you?
No, definitely not. Yeah. I think the difference is that it's nice to have another mechanic. You've got my dad who helps sometimes with the car, and the mechanic who just mostly does everything.
But of course, so you've got the both. You've got it just being you, your mum and your dad, and an Italian coffee machine, which is always extremely important. Now, the Italian coffee machine is still here, but there's an awful lot of people. There's data stations. You've got Matty Hotcraft, you've got Ash Deer, you've got Alfonso Skritschka, you've got all the people that run the team. That's something new for you, isn't it, to have to learn how to go through data and give feedback, don't you?
Yeah, it's very nice working with these people who have worked in World Finals, who have worked in Europe. You see how experienced they are, and you learn a whole lot. I mean, when I was independent, I didn't really do much data. It was just like working on the car, get it as fast as possible. But you learn so much in a big team. So yeah.
Now, let's have an assessment. Your first season in Junior Rotax, there have been some good results, but there have also been times where, you've been battling in the pack and struggling. Out of 10, where would you rank yourself in terms of your performance this year?
I feel like I definitely did more than I expected. I learned so much from junior and these months that I've been in junior. I think it's closing to a year now.
Yep.
So I feel like it's difficult to say out of 10, but I feel like I've done a pretty good job.
But of course, this is only your first year. You're still a junior driver next year, aren't you?
Yeah, and for quite some time.
For quite some time, yeah, because you are young. You're 12, aren't you?
Yeah.
12, and we've still got a lot of growing to do as well. So this season is laying the foundations for potentially, dare I say, UAE champion, just 2027?
Maybe. We need to see.
Maybe. We'll need to see. Okay, there we go. Giuseppe Montanari. First year junior, getting better and better all the time. Now we got a team around him, but the coffee is still the best.
Yeah, so you gave me an award for best coffee machine or maker or whatever. So
Well, that was your parents. I mean, I haven't seen you make me a cup of coffee all season, but your mum and dad have.
it's still a win, a victory for this year. Coffee machine, so yeah.
Excellent, there we go. Giuseppe Montanari. Not quite in the winner's circle of Junior Rotax yet, but always a winner when it comes to keeping commentators caffeinated. The UAE Rotax Max Challenge comes to a conclusion this weekend at the Al Ain Raceway, but it's not the only championship up for grabs, because once again, the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Award is going to be decided in each class. Lelaine, Estrella, you have been part of this championship for a long time. The Abu Dhabi Sports Council Award, it's become a part of a tradition of this championship, hasn't it?
Yes, it is, Henry. Well, as what we have discussed in Yas Marina, just to recap, Abu Dhabi Sports Challenge Trophy is a championship that runs along with the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. So it's actually a good opportunity for those drivers who just started, driving for this year, who have not done the round one. So it's a good opportunity for them to obviously participate in the new championship, which is just this year.
Now, every driver is eligible for the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Award, but it's not quite that simple, is it?
Yes, because Henry, for those drivers who actually in the top 3 of the overall UAE championship, they will not be eligible for this Abu Dhabi Sports Challenge Trophy. So those who are actually just under the top 3 will have the chance to be able to get the trophies.
And that means it's great for somebody who, say, moved up from MicroMax at the end of last year into MiniMax, and they spent the first couple of rounds just getting used to the new class.
Yes, correct. Yeah, that's true. Because let's say for example, you have just got your license, then and you haven't done the previous. Well, obviously this is your chance to get at least race in Abu Dhabi Sports Council, and as well as to remove your novice plates for the 3 rounds, and as well those who actually drivers who just moved to a new class.
It takes time to get up to speed, doesn't it?
Yes, true. That's correct.
Now, all 6 rounds of the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Trophy take place in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. Lelaine, why is it so important that we have the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Trophy?
The main goal for the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Challenge Trophy is to give more opportunity for drivers to, to participate more, and also obviously for those drivers that have the opportunity to make sure that they have something to fight for, and yeah, whether the front in the middle, and also it gives them and also to develop their skills.
So there we go. The Abu Dhabi Sports Council Award. For over a decade now, they've been helping increase participation levels and driver development all across Abu Dhabi. Thank you, Lelaine, and long may the Abu Dhabi Sports Council trophy continue.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everybody, and we are all set for the important bit of any race day. It's the finals, and right now we are seeing preparations being made for our grid walk. The finalists, this is the MicroMax class. We push the carts out of the collecting area. We're going to push them down onto the grid. We'll have a look at the grid proper. We've got Henry Baudet down there out in the sunshine. He is going to be grabbing a word with as many of the drivers and people connected to the drivers as possible. Really creates a great atmosphere here. We're about to go ahead with the last finals of the season, indeed, bringing to a conclusion the 2025-2026 UAE RMC. We'll be crowning our champions this afternoon, and we'll also be crowning our Abu Dhabi Sports Council trophy winners as well. So the grid for MicroMax, it's going to come as no surprise if you were with us earlier this morning. That is indeed the property of Liam O'Hanlon. His biggest challenge has come from two drivers this weekend. Everybody's been involved, of course, but it's Adam Al-Sheikh and Samar Chopra who have provided perhaps the biggest challenge. It'll be a front row of Liam O'Hanlon and Adam Al-Sheikh. Second row will line up as Samar Chopra and Amar Tabatsa. The third row will be Alexander Feinstein and Vayab Ponat. Row 4 will be Leo Reutemann and Tayyab Haroun, with Felix Zuzajebberg and Enzo Falzarano on row 5. Row 6 will be Cameron Harvey and Hamad Al-Madaka and Yusuf Al-Kayat. The young Synergy novice driver will round off the 13-kart MicroMax grid. It is very, very hot here at the Al Ain Raceway. 35-degree ambient temperature, massively high track temperature. It's a hot and sticky racetrack that we're going to race on, and it will be a race to the championship finals and that all-important ticket to, indeed, the Portimao in Portugal World Rotax Finals. That will be coming in November. That's what this championship has been all about. It's, yes, of course, there is the accolade of being the UAE RMC champion. But at the end of it, by being champion, you get to represent the United Arab Emirates at the Rotax World Finals, the all-important finale to the season. It's been a busy season. We kicked off with the non-championship invitational back in September, and we have kicked off round 1 here at Al Ain in October. It seems a long time ago in some ways, and then such a short time in other ways. It's been a really competitive season with a number of drivers taking race wins. Al Fassan in November, the undulations of Al Fassan, where we saw some fantastic racing, a completely contrasting racetrack to what we have here at Al Ain. We came back to Al Ain in December. Dubai was the place where we raced the Dubai Kartdrome. Again, a complete different challenge. We then went to Yaz in February, and then we're back to Al Ain for the final 2 weekends, concluding the 2025-26 UAE RMC, the Rotax Max Challenge here in the RMC. And as you can see, the grid of MicroMax drivers already down there. I actually don't know what that means. Let's head straight down to the grid where all the action is, where we've got Henry Baudet there collecting stories going forward. Henry Baudet.
Thank you very much. You may notice that we have a slightly different look to the finals. We're going from the grid. 5 races to go in the 2025-2026 championship. And of course, as is tradition here at the UAE Rotax Max Challenge Championship, we have grid mums. This is an opportunity for the mums to get their moment of spotlight. Liam O'Hanlon, our champion this year in MicroMax. Liam, we talked a lot about racing. What's it like having your mum standing next to you just before the start? Does that make you feel nice and proud?
Yeah, proud.
Excellent. And Mum, very quickly, does it make you feel nice and proud being able to stand here with Liam after all that this young man has achieved?
Yeah, and of course to give him some extra tips.
You were giving some extra tips. If you have a look there, Liam's laughing. What tips about racing can Mum give you, Liam?
The best one.
Well, because apparently your dad said it must be Liam's nice and cool and calm because he says his mum's nuts, but that was okay. Anyway, we can see we're going to be clearing the grid very shortly. Clearing the grid now. Adam Al-Sheikh alongside with his grid mum. Adam has gone head-to-head with Liam so many times. We come out in second. One more chance to go and beat Liam, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, we've got to clear the grid very quickly because there's a special photograph to be taken and nobody wants to see me in a picture with all the grid mums. Let's go back up to you, Joe, for race number 1 of the day, final number 1.
Exciting stuff, isn't it? Tension and action beginning to build already with the grid being formed. It's a nice touch there. We do this for the finale day, the finals of the UAE RMC, and it gets a chance for the grid mums to come into action as well and be part of the event as well. What a sight that is. What a great sight that is. All about to kick off, and we're about to crown our MicroMax champion.
Sweating
Can you believe it? It is hot out there, isn't it?
I had a last-minute battery change. I thought the camera was having an issue, and it wasn't. It was me having the issue.
So you mean you've been running about?
I've been running about, yeah. Would you like to read the grid whilst I breathe heavily?
If you've got a grid for me, I would love to do that. I've already had a slight glimpse at it, but here it is officially. Liam O'Hanlon starts the pole position. He's pretty much got the championship in his grasp. Only slight mathematical chance for Adam Al-Sheikh or indeed Samar Chopra to steal it from him. That's the front row, Liam O'Hanlon and Adam Al-Sheikh. Second row is Samar Chopra and Amar Tabatso, who's had a cracking competitive weekend here. Alexander Feinstein's always been there or thereabouts. He's got Vaya Ponner alongside him on row 3. Row 4 is Leo Reutemann, the ever-smiling and laughing Leo Reutemann, with Taya Baroon alongside him on row 4. Row 5 is Felix Sousa Jebjerg and Enzo Falzarano on row 5. Row 6, Cameron Harvey and Ahmed El Madaka. And then rounding off 13 carts, we've got, rounding off 15 carts, I should say, Youssef Al-Kayat, who seems to be a happy chap, Adrian Faravignoli, who will be coming through the order starting down there, and Tadeusz Prochaska, who unfortunately had did not start in the pre-final, so he is another one to watch out for coming through the field. Henry Baudet has come into the more cooling environment of the commentary box. Henry, what a great feverish sort of feel that had to that grid.
Yeah, indeed. Again, it was a quick look at the MicroMax grid and the parents, and I've got to say that the drivers were really happy that their mums were with them. Who doesn't want a last-minute good luck hug and a kiss from mum?
It would really worry me if my mum gave me a last-minute kiss and hug.
A glimpse into the mind of Henry Baudet as we're about to go racing with Liam O'Hanlon now bringing the field round in a very, very sedate and controlled manner. It's up to Liam to control the pace as we head towards the tram lines. We're coming out of the final turn, still sedate. Liam will pick up the pace. He's looking towards the red lights. He targets the tram lines on the left, the all-advantageous left-hand side of the grid for O'Hanlon and Chopra as we get the lights going out. And it is indeed Liam O'Hanlon, Samar Chopra and that fifth place cart of Alexander Feinstein, who slots in behind. But who's that who's nicked the place? That is Feinstein. I was right, Henry. It is the first three, that's first, third and fifth, who have got into the lead.
You know, Adam Al-Sheikh, he's had this series of battles with Liam O'Hanlon. At the moment, I think it's O'Hanlon 4, Al-Sheikh 0. But Adam knows that just because things have not gone his way this season, it doesn't mean that's what's going to happen next season. All the drivers have got this ability to decompartmentalise, their season, and they know that, hey, just because this season, Driver X, Team Y, Engine Builder Z have done a better job than us, that doesn't mean it's going to be the same next year. And that's such an admirable quality that these youngsters learn as we've got a three-cart battle. And I've said, don't sleep on Adam Al-Sheikh yet because he's there in P4.
This is the final round. It's race day 2 of round 8. And Samar Chopra wants that trophy to take home with him. He's already scythed down the inside of Liam O'Hanlon. And look at Alexander Freinstein. He's a former race winner, isn't he, Freinstein? He's at least, I remember winning at least a heat or so.
Podium finisher. And yeah, he saved his first win for the round that I wasn't at.
Ah, right, that's where I'm thinking.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. I thought he was. Now then, Chopra has pulled a gap of which we've hardly seen in MicroMax all season, let alone this weekend.
Yeah, well, Liam O'Hanlon's mum did say that she had given him some last-minute advice, and that advice seems to have pushed Liam from first to second. But no.
Hang on, the advice might come later on.
Yeah. Slowly, catchy monkey.
We've still got 10 laps. We're going to have 9 laps after this one. Here's O'Hanlon coming back. We've got a 4-car train developing here. Samar Chopra, Liam O'Hanlon, Alexander Freinstein, and here comes Adam El Sheikh after losing out, being on the outside of the front row. He's back in the mix.
What a fitting end to the season. These 4 drivers coming into turn number 1 with Liam O'Hanlon taking the lead. Chopra, Freinstein, El Sheikh and O'Hanlon. XL Motorsport, kartshop.me replay incoming as you see the George Gibbons kart of Liam O'Hanlon past the Mateus Najem kart of Samar Chopra with the Motorscape machine and the XL kart of Al Sheikh and Freinstein behind. Those 4 drivers, these 4 teams have been class of the MicroMax field. Chasing them down, you've got the Synergies, the JNKDs, and you've got the second of the XL Motorsport machines of Amar Tabatsa. It's a microcosm of the season as we end on what I'm sure is going to be a very, very high note.
Yeah, good spot here as Chopra comes down the inside of O'Hanlon. Adam El Sheikh trying to come with him as well. But O'Hanlon's got the line for the final turn. He will slot in behind Chopra. It will be Chopra that leads across the line. 3 laps completed, 7 to go, 8 to go in fact. 3 laps completed as O'Hanlon down the inside again. How many place changes have we seen already, guys?
You know, sometimes you just get this. It's the last race of the season. The big prizes are done and dusted. So the drivers, they go out with no pressure. They have fun and they just... When the pressure is off, sometimes these young 8, 9 and 10-year-olds, they deliver a karting clinic. And we are watching one here because there goes Tabatsa to the inside of Harvey. And we've gone from a 4-kart lead train to a 7-kart lead train, including 6 different teams.
Very, very characteristic of the Rotax cadet class, this 7-kart train here as the leader. Champion-elect is challenged by Adam El Sheikh from XL, the blue and white kart, as we've got it coming together at the back of that 7-kart train. The kartshop.me replay will show us exactly what happened here, Henry.
Cameron Harvey goes to the move on Amar Tabatsa and realises that we're a little bit too warm going into that corner. Alex Freinstein taking an outside evasive action. Here we go once again. So from that 7-kart battle, at the moment, we're down to the same camera shot that we've had the last 3 rounds.
We have in 3rd place Samar Chopra, 4th place Amar Tabatsa, and 5th place Via Ponna are about to close the gap to make it a 5-car train. We've just recently lost a 7-car train with that coming together. Cameron Harvey tripping over a cart there down the inside of turn 13. We're about to see these 2 be caught by the O-plate holder, Chopra, Amar Tabatsa and Via Ponna as well. But right now, it's all about whether Adam El Sheikh will show his cards or whether he's happy to stay in the wheel tracks as we saw in the pre-final.
Yep, it's... You know, like I said, it's going to be very tricky for Adam El Sheikh to sort of shake off the last couple of rounds where Liam O'Hanlon's got the best of him, but he has. You've got to come into every single race like a clean sheet of paper. Forget everything that's happened before, just focus on the 7, 8, 9, or in this case, 12 laps that lie in front of you.
Amazing stuff, this. From these youngsters, 12 laps of racing we're about to get towards half distance as Liam O'Hanlon is I don't want to call it yet, Henry, because mathematically, I'm not sure he can lose this.
Yeah, no, he can't lose it.
Even if he DNFs.
We can call it. No,
yeah,
even with a DNF.
He's already won the privilege and the accolade of representing the nation here in the UAE, and he will head off to Portugal after this race with a little bit of racing in Europe in the middle of, no doubt, as Adam El-Sheikh. Likewise, follows in his wheel tracks. I think he's playing the waiting game here as Liam O'Hanlon continues to circulate in that very cool, calm way that he does.
Yeah, but behind them, Samar Chopra is not done yet. Samar Chopra being coached by the coach, Danny Shields, in third position. He's bringing Vaibhav Ponna. This is Vaibhav's best performance, the JNKD number 99. Amar Tabatsa in fifth position. Tadeusz Prochatska for the Italcourse Middle East team. He runs in sixth position. He's not too far off the second group of the chasing pack in P6. O'Hanlon, he is not, even though the championship is done and dusted, you can see by O'Hanlon's body language, head down, he is not giving in 1 inch. There's no relaxation there.
He's in the zone, isn't he?
Yep.
These youngsters, get as young as they are, they get in the zone. They know how to race. The racecraft we see, phenomenal. Adam El-Sheikh has been literally centimetres from the rear bumper of O'Hanlon. No touching, no nudging. Just comes up, just nestles behind him. Following in the wheel tracks, it'll be 7 laps completed. Still almost over a third of this race still to complete. And the coolness of these drivers at the front here as the gap to Chopra, 0.8 of a second to the rear bumper of Adam El-Sheikh there. We'll see. Lap time wise, Henry. No. Lap time, the gap actually eked out slightly.
Oh dear. Kart 55 plus 3 second penalty, tramline infringement at the start. So that ends Adam El-Sheikh's opportunity for victory. However, it doesn't necessarily hand the win to Liam O'Hanlon. Why? Because if El-Sheikh wants to battle, although El-Sheikh will now probably sit behind Liam O'Hanlon for the rest of this race, because Adam El-Sheikh's thinking, okay, we've got to turn that 1.3 second lead into a 3 second lead over Samar Chopra. He's now going to be hoping, so Adam El-Sheikh can still finish this race in second position. He can't beat Liam O'Hanlon because there's no way that he can pass and pull out a 3 second gap on Liam. That's just not going to happen. It is possible that these two could put a 3 second gap on the chasing pack, led now by Vaibhav Ponna. Although Vaibhav Ponna has now been repassed by Samar Chopra. The more these three karts battle, the further behind Adam El-Sheikh they fall.
That might be a thing here. Vaibhav Ponna there having a taste of what it felt like to be in third place. But as we've got a change for 4 nearly coming off, Tabatsa having a look down the inside of Ponna, but discretion being the better part of valor. Now these two get their heads down in that 4th and 5th place there and trying to get back on terms with Samar Chopra. The leaders remain in that 1st and 2nd position, trying to pull the gap. The gap is a big ask because these three now have got clear air with space in between them. There's the leaders going through. There's 3rd, 4th and 5th. Bit of an equidistant space between them, so that means they're able to lap and optimise their lap time and maybe gain ground on Adam El-Sheikh and allow El-Sheikh to not get too far away. Remember, El-Sheikh's carrying a 5 second penalty, so he's going to drop down the order.
You can see Adam El-Sheikh looking over his shoulder all the time. When he comes out of turn number 1, he always has a quick look over his shoulder to see, is that gap getting bigger? Is my tactic working? Adam El-Sheikh now really, really needs Amar Tabatsa, his XL Motorsport teammate, and Vaibhav Ponna to get on the back bumper of Samar Chopra and start battling to slow Samar down. At the moment, Adam El-Sheikh would be classified 5th because he is more than 3 seconds in front of Tadeusz Prochatska. It's only a 3 second penalty because he only had 2 wheels.
So I see that.
Well, he only had 2 wheels outside the tram line.
So it's 3 seconds that he's carrying.
So it's still a big hill to climb.
Yeah.
But it's not a mountain. It's a hill, not a mountain.
2 more laps to go. Still all to play for here for 3rd, 4th and 5th place. This is 2 steps to the podium right there. The Adam El-Sheikh with that 3 second penalty is going to fall behind at least 2, possibly 3 of those drivers and fill that gap behind them. So that is a very, very worthy battle that we're following here. Samar Chopra, Vaibhav Ponna, and keeping a watching brief, Amar Tabatsa is keeping them in sight here. as they come through the infield section here, heading towards the latter stages of the lap here through turns 9 and then into 10. Chopra just looks over his shoulder there and sees that Vayapona isn't quite as close as he thought he was.
No, but Amar Tabatsa is doing a great job of pushing Vayapona towards Samar Chopra as they head down towards turn number 13. Chopra's going to have to defend. Now, the last lap board is going to go out. The gap that is important, ladies and gentlemen, is the gap between the 55 cart of Adam El Sheikh and the 29, or the O on your screen, the O plate, the 29 cart. The gap is 1.9 seconds. Can Samar Chopra not lose 1.9 seconds over the final lap in his battle with Ponna and Tabatsa? That's the key for Adam Al Sheikh. Liam O'Hanlon is going to go out on top. Champion P1 in the final of the season.
And he's switched it on, hasn't he? He's pulled the trigger on something, just switching it on there and beginning to drop off Adam El Sheikh from his rear bumper to relinquish and deny any kind of opportunity for Adam El Sheikh to challenge. Here they go then. For the last time this season, onto the back straight for these MicroMax drivers. Liam O'Hanlon looks over his shoulder. He knows he's safe. He knows Adam El Sheikh is not in pouncing distance. As they go into the final turn of the season, that it's Liam O'Hanlon, the MicroMax champion of the UAE RMC for 25-26, punches the air. Delight in the crowd there as Adam El Sheikh second on the road, but he will finish behind Samar Chopra, who finishes second. Vayapona third. Amat Tabatsa finishes in fourth, and in fifth we will see Adam El Sheikh fifth in the official results.
I think Al Sheikh missed out by 0.3 of a second in the end.
No way. We'll confirm that, Henry. Henry now heads down to the grid, where we will get ready for our MiniMax final coming next. Before that, though, let's reflect on this one. What a drive to end the season for Liam O'Hanlon. Adam El Sheikh finishes second on the road. He's got a 3-second penalty to contend with. It was Samar Chopra finishing third. Fourth was Vayapona. Fifth was Amar Tabatsa. Sixth was Tadeusz Prochaska. And then in seventh, Cameron Harvey, after that off in the midfield. Alexander Feinstein, 8th. Adrian Fowler-Vignoli, 9th. Enzo Falzerano was 10th. Leo Reutmann, 11th. Yousaf Al-Khayyat, 12th, gaining experience all the time. And in 13th place, Tayyab Haroun with Ahmed Al-Mudaka in 14th and Felix Sousa Jegbjerg in 15th, rounding off all finishers in MicroMax, finishing off the season in style for everybody there.
Well, I suppose the expected result, but in an unexpected way.
Yeah, I mean, he's been the driver to beat, hasn't he, pretty much
Absolutely.
the whole of the season in MicroMax. And we've had interlopers coming in there and challenging. We've had a challenge.
The first couple of rounds, Samar Chopra was up there, wasn't he? And then Liam's really been the class of that field towards the back end of the season, and that's when it counts.
Got a very mature head on him.
These little kids.
They're cool,
these
aren't
little
they?
kids.
They are, they're cool.
And you keep telling me, you always say, oh, yeah, I treat them as racing drivers. They're little kids. I go, well, are they? Yes, are they really?
Well, it's hard not to treat them like racing drivers when they actually race like that.
I know.
They've raced well all season long, haven't they?
Yep.
They've entertained us massively. There's the MiniMax grid making their way down. The pole
that's
position.
Very relaxing for our O-plate holder.
That is Francesco Lisnioli, who has been pushed down, sitting on the bottom tray of his trolley.
His mechanic
in
is
the
very,
shade of his car.
Yes, the mechanic is very, very
forgiving.
Forgiving, yeah.
Yes.
Agreeable.
Waving to the camera there, that's the number 188, and that is
I think
Oliver
Henry's,
Butchard's.
Henry wants us to go down to
Let's
now.
head down to Henry on the grid.
Well, you can see the MiniMax drivers coming out behind me. Behind the camera, behind Dojo, our grid cameraman, we can see the grid mums assembling. This class is not decided. Championship still in the balance. Yes, Ben Karachkovic has the upper hand. I think he only has to maybe finish in the top 6, depending on what LBJ Stubbs is going to do. But LBJ will not give in. Here are the drivers. Firstly, let's speak to last year's MicroMax champion, last year's Grand Finals MicroMax champion, and this year's MiniMax championship leader. Ben Karachkovic helps get his head down. Ben, we've got Mum with us. What are your thoughts ahead of this race?
Just try and finish top 5, and then I could just win the championship. That's just my goal.
This time last year, you were in Albie's position, where you were behind going into the last race. Is there a different feeling being the hunted and not the hunter?
No, not really, because I like being chased.
You like being chased. I'm not quite sure if your mum would agree. Mum, how proud are you of this young man? I'll come in front of the umbrella just so we can see. How proud are you of Ben?
Very proud that he did this again.
Last year, of course, Ben was doing it just in a team of 1. This year, he has a whole huge amount of people around him, which does add pressure. There have been ups and downs. Do you think he's grown more as a driver or as a person this year?
I think both. I think a better driver and also mentally stronger,
Mental strength. Mental strength is what Ben Karachkovic is going to need in this one. Let's move over to a couple of drivers. Thank you very much. Alongside Austin Gray. He's on the phone to one of his agents, I think, possibly. Austin, go back 12 months. What were you doing this weekend 12 months ago? Can you recall? Not exactly, but you hadn't driven a kart much then, had you?
No, not really. I've just been, then I was just practicing on the simulator, getting ready for the season because I knew I was going to do it. And, I was just settling into Abu Dhabi really because I was living there. I just moved in, so I was just settling down, yeah.
So the same question, so there we go. 12 months ago, this young driver was on a simulator just practicing for this. You fast forward and he is there on the front row of the grid. Same question, Mum, how proud are you of everything that Austin has done? He's taken another, yeah. Is this the fan club from Aberdeen?
I think it's his coach.
It's his coach.
Final words, yeah.
Final words. Well, this race, the final words come from Mum. And that's something that you don't normally get to do. What will your final words be to Austin?
Just to stay calm and use his head. Yeah, and have a good race.
And when he was a little baby, what was his baby name? Was it Boo Boo or something like that?
No, it's Ozzy.
Ozzy. It was even when he was 6 weeks old.
We didn't plan it. It was just natural. It just came Ozzy.
Ozzy, and he's on the phone again at the back. Look at this. That's media commitments. Well done. Let's move forward. Okay, we've spoken to one title contender. We'll speak to LBJ Stubbs. Albie, it's been a tough weekend, but you have kept your calm, you've kept your composure. Again, that shows how much you've grown as a person, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not been the best of all weekends, but there's plenty more to come this year.
Exactly, that's what we spoke about this morning, wasn't it? We're in April, the Grand Finals isn't until November, and there are many, many ticket opportunities. It could still happen today, but more than likely it'll have to wait for another race, another event. What will you take from this season?
I just learnt a lot.
Apart from a suntan.
Yeah, obviously got a tan, but I'm also very burnt.
But
I learned how to drive a Mini, the basics of how it's different from micro to Mini. I've got a lot better in my racecraft, and then I just have to carry it on to Europe.
So this is the 2025 British Water Swift Restricted Champion, now getting what is a suntan sunburn. Mum, the same question to you as to all the mums. Your final words to young LBJ. Okay, Toby the mechanic is by there, Anderson the driver coach, but he gets his final words from you this time.
I just want him to go out and enjoy it. We're proud of him no matter what. He's given it his all, and he's a determined young man. See what the future holds.
See what the future holds, indeed. Determination is all sorts. Now let's move over to the driver who is ending the season, perhaps the strongest of all, Oliver Butchard. Let's quickly look at that. No words needed. No words. there is the thing that these drivers learn more than anything else. Sportsmanship, friendship, things like that. Oliver Butchard, very quickly, last words. Are we going to end today on the top step of the podium?
Yeah, I'm hoping to. If not, then I'm hoping for at least second.
Okay, and if not, and Mum, are we hoping that Liverpool win the Merseyside derby, or do we not really care? We only care about this young man.
Well, we definitely care about him, but Liverpool winning would be nice as well today.
Okay, fair enough. Well, there we go. So a Liverpool win or an Oliver Butchard win, not even Mum's quite sure what to do. He does need to win. Further back in the pack, we're going to go back. Keir Ivanov, Francesco Lisignoli. We've got to get off the grid because we're going to have an official photograph. Quick news, Rafael Zagati is unwell. He probably won't be going out today for the Ital Course Middle East team. As we move off the grid, you can see Adam Fleury is his own grid mum. He's an independent driver. Adam and his dad, Hugo, he's driving and he's doing his own grid mummery. What a man.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, Adam, sporting a very nice umbrella look there.
Keeping cool in 35-degree heat is always a good idea before you get on with the job. These drivers will very soon be donning their helmets and climbing into their machines. MiniMax, arguably, Nick, the most competitive, the most competitive of our classes this weekend, if not every weekend.
Yeah, it's given us great racing throughout the 8 rounds. Well, how many rounds can it be? Because it's been 8 days, and how many rounds is it in total? I should know.
Keep talking, I'm going to count.
You're going to count. So they're on the grid now. There'll be some pictures taken. It's, as you said, 30 seconds now till the race gets underway. Just clear. This does look very much like every other grid we normally see in full-size motorsport, doesn't it? There's always a straggler who's trying to give a last bit of advice or get your last-minute tyre pressure done, and they get chucked off the grid eventually.
Well, the mechanics have been told to get off the grid. They'll be they'll have set their tyre pressures in the collecting area before.
No, I'm saying, I'm not saying that it's what you get on the grids in full-size grids. People are kneeling down and just doing last-minute things, putting an extra bit of tank tape on something they've seen that needs aerodynamically cleaning up or some way. Yeah,
last-minute checks really to make sure everything's on. Whatever needs to be clipped is clipped, especially on a MiniMax kart. You're looking at the chain guard, making sure the clips are on and well fixed. The drivers stepping into their machines here. I do like this. I do like this grid build-up.
It's good.
You know, there's a tension that is building here. Those drivers in the heat of the day here, in 35-degree heat here in Al Ain, are just soaking up the heat here and soaking up the tension. Once they're given the go-ahead to fire up their motors and get on with it, that is when the heart rate starts, would you believe, even coming down. They start to calm into it.
This is kind of like good training for when they actually get to cars. They get the proper 5-minute board, 2-minute board, 1-minute board sitting on the grid. Their friends all just depart.
Yeah.
And it's all just them and the noise. This is basically this is like that start of a Grand Prix, isn't it? As it counts down. The film Grand Prix, which if you actually were watching from when we started on, we start every one of our streams to start with the theme from the 1966 film Grand Prix.
Quite rightly so.
And this is kind of the water element as they get ready to get going, where suddenly you're on your own. After all those helpers and now hangers on, it's just you and the machine.
Exactly. And now that we've at least go back to the start of these live streams and listen to the music, the intro, and then go and watch John Frankenheimer's 1967 film Grand Prix. Here is your starting lineup. Ben Karachkovich and Austin Gray on row number 1 for the JNKD team. Oliver Butchard and Albie J. Stubbs go from row number 2. Keir Ivanov and Francesco Lisignoli go from row number 3. Everybody else is a support actor. The main characters, Karachkovich and Stubbs. Max Payton and Adam Fleury, row 4. Vaiko Payamaki and Mohamed Mubarak, row 5. Arhan Eshan going for a clean sweep of finishes. Starts 11th alongside Ahmed Faisal, Al Maina and Vivan Chowan rounds out the field. We've seen some tremendous racing, some tremendous sportsmanship. Yes, in this class, there have been a couple of tears. There's been a couple of fallings out, as kids do. But at the end of the day, you saw for yourself, hands shaking all around, wishing each other good luck. That is what every one of these drivers and their families will take away from this season. And Ben Karachkovich has just stopped them on the back straight. He's in control.
He is in control, but he needs to be careful here because that's I'm not going to say anything. Coolest coolest driver on the grid award goes to Hamad Faisal Al-Mina, I think, because he sat on the back of the seat looking like he was 6 foot tall, and then right at the very last minute slipped inside it. It is a very sedate pace, isn't it? The two JKD drivers bringing the grid round. That bright green helmet is potentially the driver that's going to take the challenge to the two karts ahead of him. As Krachkovic, is that Krachkovic waving people to slow down?
Yeah,
and
telling
stop
Austin
nudging
Gray.
him?
Telling Austin Gray to slow down.
That's everybody into the tram lines. They get the get-go. The red lights go out. Austin Gray tries to get across to the left. He can't, and that has allowed Oliver Butchard through. And Kurt Ivanov has glued himself to the rear bumper and gone through. We've had an incident with karts off on the outside of turn 1. And I think one of them involved is Austin Gray, or is he? He's going to come into the picture at the bottom. Krachkovic is gone. Butchard is second, and that's Kurt Ivanov in third.
LBJ Stubbs was one of the drivers in the dust. I look up, wait, the camera shot will go back in the background. There's 3 karts traveling at the back of the field. LBJ Stubbs is the first of those karts. The second is the O plate of Francesco Lisignoli. The third of those karts is the number 169 of Vico Payamaki. Adam Fleury is even further back. The championship has all but been decided on lap number 1. Karachkovic, whose mechanic Reese Wade is celebrating a birthday today, while Ben Karachkovic could be about to give his mechanic the best birthday present of all, a ticket to Portugal.
Well, we've still got 12 more laps, Henry, so let's just be careful what we say here for young Ben. He's been formidable all season long. He's been, if he hasn't been at the front, he's been near the front. We've seen some great racing from all of these MiniMax drivers. Really has been entertaining and astounding, really mind-blowing for me to see the racecraft that we've seen from these drivers. Remember that finish at Yas Marina with Austin Gray at the very last quarter of the very last lap in the final on the Sunday. Remember that. Remember the controversy and the drama that ensued at the Dubai Kartdrome. Here it is as Austin Gray down the inside of Ivanov, slides a little bit wide. Ivanov compromises. Austin Gray into third. Ivanov latches onto the rear bumper. This is as spread out as we've seen the whole season.
It is, and let's have a look. How many times have we seen the kartshop.me replay from this angle? Gray understeers a little bit. I have to say, well done, Kurt Ivanov, because Gray did overcook it ever so slightly coming into the braking zone. Ivanov allowed Gray to just wash out mid-corner and then tucked back in behind. Well, Ben Karachkovic will not know. Well, he may know what that LBJ Stubbs is currently back in 7th position. Already, LBJ is starting his fight back. However, P7, 5 seconds down. Karachkovic would have been given a signal from his team. They would have been giving him a thumbs up. It's okay. I can imagine there'll be the calm down.
The wide gap.
It'll be the big fish.
The big fish, yes,
big fish,
the wide gap.
Not little fish.
Because Butchard, I tell you, the quickest driver at the track on the track last time by, that was Austin Gray. A 60.746 snatches him the fastest lap of the race, and he goes purple on the timing screen. Very, very spaced out. Karachkovic across the line, 3 laps completed. They're on to another 10 laps of this race to go, and whether or not we see the 3 catching, or the 2 that we're watching there, catch the leader, Kurt Ivanov, can't discount him as well. And behind those 4, Max Payton, LBJ Stubbs, I think Albie has probably got to just think, let's just enjoy this drive back towards the front of this field. Let's be pragmatic about it. We lost out. The red mist may have come down, but Albie's driving a very, very calm, focused, and very fast race back towards the front of this field.
He will be disappointed, obviously. He will maybe even heartbroken. However, the driver of kart number 196 has absolutely nothing to be sad, ashamed, disappointed about. He's given it everything, and on this particular weekend, everything just wasn't quite enough. But that should not, and it will not, deter him, because already, as you heard on the grid, he's talking, there's other opportunities. My chances of going to Portugal do not end here. We now know, courtesy of his mum, that baby Aussie Gray, as was his baby nickname, is in P3 and closing on Oliver Butchard.
It just indicates to me, you know how close these drivers have been racing. They are spaced out. They're not making any kind of inroads under any of these gaps. And that just, for me, consolidates and confirms to me that these drivers have been driving absolutely optimised and flat out into every braking area, into every apex, and have been racing flat out, just closer together. Because they're racing flat out now, just spaced out.
Yeah.
Because if anybody tried to ease off it all and manage, then they would the gap would be closed.
And it's showing they're not making mistakes either. They're hitting every apex, every lap, 14 of them. Well, more than 14 apexes, 14 corners, a number of apexes, lap after lap after lap. Austin Gray is just a tick quicker than everybody else right now. Butchard hasn't turned over. Now he looks over his shoulder. Well, we talked about it last week, that his dad Gavin put 500 dirham in his hand and said, I am going to take 50 dirham off you every time you look over your shoulder. He had two looks over his shoulder last week, but that was because he was on his way to his first win, and he said, I can handle that. There's one more look over the shoulder, and now he's given Austin Gray the signal saying, come on, let's push, let's go forward. I'm not sure that Austin's going to listen because, of course, we talked about the gamesmanship on the rolling lap. Well, JNKD worked hard enough between them to put their two karts on the front row. That allowed them the option. Did we want to go slow? Did we want to go quickly? Did we want to crawl round the rolling lap? That's their prerogative. They've done the work to put their karts there, and that was their insurance policy, that we are going to make sure that we're going to win this championship, because if we've got two karts at the front, then nobody, thou shalt not pass, is their raison d'etre.
I think the last 3 laps, it might even be 4, Austin Gray, the second of the yellow and the gold and white karts there, chasing down Butchard, he's been the fastest kart on the track for the last 3, possibly 4 laps each time by. He's got the fastest lap of the race at a 60.205. He's now on the back bumper of Oliver Butchard. And the old adage, isn't it? It's one thing catching the kart in front. It's another kettle of fish getting past the kart in front. And that's what we're seeing now unfold and ensue for Austin Gray.
LBJ Stubbs has just come through our camera shot, having overtaken Max Payton for P5. If the first 6 laps of this race, in fact the first 7 laps of this race, weren't exactly edge of your seat, thrill a minute stuff, I've got a feeling the last 5 laps are going to be very, very different, because not only is Austin Gray closing in on Oliver Butchard is closing in on race leader Ben Karachkovic.
You've just had a science lesson there as the two circulating together as Austin Gray goes down the inside of Butchard. Let's have a look at the cartshop.me. It's all about the brakes here, through the slight kink there at turn 7. Into the heavy braking area for it, and Austin Gray was already down the inside of Oliver Butchard. The two karts, when they came together, began to pull the gap back to the leader, Benjamin Krachkovic. And that's because two karts, the scientists say, punch a better hole through the air than one. And we saw that. There's still 2 karts chasing down Krachkovic, and the gap has come down to 4 tenths. It was just a moment ago, 6 tenths of a second. They are catching the leader. It's about to become a 3-car battle for the lead.
It is, and as the camera briefly panned back on the start-finish rate, you could see Kia Ivanov 2.5 seconds behind these 3. Then another 2.5 seconds back was LBJ Stubbs. LBJ Stubbs still has his head down. He is still trying he is wringing every ounce of performance out of that kart, even though inside his head he knows the championship is gone, but he will not give up. He will not throw in the towel at all. That is not what LBJ Stubbs is about. So in 5th position, 2.5 seconds. Let's see the gap between Ivanov and Stubbs at the end of this race. It was 2.5 seconds at the start of lap number 8 out of 13. We're going to be concentrating on this battle because it's about to be a battle. There's Ivanov briefly, and there, flashing out of the final corner, is Stubbs.
JNKD 1-2 then, 9 laps completed, they're on lap 10. And if anything, Austin Gray looks like he's about to challenge his team leader, calling him the team leader because he's the MiniMax champion for 25-26. Austin Gray learning a lot from his teammate Benjamin Krackovic as we head out onto that little backstretch, the short backstretch between 6 and 7. This is where Austin Gray got past Oliver Butchard. Not quite the same for Krackovic. And now, Henry, the question is, Butchard, you know what that young man's thinking. He's thinking, go on, boys, trip each other over, and then I'm going to take the win. That's what he's thinking in that green helmet.
Yeah, of course. Krackovic does. He said on the grid, top 5. I'm looking to finish in the top 5. So it's not guaranteed by any stretch yet, even though I did say earlier the championship's been decided. Of course, you know, Krackovic just has to finish in the top 5. Easier said than done, but these 3 karts are well clear. Krackovic, he's not going to pull over and allow Gray and Butchard through, but he can and still be assured of the title. He knows that. Austin Gray knows that as well. This is a difficult one. My new teammate in my first year of karting, he's going for a championship. He's got the championship, but I want to win this race.
Yeah, he does.
That's a quad.
He's not. He does. He absolutely does. You can see Austin Gray is maybe biding his time. He knows when he makes the move on Benjamin, it's got to be decisive, and it's got to be at that time of the race where opportunities for Krackovic to come back at him are very slim and remote. Here we go, onto the back straight here. Austin Gray into the slipstream of the JNKD kart of Krackovic. He's sitting there.
Yeah,
he's playing a waiting game. 2 more laps when they come by.
He's playing the waiting game and he's playing the team game. He is pushing his teammate to a title. Whether he pushes him for the remaining 2 laps remains to be seen. But for now, Austin Gray is pushing his teammate away towards Portimao. And it remains to be seen whether that remains for the entirety of the run to the checkered flag. But right now, Austin Gray is learning a very, very important lesson in his first year of karting. I mean, we don't have a Rookie of the Year award in the UAE. If we did, the driver of kart 177 would have wrapped it up long ago across every class. He's been an outstanding addition to this championship, as Austin Gray.
And it's incredible that he's only in his very first full season of karting here in MiniMax, and he's raced at the front. He's continuing to race at the front. I'm just holding my breath here. I'm sure his parents are as well. Is he going to make the move? They head towards the line now. It's 12 laps completed, and the last lap of the season is about to unfold in front of us. Austin Gray just has a look down the inside. He steps back in behind the rear bumper of Krackovic. Krackovic keeps pointing forward. Yes, Austin Gray thinks, that's where I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm going to try and pass you. You can just see that is not team orders by any chalk.
Out of turn number 6 for the final time. Krackovic takes another long look over his shoulder. Just because you're a grand final champion one year, it does not automatically mean you qualify for the next year. You start from square one all over again. Sometimes going back for the second time is ever harder.
He's coming. Austin Gray's got him. Down the inside at 13. There's one more corner of the season to go. Krackovic, was that a wave by? I'm not sure it was. They're going to fight to the line. Krackovic there. What a...
Aura farming. Austin Gray aura farms his way to victory. Krackovic sails to Portimao.
That was very sporty. He waved him by.
I think
he waved him by. I'm not sure the
teammate.
front of this replay's got it, but he waved him by.
He did.
There was certainly gesticulations. Let's have a look at the carshop.me. Krackovic
there he goes.
Says, go on, mate. There it is. Finish on the top step of the podium. We've had great support here from these 2 drivers for one another. The JNKD team have been dominant in this class. They've had challenges from Oliver Butchard and Mumbai Falcons. They've had challenges, massive challenges from LBJ Stubbs and Sam Pollitt Racing. But at the end of the day, it's Benjamin Krackovic, who last year represented the UAE and took the MicroMax World Finals to be the World Finals champion. The winner, though, today is what it's all about, and that is that young man from Scotland, Austin Gray. The number 177 takes the win from his teammate, Benjamin Krachkovich in sporting style there from JNKD. Oliver Butchard we'll get to see on the podium in third. Kurt Evanoff should be proud of his racing the last 2 weekends. He's been absolutely on it. RBJ Stubbs unfortunately had that first corner incident that put him down the order. He'll be a disappointed fifth, no doubt. Max Payton, he drove well there, did Max, as did Francesco Lisnioli in seventh, Vaiko Pajamaki in eighth. Mohamed Mubarak was ninth. Ahmed Faisal Almeida was 10th. Aaron Essen finishes with that, sporting that injury. Adam Fleury dropped back to 12th. Everybody finished, though, as did Vivan Chauhan, who finishes in 13th place. He represented the UAE in the MicroMax class, and he went on to take the championship.
I think that was very that was kind of nice and sporting.
That was incredibly sporting.
I think he knew. Look, don't make it difficult for me. I'll let you through on the last lap, and everyone's happy.
I don't know whether there's a conversation taking place earlier in the lunch break or whatever. But yeah, I mean,
Gray had the pace, but Krachkovich gets the ticket and Gray gets the win.
Yeah, and he's sporting his UAE overalls, which he had
in the Royal.
He'll get a new set for representing the UAE in the MiniMax class. So the MicroMax Rotax Finals champion goes to Portimao as the reigning MicroMax champion, but this year he'll be competing in MiniMax.
Well, someone else who's going to the Grand Finals as well is Henry Burdett, but right now he's down on the grid.
Thank you very, very much. I've got to say, on the walk down here, one or two people had a little bit of desert grit and dust in their eye after such an incredible display of racing and sportsmanship there from Ben Krachkovich and Austin Gray. Now we move on to race number 3. Junior Rotax. Is the title decided? Not mathematically. Here come the grid mums, and here come our junior drivers. Firstly, we have Jaden Hidding, led out by his mum, Genevieve, and Jade will be starting on the outside of row number 1, starting on the inside, the pole position holder, the O-Plate champion, Via Chopra. We'll let Via get his card. In fact, no, we'll bring, and Via's mum is here as well, of course, as the gridman. Via, I'll just come round to this side. Okay, this is the moment that you have waited a long time for. What is the situation, and what is your plan for the next, 15 laps?
I don't really have a plan coming into this, just lead and win.
Just lead and win. It's very simple. There have been times, and I've got to say, it's not always been the most friendly rivalry, but of course, as you get older and it gets faster and more competitive, what would you have to say to Mitanch, your main rival this year?
It was nice racing against you, and I look forward to more battles.
Exactly, look forward to more battles. Now, we'll move over here. Via will come around the back. We're speaking to every mum. Via has done incredibly well. You've got one son who is looking like a champion. You've got another son, Samar, who missed out. As a mum, how do you manage those emotions?
I'm okay because I trust them, and they both are good. They understand, and I'm very happy and proud of whatever they have done.
Now, you know Via has his own song, don't you?
Yeah.
Let's have, for mum to Via, what's that coming over the hill?
It's Veer Chopra.
There we go, Via. Let's move across to our outside front row starter. Yesterday, this man, number 229, Jaden Hidding, broke through. He's got the Dutch flag for his dad. He's got the Canadian flag for his mum. He's got his mechanic. Jaden, has it sunk in yet about yesterday?
Yeah, kind of, but I'm still thinking about it as I'm still watching the videos from yesterday. But
how many times have you watched the final yesterday?
At least like 2, 3, or even 5 times.
Excellent. That's good for the viewing figures for Karting Live TV. Thank you very much. We thank you for your service.
Yeah.
What now? 2 out of 2? We're starting on the outside of the front row. Yesterday, you were over there and you had it all your own way. You're going to have to fight for this one.
Yeah, especially starting in second, it's a bit hard since you need to follow the pace of the first place, and sometimes even when you're starting second, you might even fall back and like even run off. Someone can push you off. So it'll be challenging, but yeah, I'll do my best.
Now, behind us, Jaden's mum Genevieve is busy filming us. Jaden, take your phone off your mum. No, don't stop pressing record. There we go. Now, Jaden, you press record and you can film your mum getting interviewed. Okay, same question. How proud are you, Jaden?
Very proud, very proud. I mean, he started super well the season. Then it went a little bit downhill, but now he's coming back uphill. And I think he's ready to go to the senior after this one.
He's certainly tall enough to go to senior. You said to me yesterday you weren't sure about, at the start of the weekend, the start of last weekend, you weren't sure about putting him in senior because you weren't sure mentally he was ready. Yeah. After yesterday?
I think he is ready now.
I think he's ready too. Okay, there we go. And now Jaden's got a nice video of his mum being interviewed, not the other way around. Let's move back onto row number 2. We'll come to Harrison Stevens in a minute. Sava Kogai, you've had your best day so far. Okay, the win in the heat was taken away. That was a mistake, but you've learned, haven't you?
Yeah, I have learned.
How can we put that now into practice?
Well, we'll try not to be a bit too contact aggressive, and yeah, we'll see where we can go from here.
How do you think, and this is a difficult question, and I will ask you, at the start of the season, you were wild, and you got yourself booted from a meeting for being wild. What have you learnt about yourself this season?
To be much more calm, to be more collected, and yeah, it's been a good season to progress and evolve.
Progress and evolve. That are some very, very wise words. Let's move over to Harrison Stevens. It's his first year in Rotax. He's got lots of support online. Some of his support don't like us chatting about like snack foods and stuff during the race. But hey, I tell you what, just for your supporters, what's your favourite snack food?
I'm not sure. Don't know.
Not sure. Okay, there we go. That's where the support. You're sitting behind your teammate. What are your thoughts?
Just try to break away, fish, and yeah, try to win.
Try to win. Simple as that. Like Al Davis said, just win, baby.
Yep.
Okay. Now, we've spoken to Via Chopra. He is our champion-elect. But for every driver that wins a title, there's a driver who has to come out second best. This year, coming out second best at the moment, Mitansh Jain. Mitansh, I know that is hard. However, this is racing, and racing is hard, isn't it? What have you learnt about yourself this year?
Nothing really.
Nothing really, okay. You've got all the Mumbai Falcons team here. You've had an awful lot of support. What would you like to do in this last race to thank them?
Win. That's all I can do, really.
Okay, win. Well, fair enough. Now, Mitansh hasn't got a grid mum. Mitchant has got a grid coach, Gaia. He says he hasn't learned anything. Yes. He's lying, isn't he?
Of course he is.
What has he learned?
He's learned a lot. He's learned how to stay calm, control himself. A lot of driving, obviously. But he's improved a lot as a driver. And, of course, I mean, competing with older, technically senior drivers is always difficult. But, yeah, we do the best with what we can.
We do the best. Now, Mitansh, you call him the potato.
Yes.
Is he a speedy potato or is he a mashed potato at the moment?
He's a speedy potato. I'll give him that.
He's a speedy potato. Okay, that's your top 5. We're being asked to clear the grid because, of course, and Gaia, even though you're not a grid mum, you're a grid coach. You've got to come in and have the photo taken. It's very important. We're going to have some great photos. We will get off the grid. Junior Rotax title just about decided. But even though this man hasn't learned anything, he might just have learned how to steal a championship away at the last minute.
Thank you, Henry. Once again, fantastic grid action there, and now a lovely shot with a bit of heat haze and a bit of, you can see definitely the umbrellas now, don't you, Joe?
Absolutely. It is a very, very strong sun out there in the heat. Henry's making it look easy for everybody. I can assure you it's not. It's the sort of sunshine which you can't really sit out in the sun.
I don't want to make it about me, but I did 2 battery changes and I was absolutely sweltering.
Yeah, exactly. And you can feel you can actually feel the sun on your skin. I mean, certainly if you're European and English and don't live here.
Before we get into the next race, just got a couple of congratulations for Austin from Sajan Nicola 89895. Well done, Austin. And from Spencer Geddes 2668. Well done, Austin. Another win. And from the Hyper Hollands, of course, have been supporting him the whole day. They good luck, they said, because obviously yes, also won. Cheering on from Qatar. So I said Austin Gray probably is up there, second place after Arnie Kanua with the most people supporting him on the chat.
Yeah, I think Arnie Kanua has a lot of following, and as does young Mr. Austin Gray. There is our grid of Junior Max getting ready for their last race of the season. The UAE RMC concluding here this afternoon, and the Junior Max, the Junior Rotax Max grid there with the O-plate holder Via Chopra on the pole position. To his right, to our left, as we look at that.
Very late helmet putting on there. I know it's hot, but...
Yeah, that's Mitanj Jain, isn't it? He's just been very, very cool.
Very cool.
Yeah, been very cool. We'll have a look at the grid in a moment when these carts move off. I was about to say the tension building, but it doesn't seem to be for those youngsters, does it? They're very cool.
Certainly not
calm
tense whatsoever. I think they're waiting for the 30-second board before they actually decide to get in the cart. One of the boards has been brought out now. Is that 2 minutes, let's say? Yeah, it's
3 minutes
still.
3 minute board, unless he's got a different number on
I
the
think
other
it's 2
side.
minutes on this side. So they've got to do some grid pictures, that's why. They usher Henry away in time to do some grid pictures.
Yeah, they're going to...
Also, before he gets himself in trouble, to be honest.
They're going to let them go a little bit earlier to stop them cooking on the grid, I'm being told by officialdom. So we're going about to get this underway. Have we got a grid yet that we can see on screen?
As soon as we have one, I will give you one.
Okay, I can tell you the grid, but we'll wait until we get the graphic up. 30 seconds, start engines board now as we get the get-go via Chopper Jaden hitting. I can tell you on the front row. It's going to be a big ask from Harrison Stevens to get down the inside of Jaden hitting. Savali Kogai having a great day, isn't it? So via Chopper Jaden hitting row 2, Harrison Stevens, Savali Kogai on row 2, sorry. Did I say row 2? Via Chopper Jaden hitting row 1, row 2, Harrison Stevens, Savali Kogai. Row 3, the very cool and calm Mitanj Jain taking his time to put his helmet on there with Aaron Qureshi alongside on that third row. Row 4 is Pierre Abu Diwan with Henry King sporting that sun hat there. Giuseppe Montanari improves on his pre-final starting position of 10th and goes to 9th. 10th is Floris Schenkenberg. Row 6 is Ray Harbour and Aaron Mason. Row 7 is Paul Schutzman and Johansa Saninyaki with Romy Sabali and Baptiste Augustin on row 8. Row 9 is Gabriel Baraccordi and Faris Arun. Hopefully those two drivers have a better time. Rafael Zagati rounds off a 19-cart field.
And Rafael Zagati is out there. Rafael, like Mohamed Menaim there, has eaten something that has not agreed with him. However...
And more importantly, like me.
Yeah, however, Rafael is out there. I did speak to the Italcourse Middle East team. They say he's very weak, but he wants to go out and race. Right. How long he lasts, I don't know, but fair play to that young man for gutting it out in 100-degree heat.
It is, it really is. And he just wants to finish his season on the grid, doesn't he? He wants to just at least take the start. Here is Via Chopra. Via Chopra bringing the field around. They've got the tram lines in front of them, which they will have to spear into. They head towards the red light. When that goes out, we will get this race underway. Jaden Hitting in the blue and white cart on the left of the screen as we do indeed go racing. And it's Via Chopra with Harrison Stevens there. The M&M team, 1 and 2 out of turn 1.
Harrison Stevens got his nose cone locked onto the rear bumper of his teammate, and he did not deviate from it all the way around turn number 1. We have seen some great team driving already this afternoon, and that was another example of a driver being selfless in the pursuit of his own victory. Up into third place, there's a Mumbai Falcons kart. It's Mitanj Jain. He said he hasn't learned anything, but he's certainly learned how to make a good start.
Yeah, he makes a great start there. It's just to remind everybody, as you can see on the screen there at home, 15 laps for the finals here, going forward for the next set of finals here. This is Junior Rotax, Mitanj Jain around the outside, and on the sandy outskirts, he has a little bit of a nudge there with the GGM kart. Let's have a look at this. tries down the outside. There's a little bit of a contact there, not quite sure cause or effect there, but what did affect Mittanj Jain was he was out on the outside of the corner on the sandy outskirts, and he had zero grip.
As Stevens went to the inside, Jain was moving, and they just sort of caught each other, so Mittanj suddenly had to control a full-speed power slide, not of his own making. He did control it. Yes, it cost him positions. No, it didn't cost him his place in this race. One thing I have noticed, of our first two finals, we have had a 100% finishing rate. And do you know what? If we can achieve that, that would be incredible, because who doesn't want to finish their last race on the track and not on the recovery vehicle? As Jaden Hidding, I can see just behind us, you're about to see a clump of carts coming into view there. Jaden Hidding amongst them. He hasn't made a great start from the outside of row number 1, but he is moving forward.
I tell you who's moved forward from 9th to 4th, Giuseppe Montanari. The JNKD driver having a great first lap there, and coming from, again, that left-hand side of the grid. He's just coming into view there as we see Via Chopra being chased down by Harrison Stevens. It's an M&M 1, 2 and 3 as Pierre Abu Dhabi has gone up that left-hand side as well, and he's in 3rd with Giuseppe Montanari in 4th. Just about to come into shot now, and then a little bit of a gap before Mittanj Jain gathers himself up, and him and Jaden Hidding trying to regain ground.
Now, when I went to see Giuseppe's parents during the lunch break to say congratulations on how well he commentated, I can't believe I'm going to say this. This could be Giuseppe Montanari has been walking around like he's 6 foot tall after doing his race commentary with Joe Bradley. So could this podium be down? Could this potential podium be thanks to Joe Bradley?
Oh, I doubt it very much. Well, I hope he has a career as a race driver before we get anywhere near him. Before he gets anywhere near the commentary box. He's far too good. These youngsters are far too good on the mic, aren't they?
They are.
I've been terrified of a microphone when I was their age.
Well,
it's far too good. We're about to get a challenge, though. Mittanj Jain is now coming up on the rear bumper of Giuseppe Montanari. And Montanari not that far away from Pierre Abu Dhabi, and Jaden Hidding. Look at Jaden Hidding on the back of that orange cart of Mittanj. Who's behind that? Aaron Qureshi getting involved, and Sabali Kogai, who dropped down the order at that start. He was on the right-hand side of the grid, wasn't he?
The two GGM carts have started P2 and P4. Hidding and Kogai went backwards at the start. Now they are making their way forward on lap 4 out of 15. It's a Mateus Njem Motorsport 1, 2, 3 at the moment.
Yeah.
Behind them, Montanari, Jain, Hidding, Kogai, Qureshi, Haber and Haroon.
All change, and I think that might be Giuseppe Montanari that's been shuffled down.
Yes,
it
is.
Yes, it is. There's Pierre Abu Dhabi. Giuseppe fighting off the advances of a bunch of carts there that have pounced and gone through. That's Mittanj Jain and Jaden Hidding, at least 2 of the drivers that have done that, now resting themselves towards the back of Pierre Abu Dhabi. And they've got massive pace here. They're going to catch the M&M driver, and they're going to undoubtedly have another go to get by.
Oh, we've had our very first retirement of the afternoon.
It's the biscuit bandit.
It's Paul Schutzman. I have to say that Paul's dad, Oliver, behind the scenes this weekend, has done an absolutely fantastic job helping out in little ways that he doesn't want mentioned, but I will just say thank you on behalf of the entire championship. Yesterday's championship photographs were made a lot more possible by the efforts of Paul Schutzman's dad. That's all I'll say.
Let's see this move then. The Karchup.me replay it. Mittanj Jain and Jaden Hidding going down the inside. Pierre Abu Dhabi couldn't do anything about that. He was on the outside of the corner. He had less grip, and just look at the effect of that. They've already pulled a gap, and now Mittanj Jain takes up 3rd place. Let's have a look at the gap. The gap is 1.5 seconds to Harrison Stevens ahead of him. We'll keep an eye on their lap times and see if he can make any ground, and maybe. All right, he's on the 3rd step of the podium, Mittanj Jain. Would be a great way of finishing off his season. He's been a championship challenger, especially when he's taken up the cudgels of the number 1 Mumbai Falcon in this class. Once Conor Clancy moved up to seniors, it would be a fitting way to finish the season. However, that blue and white cart of GGM, George Gibbons Motorsports, Jaden Hitting, not wanting that to happen.
I mean, you know, closing in like the Cookie Monster is Jaden Hitting. He is just munching into that gap. Mitan Jain may be a speedy potato, but he's about to become a potato chip for Jaden Hitting and Savelli Kogai. He will still be the number 1 Mumbai Falcons driver in this race in about 2 laps' time, but I doubt he will be in 3rd position. Those GGM karts look absolutely on rails at the moment. Hitting head down. Now, if he opens the door, Kogai, is he close enough to go through? Not quite.
No, not quite. He tried to follow it.
Good
cheeky,
move.
Cheeky little Kogai there. Sneaks his way through on the final turn. So Jaden Hitting gets the inside line on Mitanj Jain, then stands Mitanj Jain up towards the final corner. That was, you know, he was braking for the right-hander, and Kogai takes advantage. A bit of an opportunist theft went on there, as Kogai now stays with the rear bumper of his teammate Jaden Hitting. So a change for 3rd and 4th. Mitanj Jain down to 5th, Pierre Aberdeen 6th. It's Ray Harbour, Aaron Qureshi, Henry King, Faris Aroon, who I saw get hustled down to 10th place, and now Faris is gathering himself up. Giuseppe Montanari has been hustled down to 11th. But still the two at the front continue to circulate. Kind of a lonely race for both Via Chopper and Harrison Stevens.
Well, do you know what? George Gibbons' chances of victory. Here comes Sava Kogai again on Jaden Hitting. Runs Hitting a little bit wide. Sava has said he's been evolving this year. Okay, Sava, you've made that move. You've slowed each other down. I hope, Sava, as we look at the kartshop.me replay, he overcooks it a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, Savelli Kogai, you've made the move. That means you must be confident that you are the quicker of the 2 teammates and that you have the ability to tow your teammate up to Harrison Stevens.
Well,
that's the reason you make the move like that. Let's see if it comes to fruition, because the gap has grown to 2.1 seconds between Stevens and
there's Steve. Well, I was about to say, Henry, we know how quick Stevens is. This time yesterday, he was leading this Junior Max final for the first race day of round 8, and he went on to take the win. So we know how quick Jaden Hitting is. Kogai has lost touch with Hitting, and that was purely because he was offline slightly. Yeah. Here we go, Hitting has got Kogai now regaining ground. Mitanj Jain defending there from Ray Harbour. Ray Harbour challenging the Mumbai Falcon kart there, but it's these two George Gibbons Motorsports karters as Mitanj Jain has to defend massively. 4-kart train, Jain, Harbour, Qureshi and King there. Pierre Aberdeen has been hustled down beyond them and is in 9th spot already.
Just watching Ray Haber behind Mitanj, you couldn't have fit a cigarette paper between Haber's nose cone and the rear bumper of Mitanj's kart, under braking going into turn number 1, and yet no contact was made. That is precision driving at its absolute best there. And it just shows. But look at this. Now Hitting and Kogai have broken clear. I have to say, and when I criticise drivers, it's not because I think they're doing anything wrong. It's just out of learning process. I think if Sava Kogai had sat behind Jaden Hitting throughout this race, they might have had a chance of catching Harrison Stevens. I think Hitting has probably got the quicker kart at the moment. The problem is they're now nearly 3 seconds behind Harrison Stevens with 5 laps to go. So there's no chance they're going to catch Harrison Stevens. It's going to be a 1-2 for Mateus de Gem Motorsport as things stand. Which GGM kart is going to come 3rd? That's the key. We've got some penalties.
Well, while you sort that out, we'll see whether Savelli Kogai can indeed challenge Jaden Hitting. He sat there, and you get the feeling this is lap 11. It'll be 11 laps completed. Whether or not Kogai is playing a waiting game, I'm not sure. He's on the bumper quite yet of Jaden Hitting as they head down towards turn 13. Let's see if Kogai can send it. He's a little bit further back than he perhaps wants to be. Let's have a look at these penalties, Henry. What have we got?
Floris Schenkenberg is the driver that had the penalty.
Well, he is down in 15th, so that's not going to affect the podium in any way as Schenkenberg soaks up that penalty. Here's Kogai looking down the inside. There's contact. They both go off, and indeed Hitting goes off in a big way, and indeed is hurtled into the barrier. That's his weekend, indeed, season over. and just getting the timing of the outbreak wrong makes contact with the rear bumper of his teammate. Kogai takes out hitting, has dropped back to 10th place himself. That's allowed Mitansh Jain on that orange and white Mumbai Falcons kart into 3rd place. The battle for 3rd is still on. However, it's a complete change of cast. Mitansh Jain, Ray Harbour, Aaron Qureshi and Faris Haroon from 10th up to 6th already, finding the pace that we've been looking for.
Was that deliberate from Sveli Kogai? Of course not. Was that a mistake that he will have to learn from and a painful learning lesson? Yes, it was.
It's going to be an interesting George Gibbons Motorsport owning.
Yep, and I think Savelli, if I know Savelli, how he's grown this year, I think that Savelli will be walking over and apologising to Jaden Hidding for that. It was the sight of a podium. That first podium, he thought the gap was there, and it closed.
Well,
but
Henry,
we'll move on and talk about the new battle for 3rd place.
I forget who said this to me, but whoever it was very wise. They said, to learn how to win, you first got to learn how to lose. And there was a little bit of impetuousness came into the situation there. We're back towards this 3rd place battle there. 3 karts beginning to ebb away, and those 3 are Mitansh Jain, Ray Harbour from XL, and Aaron Qureshi, making it a XL meet in the Mumbai Falcon sandwich for 3rd, 4th and 5th.
We're not talking about the champion-elect that much because Via Chopra has just done exactly what he needed to do. He's taken advantage of pole position. He has driven away. He has kept his head down. He is focused not on what is going on behind him, but on every apex in his frontal view. It is turn, exit, accelerate, turn, exit, accelerate, brake. It's
rhythmic.
Monotonous, rhythmic.
It's that rhythmic timing that you get into when you're in the zone, like what we're seeing Via Chopra do. We'll stay with this battle for 3rd as it becomes a Mumbai Falcon tussle now. We've dropped Ray Harbour off the back of these two. Mitansh Jain, Aaron Qureshi, Faris Haroon up into 5th. Just a short time ago, Faris was struggling to come back into this race. He was in 10th place. Now he's found some immense pace and is charged through the field. Faris Haroon up to 5th place now. But I think with 1 lap to go, only 1 lap to go, we've got too much of a race left before he can catch Mitansh Jain and Aaron Qureshi. It's all about that driver there, though.
It is. Behind them, the boss of the Mumbai Falcons, who is here with his family this weekend, can be very proud of what his team have achieved. Mumbai Falcons will win in DD2 and DD2 Masters. They will not be champions in this class. That is because Mateus Najem Motorsports, Via Chopra, the Dubai O-Plate champion, he is your champion. 2 hands off the wheel. You can almost see his shoulders rise as the pressure releases. What's that coming over the hill? It's a champion. And it's Via Chopra. Harrison Stevens takes P2, and it will be 3rd for Arhan Qureshi on the last lap from his teammate Mitansh Jain. As ever in juniors, there are ups and downs, bits of rough and tumble, class and calamity, and Chopra is champion.
Well, we were lucky to have Mitansh Jain and Aaron Qureshi in the box with us yesterday afternoon, and Qureshi did say that if he had a chance, he would overtake his teammate. We've just seen that. We've just seen him do that for the 3rd step of the podium. There is your result. We crown the Junior Rotax Max champion in the form of our Junior Max finalist winner. Via Chopra for the Mateus Najem Motorsport team is the UAE RMC champion and will go to Portugal. Harrison Stevens was a strong 2nd place, and then the absolute fist fight there between the Mumbai Falcons. Aaron Qureshi, we will see on the podium. Mitansh Jain was 4th. Faris Haroon, wow, what a drive. He went down the order and came back up to 5th. Henry King with a strong showing there in 6th. He will be back next year. Savi Kogai learns a big lesson there. Ray Harbour in 8th. Pierre Abadiwan in 9th. Baptiste Augustin 10th. Giuseppe Montanari, strong 4th place showing there, dropping to 11th. Aaron Mason, 12th. In 13th place, we had Flora Schenkenberg, Gabriel Baracordi, Johansa Seninyaki, Rafael Zagati, Romy Sabali, Jaden Hidding. Well, we saw what happened to poor Jaden. And Paul Schutzman, we lost on lap 2. The Biscuit Bandit ending his season not where he wanted to, in the pits instead of on the track.
DD2 next.
It is indeed.
And DD2 Masters.
DD2 and DD2 Masters. We've already crowned our DD2 champions. They will be off to Portimao in Portugal. It will be Tyler Harris and Morris Canopes, who once again will represent the UAE. Tyler Harris representing the UAE in DD2.
Just waiting to release him to the final. One of the carts drove itself back from an accident, so there's still just one of the Junior Maxes out on the track. And once the last Junior Max comes in, which has just happened, they'll be released to be able to push these carts onto the grid.
We'll head down to Henry. This one, that cart there, the number 444, it's from the Matthias Negem Motorsport team. That young man there with the yellow trim on his overalls is Marc Bassier. He will start on that all-important 3rd place spot.
It's not Matthias Negem.
What?
He's kart advisor now.
No, I said Hamza Ashisho.
You said Mark.
No. I said the 444 is a Matthias Negem Motorsport of Hamza Ashisho.
Then you went,
and that young man there in the yellow is Marc Bassier.
If you link your words
You're
together.
Not listening, are you?
I'm listening to some of it. Apparently not the very important 3 joining words.
Yeah, I don't know even if I said them.
No, I think you did.
Marc Bassier feeling the heat, and he's a native of the UAE, isn't he, Marc Bassier? He's Swiss heritage. If you saw the Paddock show, Marc Bassier's mum, Heidi, was one of the interviewees that Henry chatted about and what it's like. And she was telling us Mark's been in the sport now, racing karts for 5 years. That young man there who's just put his rib protector over the front of his cart, that is Hamza Ashisho, just walked off camera there. Now, Hamza's dad is, like me, a big, massive Ayrton Senna fan.
Right.
He has his towel. I forget what he's named his towel something, hasn't he? Is it Trevor or something, or Jeffrey?
No,
or
I think that was. I think Henry named the towel.
Henry named the towel.
Yeah, I don't think anyone else named the towel.
That explains it a lot. He will be shouting into the towel. He told me yesterday at the podium that basically Hamza, he's got to win it. He's got to win it. He's going off to Europe. He's one of 2 drivers to be representing representing Qatar. And as the honour of that, I think he said he's going to start off in Germany at Wackersdorf and then going on to Genk to do some Euro Trophy rounds. Again, with the QMMF,
Qatar. Interestingly, despite the fact there's no carts around, Henry wants to talk to everyone.
Absolutely.
So,
let's hear Henry.
Let's go down to Henry.
Well, thank you very much. The DD2s and the DD2 Masters are being released out on the circuit very, very shortly, which gives us Gridman bonus time, boys and girls. Come on, Dojo. Let's have a chat, shall we? First things first, starting with the outside of row number 1. You are Mrs.
Emma Obeid.
You are, so Emma Obeid. So you are Andrew Obeid's dad. Dad? Andrew Obeid. No. Andrew Obeid's mum. But you've been drafted in.
Yes.
Drafted in.
We were called here to stand.
Of course. Well, when who are you grid mumming for?
I have no clue, actually.
Absolutely no clue. But we're just here looking glamorous and, looking
yeah,
that.
It's important.
It is important. So Andrew Obeid is one of our senior drivers. You're going to be his grid mum as well, obviously.
Yes.
Andrew's had a tough season. He's just starting out, though. He didn't race in cadets. He started in senior.
Yes, February 2025. That's when he started. So he's new.
He is new. So do you wish back to a time before karting, or are you glad that you've joined this crazy multicultural, multicolour circus?
Well, yes and no, because there are a lot of things that you wouldn't want, because every time he finished, I just want to see him in one piece. And then there are times when he told me I should have enrolled him when he was young. I said, you know, you can go to piano and any other things, same thing. No, but racing is different.
You know what? Parents have got to give their children every opportunity, and I'm sure one day he will be glad Andrew B can play the piano.
Yes.
Exactly. Well, there we go. The carts are coming out behind us, so thank you very much. Now, have you heard the phrase, is there a doctor in the house? Well, yes, there is. Not just a doctor in the ambulance, but a doctor on the grid. Let me introduce you, Dr. Malik. Hello, Dr. Malik.
Hello.
You're Adam's mum. You don't get to come to many races because, you know, you're busy, like, saving lives and stuff like that, aren't you?
Yeah, no.
As a medical professional, you're going through the same emotions as every other mum, though, aren't you?
Yes, of course, of course. Adam's done really well in DD2. He's had a bit of an incident with the floor tray and the shoe and all that. But yeah, no, brilliant run and final race.
Final race, because of course a lot of these drivers, they're going off to university. Is this Adam's final race in the championship?
Don't know.
Don't know. Well, we'll find out. There are drivers appearing behind us. Let's talk to them. Firstly, Tony Hogg comes through. Tony, this is going to be the first time in 11 years that we are not giving you a ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals as our DD2 Masters champion. It's been a long ride, hasn't it?
It has. Like all things, all good things come to an end, I guess. I chose not to sort of do the full championship this year. I don't regret that, to be honest. Of course, when it comes to Portimao, it's going to be sad not to be competing, but I will be there. And it's really, you know, all the power to Moritz's elbow. He's done well, he's been quick, he's been up there with the youngsters. And yeah, if you've got to hand your crown to somebody, then
you may as well.
Yeah, of Moritz's stature, he's well known. He's a good driver.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Tony.
The only thing for me, that number, the 501 goes, that's been with me for 8 years. That's the saddest thing for me.
Okay, well, again, all good things come to an end. Let's move up to the front now. Tyler Harris, our champion. What do you do when you're a champion in Rotax's Ultimate class? Well, of course, you don't get just one grid mum. You get 2 grid mums. Tyler, I know that you're a very focused individual. Has your focus been moved at all by the fact we have double grid mums?
I just have a lot of supporters.
Okay. Yes, you do. The supporters as well. Did we just crack a smile there, Tyler?
Almost, yeah.
Almost. What have you got to say to all your supporters back home? Because your grid mum is back home as well.
Yeah, massive thank you to everyone supporting me, especially my mum and my sister, who I forgot to say yesterday.
Okay, that was correct. That was 2 smiles from Tyler Harris. Dare we say, double mums. So you're going to be coming out. This is Jeremy Montgomery Swan's mum coming out there. It is important, you know. Tyler's mum was supposed to be here because this is a week late. Obviously, this round was supposed to be last weekend. Tyler's mum was here last weekend, but of course, has had to return to the UK. So we double support, and what better double support than Sylvia Montgomery Swan and Mrs. King across here. Hello.
Double trouble, aren't we? Double trouble.
Double trouble. I'm going to move over to somebody else before I get myself into trouble. Let's go this way because we've got a new pole sitter on his own. No grid mum needed for Hamza Hashisho. Hamza, your dad is up there with Jeffrey the towel. He has said he's going to jump off the balcony if you win. The rest of the M&M team have said they're going to be underneath him to catch him. You know, we don't want your dad to hurt himself. This is the best chance that you've had, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
How do you feel differently about today? You are undefeated today.
That sounds pretty nice, I guess, yeah.
It does sound pretty nice. Is there a difference? Is there a difference in how you're feeling mentally because the title's been decided?
Wait, what do you mean? Repeat that, sorry?
Is there a difference in how you're feeling today compared to the rest of the season?
Just do my race and just make the best out of it, yeah.
Do your race, make the best out of it. Let's go around. Thank you very much, Hamza. Are we going to see a first win in the UAE for a Qatar-based driver, a Qatar-born driver? The QMMF have been extremely supportive. Now, for those of you, we got a grid photo coming up. For those of you that watch the Paddock show, it's okay, Dojo, I can't remember. We're going to be in the photo.
Please join me.
Please join me. Out of 10, can you rate your mum's performance in the Paddock show interview?
7.
A 7 out of 10. And okay, Heidi, we'll move back there. How would you rate your son's performance behind the wheel of his go-kart this season? Above or below a 7?
10.
A 10, of course. What was his nickname as a baby? Boo Boo, Squishy Bum, Sausage, Pickle, something like that? Come on, you can embarrass him now.
Micho. Yeah,
Micho.
I think, yeah.
Okay, Micho. There we go. Well, we will leave the grid mums to it. Interesting here at the start. This is Antonio Cacati. Antonio Cacati is one of the figureheads of this championship. Tony, we joke your son Theo has been in this position. He's a multiple champion. You're now watching the next generation. You must be very proud of the way that the drivers in the championship that you and Guy Sheffield organise conduct themselves, promote this nation, this region, the UAE and Abu Dhabi.
Correct. Absolutely. We're very, very proud to have them all here competing. And of course, we've missed a few international drivers, but hopefully we'll gain them back next season. But yeah, onwards and upwards to the Grand Finals and hopefully keep the UAE proud.
And don't forget, the UAE are trying to defend third place finish in the Nations Cup. And they did that with how many drivers?
6.
Yeah, and UK, who won it, had 21. So a lot of talent here coming through the ranks.
Yes, a very, very special moment that to put UAE on the podium in third. And we'll be chasing that this year. God willing, that will prevail.
Indeed. Let's go. We've got 2 classes in this race. Morris Knyoppers, our Masters champion, starts further down the order. Can Hamza Hashisho make it a first win for Qatar? That would be huge.
It will be, yeah. But well done to Hamza as well for coming up the ranks and the region in general. So we'll see what happens. Fingers crossed and good luck to everyone.
Okay, I spent far too long on this grid. Dojo, you've got to go running back to the camera position, and I'll take a leisurely stroll back to Joe Bradley in the commentary box.
Thank you, Henry.
And thank you, Tony.
And thank you, Tony. Yeah, and thank you, Tony, for all the hard work you and your staff put in to bring us the UAE RMC and allowing us the privilege of being able to bring you all of the action for this 25-26 season here on Karting Live TV. We look forward to next season as well. This season not quite over yet as the drivers get the 3-minute board. We're about to get going. We'll not let them bake. We'll probably let them go once the drivers are in their carts. We'll get things underway. We've got a big ask here. A lot of pressure on that young man there, Hamza Hashisho. The Matthias Najm Motorsport driver has been on fire all day. He had a great day's racing yesterday. That's the black and white with the red trim card on the right of the picture there on the pole position. He had a great day's racing yesterday, was very competitive. He knew the pressure was on. His dad said to me last night, well, tomorrow he's just got to win. We've just got to go out there and win. So on target for that is Hamza Hashisho as we get the 1-minute board, the fire motors. This is the DD2 class. Just remind you, if you're just joining us, this is the 2-ratio gearbox karts, paddle shift activation, left-hand paddle shift for first gear, right-hand paddle shift for second gear, and you basically flick between first and second gears as you go around the track. Brakes on the front axle as well, adds to the action here with Hamza Hashisho and Tyler Harris, the champion for DD2 this season, on the front row of the grid. Mark Bassier and Adam Malek, they're on row 2. Tony Hogg and Kyle Blockley, the first of the Masters drivers, there on row 3. Row 4. That's Morris Knyoppers and Sami Al-Assad with Greg Watt and Nicola Cacciatore on row 5, and Saad Al-Ababi rounding off 11 karts in this DD2 field. DD2 Masters being led at the moment by Tony Hogg, Kyle Blockley and Morris Knyoppers together there on the grid, 5th, 6th and 7th place. It's all about that Matthias Najm Motorsport kart, though, of Hamza Hashisho. Tyler Harris has took the championship. He'll want to take the win. Of course, he'll want to finish and take this championship in style. He's got the championship wrapped up. He doesn't need to risk anything. He can afford not to have raced even, but no, he wants to go out there on track in his Mumbai Falcons kart, and he wants to complete the season on the track. Grid nicely formed as they come back into our view out of the final turn, heading towards the tram lines, and the red lights go out. We are racing. Hamza Ashisho, cool as a cucumber, down the inside with Mark Bassier joining in and joining himself onto that rear bumper. The white and blue kart of Bassier as the next of the Matthias Najem karts get involved as well. That's Adam Malik in third place. That's knocked Tyler Harris down to fourth. This is good news for Hamza Ashisho and Mark Bassier, who now can duke it out at the front, Henry.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that Tyler Harris didn't have a good start. He was trying to overcome the fact that he smiled twice in one single interview, and it takes a little bit of time to get over that shock.
Hey, I tell you what, Mrs. Montgomery Swan in sober state after lunch, that's another shocker as well, what we saw there.
Can I just go on record saying that was not me? I did not say that. That is that was the first non-litigious thing. No. Here we go.
No, she always likes a glass of wine at lunch.
She enjoys the social side of racing, as do so many of the families here. Ashisho, Bassier, Harris, Malik. Not in that order because Malik is now in front of Bassier. Now Hamza Ashisho. Bassier to the inside. Wow.
Bassier down the inside. Malik didn't quite get by Bassier. It was Bassier who was getting past Ashisho. Now the race is on. Mark Bassier checking out the kartshop.ma replay over the bump, and then as they go on the brakes, remember, braking in a straight line on these DD2s, down the inside in fine style. Ashisho tries to come back, but now second and third, keep an eye on whether Malik can get by his teammate for that second place. It's a massive challenge. I think Malik has dropped to fourth as Tyler Harris has gone ahead.
Yeah, Harris made the move at turn number 3. As an ex-member of the Thin Blue Line, would you have nicked Mark Bassier for braking and entering on that move? Because there was not much of a gap, but Mark Bassier made that KAA kart fit.
He absolutely did, and all credit again to Ashisho, who allowed the move, didn't he? He made the gap. Mark Bassier kart width and nothing more. He made that very, very hard. Tyler Harris, that orange and white kart there, the Mumbai Falcons kart, looking down the inside. That's his favourite passing spot. At least he tries down inside the inside of turn 4, not coming off there. And the more that Ashisho is challenged by Tyler Harris, the more that's going to play into the hands of Mark Bassier.
Yes, the more Ashisho defends, the bigger Bassier's lead gets up the straight towards turns 11 and 12, past the Race Your Way banner. Alongside the service road, you see vehicles crawling down that service road. Of course, they're not crawling, they're doing the speed limit. These karts are doing over twice the speed limit, 130 kilometres an hour down that back straight in these DD2 karts over the yump. Bassier had his head round, looking over his shoulder with all 4 wheels off the ground, and still kept it pinned as Ashisho thought about a move.
And you know something, Henry, 130 kilometres an hour on something, when you peel away all that bodywork, resembles nothing more than a tea tray.
Yes.
It's incredible.
And as Adam Malik's mum alluded to, the tea tray that separates the driver's race boots from the tarmac broke on Adam Malik's kart last Saturday, and yet he still brought it home on the podium. Harris is getting closer and closer to Ashisho.
Ashisho is driving a very solid race there. Bassier is driving an even more solid race. He's pulled a cushion. We're on lap 4. We are 1 lap away from just 1/3 distance in this 15-lap final. As Ashisho closes the gap, there's still a lot of racing, Henry, and there's still a lot can happen here. Ashisho's got to be aware of Tyler Harris, our champion, behind him, but he's also got to be in a position to challenge Mark Bassier. They're not pulling away from each other. They are still together. And if one of these drivers makes the slightest of mistakes, then they are going to be alongside and possibly overtaking one another.
Now, I want to put this into a little bit of perspective. What you're saying is that Mark Bassier, yesterday he was driving for the Mumbai Falcons. Today he is driving for Kart Advisor Academy. That means he's on a different chassis with a different engine, a different support network around him, different equipment, different awning, different everything. And yet he's able to slot himself into that brand new situation, which has come about literally overnight for reasons that we don't need to go into or we don't know about particularly. However, it's a credit to Bassier that he's been able to slot himself in to a brand new set of surroundings and lead. Whether he wins or not is, well, it's not irrelevant. However, we talk about how important it is for drivers to stay with the same team mechanics. It's very, very difficult to move around teams all the time and maintain a certain performance level. Bassier has done that this weekend.
He's managed to clear his mind of all the noise and focus on the jobbing that he has in hand, and that is to drive that DD2 kart on the absolute maximum, which he is doing. He's pulled a cushion once again to Hamza Ashisho. Ashisho has Tyler Harris in his wheel tracks. We're into the second third of this race, and that's the biggest gap perhaps we've seen since the lights went out here. And as I say that, they concertina up through turn 13, through turn 14, back into our view now. Across the line, it'll be 6 laps completed here with a chunk of time left. Ashisho having to go down the inside to keep Tyler Harris at bay. While these two do that, let's have a quick recap of who is where. We've got Adam Malik in 4th, Saad Al-Hababi in 5th, the first of the Masters, 6th overall, with Tony Hogg 7th, Kyle Blockley 8th. Then we've got Nicola Cacciatore, who's just gone ahead of Sami Al-Hassad on that lap, making him 10th. Greg Watt rounding off the 11-kart field here in DD2.
Now let's go back to the heat race and the pre-final. Hamza Hashisho spent the first half of both those races under some intense pressure. He spent the second half and the last quarters, particularly of those two races, pulling away and setting the fastest laps, which tells me that the Matheus Nagem Motorsport team had set that kart up to improve as the race goes on. They're going to need to improve in the second half of this race because Marc Bassier has now got the biggest lead he's had all race, a massive 0.4 of a second. Harris is no longer looking at the inside of Hashisho going into turn number 3 every single time. Why? Because Hashisho is just getting a little bit quicker. Little bit quicker. As out of turn number 9 through turn number 10. The gap down to 3/10, although that was the last split time. Now it's up to half a second. Harris looks like he's on a good lap. Down towards turn 13 and 14. Marc Bassier. I don't think even Marc would have imagined in his wildest dreams that it would be this situation in which he led the final. However, things happen very, very quickly in karting, on and off track. Sometimes you have to roll with the punches. All Marc Bassier knows is that he's got a wheel on each corner and a wheel in front of him and a motor behind him, brakes on the front and the rear, and a gear shifter on the steering wheel to go between first and second. Everything else is just noise. He just focuses on what he has to do. Hamza Hashisho, he's been putting a lot of pressure on himself as Hamza, you know. Does he need to win this race? He wants to, of course. He doesn't need to win this race because it's still been an incredibly successful season, and the Qatari Motorsport Federation will still be incredibly proud of what he has done for them.
He is driving the race he would have driven.
Yes.
Marc Bassier is driving the race he would have driven, and Bassier is one of the most competitive drivers in this DD2 championship. He came into DD2's, Marc Bassier, as he explained to us at Yaz during the Paddock Show interview, and the transition and getting to grips with the vagaries of the different chassis, which you've just described there, Henry, braking across the front axle, the 2-ratio gearbox that you flick between. It's not as easy as these boys and girls make it look. It is a very, very complex lap here at the Al Ain Raceway. Marc Bassier has gone faster and faster and faster all season. It bodes very well for the 26-27 series, where Marc Bassier is perhaps going to be there. I know Tyler Harris is going to go off to uni or something. So
he's already in university.
He's at university, so
yep.
We expect to see him back to maybe retain his championship. But Hamza Ashisho, he's had a great weekend. He's got nothing to be sad about. He's had a very competitive weekend. Yes, he's going to be disappointed. Tyler Harris looking down his inside. He's going to be more disappointed if he loses that second place as well. And it's going to be consoled by the positivity of the fact that he's had a great racing weekend here across 2 race days here at Round 8, with last weekend equally as competitive in this class. And he's going off to Europe to represent Qatar, which is something that he needs to be proud of. At the moment, he's not even thinking anything about that, as he's got his hands full with Tyler Harris, our DD2 champion for this season.
Exactly, and if there's one thread of hope that Hashisho and Harris can hold on to, it's this. Marc Bassier is now in uncharted territory. What do I mean by that? This is the longest that Marc Bassier has ever spent sat in that go-kart. He doesn't know how that kart, how that engine, how that setup reacts after 11 laps, because he's never done 11 laps in that kart before. The very first laps he has ever done in that kart was in qualifying this morning. That was a 6-minute session, and then we had a 10-lap and a 10-lap heat race or whatever it was. We're on lap 12 now of 15. Bassier does not know how that chassis, that motor, that setup will react from this point on. That could give a potential crumb of comfort and hope to Hashisho and Harris.
Henry Baudet, you are building up the tension here. I think
it's fact, though. This is the long. It's a fact.
It is, but we've got 12 laps completed as Tyler Harris has a look down the inside at the final corner. The gap at the line, it was 9/10 of a second. It's gone out to a second. He's got it in hand, I think. I think if there's going to be action, it's going to come here. It's going to come for second, third, and dare I say it, we had an orange helmet of Morat Canopes involved as well. No, that was the wrong 3 karts that I was having to look at there. This second and third place is still up for grabs. Once these two start, maybe when Tyler Harris starts challenging Hamza Hashisho, that's going to be even better for Marc Bassier, who's going to extend that gap to even more than the 1.3 seconds that we have on the clock now.
Yeah, indeed. Again, I was speaking only facts. However, yes, I was generating potentially a bit of tension that maybe wasn't quite there.
Tension, weren't you?
But you never, you never ever know in karting. A lot can happen in a very short space of time.
No, you're talking about bits of metal and bits of piston going up and down and things like that. And I'm not wishing that happens here, because we've had a great drive here from Marc Bassier. He's had a very challenging weekend here for various reasons, both on and off the track. Hamza Hashisho, solid drive in second place. And when you consider, Henry, he's been dealing with pressure from the lad who is the champion here in this class.
Yeah, Hamza Hashisho will be able to hold his head up very, very high. Luckily, Mr. Hashisho will not be doing a dive bomb off the balcony onto the floor. So his health is okay. Yes, Jeffrey the Towel may not get thrown in the air with a big...
Did you name the towel?
No, Hamza named it
Did
Jeffrey.
he really? Jeffrey?
Hamza named it Jeffrey the Towel.
Jeffrey,
he looks across. It's going to be P2 as things stand, or P3. Let's see what happens. He's got the champion to hold off, and he's got one more lap to do it. Marc Bassier, Kart Advisor Academy, you are 10, 9, 8 corners away from a remarkable win.
And this is the first win of the whole season for the Kart Advisor Academy.
This will be the first. That's not in Masters. They won a couple
of did win in Masters, yes. So they have won a class. They've had a class win.
Yeah, they've had a class win.
Let's rephrase that. I'll come in again. First overall win for Kart Academy Advisor.
Yeah, absolutely right, Joe. First overall win incoming.
And it's going to be that young man there, Marc Bassier, who will turn into the final 2 quarters of the season and then head towards the final checkered flag for DD2 in the UAE RMC. He takes race day 2 of round 8. Hamza Hashisho, congratulations, hanging on to that second place under immense pressure from our DD2 champion, Tyler Harris, who we will see representing the UAE at the World Finals in Portugal. He will be the and final step of the podium coming up later as the rest of the field come through. Moritz Canopes takes the win, 5th overall in the and first in the Masters. But there is the result. Mark Bassier wins, Hamza Ashisho in 2nd place, Tyler Harris in 3rd, Adam Malik in 4th place there, and Moritz Canopes 5th overall, 1st in the Masters, Saad Al-Ababi in 6th, and then in 7th place we've got Tony Hogg from Kyle Blockley, Nicolo Cacciatore, Sami Al-Assad and Greg Watt for Honolulu Racing, right there, rounding off 11 carts.
Joseph.
Nicholas.
There's one race left of the season. You believe it?
I can't believe it, Nick.
One race left.
I mean,
I'd like to say a couple of things. Just I'd like to say, because he's not here, I'd like to say thank you to Henry. Because without Henry, we wouldn't be here.
That's very true.
I'd like to thank you to Guy. And I'd like to think he's been incredibly, he's been great. Majid, incredibly helpful. Lelaine, everybody at the UAE Rotax organisation has been really, really fantastic. And it's an absolute breath of fresh air working in the UAE compared to when we've worked in other places. They
brought us in as a you know, it's the first time they've live streamed. We've worked as a team. I'd like to think we've worked 100%. As a team. We've developed as a team. We've improved as a team. I'd like to think we can go on improving. I'd like to think we can enhance.
I'd definitely like to thank everyone who works here at LA. And I'd also like to thank all the people at Al Fassan and the people at Yas Marina and especially David Bright and Dubai Kart Driving, because every single track has been incredibly welcoming, incredibly helpful for us. It's a big job coming to new circuits, setting things up, working how it goes. And they've all worked with us to bring the best pictures that we possibly can for you to enjoy. And it's genuinely, I'd like to thank everybody in the region because you have done a fantastic job. Thank you very much. But I think I now have to thank Henry, who I was thanking earlier. I'm not sure if Henry actually wants to start yet. I don't know.
He does.
He does.
Think he does. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Henry can see kart mums. I'm saying thank you to everybody in the UAE. Thank you to Joe as well. But now we need to say thank you to Henry because we're going down to him for some kart mum fun.
Well, thank you very much. And one of the best things I did last year was when Guy Sheffield said, "Oh, live streaming. What do I think?" And I said, "I know just the people who will be the perfect fit for this paddock, this championship," and that was Karting Live TV. Enough of the self-patting on the back. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Nick. It's the last race of the season. How quickly things pass. Drivers are heading out behind you. Now, in every class, there are always some goodbyes. Drivers move on from karting, they move into other areas, sometimes temporarily, sometimes they just go and earn a bit of money, come back so they can pay for their karting themselves and pay back their long-suffering parents. Behind us are many examples of long-suffering karting parents, the grid mums and grid sisters. Let's have a chat to some grid sisters. Now, tell us your name, young lady. Kiara.
And Cap'n.
Cap'n. So this is Nathan Cap'n's sister and Nathan Cap'n's mum. Now let's have a go. We'll go around the other side. Last year, Nathan went to the Grand Finals as the junior champion.
Yes.
What was that like for you as a family?
It was an incredibly proud moment for us. We were so excited because he's not been in karting for that long. It's been 3-4 years, and to be, champion, UAE champion, to represent UAE, that was really a proud moment. Yeah.
It was, and again, I have to say, Nathan's sister. We saw each other in Bahrain, didn't we? And you were the proudest sister of all back in Bahrain, weren't you?
Yes.
And you're still proud now?
Yes.
Okay, well, I tell you what, now we're going to embarrass Nathan, who's P3 on the grid. Nathan, your mum and especially your sister were saying how proud they are of you.
Yeah, I'm really happy.
Yeah. This season, okay, the title has not gone your way, but it's been a very good learning season for you, a first in seniors.
Yeah, it's been a good season. Definitely had some good results. Just been a bit unlucky throughout the season, and yeah.
We move on though, don't we?
Yeah, definitely.
Always. What's the plan during the course of the summer?
Planning to do a bit the FIA and the Champions, hopefully to see what we can bring on for next season.
Okay, and whatever Nathan does, you know that he's got a mum and a sister supporting him all the way. But we need to talk championships. Let's talk the pole sitter. Let's talk Rian Dharmadasa. Rian, am I right in thinking that the championship is no longer mathematically possible, or is it?
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure Georgie won it, but I'm not trying to think about going to the Switch to try go and win it.
Exactly. You've had such a strong end to the season. Your grid man behind us?
Yeah, that is.
Okay, fair enough. What would you like to say to your parents for making this happen for you?
Obviously, I'm very thankful for everything they've done, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Rian Dharmadasa, our pole sitter. Mrs. Dharmadasa, what would you like to say to Rian for everything, all the stress he's put you through this year?
Yeah, I know. I mean, he's done a lot, I think. He's been a very disciplined driver, very focused. So, as long as he gets what he deserves.
Well, at the moment, he's on pole position. Maybe he deserves another win. Let's move over to our champion-elect, George Nassar. Now, George is from Lebanese descent. As you can see, he's got the cedar tree from Lebanon on his back. George has been a MENA Nations Cup champion, but George has also experienced the lowest lows in karting. 3 years ago at the Dubai Kartdrome, George, you were involved in one of the most scary crashes I've ever seen, and it ended your season, and it ended with you with several broken parts of your body, didn't it?
Yeah, it was. I dislocated my elbow, and I couldn't drive for 2 months.
Now, of course, there's the lows. How do you fight back? When you were laying in a hospital bed, your season in tatters, because that was the year that you were going to go to the Grand Finals as the junior champion, wasn't it?
Yeah, I just, you move past it.
You do move past it. You move past it to this moment where you are on the cusp. You've got one race to go round in circles, come home, and then shake the team's hand and start booking some flights to Portugal.
Yeah, exactly. That's the plan at the end of the day, isn't it?
It is, and I have to say, George, who is normally very sprightly, Joe, you will know this, bouncing around the paddock with his hat on. Do I detect that we're a little bit tense, a little bit nervous?
No, not tense, not tense.
No.
Calm.
Calm, there we go. Good luck, George. Now, we'll move back to row number 2. Like I said, there are always some goodbyes in the championship. Oscar Lambert, this is your championship farewell. It might not be your karting farewell, but we are going to university in the UK, and I think your dad is going off to work, so the family are leaving this part of the world. It's been a long journey, hasn't it? What would you like to say as this part of the journey comes to an end?
Yeah, I've been racing here for 9 years. It's been really, really enjoyable, learnt a lot. Karting's given me so much, met so many good people. I want to thank my parents for it, and then hopefully I can continue to do it in the UK.
Okay, yes, of course. It's Sussex University doing business management?
Yeah, hopefully, if I get the grades.
British University Karting Championship, here we come. One more moment. Mum? Oh dear, I know. If you've got the tissues there.
Tissues, I'm ready.
You're ready. Are you ready? Like, my goodness, we've escaped karting and he's still got all 4 limbs attached. Or, actually, we've had a really good time and met some really good people.
He's had a great run. He's had it's been a journey. But I think he's enjoyed it and taken away a lot more than just the occasional trophy.
Exactly, and that's what all these drivers take away. The trophies, they fade over time, they gather dust, but the memories and the qualities that you get, that's what stands you in good stead.
Absolutely, and I think he's made friends for life.
Now, we're getting shouted at because this grid mum's got to turn around, grid mum. There we go, there's the photo. Dojo, we've got to make a move. We've got to make a move. Before we go backwards, I want to say, have we got one grid dad on the circuit? Alicia Canessa, Alicia's got her grid mum. Alicia is also saying goodbye to the championship. There she is. Count them. 2, 4, 6, 8, P9. That kart, number 304, is 6 years old. Alicia is an independent driver. It's her mum, her dad, and her. She's got one race to end her career here in the UAE, doing something that no female driver has ever done in this class, in this championship, and that is get on the podium. Let's see if she can do that. Let's see what the very last race of 2025-2026 brings.
Thank you, Henry. We're about to go racing for the final time in the 2025-26 UAE RMC. And it's quite a sad moment, really.
It is. It is
absolutely. Well, we've got to wait all the way till September before we reconvene.
I'm liking the fact that as every afternoon, the wind is whipping up a little bit as we get to the end of the afternoon. And there's the temperature inversion on the desert. Gives us a bit of air pressure change.
Isn't you've been all technical on the old weather forecasting?
No, I'm just looking out the window and I can see the window.
It's incredible how the championship for Senior Max has come down to those two drivers there who are going to lead this field of Senior Max drivers off the grid and continue on and go into this final race of the season. Rayan Darmadasa has been chasing down George Nasser for pretty much the whole of this UAE RMC. It was a very strong start by George Nasser at the first round here in Al Ain and Al Fassan, and then it's been consolidation time. Rayan Darmadasa, he was strong here at Al Ain at the start of the season. He drifted off performance and competition-wise, but then he's come back really strong. He went and took the O plate at the Dubai Kartdrome in January, which isn't part of the championship, of course, as we get the karts moving off. And we'll have a look at the full rundown of the grid. Rayan Darmadasa on the O plate then takes the pole position with George Nasser alongside. Row 2 is Nathan Caplan and Oscar Lambert. Jules Demont has been on fire this weekend. Jeremy Montgomery Swan back where he belongs at the front end of the grid. Row 4 is Armani Kanua and Max Dexter with Alicia Canesa and Ryan Caruso. They're on row 5 inside the top 10 both. Row 6 is Zain Olamasani and Ryan Qureshi. And then on row 7, Eni Asachi and Enzo Tesluk, with Andrew Obaid and Manafal Belushi on row 8. Row 9 is Adish Mehta and Arsen Djoglovic, with row 10 looking like Alexander Biji and Leith Mominat, Abdul Al-Keita and Philip Dinu, with Kayan Krayenbol and Youssef Ali Shah, to give him his full name. Just moving off now, Rayan Darmadasa, his job is to control the pace on this rolling lap, on the formation lap, of which we get one here this weekend. He's on the blue and white kart in the picture there. The black and white with red trim is the colours of the Matthias Ngem Motorsport team. That is the championship leader, George Nasser, who, Henry, I suppose, can follow Rayan Darmadasa around and clinch this championship. Mathematically, the championship's still open, but it's going to have a massive amount of controversy to not go George Nasser's way.
Yeah, and in George's own words, as the lights go out and we go racing, he is calm.
I tell you what, he's done a cracking job there from the outside of the front row. We've had drivers on the second spot on the grid ending up in 5th and 7th place. George Nasser slotted into the inside and in 3rd place now, following Nathan Caplan, who is indeed following Rayan Darmadasa. So that's where Nasser needs to be. He needs to be just where he is. However, there's a queue of drivers behind him. Oscar Lambert at the front of that queue now, on the rear bumper of George Nasser. And it's a full train of the whole field of karts now going into this 15-lap final.
And you know what? You know, every driver had, you know, one, you know, their mum there. But Nathan Caplan's younger sister is Nathan's biggest fan. And quite often, when there are younger siblings that come to the paddock because their older brother or sister races, they're not here to watch the race. Oh, there's something they have to do because that's what the parents are doing and they're not old enough to stay at home on their own. But yet Nathan's younger sister, she lives and breathes every lap, and she is her older brother's biggest supporter. And anyone with a younger sister, I'm one of them, knows that when you're a kid, the younger sister is just an annoyance. Not for Nathan, however.
I tell you what's annoying. Oscar Lambert ended up sliding wide on the sandy outside. That's allowed.
Oh my goodness me, there's carts going off in the background, tripping over each other. That was Oscar Lambert. He's going to end his final race in the dirt. He gets going again. Who are the two drivers that are locked together? One's a Telios kart. One is Jules Dumont. The other is Jeremy Montgomery Swan.
Oh, look, if he didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck at all. Jeremy Montgomery Swan was about to finish off the season in great style in the top 5. However, it started with Oscar Lambert going wide at turn 8 there, and then a number of carts spearing off there on the dirty outside line towards 7 and 8. Sorry, turn 6 was where it all began. It ended up on the outside of turn 8. Meanwhile, at the front, Ryan Darmadasa leads. It's George Nasser in second, Nathan Kaplan now being demoted to third. But that one's not over, is it?
No, and it's not over behind them because Amani Kanua is the next kart in line, just out of shot. There he is with the white nose cone and the white crash helmet. Behind Amani Kanua comes Rayan Qureshi. Max Dexter runs 6th. 7th for Ryan Carews. That's his best performance. P8, Alicia Canessa. Adi Schmetter and Zain El Hamasani from the back of the grid. Zain El Hamasani is making moves. Darmadassa's on the anchors. This one, I have a feeling, Joe, is going to be an absolute cracker. Nobody is going to play nice.
What a way to finish the season here. They could all just sit there and take the championship points. However, everybody wants to win the last round. Everybody wants to win day 2 of round 8. Everybody wants to meet Henry Baudet for the post-race interview at the end of this race. That's what these drivers are thinking in their heads now, quite rightly so.
Well, let's look at this now. With Darmadasa defending, 1 lap ago in this camera shot, you couldn't see Amani Kanua. Now you can not only see Amani Kanua, but you can see Rayan Qureshi, Ryan Carews, and you can see 7th place driver Alicia Canessa. Make that 6th place driver, because I think George Nasser has just lost ground.
George Nasser has gone from 2nd to 5th place there, just finding himself on the outside of the turn, down the inside, and contact there. It's the white and blue kart of Kanua, who ends up where he was last night on the outside of the final turn, and he's now out of contention. Here he goes down the inside. He then finds himself on the dirty line. He can't get back on. He's sandwiched there, finds himself, can't turn because he's on the sand of the outside of the corner, and they're all just queuing up now as Darmadasa makes his exit. Nasser back up to 3rd. It's that Kaplan in 2nd still, hanging on to that one there. The number, it's not the 351 though, is it? No. It's Ryan Qureshi.
It's Ryan Qureshi in the number 386. Now, as the carts tripped over each other coming out of that final corner, I almost lost the headphones because, Alicia Canessa, I think she just had nowhere to go. I hope that there's not a nose cone penalty on that number 304 kart, because there's 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Alicia Canessa is now up into P6. There she goes.
Race to the line then as the field come out of the final turn. It's Darmadasa, Kaplan, Qureshi, Nasser, Meta, El Hamasani up from the back of the grid up to 6th place, would you believe? Alicia Canessa 7th. Amani Kanua recovering and getting by Ryan Carews there. But it's George Nasser, the red helmet there, the black and white kart right on the rear bumper now of Ryan Qureshi, wanting to get on the podium, wanting to finish his season on the podium. At the moment, he's champion-elect here in Senior Max. He will be representing the UAE at the World Finals at Portimao. More of that later from Henry and I when we finish this race. But right now, we've got a full 9.5 laps remaining, and still plenty of time for this to develop, and here it comes.
Nasser to the inside, passes Ryan Qureshi. Qureshi, professional, doesn't fault it, doesn't move across. He could see the move being happened. Here's your kartshop.me replay. I am sure it will not be the last kartshop.me replay of the race, because there are 8 laps, make that 8 laps to go, plenty of action. yet to come, even though Damadassa's lead is now an almost unassailable 2.6 seconds. Kappen is going to come under pressure from Nasser, who is under pressure from Qureshi, and Zain El Hamasani, who I spoke to Zain's mum, who said he's just not had the luck. It's been mistimed, and now, of course, it's in his own head. Well, Zain has got his head screwed on the right way because he is up to P6, and Knessa is there in 7th, Kanua down to 8th. We always talk about Amani Kanua being the most popular driver on the live chat. I think that Alicia Knessa is rivaling Amani Kanua for online support as we cross the line.
Here we go then. We have just clicked by the half distance mark on this lap. Halfway around this lap, we'll have covered the half distance of 15 laps. We are through turn number 3 there into the double apex 4 and 5. This is turn 6, and it's George Nasser there with the orange helmet there. He's been caught by Ryan Qureshi. He's just got by him. His job is to catch that orange and white Mumbai Falcon car in front of him, and that's Nathan Kappen, who's in a solid second place here. This is the second, third steps of the podium that we are interested in here, because the first step of the podium, that's Rayan Damadassa, who's pulled out a gap of 2.6 seconds and continues to extend that gap as we come through the final turn. There's Damadassa. Here is second place Kappen, and Nasser now drawing up to that rear bumper of Kappen, soon to challenge.
Yes, indeed. And of course, George Nasser, we talk about a driver. Now, of course, George's mechanic, Jamie Zire, will be saying calm, cool, just chill. Don't push. You don't need to put yourself in a position where you could potentially get involved in an incident. George has got his own mind plan, though, because, again, sometimes driving at 95% is worse than driving at 100% because you're not focused totally on what you're doing. You know, if you ease back, you sit back, that's when potentially you can, miss an apex, miss a braking point. Looking down the order, so Nasser, he's closing in on Kappen. Does he make the move? Does he sit there?
No, he's not quite there yet. He's got to be a little bit, maybe half a cart's width before he can, when he comes out of turn number 12. Here he goes. He's in the slipstream, but not quite close enough across the bump and into the braking area for turn 1. He sits there. Plenty of time, though. 6 laps remaining here. So George Nasser knows that he's got to time this right. He's already passed Ryan Qureshi, but then Qureshi was able to come back at him. So he's got to time it right to settle that squabble for the third step of the podium. Qureshi is experienced, and Nasser decides that the time is right and goes through.
Yeah, here's your kartshot.me replay. Champion-elect George Nasser at the most difficult corner of the entire circuit. Flashback to round 2 here. That is the corner where George Nasser got involved in a huge accident that cost him the biggest championship lead he'd had all season. However, he decides, I've got to go now, I've got to go. George is going to be happier with clean track in front of him. He knows, he feels he has got the better of the 2 Mumbai Falcons karts behind him in pace and pace alone. So he's happier being in that situation. Does he have to defend? Potentially. Does he think he can drive away? Probably.
He's happier for the Mumbai Falcons to squabble over the third step of the podium.
That too.
He's now on the second step. The gap is 3.2 seconds to the leader. 5 laps remaining. So the final third of this final, the last race of the season here in the UAE RMC. We've crowned champions. We're about to crown that champion there in the red-orange helmet. George Nasser for Matthias Najem Motorsport is on his way to a second-place podium finish in the second race day of round 8 to finish behind Rayan Damadassa, who I've got to say, Henry, and we'll reflect on this when we've had the checkered flag. Rayan Damadassa has had a very strong finish to his season here.
He does, he
and
has.
if he'd had that performance at the beginning, carrying it through, it would have been an even closer championship in my view.
Absolutely, and of course you cannot forget the Conor Clancy factor either. Where would we be had Conor Clancy not fractured his wrist at Yas Marina? There's a kart off at the side of the circuit. It's Leith Mumina's kart. Eni Asachi has also retired. This is second, third and fourth. just behind these three, there's another group of 2 drivers. That would be Zain El Hamasani in P5 and the young lady with the black race suit, the red sleeves. That's Alicia Canessa in P6. Last year, Alicia was last virtually the whole season. At the start of this year, she was so painfully shy. We wanted to try and interview her for the first round of our Paddock show, and you could barely get a word out of her because she was so painfully shy. Self-belief, the growth in the self-belief that I've seen in that young lady has been remarkable. And whatever happens in this race, whether there's a nose cone penalty, whether there's anything that happens post-race, is virtually irrelevant, because on track, that young lady, she has gone from 26th last year to 6th this year and chasing down a top 5 finish.
And she's got a lot of pressure to deal with as well. She's right there under the rear bumper of Zain El Hamasani. Amani Kanua is right there over her shoulder too. So we'll look at that. But what a great way to finish the season for Alicia that will be if she can maintain that 6th place. George Nasser there on the white and black cart has pulled out a gap to these 2 carts here. The 2 Mumbai Falcons of Ryan Qureshi and Nathan Kaplan are squabbling. Nathan Kaplan was second for a long time. He's been overtaken by his teammate eventually. He looks like he maybe come back as Canessa down the inside of El Hamasani, and Kanua has gone with her. So Canessa up to 5th, Kanua up to 6th, and this was textbook off the start-finish.
Look for the straight arms. Alicia Canessa, straight arms, because that tells the driver that she's passing that she's not going to give up the corner. That's been a problem. She's just been too timid. Well, she has found something there, and she's just passed Zain El Hamasani, who was a podium finisher back in his younger days in the MENA Nations Cup. Amani Kanua is sitting right behind Alicia Canessa. She's 5th. That would be like a win for a privateer driver on a 6-year-old go-kart.
That's incredible. She's actually pulling away as Kanua has to defend now. That's going to assist Alicia Canessa to that 5th place as the leader comes across the line to start the final lap of racing of the whole of the UAE RMC 25-26 season. This driver here, Rayan Damadasa, will be vice champion going into the new season in September, October. At the moment, he's got about just over half a lap to complete here of the Allen International Raceway as we turn through turn number 8 into turn number 9. It's been a dominant weekend. It's been a dominant couple of weekends. He's been the man to beat in this class, Henry.
He absolutely has. But of course, a championship is not held over a couple of weekends. It's held over 8 in this situation, and over the course of a long period from October to April, Damadasa finishes it on top. But here is the driver who goes to Portimao, George Nasser. With no emotion visible, the emotion will pour out, I am sure, as we conclude the racing. Here, the carts flood across the line.
Well, Henry, I can tell you now that your fan favourite Alicia Canessa finishes the season in the top 5. Let's have a look at this official rundown then. Rayan Damadasa takes the win. George Nasser takes 2nd place and the championship for Senior Max. He will be going to Portugal. Ryan Qureshi with a fighting 3rd place there. We'll see him on the podium later on. Nathan Kaplan will be a disappointed 4th place. But there, one of the drives of the race, Alicia Canessa, finishes the season in 5th. Zain El Hamasani in 6th. And then it was all change on the final lap from 7th down over, because 7th was Ardish Mehta, 8th was Ryan Carews, 9th was Oscar Lambert, Enzo Tesluk 10th. Amani Kanua was bundled down to 11th, Alexander Bishi 12th, in 13th was Kayan Kryanbull, Abdullah Al-Keita was in 14th place, 15th was Manafel Belushi, and then we had Max Dexter, Arsene Djokovic, Philip Dinu, Andrew Obaid, Jules Demont was 20th, Youssef Al-Shah was 21st, Jerry Montgomery Swan was still continued round, he finishes 22nd, Enya Sachi 23rd, and we lost Leith Momina on lap 10, would you believe? Well, Henry, it's now the time for you and I to reflect, not just on this weekend, but also on the season. And we've got Now that we've crowned our champions, and we can talk with some confidence as
Correct,
to who
yes.
those champions are.
Correct.
Let's start with MicroMax.
Yes, let's indeed. You know, the biggest shoes to fill in the UAE national team may be the smallest driver, because of course Liam O'Hanlon is the only driver who is trying to defend a Grand Finals championship for the UAE. He has worked incredibly hard all season. The growth in confidence and yet the pressure, because how many times have we seen Liam O'Hanlon either have to make a pass on the last lap or defend the lead on the last lap to take a win?
Yeah, it's been the racecraft in MicroMax all season long has been phenomenal. And I'm probably going to say that about MiniMax as well.
Yes.
But we're focusing on MicroMax. Liam O'Hanlon, one of the coolest kids I've ever seen on a racetrack.
Yeah, indeed, and that's not just a bud in his hair either.
No. I said his dad. His dad, Big Liam,
Yes, Big Liam.
as we know. I said to his dad, who does he get his coolness off, you or his mum? He said,
Yeah.
must be me, because his mum's nuts.
Yeah, as he says, skipping towards the divorce court. No,
Yeah.
and I spoke to mum
We
and dad.
understand that the best possible way.
We do, we joke.
Brilliant. And it's you know what, a really strong contender to represent the UAE, going to Portugal for the Rotax World Finals and retaining that championship at Portimao for the UAE. You've got a very strong contender there.
We do indeed.
We mentioned MicroMax champions from the Rotax World Finals. That was Benjamin Krachkovic in MicroMax.
Yes.
He is going back to the Rotax World Finals. This time, he's going back as the reigning MicroMax champion. However, he leaves that behind. He's now going to be representing the UAE in MiniMax.
I'm trying to think back. MicroMax and MiniMax made their debut at the Grand Finals back in 2016. There hasn't been, I don't believe, a driver that has doubled up and won both Micro and Mini at the Grand Finals. Now, there are 36 Micro tickets, 72 Mini tickets. Ben Karachkovic's job is twice as hard this year, but he is there this year. I have noticed behind the scenes, Ben personally has had some ups and downs. Attitude, performance, just pressure. He's coped remarkably well with that because, like I said, this time last year it was one driver. Now it's a whole team around him.
Henry, you've got duties down.
I've got to go.
You've got to go. It leaves me and Nick to reflect on the season past. Henry making his way down to the podium area where we've got our winners from today, which we will get a reflection on how they've won this race day 2 at round 8 of the UAE RMC. We've reflected then on MicroMax and MiniMax, who will be representing the UAE, Liam O'Hanlon and Benjamin Krachkovic. Via Chopra is the Junior Max champion. That will be going off to Portugal and representing the UAE. Via Chopra, the Matthias Nejem.
Are there any hills
driver.
at the Portimao kart track for him to come over?
I think there is, Henry. It's quite an undulating track at Portimao, isn't it?
I've visited it, but I've never actually. That was a long time ago. Just drove the extra mile and a half out, don't you, from the backside of the actual racetrack?
It's on the right, isn't it?
We've been to that racetrack many times.
We have never been to the kart track, though.
I've driven the kart track, but we haven't raced on it. Unlike all the other racetracks near kart track. No, other kart tracks near racetracks.
Yes, via Chopra. It was a championship that we thought was going to be all about Conor Clancy until he grew up.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's.
He grew up and went to seniors.
I think it's fair to say that if Conor hadn't decided to move up, that would have been a relatively one-sided championship. But he moved out. He then started trying to gain the senior championship. I'm sure we'll have that next.
He left it to Via Chopra, Mitanj Jain, Aaron Qureshi to squabble it out. It's went the way of Via Chopra, who's been really, really strong.
Yeah, it's interesting. We saw a couple of drivers who had dips in form. Sometimes it didn't affect them because they were able to have enough strength to come through. Sometimes, thinking Rian Damadasa, who was in a way classed the field the last couple of races, but had that dip in the middle, which was kind of taking away his chance of going to Portugal.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving on, DD2. All about Talaris, really.
Yeah, it was. It was interesting with Tyler because you got the impression he was driving for the championship really early.
Yeah, he had a very strong first couple of rounds, didn't he? He had the 2 rounds here at Alain. Then we went to Alpha San, where he was really strong. And then He looked. I think he had a basketball injury though.
Yeah, the basketball injury. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he was off form at Dubai. I think. Wasn't
he was certainly sporting a wrist injury that really knocked his pace. I mean, I say knocked his pace. He was still in the top 3.
Yeah, and then we had the second half of the season was all about Marc Bassier, wasn't it?
Yeah, Marc Bassier came on there. He's going to be
whichever team he was with.
Yes, I mean that's going to be that bodes very well going forward, as we always in motorsport look forward. Tyler Harris though crowned the DD2 champion in fine style, and then bringing us right up to date with George Nasser.
No, you missed DD2 Masters.
Oh, sorry, of course.
A superb performance, Morris.
I've missed the old
poor
boys,
old Moritz, though. I do feel, of course, he's missed out on the one thing he wanted more than anything else, which is an overall win.
He didn't get an overall win. Moritz has been really, really fast. He's been in contention in the top 3 overall. How many times have we seen him on the overall podium? I know there's a stat there. If you know that, please fire it into me.
He was often like second and third and almost in there. And
almost, absolutely. So Moritz will be crowned our DD2 Masters champion. Masters, that's for the over 32s, all the really old drivers that are in that championship. Senior Rotax, of course, is all about, again, another champion for Matthias Nagem Motorsport. It is indeed. Hang on, just checking something. Yeah, another Matthias Nagem Motorsport driver. Another championship for M&M. And George Nasser, a strong start. He was the Alpha San incident with regards to
I have good news for you.
Off the line.
We
I've got
have
Henry
all
already
the winners. All the winners are
Brilliant.
ready to talk to Henry. So down to Henry.
Thank you very much. Our first winner, and I've got to say, hot off the press, is Liam O'Hanlon. Liam, I don't know if now Dojo is there, our cameraman. Let's focus in. Already, less than an hour after being confirmed as champion, we got merch. We got T-shirt merch and baseball cap merch. Well, we'll talk about the merch in a minute. Let's talk about the last race of the season. You didn't have to win it, but hey, Adam Al-Sheikh got the start line penalty and he was able to push you away. That was about as easy as it gets, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was an easy race because he had a penalty, so we worked together. We tried to make that gap as big as we can, but unfortunately, I don't think we made it big enough.
Not for Adam. No, I think he missed out on the podium by about 0.3 of a second. You knew that he had a penalty, so you knew that he was going to push you, and you were actually trying to help him get on the podium, even though he's pushed you all the way, weren't you?
Yeah, if we work together, because he helped me a lot this weekend, he pushed with me, and then in that final work together, push until the last lap, but he pushed for the whole thing, so then it was an easy race.
It was an easy race. Now, let's talk about the drip, the swag, the merch. Who did all this for you?
My dad.
Big Liam did all this for you. Big Liam trying to curry favour because he called your mum nuts earlier, but we won't go into that. Let's talk about how you're feeling, because there's lots of pictures there. There's lots of pictures of you. There's pictures of your team as well. When you look at that, that's a memory that'll last a lifetime. What does this season mean to you? Because there's been ups and downs on track, but as well, family-wise, there have been ups and downs off track as well.
Yeah, ever since we started karting, me and my dad, we set a goal to win a championship and go to the Worlds, and we've done that today. So now our new goal is to win in the Worlds.
Well, there we go. That is a sign. Set a goal, achieve the goal, set a new goal. The new goal is to become the UAE's second consecutive Rotax Grand Final MicroMax champion. Well done.
And I would like to thank my mum, my dad, my 2 sisters, Connor, George, for giving me. I wouldn't have had this season if I didn't have George and Jacob, and Jacob's brother Lucky. He's in Germany, I think. So shout out to him, and my uncle, my auntie, and my cousins, and my granddad and my nanny.
Like a true professional, without being asked who we like to thank, he gets it in to his answer. Boys learn quick, don't they? Well done.
Thanks.
Now, let's move. So Liam can go off and celebrate with his family. There was only one driver that actually did some aura farming crossing the line, and this was Austin Gibson. Well, Austin, you worked really, really well with your teammate, Ben Kratchkovich, and then on the last lap, Ben gave you the signal, but between me and you would have beaten him anyway, wouldn't you?
You know, it would have played. It probably would have played out a different way if we didn't work together. You know, it was very good that I did work with him in the end. You know, it's really nice to finish on a high at the end of a season. You know, all season I've been wanting to, you know, achieve something, and at the start of the season I really just wanted to win, and then now I've won 2 times, and then, you know, hopefully I'll go to the Grand Finals with Mina.
That is a possibility.
You know, and then hopefully I will, you know, progress in karting. Next year I'm definitely gonna win it. I'm definitely gonna try win it, and I definitely will try win it.
Well, there we go. From the granite city of Aberdeen to Qatar, and now new home in Abu Dhabi. Austin Gray, today's win, that might have been a team win, but win number 1 was one of the best wins we've seen all season. Well done.
Thank you. You know, I know what you're going to say. Who would you like to thank?
Nope, because we don't do that anymore, because you've got to get it into your answers now like every professional racing driver. So I'm not going to say that.
No. Okay. So
You'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank everyone in my team, my whole family, my mum, my dad, my sister, Auntie Steph, my cousin Abel, my cousin Emmy.
Hi, Emmy.
Uncle Paul.
Who could forget Paul?
Everyone in my family, really.
What about Granda George?
Oh, yeah, Granda George.
Granda George as well. There we go. Everyone in the Gray family, whether you're in Scotland, Qatar, or here in Abu Dhabi, thank you very much. Well done. Now, we'll move on, which is a good thing, because my back was about to get it off, bending down. Thankfully, we got a tall driver, Via Chopra, Junior Rotax UAE champion, final winner. How does that sound? It's okay. I don't need to about framing, Nick and Joe, because Dojo can actually make up for my incredible lack of ability to stand in the centre of a frame.
So it feels really good to have won the final and as well as the championship at the same time.
Yeah, talk about that final. As they go, it was smooth sailing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really smooth. I just focused on putting my head down and setting fast laps since the beginning, and that played my way, and I managed to win in the end.
You did win in the end. I think, is this not the very first championship for Matthias Nagem Motorsport?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
It is. Well, you know, if you're going to be a first champion, I did say, who's that coming over the hill? It's a...
Champion.
There we go. Well done. Via Chopra, Junior Rotax final winner today and champion. Well done. Now,
I'd like to thank my mom, brother, dad, my teammate Pierre, Georgie, Chris, Dan, Nasri, Matthias, my grandmom, Abu Fanous, everyone that helped me and everyone that supported me along the way.
You mentioned, but I'll ask you one more question about your younger brother Samar, because he wanted to be a champion as well, and he came up short this year. What do you want to say to Samar about keeping your chin up?
Many things are meant to be. It's just about your comeback, and the setbacks don't define the outcome, it defines the comeback.
Exactly. Samar Chopra redemption arc begins now?
Yes, for sure.
For sure. Thank you, Via.
Thank you.
Now, we move on to our next race winner. Marc Bassier. Marc, it has been a weekend. However, whatever we talk about this weekend, from yesterday to today, we end the season on the top step of the podium. And that's P1, regardless of the colours of race suit we wear, isn't it?
It doesn't matter what team, I'll still produce the same results. Yeah, that's it.
Now, talk about something. So the cart that you were in today, you had never sat in before, had you?
No, I just took my car.
Oh, okay, so it was the same cart you were in yesterday, just different colours. So in that final, you knew how the set was going to react, didn't you?
Yeah, I just did my own stuff, and I just continued doing like I did before.
Now we talked about Liam, ups and downs off track this season as well. Family, the same for you. What have you learnt this season about karting, about yourself, and about life?
On the track, there are no friends.
On the track, there are no friends. In life, you have many, and tomorrow is never guaranteed, so you make the most of today, don't you?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Well done. DD2 winner, the first overall race win for the Kart Advisor Academy as well this year.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my parents, my aunt and uncles and grandparents watching. Hello. And I'd like to thank my ex-mechanic Zayed. And and that's about it.
Okay, there we go. Congratulations. Well done, Mark Bassier.
Yeah, thank you.
Well done. Now, there's one driver who's got a chance to make a bit of history at the Grand Finals this year. We talked about it yesterday. Maurice Knopper's 2 E20 Masters tickets in a row. But let's talk about today's final, because you had to overcome a penalty at the start. A jump start, Maurice.
Yeah. Sometimes you plan these things, and according to Sam was watching it on the TV. He said, "Papa, you missed it by a few hundreds. I timed it wrong," and then you get a penalty. That's life, And yeah, no, unfortunately, that gave me a bad result in the final. But what to do?
What you do, and again, reflecting on this season, it's not about the amount of drivers in each race. You've still got to beat whoever is put in front of you on any given moment, don't you?
Of course, that's the plan. Keeping up with the young boys keeps you sharp, fit. Yeah, period.
Excellent, congratulations. Well done, Maurice. And I know Sam had an engine seize yesterday, but Maurice's son Sam is a factory now KZ2 driver for Birrell ART and the reigning DD2 champion. Now, our next driver isn't going to Portimao yet, but he did finish senior Rotax on the highest of the high note. Rian Damadasa, if the championship started last weekend, you would be a runaway winner. However, that's not how championship is decided, but all you could say is what a confidence-boosting way to finish this season.
Yeah, I mean, to go into the last round even thinking about the championship from where we stood a few rounds ago is just a massive achievement.
Yeah, no, it is. So, the final. It was an intense battle at the start, and then you were able to just calmly pull away.
Yeah, I mean, I had to defend quite hard for the first few laps. Couldn't really pull away, but something would have kicked off behind me, got a small gap, just got my head down and drove away.
Now, of course, we talk about, things kicking off behind you. That by design or just the setup of the kart? Was there a tactic? Look, at the start, hey, if we can get George into a big bun fight and drop it back to 20th and then go, that will help. Or was it just a case of, nope, my kart is going to be struggling regardless of who's behind me?
No, I think just no matter what, just wanted to stay in that lead position, best place to be. And I can't really control what happens with the other drivers, just have to hope. And yeah, I mean, sure, yeah, good race for me.
It was a good race for Rian. It was a good race for a lot of people. That was the last race of the season. So we're going to be getting the tyre changing contest and the mystery challenge games underway very shortly. But, for the final time this season, I've got to hand back up to Joe in the commentary box. See you in a minute.
Sad times, Henry. However, the racing may be concluded here at the Allen Raceway, but the competition is not.
More competitions, non-stop.
We've got the semi-finals and the finals of our tyre-changing competition, the Mojo tyre-changing competition, coming next.
I think it's about 25 minutes to half an hour, because there's a mystery competition happening in the paddock just for our attendees at the event. So what we're going to do is we're going to re-show the Paddock show. Get a chance to look at those kart mothers. And when we come out of that, we should have time for the tyre changing championship, the semi-finals and finals, all the excitement, and then all the podium ceremonies. Yes, for the round 8, day 2, the Abu Dhabi Sports Council trophy, and of course the overall championship trophy, which includes 6 what, Joe?
You mean tickets?
Yes.
Not for the opera,
No.
not for the cinema,
No.
but to go to Portimao in
Because
Portugal.
if it was the opera, Timothy Chalamet wouldn't like them, would he?
No, maybe not. Is he not? Anyways.
No, he doesn't like the opera or the ballet, apparently.
To represent the UAE at the Rotax Max Finals
7.
at Portimao in Portugal in November.
Yes. 6 tickets, championship trophies, days trophies, Abu Dhabi Sports Council trophies, tyre changing, all coming up in about 25 of your very nice UAE and British minutes. Well, hello and welcome to the final round of the UAE RMC for 25-26. And as ever, it's been a fantastic set of weekend racing so far. And, you know, when I think about the reasons I like to be here, one of them obviously is Henry Baudet. He's such a professional man. He's only about the karting. He has no thoughts about anything other than racing at... Oh. Yes. Henry... You did say this, and I kind of hoped it wasn't true. Apparently today is all about the mums.
Well, not quite. However, in addition to the tickets being given out, who is going to go and represent the UAE, we celebrate the most underappreciated members of the karting family, because we've got grid mums. Absolutely. I know it's 30 degrees. It's a black hoodie. Heat stroke. It's worth it. Absolutely.
Well, hopefully it'll calm him down slightly. Yes, it's a full day. We've got a lovely chat coming up with a couple of the mothers, proper chat with a couple of the mothers coming up. And then after that, we have other bits and bobs around the track. But more importantly, if you stay tuned after this, you will see the grid mums. Bye.
Here we are at the end of the season. Every karting family in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge has travelled from Al Ain Raceway to the Dubai Kartdrome to Al Fassan, Yas Marina, and now back here. And the karting families travel all across the region together. And I'm with two of the most underappreciated members of the karting families, karting mums. This is Heidi Bassier and Haritma Menaimne. Heidi, your son Mark Bassier is in DD2. Haritma, your son Mohammed Menaimne is in senior. First of all, when did both your sons start racing? How long have you been karting mums?
So for Mohammed, this is his 5th year, so it's 5 years, and yeah.
So 5 years, and for Mark?
5 years in UAE. It started in Switzerland, but then we took a break during COVID, and now, yes.
Because both your sons are 16 years old, aren't they? 16, but they are still your little babies, aren't they?
They will be always our babies.
Always, is that right?
True.
Now, there are obviously we focus a lot on the dads. Now, does your husband's mechanic at all, or are they just in the background?
Just in the background, because we don't come from a motorsport family, so there's not really much input either of us can really give. So basically my role, I would say, is more of moral support and just the logistics of getting him here. And I don't think, me personally, I have much input to give because I don't belong to this. So I keep out of it and I let the team do their job, and because I don't think too many heads would really help a driver.
Oh, again, that's a smart. Yourself, what about you and your husband?
Yes, he's not a mechanic, but we support. Yes, we are here to support, and also look what is going on. We learned a lot, especially me. Yeah. My husband knows a little bit more, but we are here to support and to be with our son.
Now, you both said that neither family is a motorsport family. So, what was your reaction the first time Mohammed said, "I want to try go-karting"?
Honestly, it was by default. It was one summer, it was just me and Mohammed in Dubai, and I Googled indoor sport for boys, and then I found the Cardrome, and I just went there and thinking, well, it's shaded, it's indoor, and he'll do something. And when he went there, he was good at it and he loved it, so that was a start. But it was never a game plan, or there was nothing like that.
Okay, so at that time, when Mohammed first entered the kart, there was no fear of, oh, how fast they're going. It was just something fun to do, indoor karting.
Indoor karting on a rental, just for fun, killing time, the two of us, nothing to do.
Okay, and for Mark?
Well, Ilan has always been more or less interested about the sport. He did a little bit of karting, then he went with the Formula 1. He had some Formula 4, like this, Formula 3. He tried. So he took him to Italy, because in Italy they allow him to go very early, very young, while in Switzerland not. And they started to go together, and it was fun for them. So then he went back to Switzerland, 7 years old. He started there.
Yep.
And yes, it was father and son time together.
Okay. So you had mother and son time together, father and son time together, but that was when it was just rentals and it was all fun. And then suddenly, fast forward, now we race. Senior Rotax, the biggest grid, sometimes the most chaotic, 80 miles an hour. DD2, the ultimate class, 2-speed, 130 kilometers an hour. Every parent watches their son or daughter race in a different way. Heidi, you are always here, never miss a race, and you do not take your eyes off Mark while on the track. Why is that?
I don't know, it's my connection to him, to be sure that he's safe there. This is the first thing, the safety. And yeah, to support him. Now, when he was smaller, I was supporting him in a different way than now. Now he's grown up, so, but still, I feel good to be here and to watch him and to be with him.
Yeah. Are Mark's races something that you get excited for, or just fill you with terror?
Both. Both. First terror, and then excitement. Yeah.
Okay, so whereas Heidi never misses a lap, Ritma, you don't watch a single lap, do you?
I don't watch anything, because for me it's like about safety, like I'm one of those mothers. And about the competitiveness, I know Mohammed has that for himself and he wants to win. So I don't think, he wants it for himself. It's not something that I want for him, so that I leave it to him.
So you're just there so when he's right, you can hear the commentary in the background maybe. Do you no?
Honestly, I just look at the live timings and I know when it's,
So you look at the lights out and you think when his name crosses the finish line, the checkered flag, what does that do to you emotionally?
I feel relaxed, of course.
Yeah.
And honestly, I feel that not only for my son, because being a mother, I feel that everybody should have a safe race.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But of course, I want the winning for my son. But I want safety for everyone.
Do you, obviously, do you watch the races back? I suppose you don't need to watch the races back, but I suppose you do. Do you watch, the live stream back afterwards when you know that he's come home safe and he's had a good race and he's happy? No?
No.
No. Is it simply because it's, you now move on to the next race and it's, again, the next safe race?
I'm just a mom who doesn't get too tangled up in motorsport, because I think, me personally, I think it's just enough that the driver does it. Mm-hmm. And when the whole family gets tangled up, I think this pressure is too much and it becomes a bit too much. And I want to focus, I want to have kind of balanced life, even for myself and my son.
Of course, yes, because there's the highs, and the highs are generally outweighed by the lows, but when everything goes well, then dad is happy, driver is happy, and if dad and driver are happy, then that means mum's also happy, but mum's life is slightly easier, would you say? Definitely. When it's not going quite well, do you both play the role of peacemakers?
Yes, absolutely, always. Always.
Peacemaker between driver, team and dad, or just in general?
In general, yeah.
And the same for you. Okay, here we go. When things have gone wrong, how long has it taken you to calm everybody down and remember, hey, this is just to support a bit of fun at the end of a bad day on Sunday?
To be honest, my husband and me are the calm ones. The one we have to worry about is Muhammad. He's hard on himself. So we're calming him down.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
It's not a case of son gets out of the cart, shouts at dad because the cart didn't go very well. No.
No, that's why we don't involve ourselves, because you don't know much, so I don't think you should put yourself in a situation that you don't know much about.
No, exactly.
And just be parents.
Yeah, just be parents. Would you say that Mark's dad is somewhat slightly more involved with
He's gonna watch this.
I mean, I think when things aren't going well, there may be a little bit more friction between Mark and dad than there is between Mohammed and dad.
It changed over the years. And DD2, I find it better, also because Mark is grown up, so it's different. When it was smaller,
it was a little bit different because you want to get. It was different. So, okay, we're here at the end of the season. On Sunday night, two different mums. What is your hope for this weekend? What would you be happy with coming away on Sunday night, and what would you be happy with coming away on Sunday night? And that could be anything. That could be results or just life in balance. What makes you happy at the end of a race weekend?
well, of course, the results. I mean, everyone is looking for that. We cannot lie about that, yeah? Everyone wants the results. Everyone wants to be at the top, of course. But at the end, also I have to say, Mark has found really good friends here. So also that friendship and balance and so on, that's also important. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm guessing for you, it's not result, is it? Or is it?
No, it is results. Okay. Like I won't, because I know the result is dependent on Muhammad and the card that the team gives him. If there was something I could do to get a better result, believe me, I would do it. And watching him race is not going to do that. That's why I don't.
Okay.
But no, I am competitive.
Even though you don't like driving?
Yes, because, I have, and that's the funny thing, that's the irony of it, that I have a phobia of driving and my son chooses to be in motorsport. Yeah.
Brilliant. I have to say, neither man was wonderfully happy about coming on camera, but you speak for the most underappreciated members of karting families. Thank you. See, 5 years as karting men, neither have lost their sanity.
God knows. We hope not.
We hope not. We hope not. Of course not. Thank you very much for joining us. Remember, for every young driver out there trying to make it, for every mechanic and their dad who's cheering and shouting, there's usually a mum not far behind the scenes, crouching in terror, just making sure that their babies come home in one piece. Now, of course, they say in karting that if you don't start when you're 6 years old, then you're going to be nowhere. Well, Abdullah Al-Khater, you're going to change that perspective because you didn't sit in a kart until you were 14 years old. We're now 16, we're racing here in the UAE, we drive for Fort Abu Dhabi, and Danilo Rossi, your career is taking a very different path, isn't it?
Yeah. So I started when I was 14. I originally started in Bahrain, and then last season I moved to the UAE racing with the brand, and alhamdulillah I put in the effort and I was noticed and I got sponsored by QMF. So this summer I'll be heading over to Italy racing in Italian National and FIA World Cup. So inshallah that goes well, and I hope to move up in future years.
Now when you say QMF, that is the Qatar Motorsport Federation, is that correct?
Correct.
How important, because we've got several drivers coming from Qatar that all seem to be, all wear the QMF race suit. How involved are they in, because you have the MENA Nations Cup in Qatar for the last 3 years. They really, really are trying to push talent in karting, aren't they? Tell us how that came about.
Honestly, I'm not sure how it came about. It just happened. I put in the effort and eventually I was recognized and they thought, you know what, we need to help further motorsports in the region and in our country. So they decided to push drivers up and up and up. And it's really important for a federation to support its drivers in order to develop the sport around the country.
Now, talk about yourself. You say you didn't start karting until you were 14. But while you were 14, did you know about karting? What did you know about these vehicles before you actually stepped in? When we were racing fan growing up, or were there not many opportunities to even watch racing?
Look, I wasn't really familiar with motorsports back in the day, but I had an obsession with cars. My dad over there, of course, knows. But it seemed like a natural step. I got into rental karting, and then from rental karting I moved up. I mean, I moved up not knowing much, but, you know, trying to get on the spanners myself every once in a while and working on my car, I eventually learned more and more about the kart and what works and what doesn't. So understanding the kart by mechanicking really helped.
Really, because that's something that you've just jumped into senior Rotax here in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, the biggest grid, the
Never
toughest
juniors,
grid.
No, nothing. Just straight seniors.
Straight into seniors. You decided the best way to, you know, negate your lack of experience was by getting your hands quite literally dirty and mechanicking.
Yeah.
That's a very unusual step because not many drivers do that. How did you find that helped you?
It helped me realize how each component of the kart worked, and if you know how your kart works, you know how it'll react. So,
Brilliant. And of course, driving for Danilo Rossi, you wouldn't have known at the time that Danilo Rossi, one of the greatest kart racers of his generation, multiple world champion in the 1990s. Were you a bit starstruck then when you first met him because he came here last year?
of course, I was starstruck when I met him. He was very knowledgeable, and he immediately just felt the need to help me. He was such a kind guy. I wasn't even racing a DR chassis at that time, and he said, no, I want to help you with this, this, and this. So.
Fantastic. And he's helped you move from, you know, your career, not just based here in the Middle East, but also to Europe. As a driver with so little experience, you went to Europe and raced last year. Was it one race?
3 races.
3 races. So 3 races in Italy, in the Italian National Championship. Coming in as a complete novice, what was that like?
It was pretty startling at first. I mean, I got used to it. I moved up, but it's a very different racing style compared to here in the UAE. The UAE, it's more elbows out, and there it's a bit more technical and technique style. So that's what I've noticed.
Yeah, so I mean, we're familiar. Everyone on Karting Live TV is very familiar with the elbows out style that we've become accustomed to here in the UAE. You've had to learn 2 different styles very, very quickly, haven't you?
Yes, I have. And honestly, I really learned how to mix both of these techniques into one with the help of Theo Kakati, honestly.
Yep.
So I really appreciate that. And of course, Hussein, who is out there sitting.
Hussein Umid Ali, one of the people behind Fort Abu Dhabi. This year, the UAE Rotax Max Challenge, how would you say your season has gone?
Look, we started off strong, then we switched teams, and honestly, I've learned a lot more here than I would have learned anywhere else because I'm more involved with my setup and on my chassis, and eventually it's been getting better and better than the start of the season. So I'm happy.
Okay, so we're happy. One final piece of advice. If there are people out there watching this, teenagers, 14 years old, like you were a couple of years ago, that have never driven a kart, why should they start karting, and why is it not necessarily a disadvantage to have not done cadet karting, and how can you get yourself up to speed like you have that quickly?
Look, if you're starting cadet, you're still a kid at that time. So what people tell you, you might not understand, and over time you can build up bad habits. But if you're starting at a later age, you can immediately develop the right habits at that time. It's not straight into, you know, bad habits and then trying to break them. You can start off with the good habits and just keep on building from there.
Now, how many Qatari drivers can you see racing at the very pinnacle of karting in the next, say, 3-5 years?
I say there's quite a bit, but of course, there has to be people. So I can't wait to see that.
Yeah. Are more people back in Qatar because of the MENA Nations Cup coming into karting?
Yes, I noticed that there was quite a bit of people coming into karting after MENA, and honestly, the sport has started picking up its traction, so I'm very happy about that.
Excellent. So between Hamza Ashisho in DD2 and Abdullah Al-Qaita in Senior, the Qataris are coming. Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair to say. And we have a new micro on the grid now, so...
And a new micro, so there we go. Thank you very much, Abdullah Al-Qaita.
Thank you.
A lot changes in 12 months. This time last year, Giuseppe Montanari was an independent driver running in MiniMax. This year, he's a junior Rotax driver driving for one of the newest and most impressive teams in the paddock, JNKD. Giuseppe, firstly, talk about the difference, how hard it was to move up from the small kart to the full-size chassis.
Well, it's a very big difference. For example, the biggest difficulty I found moving up was the physicality a lot. Like I had to start working out, start going to the gym, start mostly training neck, because it really gets physical after if you have a 20-lap race in under the UAE heat, it really gets difficult. So.
But the second thing is last year it was your dad Alfredo doing the mechanicking. This year you've got a team of mechanics around you, haven't you? The communication process is very, very different because you can't just shout at the mechanic and like your dad, can you?
No, definitely not. Yeah. I think the difference is that it's nice to have another mechanic. You've got my dad who helps sometimes with the car, and the mechanic who just mostly does everything.
But of course, so you've got the both. You've got it just being you, your mum and your dad, and an Italian coffee machine, which is always extremely important. Now, the Italian coffee machine is still here, but there's an awful lot of people. There's data stations. You've got Matty Hopcraft, you've got Ash Deer, you've got Alfonso Skritschka, you've got all the people that run the team. That's something new for you, isn't it, to have to learn how to go through data and give feedback, don't you?
Yeah, it's very nice working with these people who have worked in World Finals, who have worked in Europe. You see how experienced they are and you learn a whole lot. I mean, when I was independent, I didn't really do much data. It was just like working on the car, get it as fast as possible. But you learn so much in a big team, so yeah.
Now, let's have an assessment. Your first season in Junior Rotax, there have been some good results, but there have also been times where, you've been battling in the pack and struggling. Out of 10, where would you rank yourself in terms of your performance this year?
I feel like I definitely did more than I expected. I learned so much from junior and these months that I've been in junior. I think it's closing to a year now. Yep. So I feel like it's difficult to say out of 10, but I feel like I've done a pretty good job.
But of course, this is only your first year. You're still a junior driver next year, aren't you?
Yeah, and for quite some time.
For quite some time, yeah, because you are young. You're 12, aren't you?
Yeah.
12, and we've still got a lot of growing to do as well. So this season is laying the foundations for potentially, dare I say, UAE champion, just 2027?
Maybe. We need to see.
Maybe. We'll need to see. Okay, there we go. Giuseppe Montanari. First year junior, getting better and better all the time. Now we got a team around him, but the coffee is still the best.
Yeah, so you gave me an award for best coffee machine or maker or whatever. So
well, that was your parents. I mean, I haven't seen you make me a cup of coffee all season, but your mum and dad have.
It's still a win, victory for this year. Coffee machine, so yeah.
Excellent, there we go. Giuseppe Montanari. Not quite in the winner's circle of Junior Rotax yet, but always a winner when it comes to keeping commentators caffeinated. The UAE Rotax Max Challenge comes to a conclusion this weekend at the Al Ain Raceway, but it's not the only championship up for grabs, because once again, the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Award is going to be decided in each class. Lelaine, Estrella, you have been part of this championship for a long time. The Abu Dhabi Sports Council Award, it's become a part of a tradition of this championship, hasn't it?
Yes, it is, Henry. Well, as what we have discussed in Yas Marina, just to recap, Abu Dhabi Sports Challenge Trophy is a championship that runs along with the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. So it's actually a good opportunity for those drivers who just started, driving for this year, who have not done the round one. So it's a good opportunity for them to obviously participate in a new championship, which is just this year.
Now, every driver is eligible for the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Award, but it's not quite that simple, is it?
Yes, because Henry, for those drivers who actually in the top three of the overall UAE championship, they will not be eligible for this Abu Dhabi Sports Challenge Trophy. So those who are actually um, just under the top three will have the chance to be able to get the trophies of course.
And that means it's great for somebody who, say, moved up from MicroMax at the end of last year into MiniMax, and they spent the first couple of rounds just getting used to the new class.
Yes, correct. Yeah, that's true. Because, let's say, for example, you have just got your license. Then, and you haven't done, the previous. Well, obviously, this is your chance to get at least, race in Abu Dhabi Sports Council, and as well as to remove your novice plates for the, 3 rounds. And as well, those who actually drivers who just moved to a new class.
It takes time to get up to speed, doesn't it?
Yes, true. That's correct.
Now, all 6 rounds of the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Trophy take place in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. Lelaine, why is it so important that we have the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Trophy?
The main goal for the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Challenge Trophy is to give more opportunity for drivers to, to participate more, and also obviously for those drivers that have the opportunity to make sure that they have something to fight for, and whether the front in the middle, and also it gives them and also to develop their skills.
So, there we go. The Abu Dhabi Sports Council Award. For over a decade now, they've been helping increase participation levels and driver development all across Abu Dhabi. Thank you, Lelaine. And long may the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Trophy continue.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, emotions are running high. Everyone is excited because this is the final podium presentation of the 2025-2026 season. Before we get underway with the trophies for the drivers, it's time for the mechanics to shine. That means it's time for the semi-finals of the Mojo tyre changing competition. Our 4 semi-finalists I will introduce onto the stage in true WWE WrestleMania fashion. So, without further ado, please welcome, in no particular order, your 4 semi-finalists. Representing Sam Pollitt Racing, it's Toby George. Representing Matthias de Gem Motorsport, it's Jamie Zyra. Representing Motorscape, it's Hope. And representing JNKD, last year's runner-up, it's Fonzie. Okay, very simple. Semi-final, number 1. Please put your hands together on my right. For Motorscape, it's Hope. And for JNKD, it's Fonzie. You can't chop his arm off. Hang on a sec. Do that again. Wow. I just feel sick. Man's got like triple. Man's thumbs are a piece of work. Okay. You can assemble the tires and rims as you wish. It's quite simple, ladies and gentlemen. Whoever puts 4 rims onto Mojo tires and takes them off again goes through to the final. Hope, are we ready? Yes, with his triple. With his thumbs. Fonzie, are we ready? Young spectator, we're ready. In 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, Fonzie, tried and tested method. Top the rims on, turns the tyre over, gets the other half of the rim on. That needs to go all the way on, that needs to go all the way on, that rim there. That rim needs to be all the way on. I'm double checking. There we go. That's good, that's good. Let's check this time. We've got to be right. We've got to be right. Those rims, they're good, they're good. Now, Fonzie is working halfway home. Halfway home. This is neck and neck. Hope is fractionally in front, and he's doing the rears first. Hope's doing the rears first. Fonzie is now getting that first rear off. Okay, 2 to go. Fonzie's got a front and a rear. Hope's now slowing up. Hope's in trouble. Hope's in trouble. This is close. This is really close. 1 to go. Fonzie goes through 2 finals in 2 years for Alfonso Skrichka. Hope, I'm really sorry. Do you mind taking that rim off now? There we go. Well done, Hope and Motorscape. Who is going to face Fonzie in the final? It's going to be either Jamie from Matthias de Gem Motorsport or Toby from Sam Pollitt Racing. Okay, again, assemble the tyres and rims however you want. Now, crowd, let's hear it for Matthias de Gem Motorsport. Let's hear it for Sam Pollitt Racing. Okay, ready? As will ever be. In 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, Toby, George and Jamie, they're both doing the same tactic. Put the first half of the rim in, then when all four of the first half done, turn the tyres over. Toby, they're neck and neck. Toby just in front. They're both doing the tyres in exactly the same order. They're both doing the tyres in exactly the same order. They're both struggling. Now Jamie moves ahead. Jamie's slightly ahead, but not by much. Now there's a rim in it. Jamie moves on to his final front. He's going to put the front all the way on. It's all the way on. Toby's looking over. Liverpool are winning, which is Toby's happy with. Oh, it's a Jamie Zyra win. Hey, Toby George, unlucky. He can console himself by the fact that Liverpool are 1-0 up on Everton, so that's not a bad sacrifice. Okay, I tell you what we're going to do. You get a minute just to compose yourselves, Fonzie. A minute just to compose yourselves. There are lots of thank yous which we'll get out of the way now. Our finalists will come in. Fonzie and Jamie, come back in. Whilst they prepare themselves, whilst you get yourselves ready, we just need to say on behalf of everybody, and again, our camera operative Joe Bradley will show this. Can I please say thank you to all of you, to all of you, to all of you, you, and you. Not just the drivers, the parents. Drivers, please give your parents a round of applause. All of you. Without your parents, none of you would be here. Can we please then have a round of applause? Every single member of the Al Ain Raceway team in black and gold. A huge thank you to you all. And lastly, parents, do what you want to the kids. Whether you want to shout at them, slap them, or cheer them, or say well done. Parents, say thank you to the drivers who have provided us with some tremendous racing. The first time that we have been live streamed here, and Karting Live TV have captured all the emotions, the highs, the lows. Now it's the turn of the mechanics to shine. Fonzo Strichka, Jamie Dyra, JNKD, Mateus Legem Motorsport. Both championship-winning mechanics, both championship-winning teams. Who is the champion mechanic? In 3, 2, 1, go! Here we go. This is for the glory. Tyres are in. Both. This is quick as well. 23 seconds is the world record. We're going to be a little bit outside that. Jamie Dyra now moves slightly ahead. Jamie Dyra slightly ahead, but Fonzo Skrichka is quick getting that rear off. Now Jamie's struggling a little bit. Okay, Jamie half a rim ahead. Not much in it. Not much in it. Jamie's got the front rim. This is neck and neck. Fonzie now slightly ahead. Oh, it's neck and neck. This is neck and neck. Fonzie and Jamie. Oh my goodness me. Oh, by a fraction. Last year, our runner-up this year, our champion, Mojo, tyre changing champion, 25-26 for JNKD, Alfonso Srinska. Your prize is a free trip to A&E to sort out the calluses on your hands. Well done. Now, once again, if we can ask our incredible officials from the Al Ain Raceway to remove the tyres and the mats, we will get things underway with the podium presentation. The first podium presentation will be, I'll move forward a little bit. Our first podium presentation will be for today's racing. Round 8 day 2 of the championship. We will do class by class and then the team awards. After that, we do the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Award. Once again, we are extremely grateful for the Abu Dhabi Sports Council who are here and in their presence. They have supported this for over 10 years. It increases driver development in the region. It increases driver participation in the region. We have a multicultural, multinational championship here in the UAE. And the Abu Dhabi Sports Council, they don't just support Emirati drivers, they support you all. There are, I believe, 30 different nationalities competing here. Isn't it nice when everybody from every nation under every flag is just nice? It makes the world a much happier place. It's why this paddock is one of the happiest paddocks we have anywhere in world karting, and believe me, I have travelled the world. So, without further ado, let's get underway with MicroMax. And finishing in 3rd position, it's his first ever podium here in the UAE RMC for JNKD Viber Paddock. Finishing in 2nd position for Mateus Njem Motorsport, it's Samar Chopra. But your winner today, it is not the last time this young man will climb to the top step of the podium. But he's on the top step of the podium for today's final for George Gibbons Motorsport. It's Liam O'Hadnan. Well done. No novices in MicroMax today. However, when we reconvene to start next season, there will be a whole host of novices aiming to stand where Liam, Samar and Vaibhav are standing today. Everyone on the top step, please, drivers. Do that in a minute, Liam. Hang on. Top step first. Top step first. My podium, my rules. Now we put the trophies in the air. Well done, drivers. Your MicroMax podium. You can now make your way back. Thank you. Our next podium is in MiniMax. Finishing in 3rd position, continuing what I believe is a 100% podium record for the Mumbai Falcons. It's Oliver Butchard. Finishing as your runner-up today, driving for JNKD, Benjamin Karachkovic. And now, the winner, the only driver who aura farmed his way across the finish line for JNKD, Aussie Austin Gray. Okay, drivers, once again, all on the top step. All on the top step, in your own time, drivers, all on the top step. It's absolutely fine. We got all night. And now, trophies in the air. Ladies and gentlemen, your MiniMax podium. Congratulations, drivers. Well done. our next class, Junior Rotax. And I have to say, we've got no novices. Our novice driver from yesterday didn't enter today. So finishing in third position, driving for the Mumbai Falcons, Arhan Qureshi. Second position in a 1-2 finish for Matthias Najem Motorsports, it's Harrison Stevens. But your winner, another driver who will make more than one trip to the top step of the podium today. For Matthias Najem Motorsport, it's Veer Chopra. Okay, drivers, top step of the podium. And trophies in the air. Oh, handshake first. Now you can put your trophies in the air. Why not? Congratulations, Junior Rotax. We now move ahead to DD2 Masters. Finishing in third position for Kart Advisor Academy, it's Kyle Blockley. Congratulations, Kyle. Second position for the independent Al Ain Raceway team, it's Tony Hogg. But your winner, driving for the Mumbai Falcons, Moritz Knoppers. Well done. Congratulations, all three. And we'll have everyone on the top step of the podium. If you want to put the I'm not here to say, but if you want to put the trophies in the air, your choice. Yes, why not? They're the Masters for a reason. The Master Professionals, as always, your DD2 Masters podium. Congratulations. Now, Rotax's ultimate class, DD2. And finishing in third position for the Mumbai Falcons, Tyler Harris. Third place for Tyler. Second position in what has been a career best day for this driver. For Matthias Najem Motorsport, Hamza Hashisho. But your winner, driving for Kart Advisor Academy, Mark Bassier. On the back of Mark's crash helmet, it says Veni Vidi Vici. And that was very true today. Top step of the podium, please, all. I know you're tall, Hamza, but you still... And, of course, Mark, there. Congratulations. Trophies in the air. Unless your name's Tyler. Richard. Trophy in the air, Richard. Richard, trophy in the air. I know it's an old joke, but there we go. Thank you very much. DD2, ladies and gentlemen. And now, Senior Rotax, finishing in third position, making it a double podium for the family. Driving for the Mumbai Falcons, it's Rayan Qureshi. P2 at the end of a very stressful weekend, even though he said he was calm on the grid. For Matthias Leger Motorsport, George Nassar. But your winner, proudly flying the flag for Sri Lanka once again, George Gibbons Motorsports, Rian Dharmadasa. Well done. They are joined on the podium by the best novice, finishing 21st overall, Yusuf Ali Shah. Well done, Yusuf. Come and take your place. Well done. Well done. He gets the best novice medal. Congratulations, drivers. Top step of the podium, please. And you, Yusuf. And trophies in the air. Your seat, if you want or not. Go on, go on. You know you want to. There we are. Your senior Rotax podium, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Team, yes? Teams today. Yeah. Now, the last part of today's trophy presentation, that's round 8, day 2, is the team's award. Like we say every day, the best finishing driver for each team in every single race, in every single class, scores points. It awards those teams that puts drivers on the grid in every category. In third position today was George Gibbons Motorsports. In second position today, Matthias Leger Motorsports. Your winning team for round 8, day 2, completing a seasonal clean sweep. I would like to welcome, to represent the team and collect the team awards, Key Knyoppers, Gaia Eichenberger, and Tanaya Paddock, Mumbai Falcons! And Nathan Cappen's sister, also Nathan's biggest supporter, Key Knyoppers, Key, Gaia, and Tanaya, and young Miss Cappen. That is Win Mumbai. I think that's your symbol. Mumbai Win. Mumbai Win is the symbol. Ladies and gentlemen, the ladies at Mumbai Falcons. Okay, we have some mystery challenge prizes. This always goes well. We have 1, 2, 3, 5 teams, yes? So, there were 5 teams in the mystery challenge. The mystery challenge was not live streamed. It involved members going, eating grapes, hula hooping, eating crisps, bouncing ping pong balls, doing bottle flips, drawing pictures of the circuit, and then running to a finish line. Every single team blatantly cheated. However, it's just for a bit of fun, and that's why every team gets the same prize. I don't have the team names in front of me, so we need one member of each team to come forward. Now, we'll have one member from JNKD who were disqualified for blatant grape abuse. we'll have one member of the Zain El Hamasadi Jeremy Montgomery Swan team who were disqualified for blatant child abuse because they were the oldest people in the competition by about 10 years. We'll have one member of the Conor Clancy team for drivers with casts on their arms. Tayab Haroon will collect an award for his team for dumping the entire packet of crisps on his head. And Samar Chopra will collect the award because Samar Chopra was the only person that didn't cheat. I don't know what that makes him. They're all going to come up. If you were in the fun games, just get on the podium. There we go. Right. Now, we will give out a prize. We will make sure that only they were honest on the track. In the mystery challenge, not so much. I tell you what, there are several members of Team Al Ain Raceway that can each hand out one bag per team and one per team only. So each team is going to share the prize because all the teams were disqualified for blatant cheating. So, one member per team step forward. Whoa. Okay, that went really well. I tell you, that's fine. Right, drivers, stand back. Drivers, stand back. Drivers, stand. I said, stand back. Now, drivers, we will have one member per team to share. Okay, as usual, chaos. Poet laureate. One of the poet laureates, Roger Chilton, wrote a poem called Chaos Reigns Supreme in the classroom as bravely the teacher walks in. I feel like that teacher right now. Everybody off the podium. Luckily, we will somehow figure out the prizes. It's a lot of fun. It's about as chaotic as that part of the live stream was. However, there is only one prize for the Mojo Tyre Changing Competition Champion. So, please step forward. Your 2025 tyre... Ben, how many tyres did you change? None. Off you trot. Alfonso Skrichka is your Mojo Tyre Changing Champion. Okay, sanity now prevails-ish. The next set of awards are the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Awards. Thank you once again to members of the Abu Dhabi Sports Council for being here. This championship is for the drivers who don't finish in the top 3 in the overall UAE Rotax Max standings, but who accrue the most points over the final 6 races of the season, all of which are held in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi. So please, starting with MicroMax. In third position, in MicroMax, winning a tiebreaker by virtue of scoring a higher finish in one of the qualifying finals. Third position for JNKD, Vaibhav Ponna. Second position in MicroMax, the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Challenge Trophy goes to XL Motorsports, Amar Tabatsa. But your 2025-2026 Abu Dhabi Sports Council Challenge Trophy winner in MicroMax, driving for Motorscape, Alexander Freudenstein. Now, as with all championship trophies, drivers, look at them now. You must return them to the table because you'll be officially presented with them at the 2025-26 awards night, which takes place on Saturday, May the 9th at the Al Ain Rotana Hotel. So, everyone on the top step of the podium, please. Trophies in the air. Your MicroMax 1, 2, 3 in the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Awards. Thank you very much, drivers. Trophies back on the table, please. Now we move on to MiniMax, and finishing in third position, driving for Synergy, Max Payton. Finishing in second position, driving for NI Racing, Kier Ivanov. But your winner, driving for Mumbai Falcons, Oliver Butchard. And you can see members of the Abu Dhabi Sports Council media getting their shots in. Drivers, top step of the podium, please. And trophies in the air. Your 1, 2, 3 in the MiniMax class of the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Challenge Trophy. Drivers, thank you very much. Can you return trophies to the table? You will get them at the awards night. Now we move on to Junior Rotax. Finishing in third position, driving for George Gibbons Motorsport, it's Jaden Hidding. Finishing in second position, Harrison Stevens for Matthias Legem Motorsports. But your winner by 2 points, 1 position over 6 weekends. For Matthias Legem Motorsport, it's Pierre Abu Diwan. Drivers, top step of the podium, please. This is where Pierre suddenly feels very, very short. Yes. Short on stature, tall on talent, I think is the correct word. Is that right, Pierre? Yes. There we go. Your top 3 in Junior Rotax in the 2026 Abu Dhabi Sports Council Challenge Trophy. Well done, drivers. Drivers, Trophies back there. We'll see you at the Art Rotana on May the 9th. Now to DD2 Masters. Actually, that's incorrect. Now we move on to DD2. I apologise. DD2. Finishing in third position, it's Kyle Blockley. And of course, it's overall as well. So DD2 and Masters have their own separate, their own combined championship as well. So Kyle Blockley for Kart Advisor Academy. Finishing second in the Abu Dhabi Sports Council Challenge Trophy, Hamza Hashisho for Mateus Najem Motorsport. But your winner of the overall DD2 Championship ADSC Challenge Trophy for the Mumbai Falcons, Maurice Knoppers. The all DD2 drivers, so these are the drivers who just missed out on a place in the top 3 in the overall DD2 Championship, but scored the most points amongst the overall DD2 Championship over the final 6 rounds. They are joined on the podium by the DD2 Masters champion in the subcategory, and that's Tony Hogg. Hamza suddenly feels very, very young. Well done. If we could Hamza, if you're as fast as these 3 when you're their age, you'll be doing very well. Oh, everyone, if you could all squeeze on the top step of the podium, that'd be lovely. There we go. Your top 3 in DD2 and your DD2 Masters winner, Maurice Knoppers, Hamza Hashisho, Kyle Blockley and Tony Hogg. Thank you very much. Trophies, don't try and steal it, Tony. I know you get one more awards night to. That'll be good. Yes, it usually is. And now we move on to senior Rotax, the biggest class. Such a competitive season. Finishing third for the Mumbai Falcons, it's Rayan Qureshi. Rayan. He's coming now. Come on. Stop pondering. Get up here. Second in this year's championship for the Abu Dhabi Sports Council for George Gibbons Motorsport. It's the pride of Africa, Amani Kanyua. Who might look a little bit different. Jacob Robinson is going to accept the award on his behalf. But your winner, rounding out what has been a very successful season for this driver, he drives for Telios Racing. It's Jules Dumont. Well done. Congratulations. We'll all step on the top step. And again, Jacob Robinson and Rayan Qureshi. We do hope that Jacob, we hope that Lachlan, I know he's at the Nürburgring, and I know there's been, an unfortunate incident in the Nürburgring this weekend. Hope that Lockie is, he's okay, but I hope that, he is in good spirits. Ladies and gentlemen, they are your 2026 Abu Dhabi Sports Council Challenge Trophy winners. Drivers and driver coaches, you can put the trophies back on the table. Thank you very, very much. And thank you, as always, to the Abu Dhabi Sports Council. Okay, well then we'll do the tickets as we go up. Okay. 2 awards left to go. The first of those are the Team of the Year. I'll give you a clue. The identity of the winner isn't much of a surprise. However, in 3rd position across the entire season, it's George Gibbons Motorsport. Do we have representatives come up? Do we have... You, Jacob, you've been at once and you're not even a driver. Off you trot. Come on now. George, please. Team boss. Team boss only at this point onwards. The runner-up in this year's Team Award. Matthias Negem, Motorsport. Matthias, team boss.
He's not team boss. Get him off. Where's Matthias?
Where's Matthias Negem? That looks suspiciously like Dan Burgess to me. Matthias. Where's he gone? Where's Matthias? He's back putting the tent down, is he? Dan Burgess, team manager on Matthias Negem's behalf. But now, please welcome, and we are extremely proud to have the team owner of the Mumbai Falcons. A clean sweep, your Team of the Year, the Mumbai Falcons. Amit Charuk, team boss for the Mumbai Falcons. Your team, sir, has won every round. They put carts down on every class, from the youngest to the oldest, and that, sir, is your award for a fantastic season. Well, Matthias Negem and George Gibbon. 3 team owners, 3 teams that are continuing to increase the professionalism in this championship. Well done to you all, and thank you. Thank you very much. Well done. Congratulations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the big one. The reason that over 200 drivers competed in at least one round of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. The reason they did is because they want to become a national champion in this region for the United Arab Emirates. The main reason is they want to represent the United Arab Emirates, and every single driver who has competed this year at the Rotax Grand Finals. It's the black and gold. It's the biggest event in world karting. It's the most unique, and it's the one event in world karting that relies solely on driver talent. 400 champions from around the world on equal equipment, equal karts, equal engines. It is simply a case of may the best driver win. The championship top 3 will be announced in every class, and then we will present the tickets to the first 6 members of Team UAE in 2026. Spectators, team members, we need as much support as possible. What I will say to you, the viewers at home, is that for every driver who isn't going, who's failed to qualify, they will be in Portimao, because their efforts pushing this year's champions make the champions go that little bit quicker, drive that little bit harder. There's no easy ticket available in this region. So without further ado, let's get the championship presentation underway. In MicroMax, finishing in 3rd position overall for XL Motorsport, Adam Al-Sheikh. Finishing in second place overall for Mateus Leger Motorsports, Samar Chopra. But your champion, and who is going to present the tickets? Where is the tickets? I think it's only fair that championship organiser Guy Sheffield. No, it's going to be championship coordinator Lelaine Estrella. Lelaine Estrella, it's all right, drivers, it's fine, it's not a problem, we're not live, it's okay. Going to his first Grand Finals, where he will try and become UAE's second consecutive MicroMax Grand Final champion. For George Gibbons Motorsport, Liam O'Hanlon. And Liam, well, first things first, we need one picture of the trophies in the air for everybody. It is heavy. Okay, trophies down, drivers. Trophies down. I would normally ask you all to stand at the top step, but there is only one winner. So, championship coordinator, Lelaine Estrella, could you please present Liam O'Hanlon with his ticket to Portimao? Drivers, now we can all stand on the top step of the podium. Up, here we go. Liam, we're going to have to ask you to take your champion's hat off because Rotax have a different cap they want to put on your head. P1, ladies and gentlemen, your top three in this year's MicroMax Championship. I said no alcohol on the podium. That's all I said. Thank you very much. Off you go, drivers. At this point, Liam, it's okay. Yeah, I'll give you a hand. We've got several hats. We've got a crash helmet. Thank you, Connor. And if you want to have a parent come in, you go there. Someone come in to take the very expensive trophy. Ben, that was yours last year. Off you trot. Thank you very much to Guy Sheffield. Next up, it's MiniMax. And what a season this was. Finishing in third place in the championship for JNKD, Austin Gray. It did go down to the final race of the year, finishing in second position for Sam Pollitt Racing, Albie J. Stubbs. But your champion, last year he conquered the world in MicroMax. This year, he gets the opportunity to conquer the world in MiniMax. Your champion, Ben Kratchkovich. Ben, he gets the number one trophy. Trophies in the air. Our championship coordinator, Lelaine Estrella, please. The ticket. Grand Finals number 2 for JNKD's Benjamin Kratchkovich. I did, okay. It's no, it's okay. Yeah, I told them. Thank you very much. Well done. Ben. Come this way. Take it down. This way. We read one picture. Turn that ticket round and show the world. Are we going to have a two-time grand finalist champion? We don't know. But Ben Karatskovich, he has a chance. Congratulations. Well done, Ben. Now, I got to say it now smells of apple juice up here. That's all it does. Now we have Junior Rotax. Finishing in third position for the Mumbai Falcons, Arhan Qureshi. Finishing in second position, also for the Mumbai Falcons, Mitan Jain. But your winner, your 2026 Junior Rotax UAE champion, what's that coming over the hill? It's Via Chopra! And to present Via with the ticket to Portimao, Lelaine Estrella. Trophies in the air. Okay, drivers, trophies down. Trophies down. Lelaine, the ticket. A hard season. It's a first championship for Matthias Dejean Motorsports. And your champion, Via Chopra. Thank you very much, drivers. Thank you very much. Why is there a dog? Okay. Now we move on to DD2. Finishing in third position for DD2, Matthias Dejean Motorsports, Adam Malik. Your championship runner-up. He started the year with the Mumbai Falcons. He finishes the year with Kart Advisor Academy. Two teams have had a hand in getting this next driver to where he is. Please welcome Marc Bassier. But your winner, your champion, less than 2 years ago, he was ready to walk away from this sport. He's not walking anywhere now, apart from to the terminal that says, next stop, Portimao. It's Tyler Harris! And it is heavy. Tyler, put the trophy down and put your cap on now. I know it's going to spoil your fringe, but don't worry about that now. Cap on. Your glory. Even the fringe remains untouched. Lelaine, one job. Ticket number 1 to the grand finals for Tyler Harris. Tyler, congratulations. Tyler Harris, Marc Bassier, and Adam Malik. Congratulations, one and all. Thank you very much, drivers. 2 classes to go. DD2 Masters. Drive this way. You have to put the trophies back because we have to put the trophies back because on May the 9th is the only night of the year where every parent doesn't turn up to a karting event racked with nerves because all the hard work is done. Thank you very much. DD2 Masters. Finishing in 3rd position, one of the drivers that makes this class and this championship very, very special. He's full of colour on and off the track. It's Greg Watts. Watch out. There's going to be more than one Honolulu Racing race suit on the grid next year. Well done, Greg. Finishing 2nd. He came to this championship trying to go back to the Grand Finals for the first time in 11 years. He falls 1 place short this year, but there's always next year. For Kart Advisor Academy's Kyle Blockley. But our champion in DD2 Masters has the opportunity to become only the 2nd driver in the 26-year history of the Rotax Grand Finals to win 3 titles in a row. The first is Rotax's ultimate champion, the one and only Cristiano Morgado from South Africa. In 2026, Cristiano Morgado may be joined at the very top table of all Rotax karting by the Mumbai Falcons, Maurice Knyapes! 2024 champion and 2025 champion in E20 Masters. Last year, the Knyapes family made history by becoming the first father and son duo to win 2 Grand Finals titles on the same day. This year, Dad has a chance to make his own piece of history. Lelaine Estrella, please present Maurice Knyapes with what I believe is his 8th, 7th ticket, 11th ticket to the Grand Finals. How come we've only won 2? Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we are normally giving the DD2 Masters ticket to Tony Hogg, who is the UAE's most decorated Grand Finals driver. He has been the figurehead and the leader of Team UAE for a long time. Maurice, that job is now yours to lead the Falcons into battle in Portimao. Congratulations all. And thank you to all the Masters for keep coming back. The sport would be a lot poorer without you. And now, as the sun finally sets on what has been a fantastic season, 1 class to go. Senior Rotax. Over 50 drivers have tried. 47 didn't make it this far, this final podium. Finishing in 3rd place, last year's junior champion for the Mumbai Falcons, Nathan Kappen. The runner-up, finishing the season the strongest, but a season is not about how you finish, it's about how you start as well as how you finish. P2 this year for George Gibbons Motorsports, Rian Dharmadasa. Our winner, Matthias Najem has been to over a dozen Grand Finals, most of them as a driver. He is one of Lebanon's leading drivers of all time. This year, he goes to the Grand Finals for the first time as a team owner, because your champion is George Nassar! Matthias Najem Motorsports George Nassar will represent Team UAE in the original Grand Finals class. Matthias, I know we like Matthias Najem Motorsport, but let's see the trophy first. Dear, you've traded well, Matthias, I'll give you that. Rotax's original class, the only class that has been present at all 26 Grand Finals. Lelaine Estrella, please present George Nassar with a ticket that he has worked very hard for many, many years. Your 2026 Senior Rotax representative, George. Ticket in the air, please, for the cameras. Well done. Your 2026 Senior Rotax Grand Finals champion. So, thank you. We would now like to ask Nathan and Rianne to leave the stage. We'd now like to invite Liam, Benjamin, Via, Tyler, and Morris with your tickets back to the podium. Ben, have you lost your ticket already? Let's grab those tickets back. We'll take the trophy. George, if you'd like to just move the helmet and the trophy a second. We will have a group photo with the ticket winners. Don't worry about trophies, tickets. Okay. There's your hat. Well, there's that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have one final photo, and then long into the evening, there'll be team photos of all the champions. Can I just say one more time, on behalf of everyone at Al Ain Raceway, thank you for joining us. Because from September to April, you have been watching a Karting Live TV production of the 2025-2026 UAE Rotax Max Challenge. And when I get out of the way, you'll see your champions. We'll see you all very, very soon.
Okay. Well, hello and welcome to the final round of the UAE RMC 425-26.